This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. There are 4 metal walls. In the middle of the square room is a luxurious leather bed that is out of tune with the metal room. Tang Ranran, who just woke up, stretched out her arms and legs and lay on the high-end custom Simmons mattress in a big letter. She opened her eyes and looked at the metal ceiling in a daze. Before she looked at the ceiling and thought about her life, the smart brain on her left wrist issued a communication prompt. Ah, so annoying. With a sigh in her heart, Tang Ranran used her mental power to open the personal smart brain on her left wrist, which was similar to a mechanical watch. Smart brain, an upgraded version of mobile phone, integrates many functions such as ID card, computer, mobile phone, key, wallet. It is a must-have for every citizen in this interstellar world. And mental power is the basic skill of most people in this interstellar world. Just like eating, drinking, and hitting people, the common ways of using mental power are almost instinctive for people in this world. Why this world? Because Tang Ranran traveled here. Just a dozen hours ago, she traveled to this world. In less than a day, she basically mastered the basic information of this world, and the relevant information of her original body. After all, it was not the first time she traveled here. It is better to be familiar with it the second time. Well, a good man does not talk about his past achievements. Thinking too much will only make you cry. Returning to the present, Tang Ranran tilted her head slightly, and her sight turned, and she saw a light screen projected in the air by the intelligent brain body that looked like a watch face. On the screen, there was a young male face with regular features and a little handsomeness. And a very unique note, annoying Yin Xing. Not the group of Tang family members. According to the information Tang Ranran had, this Yin Xing was one of her secretaries. It seemed to be a serious matter and needed to be handled. Too lazy to raise her hand, Tang Ranran used her mental power to select the invisible voice-only call mode. As soon as the call was connected, she said unhappily, "I'm so annoyed so early in the morning. Are you a freeloader? Is there anything you can't solve yourself?" The original body was a willful CEO who rose to power as a rich second-generation lady. To the servants and subordinates who worked for her, the original body's attitude was always superior and condescending. So as a newcomer, she had to maintain an arrogant and rude attitude with her nose looking up, and play this willful CEO well, commonly known as a cowardly persona, so as not to arouse suspicion. "Boss Tang, I'm sorry to bother you." After being scolded, Yin Xing anxious and worried expression on the other end of the call paused, and he apologized first, then hurriedly said, "But Boss Tang, something bad has happened. The employees are on strike." "What? They dare to strike? I hired them with a high salary, and they dare to strike? We can't spoil them. Tell them, get out if they don't want to work," Tang Ranran said angrily. But Yin Xing was embarrassed and stammered, "Boss Tang, according to the contract, if we fire them, we need to pay a penalty." "What? Penalty? You should understand that they were on strike, and they breached the contract first." Although she looked arrogant on the surface, Tang Ranran was panicking inside. It was all over. The mess left by the original body was not so easy to clean up. "Boss Tang, our contract states that we provide an absolutely safe environment to ensure the personal safety of employees. But yesterday, due to the attack of the dune bugs, more than a dozen employees were injured and even 3 died. According to the imperial labor law, we need to pay high compensation for the casualties." "So, they mean compensation and then a pay raise?" Tang Ranran asked. Tang Ranran was very clear about yesterday's casualties. The original body's group probably got the right to transform and use a barren planet. The original body brought a large number of employees to this barren planet and planted trees first. Yesterday, the original body took a few people to a tree planting area to check the planting situation. Just when she got out of the car and looked around, suddenly, the ground churned and several large earthworms emerged from the ground. The kind of large earthworms that are as thick as pillars, several meters tall, full of fangs, and can swallow people in one bite. It is the sand dune worm mentioned by Yin Xing. The ferocious appearance of the sand dune worm and the horrible scene of eating people frightened the original body and stood there. As a large earthworm jumped over, the original body's eyes went black. And then there was nothing else. When she opened her eyes again, it was her. Working in a place where life is not guaranteed. Asking for more money. Tang Ranran understands rationally. But now she is the boss. If she wants compensation and more money, she will lose money. Yes, Mr. Tang. I have talked to them. And several employee representatives have the same opinion. They demand that the injured employees be cured at all costs, and that the dead employees be compensated with high amounts. They also propose to clarify the compensation for casualties. Write it into the contract. Provide detailed safety measures, and increase their salaries. Otherwise, a bunch of unruly people. Are they going to heaven? What else? Tang Ranran snorted coldly, continuing to play the role of a willful young lady. Otherwise they will go on strike and apply for labor arbitration from the Labor Bureau. They dare. Tang Ranran said in her heart that she was screwed. But she continued to be willful and deliberately asked, "What about Rongrong? What did she say?" When he heard Tang Ranran ask about Pan Rongrong, Yin Xing's tone revealed a hint of helplessness. And he said with disapproval, "Assistant Pan meant to fire the striking employees. But Mr. Tang, if we fire them, we can't afford the relevant compensation and liquidated damages." No money? Tang Ranran was slightly stunned. Wasn't she originally a rich second generation? The kind of rich second generation whose parents died, inherited a huge inheritance, had cars, houses, companies, and even spaceships and planets. How could she be penniless? Well, time was too tight, and she only had a general idea. Is there any detail that she didn't know? Are all the assets borrowed? After all, the larger the group, the higher the debt. Yes, the funds for the first phase of the planet construction project have exceeded the budget, Yin Qingwei said with difficulty. And this time the dune bug attack was an accident, and the economic losses caused were not in the budget. Even if the budget is insufficient, we have to get through the current difficulties first, Tang Ranran blurted out, and then thought of something, and continued to ask, "Su Jun won't approve the money?" "Yes, Mr. Tang." Assistant Pan applied to Manager Su, but was rejected by Manager Su. Pan Rongrong has already applied to Su Jun? Good fellow. This is overstepping one's authority. Not taking her as the boss seriously. Who gave her the power as a special assistant? Well, it was the original body who gave her the power. Yes. Manager Su said that the first phase of the construction project has seriously exceeded the budget, and the remaining funds of the project are not enough to maintain the budget. If you withdraw more, I am afraid that you will not be able to pay salaries in 2 months. Mr. Tang, if you continue to embezzle the budget, I'm afraid Su Jun will gossip about you in front of the shareholders. If a board meeting is held, it will be disadvantageous to you. Yin Xing didn't say the rest, but Tang Ranran understood that once the board meeting was held, she would be fired as the CEO. Tang Ranran had several big question marks in her little head. She was originally the domineering and willful president of Xinliang Group. And wasn't Xinliang Group the legacy left to her by her unlucky father who died young? Didn't she inherit enough shares? Less than 50%. And she would have to step down once the board of directors joined forces? But aren't there several Tang family members on the board? Seize power? After a conspiracy theory. Tang Ranran, who didn't know the situation, could only say, "Yin Xing, go and talk to the employee representatives about the compensation for casualties. If it's reasonable, pay it from my personal account first to appease them first. Mr. Tang, your personal funds are probably not enough." Tang Ranran had another big question mark in her mind. She had checked before going to bed. There were tens of millions of yuan in her personal account of the intelligent brain. What's more, she also had a house, a car, and a spaceship, and a lot of real estate. As a tyrant, he couldn't even pay for the compensation for casualties? Is the compensation for casualties in the interstellar era particularly high? Or is it inflation? So tens of millions is just a drizzle. If it's not enough, apply for a mortgage, Tang Ranran said with a heartache. Mortgaging property for some money, to get through the difficulties in front of her first. Mr. Tang, you won't forget it, right? The large amount of property you inherited, including shares, has almost all been mortgaged by Mr. Tang. And you can't borrow again. And on the 15th of next month, you have to repay a loan of 3.2 billion yuan. Yin Xingyu didn't stop until he was shocked, and added a wave of details that Tang Ranran didn't know. Tang Ranran, what? Is it really a loan with negative assets? It's a bolt from the blue. She is actually a second-generation negative. Knowing that she still owed the bank a loan, Tang Ranran didn't care about anything else and immediately asked Yin Xing to compile a report on her loan situation. As a qualified secretary, Yin Xing knew this very well. Not to mention that many loans were handled by him. After the communication ended, it took only 5 minutes for Yin Crossing to send the loan report to Tang Ranran. After receiving the report, Tang Ranran said Yin Xing to talk to the employee representative. She couldn't wait to look at the information. And then she was like being poured with a bottle of 82-year-old ice Sprite. Sparkling and chilled. My goodness. It's all loans. The house, car, and spaceship under the original name. Not only were all these mortgaged, but the biggest part was that 52% of Xiliang's shares were also mortgaged. According to the report statistics, she owed the bank a total of 534.5 billion. This bloody reality. From the second generation of the rich to the second generation of the poor, Tang Ranran felt that life was hopeless. After lying on the bed for 2 minutes, Tang Ranran got up resignedly. It was already here, so she could only work hard to live. Tang Ranran was originally a humble worker living in the modern world. In order to have a house before marriage, she worked overtime on the basis of 996, and worked hard to be the king of the exam. In the end, she worked all night for 2 nights for a promotion, and then failed. Perhaps the sky was not willing to let her go. When she opened her eyes again, Tang Ranran found that she had become a newborn baby. Or in the ancient world. After a while, Tang Ranran knew that it was not the ancient times, but the world of cultivation. And she was a second-generation cultivator. The world of cultivation is great, and cultivators live a long life. But the world of cultivation is also dangerous. When she was 6 years old, several sects coveted the immortal plants of their Dan sect and joined forces to attack them. The blood-stained sky and the scene of corpses everywhere scared Tang Ranran so much that she hid in the sect and lived in a cowardly way for 3,000 years. Finally, she achieved the achievement of an ancestor in the tribulation period, stood at the top of the world, and became a world-class ancestor in the top 10. Only then did she dare to step out of the sect. Speaking of that day, yesterday, time went back to about 12 hours ago. That is, before she crossed over. That day, the weather was fine and sunny. Stepping on my beloved little flying sword. It never gets blocked. Stepping on the glittering top-grade flying sword. Wearing aqua-blue top-grade robes, Tang Ranran, with fluttering clothes, enjoyed the joy of flying on the sword, and hummed Little Donkey happily in her heart. Just when she had just started, she suddenly felt a chill all over her body, and felt a chill rising in her heart. Tang Ranran was immediately shocked. This damned sense of crisis. As an ancestor of the tribulation, her keen sixth sense told her, it's over. Immediately, she braked hard and took out a top-grade divination tool from the space. Although her specialty is alchemy, as a child who grew up under compulsory education, she always kept in mind the all-round development of morality, intelligence, physical fitness, aesthetics and labor. So she still knew a little about divination. But before Tang Ranran could use her magic weapon to perform her divination skills, the originally bright sky was filled with black, like ink. And the black slowly dyed the entire sky black at a speed visible to the naked eye. Her eyelids twitched, and her scalp became numb. A word floated through Tang Ranran's mind. Damn! Okay. There is no need to use her skills. For the situation above, any cultivator knows, thunder. Heavenly thunder. Thunder tribulation. Although she has been in the tribulation period for hundreds of years, she has not thought about ascending. She has suppressed her cultivation, and has not reached the peak of tribulation. She should not be struck by thunder. Although Tang Ranran thinks this is not in line with the theology of cultivation. If thunder falls from the sky, either ascend or turn into ashes. Flying ash, being blasted into ash, and slag flying in the air by thunder. Gritting her teeth, Tang Ranran could only bite the bullet and select a piece of open space below at the fastest speed. Landed as soon as possible. Set up various top-grade defense formations. Sacrificed various top-grade defense magic tools. Used various top-grade runes. And kept various top-grade elixirs at hand. As a sleazy and wretched person, although Tang Ranran did not plan to ascend, she had made sufficient preparations for the ascension. Although she stayed at home a little, had no practical experience, and did not have much state of mind. She spent money and elixirs. She had survived so many thunder tribulations before, so this time should not be difficult. Although she was confident in her heart. As a time traveler who traveled from the modern world to the world of cultivation, Tang Ranran had read all kinds of cultivation novels. In most of the routines of cultivation literature, ascension is a conspiracy, a plunder of the population of the lower world by the upper world. If she flies up, she will not be waited for by the people of the upper world. Possessed by others, captured by others, used as a cauldron by others. Just when Tang Ranran was thinking of all kinds of conspiracy theories, the thunder tribulation came with a mighty momentum to destroy the world. Abandoning all distractions, Tang Ranran seriously fought against the thunder tribulation. 1. 2. The sky and earth were full of lightning and silver. And in the white light, the spiritual power was rapidly consumed. Tang Ranran felt more and more exhausted. Finally, accompanied by the extremely dazzling white burning, her eyes went black. Beep beep beep. The unique metal alarm sound of the instrument entered the eardrum, which made Tang Ranran's somewhat hazy consciousness awake for most of the time. When she opened her eyes, she traveled to this world. And by coincidence, the original owner of the corpse that Tang Ranran's soul traveled through was also called Tang Ranran, with the same name, surname, pronunciation and characters. The place where Tang Ranran woke up was in the radiation therapy device, in the radiation therapy room of the military hospital at the military base on the planet. The most terrifying thing about the desolate planet is not the desolation, but the high radiation. The following are some common sense that Tang Ranran learned. In the interstellar world, many planets have radiation, and most citizens have mental power. One of the basic skills of mental power is the mental power barrier, which is used to isolate radiation. Almost every citizen with mental power can do it. As a willful CEO, the original body naturally has bodyguards around her. Obviously, after the original body was frightened by the Dune worm, the bodyguards protected her in time and saved her. But the original body's mental barrier collapsed and was irradiated. Yesterday, the radiation value was cleared, and Tang Ranran, who was cured in the eyes of the doctor, hit a wave of personality and learned a wave of basic information. On the way to pick her up, she had already tricked the housekeeper and the driver. The truth is, after the original body fainted, it was indeed the bodyguards who saved the original body from the bloody mouth of the Dune worm. But because of the radiation, the rescued original body had a high fever. And then because of the privilege of her identity, the original body was sent to the military hospital for treatment. Unfortunately, the original body should be the kind of delicate and weak, did not survive, and fell to the street. And now it is her. The situation Tang Ranran has learned so far is like this. The original body, Tang Ranran, was 22 years old this year and had a happy family. Unfortunately, in October last year, the original body's parents encountered interstellar pirates while riding a passenger ship and both died. After the death of both parents, the original body inherited a large amount of inheritance and became a rich, lonely person. Oh, that's wrong. There are grandparents, uncles, aunts, and so on. As for why a rich second generation who inherited a large amount of inheritance became a poor second generation, yesterday, when I first arrived, I was too hurried and only focused on understanding common sense. After being reminded by Yan Xing early this morning, Tang Ranran immediately began to recall in more detail, with the remaining memories of the original body and the help of the intelligent brain. Tang Ranran had roughly known a lot of world background and common sense before going to bed last night. The humans in this world broke out of the shackles of the planet, rushed into the sea of stars, and created an interstellar world with highly developed technology. According to history, it is said that the humans in this interstellar world originated from the water blue planet in the solar system. 10,000 years ago, with the high development of technology, pollution became more and more serious, and the environment was no longer suitable for human survival. Finally, their ancestors, the Blue Star people, drove spacecraft to leave the water blue planet and look for a new place to live. After thousands of years of exploration, humans discovered this habitable Atard elliptical galaxy with tens of thousands of stars, and stopped wandering and reproduced here. After the end of the exploration period, there was a long war period. Humans and alien races, alien beasts, alien plants, Sir, in the galaxy launched a survival war for the survival of the race. After the survival war that lasted for 10,000 years, the situation was basically stable, forming a situation of three-legged competition among alien races, Zerg and humans. As the saying goes, Conflicts are divided into external and internal. After the external conflicts eased, conflicts began to arise within the human race. After 100 years of civil war, humans were finally divided into two camps and established two countries: the Flame Dragon Empire and the Mazit Federation. Oh, there is also a middle ground, which belongs to the no man's land position. The members are mostly vicious star pirates and wanted criminals of the Free Alliance. Although the Free Alliance claims to be the third largest country in the human race, it is just talking to itself. Neither the Empire nor the Federation recognizes its national status. Anyway, the year when the Empire and the Federation were established was designated as the first year of the Star Era. And now it is the 2315th year of the Star Era. Although the interstellar pattern is generally stable, it does not mean that there is no war. Small-scale wars will come from time to time. Humans fight against aliens. Humans fight against Zerg. Humans fight against alien beasts. The Empire and the Federation fight. Relatively speaking, the war between humans and Zerg is the most frequent, and they have to fight from time to time. Tang Ranran Original Soul was a citizen of the Empire. This is the border of the Empire. The planet YS-212 where she is now is one of the border planets adjacent to the Empire and the Zerg. Just 2 years ago, this planet was still a battlefield planet where the Zerg were fighting. Here, there is a very arrogant person, Marshal Yanqian, currently recognized as the strongest person in the Empire. This guy led his army to fight with the Zerg, snatched more than a dozen planets back, and pushed the entire front forward. YS-212 planet is one of them. At present, its definition is a habitable planet to be built and transformed under the Empire. However, although the ownership of the planet has been snatched, the planet that has been ravaged by the Zerg is like a locust passing through, leaving no grass behind. The Zerg bugs have very good teeth. Animals, plants, minerals, except for those in the deep sea that they can't reach. The Zerg almost don't let go of anything on land and in shallow water. Therefore, the current situation of planet YS-212 is, vegetation is extremely scarce, covering less than 5% of the area. The entire land area is desolate, and there are still a few worms that have escaped the net underground. And the dune worm is one of them. Most of the ocean areas of the planet have not been destroyed, and the oxygen layer is still there. So YS-212 is judged to be a habitable planet to be transformed. Investing in the construction of the planet when it is still in a desolate state. If the transformation is successful, you can take control of the planet and become the owner of the planet. You know, normal planets are priceless for ordinary people, and you can't buy them even if you have money. Therefore, once the YS-212 planet is successfully transformed, it will not only bring huge benefits, but also a leap in social status. Well, the pie is very attractive. Look, the original father believed it and took the bait, and spent a lot of money to get the exclusive investment and transformation rights of the YS-212 planet. Yesterday, in a hurry, Tang Ranran, who had a general idea, thought that her cheap father was rich and inhumane. But when she recalled it deeply, cold, combined with Yen Xing loan information, Tang Ranran recalled it again, and she wanted to vomit blood. For such a large planet, and a barren planet, the transformation and construction is definitely not a small amount. The deposit paid to the military alone is 500 billion. This 500 billion deposit is from the loan. Speaking of this, I have to mention the family background of the original body. The Empire has 15 major galaxies, each of which has dozens of human-inhabited planets. The entire Empire has more than 500 inhabited planets, with a total population of more than 100 billion. The Tang family was originally an ordinary family on a planet in the 7th galaxy, with a little money. At best an ordinary wealthy family in the upper middle class. The mother of the original body is called Qinyu, who seems to be an orphan. If there is anything special, it is probably that her mental power is a little higher. The father of the original body is called Tang Qingji. He is a very adventurous person. His history of making a fortune can be described as very exciting and thrilling. The Empire star field is vast. In addition to the fully developed inhabited planets, there are many planets suitable for human habitation that are still under development and construction, or the military has not yet developed them. Planets that have not yet been fully developed in the Empire belong to free planets. Citizens of the Empire have the right to explore free planets. Once treasures are found, they belong to the citizens. Of course, they have to pay taxes. Tang Qingji registered as a mercenary as soon as he became an adult. and then went to explore the free planet with less than 1 million startup funds. After accumulating the first batch of original funds, recruiting soldiers to expand the team, Tang Qingji formed a detection team. And then, probably because of good luck, he traveled between several free planets. The survey team successively discovered 2 rare mineral sources and earned a huge sum of hundreds of billions. Free planets are full of dangers. It is definitely a knife edge that is tied to the belt to lick blood. After relying on 2 mineral sources to advance to a net worth of hundreds of billions, Tang Qingji turned his attention to the safe mining planet. More than 50 years ago, Tang Qingji spent most of his family fortune to obtain the 100-year right to use a mineral planet with exhausted resources, hoping to find a few missed mineral deposits on the planet. A mineral planet with exhausted resources is a planet where all valuable resources have been mined, and is almost the same as a waste planet. Tang Qingji did not find the missed mineral deposits. But fortunately, he discovered a new edible plant and achieved artificial cultivation in a certain area. Later, using the plant as an auxiliary material, Tang Qingji led his team to develop a plant-based nutrient solution with a new flavor. Nutrient solution is the main food of interstellar people, and most people rely on nutrient solution to fill their stomachs. With this new nutrient solution, Tang Qingji switched to the nutrient solution manufacturing industry and established the Xinliang Group. It must be said that Tang Qingji is a businessman with a gambling spirit and likes to pursue high returns, which are often accompanied by high risks. After decades of peace, Tang Qingji, who had received news about the border planet transformation and construction project, could no longer sit still. After an on-site investigation, he could not help but take action and made a desperate effort to win the exclusive transformation and construction rights of the planet YS-212. The exclusive right to transform and construct the planet YS-212 is definitely a big project, and a deposit of 500 billion is required for a big project. Tang Qingji behavior is definitely a desperate gamble. It is just as the saying goes, wealth and honor are sought in danger, and a bicycle can be turned into a motorcycle. After reading the information, Tang Ranran knew very well that for this project, Tang Qingji almost mortgaged all the large assets under his name. Perhaps because of his good luck, Tang Qingji firmly believed that the planet YS-212 would bring him huge profits and double his assets. Tang Qingji was ready to do a big job. But unfortunately, before the project started, the couple encountered star pirates. There was no way. The money had been invested, and even if the person died, the project had to continue. Otherwise it would be a loss. So the original body Tang Ranran stood up and led the team personally to the planet YS-212 to carry out the project. Then, the original body also fell. The original body's family can only be said to be unlucky. After picking up the original body, Tang Ranran will burn paper and pray for the original family when she has the conditions in the future, hoping that they will be rich in the next life. After burning incense for the original body in her heart, Tang Ranran had a headache. The current situation is a big mess. After Tang Qingji and his wife died, because they both left a will before their death, all the inheritance was inherited by the original body Tang Ranran. Mother Qin Yu didn't have much money, and the bulk of it came from his father. However, Tang Qingji inheritance was almost all mortgaged. Tang Qingji 52% shares in Xinliang were all mortgaged. The small spaceship under the couple's name was mortgaged. The real estate under Tang Qingji's name was all mortgaged. All mortgaged. So, if this project fails, not only will the money already invested be wasted, but the huge deposit of 500 billion will also not be recovered. This loss is too huge to describe. It is definitely a bankruptcy that will ruin the family. But if you don't give up and continue, you have to know that Tang Qingji went against all odds for this project. And the border is equal to war. Ordinary people are afraid of the Zerg and stay away from it. This is why after Tang Qingji and his wife died unexpectedly, the directors and senior executives of the group were unwilling to take over. And in the end, it was only the young man who stepped forward. Because of money, Tang Ranran is bald. And on the battlefield, Tang Ranran is not only bald, but also cowardly. Although the battle line has been pushed forward and this planet has become the border of the Empire. If the Zerg attacks again, if the border defense forces fail to stop it, the location of the YS-212 planet will be the first to suffer. A large amount of money has been invested. Even if the planet is successfully transformed, it may still be a waste in the end. Tang Ranran seriously suspected that Tang Qingji, her chief father, was fooled and made a fool. The more important thing about transforming the planet is the military effect. Right? Even if no one takes over, the military will take action. Right? After all, the planet will be green after the transformation is successful, given the insects' love for plants. If the insects come back, the green YS-212 planet can play a buffering role. If the YS-212 planet is still desolate, won't the insects go to the rear without stopping? Transforming the planet is very necessary from a strategic point of view. But now she doesn't want to be the sucker who pays for it. Hey. Tang Ranran actually prefers to give up now. Sometimes, it is right to stop the loss in time. Well, the most important thing is that she is a coward. After all, there are still Zerg remnants here. Although the military has left several military production bases on the planet, there are troops responsible for maintaining the safety of the planet. It's just that there are only so many people in the military on this planet. And the planet is so big that there are always things that can't be taken care of. Look, yesterday's accident is a living example. Life is important. She doesn't want to follow the footsteps of her original body. Danger! 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 She wants to pack up and return to the safe planet in the country. But the word bankruptcy is so heavy. So, in order not to go bankrupt and to continue to be a rich man, she can't give up easily. Thinking of the Zerg, for her own safety, Tang Ranran sat down, crossed her legs, pinched her fingers, and posed a standard meditation posture. She tried it when she was in the military hospital yesterday, but she didn't feel the spiritual energy. Maybe the time is too short? In this interstellar world, what is linked to personal strength is mental power. The higher the mental power, the higher the strength. The mental power is graded into E, D, C, B, A, S, 2S, 3S, 4S. It is said that the highest level is 5S. But the internet says that the highest level among humans is 4S. The internet says that there are two 4S in the Empire. One is the strongest marshal, and the other seems to be a retired old marshal. Anyway, whether it is 4S or 5S, it is very far away from Tang Ranran. She inherited the C-level mental power of her original body. This level is considered to be an upper middle level among humans. According to statistics, only 20% of the citizens of the Empire can reach C-level mental power, which is also the entry level for controlling mechas. A watershed. An S-level is a big watershed. S-level mentalists may realize superpowers and become disaster-level strongmen. What is a disaster-level strongman? It means that when this person makes a move, the power is overwhelming, so terrifying that it seems like a natural disaster. Of course, this is all information on the internet. So far, it is in the common sense that Tang Ranran is mastered. When humans are born, their mental power talent is determined. As humans grow up from the cub state, their mental power will also grow slowly. Then, at the age of 21 to 30, their mental power will stabilize, and then maintain this peak state until about 120 years old. As the body enters the aging period, the mental power will also go downhill with the body and become weak. Mental power has a little synchronization with the physical state of humans, and the level of mental power is only related to the age of talent and cannot be cultivated. Oh! The saying that spiritual power cannot be cultivated is still from the internet, and ordinary people think so. Tang Ranran suspected that there might be a secret manual for spiritual power cultivation, or a secret treasure to improve spiritual power. But ordinary people just don't know it. Anyway, Tang Qingji's spiritual power is C-level, while Qin Yu's spiritual power is higher B-level. According to genetics and her current C-level level at the age of 22, before she reaches 30 years old, she may reach the B-level strength of her mother Qin Yu, or even surpass her mother to reach A-level. As for the higher S-level, it is unrealistic to rely on heredity, unless there is a miracle. Therefore, improving spiritual power and striving to become a natural disaster-level strongman is enough to YY in your mind. What is more realistic is cultivating immortals. After posing a standard posture for cultivating immortals, Tang Ranran tried to lead the spirit into her body again. She worked hard for more than an hour, but when her stomach growled with hunger, she chose to give up. Oh my god! I didn't feel any spiritual energy at all. There wasn't even a strand of spiritual energy. Could it be that there is no spiritual energy in the interstellar world, and immortals cannot be cultivated? Or is it that this body has no spiritual roots? Without a spirit stone in hand, Tang Ranran didn't know whether this body had spiritual roots. Tang Ranran, who couldn't cultivate immortals, sighed inwardly. Think of her, Tang Ranran, who, once she traveled through time, was like an ascetic monk who devoted herself to the Tao. She either practiced in seclusion or studied the professional technology of alchemy. She never left the house, and worked hard day after day, year after year for 3,000 years. Not 3 years, not 30 years, not 300 years, but 3,000 years. She practiced hard for 3,000 years, and finally succeeded in her development. She became an old ancestor of the crossing tribulation period, who was less than 2 hands in the entire continent. She could finally go out and have fun. But she just flew out of the gate of the alchemy sect. Not to mention having fun. She didn't even splash a splash. She was struck to death by the thunder tribulation. She also traveled to this interstellar world where you can't cultivate immortals. It's so sad that anyone who hears it will cry. Ah! 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 After sighing 3 times and reminiscing about the past for a few minutes, Tang Ranran faced the reality firmly. She said nothing and ate first. After getting up and washing, Tang Ranran took out a tube of nutrient solution from the space buckle with a move of her mental power. Features of the Interstellar Era space buckle. A small round metal buckle with a diameter of 1 centimeter. Attached to the strap of the smart brain. With a space of about 1 cubic meter inside. You can use mental power to take and put items. And it has the same function as the mustard bag in the cultivation world, which is very convenient. Tang Ranran inherited a total of 4 space buckles. 3 ordinary storage space buckles of 1 cubic meter. And a special space buckle that matches the hovering car. Touching this expensive special space buckle that holds the hovering car, Tang Ranran felt a little relieved. This hovering car was a birthday gift given to her by Tang Qingji last year, when her original body was 21 years old. The car and the space buckle are worth nearly 80 million. This hovering car is not very expensive. But the matching space buckle is expensive. Oh! The most important thing is that this car is hers. Without a mortgage. So, even if she really goes bankrupt, a lean camel is bigger than a horse. And she can still have a few 100 million assets left. Because there is no listing. There is no market value. Only the valuation of the group's assets. And the report given by Yan Xing clearly states that Tang Qingji 52% shares, with 3% to 5% as a share, have been loaned to different banks, with a total loan of 321.8 billion. Therefore, it can be concluded that the entire Xinliang group may have an asset value of 1 trillion. After all, it is good to be able to borrow 6 billion for 10 billion. Ah! The boss of the trillion-dollar group, worth hundreds of millions. Quite rich. But when she thought that she could be worth trillions, Tang Ranran couldn't help feeling depressed. Is she too greedy? Unable to help sighing for more than 10 seconds, Tang Ranran unscrewed the lid of the nutrient solution and drank it. This nutrient solution is called Xinliang Qingdan. And the main business of Xinliang Group is this nutrient solution. The plant-based nutrient solution with a slightly minty fragrance makes this Xinliang Qingdan catch up in the market of nutrient solutions of the same price, with a slightly fishy smell, and seize a market share. Drinking the nutrient solution, Tang Ranran couldn't help but review the information of Xinliang Group. Xinliang Group is an industry created by Tang Qingji. Although it is not a listed company, it is not owned by him alone, but has many shareholders. Among the many shareholders, there are investors, technical shareholders, those who have been following Tang Qingji to get shares, and Tang family members who later became relatives. Among them, Tang Qingji holds 52% of the shares and has absolute say. The second shareholder is a guy named Chen Dafu, who holds 25% of the shares. There is not much information about him in memory, but it can be known that Chen Dafu is Tang Qingji partner, an investor who pays money, and does not seem to participate in the group's decision-making on weekdays. Tang Qingji and Chen Dafu hold 77% of the shares, and the rest are small shareholders. Shen Wei holds 5% of the shares. He is a capable person who has worked with Tang Qingji for decades and has outstanding abilities. Yu Liang holds 3% of the shares. He is also a capable person who has worked with Tang Qingji for decades and a technical talent. The 4 hold 85% of the shares. And the next is the Tang family. Comparing the share ratio of the group, Tang Ranran had to recall Tang Qingji family background. The average life expectancy of interstellar people is about 200 years old. So although the unlucky cheap father Tang Qingji died unexpectedly when he was nearly 100 years old, his parents and brothers and sisters are all alive and well. Tang Qingji father is Tang Ming. and his mother is Shinfenghua. That is, her grandparents. Both are over 150 years old. Although they have entered the aging period, they are still full of energy. From the appearance, they are equivalent to modern people around 50, because of their long lifespan. Tang Ming and his wife belonged to a wealthy family, so they had 5 children, of which Tang Qingji was the third. Tang Qingji had an older brother Tang Chenwu, and a second sister Tang Fei, and a fourth brother Tang Chenwen, and a younger sister Tang Chui. Maybe it was because they valued family affection, or maybe it was because Tang Qingji's initial million yuan was the original investment from his family. So the Tang family members each had a share. Tang Qingji parents Tang Ming and Shinfenghua each had 2%, and the 4 brothers and sisters, including Tang Chenwu, Tang Fei and Tang Chenwen, each had 1%. The youngest Tang Chui also originally had 1%, but later Tang Qingji gave her another 1%. So Tang Chui had 2% of the shares. Searching her memory, Tang Ranran found the origin of this 1% share. When the original body was very young, it seemed that because the man cheated, Tang Chui divorced, and then returned to her parents' home with a son and a daughter, and changed the surnames of the children back to Tang. Tang Qingji has the best relationship with this little sister Tang Chui. Not only did he arrange Tang Chui to work in Xinliang, he also ran around to support her and settle accounts with the scumbag, and even gave her 1% of the shares. For this matter, Tang Chenwu, Tang Chenwen and Tang Fei even went to him to make trouble, saying that they were all brothers and sisters and should not be favored. Later, Tang Chui brought a big customer to Xinliang, which doubled the sales. Tang Qingji said that if anyone could double the group's revenue, he would give shares. And the 3 of them gradually calmed down. Tang Chui currently works at Xinliang. She is very capable. She was originally a sales director with many customers and is currently one of the top managers of Xinliang. Tang Qingji parents, brothers and sisters hold a total of 9% of the shares. There are only a few people who have more than 1% of the shares, a total of 94%. And the remaining 6% is divided among a dozen small shareholders. Because they hold less than 1% of the shares, they have no say. Of course, when Tang Qingji was still alive, Xinliang Group was his one-man show. Now that Tang Qingji is gone, and Tang Ranran has taken his place, it's obvious that things are not going well, and the people below are starting to disobey in secret. Now, the funds are stuck. If it were Tang Qingji, who would dare not give him money when he asked for it? Su Jun dared not say a word. Well, all the funds were used by Tang Qingji for this planet transformation project. Xinliang's account now only has less than 1 billion in liquid funds. And this money is needed to keep Xinliang running. And it can't be moved. There is really no money. Alas, sadness flows like a river. Just as Tang Ranran was full and continued to lament with resentment, the intelligent brain rang again. It was Yen Xing call. Although she didn't want to answer it, Tang Ranran had to face the reality. Since she was here, she had to take responsibility for this mess. As soon as the call was connected, Yen Xing quickly reported without waiting for Tang Ranran to ask. Boss Tang, I have talked to several employee representatives again. Their requirements are very clear. In addition to the compensation for casualty insurance, the 3 dead employees also need our company to pay 3 million star coins to their relatives separately. The other 12 injured employees must be treated as much as possible. And then the corresponding compensation will be given according to the final situation. Among the 12 people, 9 of them are external injuries and are being treated. There should be no major problems. But the remaining 3, those 3 people, they, after saying a lot quickly, Yen Xing stopped and stammered in an embarrassed tone. What happened to those 3? Tang Ranran asked, with a bad feeling in her heart. These 3 people might be tricky. The 3 people are in a serious condition. One of them is in a mental riot, and the other 2 are in radiation. The radiation values on their body surfaces are too high. If they are not treated in time, radiation sequelae will definitely occur after the radiation fully penetrates the body. After hearing Yen Xing words, Tang Ranran's bad feeling came true, and she felt her head buzzing even more. As an interstellar world with advanced technology, medical care is naturally highly developed. But no matter how advanced the medical care is, there are also serious and incurable diseases. The 3 major serious diseases of interstellar people: mental riot, genetic defect, and radiation sequelae. Mental riot. Long-term use of mental power will cause mental disorder. And mental disorder requires timely recuperation and treatment. Otherwise it will enter a more serious mental riot. Once the mental power enters a riot state, if it is not effectively treated, it will cause a splitting headache all day long and die in great pain. Genetic defect is a genetic disease produced in the process of human evolution. There is almost no treatment. People with genetic defect either die early or spend a lot of money to rely on expensive drugs to prolong their lives. Radiation sequelae are various diseases caused by various radiations in humans, and the radiation penetrates into the body. Once these three serious diseases occur, ordinary medical methods are useless and special treatment methods must be used, such as therapists, or special treatment items produced by therapists. As mentioned earlier, interstellar people have mental power, and after the mental power reaches S level, there is a possibility of developing special abilities. In Tang Ranran view, this special ability is superpowers: thunder, fire, water, wood, etc. And therapists are superpowers with healing properties. According to the data on the Star Network, in such a large empire, there are less than 10 million people with S-level mental power. And among them, superpowers account for only 1%. Only hundreds of thousands of people. Among superpowers, about 1/10 can be related to treatment. Therefore, there are less than 10,000 therapists for a population of 100 billion. It is conceivable how expensive things related to therapists are. Conclusion: these three people can still be saved, but the cost of treatment is higher than the 3 million compensation for death. However, if the compensation is directly calculated according to the death compensation, Tang Ranran feels that he, a black-hearted boss, will be attacked by the employees. Yen Xing. They are forcing others to do something. These three people are incurable. Mr. Tang. I think so too. But the employee representatives obviously want us to show an attitude. Only if we do our best to protect the lives of the employees, they are willing to continue to go out to plant. If we don't show an attitude, they will quit and apply for labor arbitration. Yen Xing's tone was very uneasy, and he added carefully, Mr. Tang, I have asked a friend in the labor bureau. He said that according to our situation, it is more likely that we will be judged as the breaching party. The total compensation amount may be around 2.8 billion. If the labor bureau intervenes in the end, Manager Su will definitely not agree to the compensation. Even if he agrees, the group does not have so much liquidity. If we don't find a way to appease the employees, this project will probably be shelved. Tang Ranran, let her die. Great. She has taken another big step towards bankruptcy. Tang Ranran had a headache. So, you mean, if these three employees die, we're done? But where do you want me to find a therapist? 2.8 billion is not enough to hire a therapist. I know. Don't worry, Yen Xing continued. As a capable secretary, he had already touched upon the bottom line of the employee representatives and thought of a countermeasure. But he didn't know whether the boss was willing to implement his plan. That's right. As long as we do our best to rescue them. Even if the three people are not saved in the end. After giving them death compensation, the employee representatives are willing to persuade the employees to continue working. Try your best? Yes. As long as we provide the three employees with pure food to temporarily delay the deterioration of their condition. And then go to the military hospital several times during this period to fight for their treatment quota. Even if the military hospital does not admit them in the end. We have tried our best. Okay. I understand. To put it bluntly, it means to do your best, and leave the rest to fate. Tang Ranran felt that she saw a little hope of not going bankrupt. Also, Mr. Tang. Yen Xing hesitated and stammered. After all, what he wanted to say next was to tell tales. What is it? Just say it directly. After struggling for 2 seconds, Yen Xing finally decided to speak. He had long felt that Pan Rongrong had bad intentions. But it was a pity that Mr. Tang trusted her. However, Mr. Tang's attitude now tended to appease the employees. So Yen Xing had to say it. Mr. Tang. It's almost 9 o'clock. And Assistant Pan is about to get up. Yesterday she had some conflicts with the employee representatives. If she conflicts with the employee representatives again today, I'm afraid there will be no room for negotiation. Tang Ranran was tired. Alas, there are several guys with ulterior motives around her. I know. You notify her to go to conference room number 1 for a meeting at 9:30. In addition, notify Su Jun, Kan Sheng, Wu Dahong. Tang Ranran named several responsible persons. Okay. I know. Mr. Tang, do you have any other instructions? Is Lieutenant Jiang Zhou in the base? Tang Ranran asked. Because there are still a small number of Zergs on the planet, and the Zergs will be attracted by plants. The military has arranged an armored squad of 100 people to kill the attracted Zergs and protect them. All those doomed bugs from yesterday have been killed. But Lieutenant Jiang is worried. So he took some soldiers to patrol several planting areas and has not returned yet. Got it. That's it. Don't forget to notify them to hold a meeting. Okay, Mr. Tang. After the call ended, Tang Ranran stood up from the sofa with a bitter smile, walked to the closet, and rummaged through the pile of exaggerated skirts in the closet. After a lot of effort, Tang Ranran finally found a simple long-sleeve dress. In the dressing room, Tang Ranran did not forget to use mental power to control the intelligent brain to search for information related to pure food. You don't know until you see it. You will be shocked. Wow. All of them start from 4 digits. When she first arrived, Tang Ranran knew that the staple food of interstellar people was nutrient solution. And a bottle of nutrient solution could provide a meal. The nutrient solution here is of various types. The poor drink cheap basic nutrient solution that only provides satiety, while the rich drink all-purpose nutrient solution containing various vitamins and minerals. Starting at a minimum of 2 star coins. There is no upper limit. The nutrient solution meets the food needs of all people in the interstellar. In addition to nutrient solution, there is also food here. In memory, the original body would eat a meal every now and then. Tang Ranran thought that the food was just a little expensive. But it was so expensive. Oh, wrong. It's not the food that is expensive. It's the pure food that is expensive. The expensive part is the word pure. After checking it on the smart brain, Tang Ranran has learned a lot of interstellar common sense. Food can be divided into 2 categories according to the radiation value and purification value. Ordinary food with low radiation and pure food. Ordinary food refers to edible items with a radiation value of less than 5 after detection. Research shows that food with a radiation value of less than 5 can be eaten by humans. Of course, long-term consumption of radioactive food poses a risk of cancer. It's just that when survival is difficult, people won't consider the risk of cancer. The lowest price 2-star coin nutrient solution has a radiation value of 4.99, which is the staple food of poor planets. Pure food refers to edible food that is tested to be free of radiation, has a radiation value of 0, and a purification value greater than 0. It is said on the internet that pure food can not only strengthen the body, but also has a certain therapeutic effect on the 3 major interstellar diseases. The higher the purification value, the better the therapeutic effect, and even has the effect of prolonging life. Therefore, the price of pure food is high. Those pure foods with high purification values produced by therapists are often sky-high, and there is no market for them. After checking the food area of the interstellar shopping network, Tang Ranran finally understood the prices. As the staple food of interstellar people, the nutrient solution has different prices according to the radiation value and purification value, and the gap is very large. In addition to nutrient solution, the second largest food market is occupied by various meat products. Most meats are ordinary foods with a little radiation value, and the price is much more expensive than nutrient solution with the same radiation value. Finally, fruits and vegetables. Most edible fruits and vegetables are pure foods, and the price is generally high. After comparing the data, Tang Ranran found the cheapest pure food on the shopping website. The price of nutrient solution with a purification value of 0.01 is 600 star coins. Buying one is not expensive, but drinking it every meal is a luxury for ordinary families. And it is only 0.01, which is better than nothing. After understanding the details, Tang Ranran used his mental power to check his 3 storage space buckles. There are a total of 5 unopened boxes in the space buckles, 12 sticks/box, and 8 loose sticks. A total of 68 sticks. Xinliang Group's main product, Xinliang Qingdan, is a pure nutrient solution with a purification value of 0.05, and the external sales price is 688 star coins. Although it only touches the purification value, it is also pure food. 68 sticks, divided among 3 seriously ill patients, can at least last for a week. Tang Ranran felt a little more confident, but it was obvious that she could not survive with these nutrient solutions alone. It seemed that if she wanted to continue to be a domineering president, she still had to rely on the golden finger. Walking to the sofa, sitting down, leaning back and finding a more comfortable posture, Tang Ranran continued to surf the internet. After browsing in the fruit and vegetable area for a while, a few minutes after 9 o'clock, the intelligent brain issued a timed reminder. Oh, it's harvest time. Turning off the intelligent brain light screen that was browsing, Tang Ranran leaned against the sofa and closed her eyes to take a nap. But in fact, she entered her own farm with consciousness. Tang Ranran, who did not have the attribute of non-African face and was not black, was happy to get the golden finger of a certain farm when she joined the army of crossing. Fortunately, the golden finger is still there. Although this farm did not play a big role in the world of cultivation, it was a relatively useless existence. But now she has changed the world. After understanding the food market in the interstellar world, Tang Ranran's confidence is inexplicably overflowing. She has finally unlocked the protagonist mode of getting rich and reaching the pinnacle of life with a golden finger. The scene changed, and her consciousness entered the small hut. Tang Ranran went straight to the computer in the middle of the hut. There was a table in the middle of the hut, with 4 legs and a desktop, just like the simple folding table sold on Taobao. It was cheap at first glance. There was a desktop display and a mouse on the desktop. It was so simple that there was not even a chair. Tang Ranran stood in front of the computer, bent over and stared at the screen, holding the mouse, and started to operate. On the display screen of the desktop computer, it was a farm-type game. In the lower right corner of the screen was a thatched hut corresponding to the small hut she was in. Outside the hut was a large green uncultivated land, and there were 6 cultivated lands in the upper left. It was obvious that because of the lightning strike, the farm, which had been several hundred levels, was formatted at the factory and was still level 0. At the beginning, there were 6 plots of land, with grass planted on them, showing the harvestable status. As soon as Tang Ranran crossed over yesterday, he confirmed the existence of the farm and planted grass immediately. Level 0 grass matures in 8 hours. And when he woke up, it was time for the harvest. Tang Ranran used the mouse to perform the harvest operation, along with the harvest of the 6 plots of land. A series of prompts popped up. Experience plus 10. Experience plus 1060 experience points were credited. After the harvest was completed, there was an exclamation mark prompt for the task completed in the task bar. Tang Ranran clicked with the mouse. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested the grass. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. As soon as the reward was received, there was 110 experience points, and the farm level was immediately upgraded by 1 level. And then, there was another exclamation mark. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 1. Rewards, 100 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. In her previous life, Tang Ranran had already figured out the rules of the farm. Every time she upgraded a level, she could open up a piece of land. In her previous life, she was a big landlord with hundreds or thousands of pieces of land. Forget it. A hero does not mention his past achievements. Returning to the present, Tang Ranran glanced at her wallet. Gold coins, 1,200, of which 1,000 gold coins were obtained by her signing in yesterday. The 6 grass seeds at the beginning were given by the system, and she didn't spend any money. The first piece of land cost 10,000 gold coins, but her wallet was too dry, so she couldn't afford it. So she had to make money quickly. Eliminate the withered plants left on the land after harvesting. Before planting vegetables, Tang Ranran first checked the new tasks. Task: plant and harvest Chinese cabbage. Opening the seed store, Tang Ranran first spent 168 gold coins to buy a cabbage seed. Put the cabbage seed in the first field and plant it. Tang Ranran checked the seed store again. Currently, she is level 1. The crops that can be planted are level 0 grass, white radish, carrot, and then level 1 cabbage, garlic. Now she is penniless. She has to consider both economic benefits and experience benefits. She has to make money and experience in the most efficient way. Well, there is nothing to calculate. Except for grass. The hourly economic benefits of the other 4 crops are similar. The experience benefit is the highest for white radish, which is 2.0 per hour. Of course, the difference is not very big. The most important thing is to coordinate with time and harvest as soon as it matures. The maturity time of white radish is 10 hours. So it can definitely be harvested before bedtime. After buying 5 white radish seeds at a price of 125 gold coins each, Tang Ranran immediately planted them in the remaining 5 fields. After planting, Tang Ranran checked the barn. It was empty, with only a little grass. With a click of the mouse, Tang Ranran sold all the grass. Gold coins plus 900. The wallet is still empty. Gold coins, 1307. The basic planting operation is completed. Before exiting, Tang Ranran clicked the daily sign-in. This sign-in is like opening a blind box. Although there is nothing substantial, it occasionally explodes with hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Tang Ranran prayed that a European emperor would possess her and explode 100,000 to solve her urgent needs. Then, sign-in successful. Congratulations on obtaining Qingling grass seeds. Tang Ranran, ? Qingling grass seeds? Tang Ranran stared at the system prompt in disbelief. What? How could it be? There are actually Qingling grass seeds in her farm? You know, Qingling grass is a spiritual plant. It is a spiritual plant that only exists in the world of cultivation in her second life. This farm system, which is obviously produced in the modern world of the first life, actually has Qingling grass seeds. This is unscientific. Scientific or not is not the point. The point is that if this is true, it means that she has the opportunity to cultivate again. Full of ecstasy and excitement, Tang Ranran clicked with a little trembling, accepted the sign-in reward, and then quickly clicked on the seed warehouse on the computer and took a look. The image, although the style has become cute, is indeed the Qingling grass she knows. Could it be? An incredible thought emerged. There are 2 ways to enter Tang Ranran Golden Finger Farm. One is to enter simply with consciousness, and the body remains in the outside world in a daze. When entering with consciousness, she can only control the computer in the room in a soul state to perform farm-related management work. The other is to enter the farm physically. After entering the farm physically, not only can you use the computer to operate, but you can also operate it yourself. Walk out of this house, and that is the field. A field in the computer is an acre of land outside. Tang Ranran can plant on the field by herself, starting from sowing, or she can sow systematically and pick up the ready-made ones after they mature. In short, Tang Ranran can intervene in the planting of the field at any time. This intervention means, whenever she steps on the field with 1 foot, it is manual intervention. Once she enters the farm physically and intervenes in a field manually, the field will be displayed as a state of withered plants after harvest on the farm screen of the computer. At this time, the field is in a realistic state, and the field will reach a state consistent with the flow of time in the outside world, and the production speed of the plants will present a tendency to reality. In other words, Tang Ranran can use the computer to systematically grow vegetables, and can also treat the field as real land. Of course, if Tang Ranran doesn't want to plant anymore after planting, she can just use the shovel on the computer to perform a shovel operation on the field, and the field will return to the planting state of the computer farm system. So, Tang Ranran took action immediately. Open the props column, and you can see ordinary fertilizer *2, advanced fertilizer *2, super fertilizer *2. 3 types of fertilizers lying there quietly, facing the second piece of land planted with white radish. Tang Ranran clicked the mouse. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer plus 2 bags of ordinary fertilizer, and then spread. The maturation time of white radish is 10 hours, and using 1 bag of advanced fertilizer can shorten it by 8 hours, and using 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer can shorten it by 1 hour. With the use of the fertilizer prop, the white radish in this field was immediately ripened and entered a mature and harvestable state. Tang Ranran quickly harvested, and then shoveled the ground, and there was an open space. Without wasting a moment, Tang Ranran planted the green spirit grass seeds. In her previous life in the world of cultivation, Tang Ranran used the farm as a portable planting space. Although there was no initial spiritual energy in her farm space, the spiritual plants of the world of cultivation could be planted here. However, as a spiritual plant, it takes at least several decades from planting to maturity, and at most hundreds of years. And the best fairy plants take thousands of years. The spiritual plants planted by Tang Ranran herself had to wait for the end of time before they could be harvested. When her cultivation was low, Tang Ranran would still plant crops on the farm. But after her cultivation was improved and she had a planting cave in the world of cultivation, she rarely planted crops on the farm. Green spirit grass is the most common spiritual plant in the world of cultivation. Only when the green spirit grass has grown for 10 years can it be considered to have entered the threshold of spiritual plants, and can be used to refine the small healing pill to replenish spiritual power. Now that the Qingling grass has been systematized by the farm, I don't know how many hours it will take to mature, but I think it shouldn't take 10 years. Right? With a little trepidation in her heart, Tang Ranran moved the mouse and clicked on the field where the Qingling grass was planted. And then she saw this crop will enter the harvest period in 364 hours, 59 minutes, and 12 seconds. That is 365 hours. Oh my god. After being systematized, it's like a cheat. Although Tang Ranran is an ordinary person now and can't make pills, she can directly absorb the spiritual power of the Qingling grass and use it for cultivation. Although the effect of cultivation is not as good as pills, it is worse than nothing. Thinking happily, Tang Ranran clicked on the seed mall and began to search page by page. When she turned to the end, Tang Ranran's eyes suddenly lit up, and her heart was completely overwhelmed by ecstasy. After the ordinary seeds, there were a lot of special seeds. Green spirit grass, blood essence grass, 3-star grass, 7-star grass, Yuanchi grass. This. In her previous life, as her cultivation level increased, the farm's golden finger was no longer useful to Tang Ranran. So she rarely went to the farm and let the spiritual plants she had planted grow freely. And these seeds were all the spiritual plants she planted in the farm. So, when she was hit by the thunder, although the farm's golden finger was restored, the spiritual plants she planted were absorbed and merged by the golden finger. After a moment of surprise, the gray color directly poured cold water on Tang Ranran. Gray means it cannot be purchased. So, click the mouse on the front green spirit grass seed. Take a closer look. Special crops. Unlocked after level 60. Tang Ranran, level 60. She is only level 1. Just level 60. Very fast. Yes, very fast. After telling herself this, Tang Ranran was ready to start brushing bugs. Tang Ranran held the mouse and sprinkled a bag of super fertilizer directly on the land of Qingling grass. Super fertilizer after one bag was applied, the crops matured directly, whether it was 8-hour pasture grass or 365-hour Qingling grass. All of them matured after being sprinkled with such a bag. The Qingling grass was ripened in an instant. Tang Ranran could not hold back her excitement and ran out of the thatched house and ran to the outside. There were only 6 plots of land, and Tang Ranran saw the lush green grass at a glance. As the most basic spiritual plant in the world of cultivation, the growth requirements of Qingling grass are not high. The Qingling grass sown by the system has about 10 plants per square meter, and there are nearly 6,600 plants of Qingling grass per acre of land. So many Qingling grasses are enough for her to cultivate to the foundation building stage. Well, I can't say too much. After all, she doesn't know her qualifications yet. If she doesn't have spiritual roots, then it's a pity. After standing on the ridge for several minutes and thinking that time was running out, Tang Ranran finally left the farm. The time on the smart brain was 9:13 in the morning. She had been notified of a meeting at 9:30, and she couldn't delay any longer. She could only try to solve the problem of cultivation after she understood the details of the mess. Getting up from the sofa, Tang Ranran straightened her long skirt, smoothed out the wrinkles, and after making sure that there was no problem with her appearance, she went to one side of the wall. The 4 walls of this room were full of metal texture, and they were natural, without any gaps. The feeling of being closed made people feel a little suffocated. After walking a few steps and standing by the wall near the corner, Tang Ranran used her mental power to connect with the switch hidden in the wall, like the automatic sliding door in a shopping mall. A small door for passage was moved by the wall. Stepping out of the door, what you see is a closed corridor full of metal texture. You can see the end at a glance, and you can't see the existence of doors and windows at all. In the corridor, in addition to Tang Ranran, there are 2 people, a man and a woman, both wearing tight dark combat uniforms, standing upright at the door of Tang Ranran room. After a glance, Tang Ranran withdrew his gaze. This is a team of bodyguards hired by the original body at a high price. It seems to be a C-level mercenary team. Tang Ranran doesn't know how powerful this level is yet. She only knows that the bodyguard team has a total of 6 people. 2 people in a group, divided into 3 groups to take turns to protect her safety 24 hours a day. The original body died, proving that these bodyguards are actually useless. Oh, wrong. They are useful. If there were no bodyguards, the original body would probably be swallowed by the dune worms. If there was no complete body, she would have nothing to do. After thanking them in her heart, Tang Ranran decided to terminate the contract with them. After all, she is now poor. After thinking for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran quietly opened the intelligent brain with her mental power. With a command to go to conference room number 1, the navigation was immediately turned on. On the intelligent brain light screen that only she could see, a small map was displayed, with not only arrows to guide the movement, but also warm text prompts. Please walk forward 15 meters. As Tang Ranran took a step, the 2 bodyguards guarding the door also moved, following her step by step at a distance of half a meter. Open the north passage door. Tang Ranran walked through a door, and there was another closed corridor with a metal texture. Please walk 8 meters to the west. As a planet that has been plagued by the Zerg, YS-212 has no buildings. Not to mention that the planet has a high radiation value, and ordinary buildings cannot be lived in. The temporary residence where Tang Ranran and his group lived was a small military floating base rented from the military. The entire military floating base has 5 floors, and each floor has a space of nearly 20,000 square meters. The whole place is like a big metal maze. If it weren't for the navigation, Tang Ranran would get lost even with the memory of her original body. After turning and crossing the metal corridors, Tang Ranran finally arrived at the door of conference room number 1 after 7 minutes. Once again, Tang Ranran opened the door with her mental power, and walked in aggressively with the arrogant look of the willful CEO of her original body, accompanied by the left and right guards behind her. As the trio entered the door, noticing the movement, the people in the conference room all gave her a salute, and then one by one said, "Mr. Tang. Hello. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Good morning." Each of them called Mr. Tang, but their smiles were either too fake, or their expressions were perfunctory, and some even had a sense of gloating and watching the show. Tang Ranran was depressed again. The team was not so easy to lead. I'm afraid that few of the people under her original body really obeyed her. But think about it. She is now a rich second generation who has been appointed in a critical situation and has no business experience. It is impossible to convince the people below without real skills. Tang Ranran observed the expressions of the people while matching the characters with the memories in her mind. Ranran, come here. Just as Tang Ranran was still trying to recognize people, a woman came towards her with a warm smile. Big wavy fashionable brown-red curly hair, a face full of delicate makeup, shiny big round earrings with diamonds, a tight shirt and hip skirt that fits the body line, and red high heels over 7 centimeters high. This woman dressed like a queen in the workplace is her special assistant Pan Rongrong, who is equivalent to the position of vice president. Tang Ranran looked at her and quickly filled in the relevant information in her mind. Pan Rongrong, a classmate of the original body, successfully became the best girlfriend of the original body with a coaxing mouth. When the original body's parents passed away, she comforted, cared for and encouraged the original body in various ways, relying on the good girlfriend personality of "I support you. Sisters should advance and retreat together." Pan Rongrong was parachuted into the secretary's office as a relative and became the special assistant of the original body. In summary, he is a guy who has few skills, but is good at flattering others. In ancient times, he would be a treacherous official. Moreover, he may have been bribed by the enemy hidden in the dark. After Tang Qingji's death, I don't know how many people secretly wanted to take advantage of Xinliang and get a piece of the pie. Tang Ranran analyzed it in her mind and came to the conclusion that Pan Rongrong was most likely a commercial spy. Having no idea that Tang Ranran had changed her mind, Pan Rongrong walked up to her and took her arm in a familiar and friendly manner. "Ranran, are you okay? I was so worried yesterday. I was so anxious that I didn't sleep well all night. Look, I have dark circles under my eyes." Pan Rongrong pointed to her eyes, which were painted with dark purple eyeshadow and made up particularly large. Her expression showed her concern sincerely and sold the image of a good sister. "Yeah, I'm fine," Tang Ranran responded indifferently. "I'm relieved that you're okay. But Ranran, you should rest more now. Your health is the most important." Pan Rongrong continued to show her sincere concern, and said lightly, "There's no need to hold a meeting for such a small matter. That group of poor 13s just want to extort money. In my opinion, Let them all get out. There are so many poor planets in the rear. We have money. So why worry about not being able to hire people? Assistant Pan. You can't say that. Yenxing, who was originally standing at the conference table, interrupted and retorted. Without high salary and security, even the poor people on the nearby poor planets are unwilling to work on a planet where safety cannot be guaranteed. How is it possible? They are so poor. They come here happily just by giving them some money. Pan Rongrong's eyebrows were full of contempt and disdain for the poor. Have you done any field research? Assistant Pan? Is there any need to investigate this? Just think about it. They are so poor that they can't even afford the cheapest nutrient solution. Why don't they seize the opportunity to work and make money? Pan Rongrong frowned in displeasure at Yenxing's repeated disagreements with her. Yenxing opened his mouth and was about to continue. Okay. Stop arguing. Let's have a meeting first. Tang Ranran waved to interrupt the argument between the two, then waved away Pan Rongrong's hand, and walked slowly towards the main seat of the oval conference table in the middle of the room. President Tang has already begun to suspect Pan Rongrong, the two-faced poisonous widow. Yenxing's eyes lit up and understood the signal. He was very happy and walked over quickly. He arrived at the main seat first and pulled out the chair for Tang Ranran. President Tang, you just got out of the hospital. Please sit down. Pan Rongrong, who regarded herself as Tang Ranran's best sister, was suddenly waved away and was a little dazed. During this daze, Yenxing was robbed of the opportunity to show her courtesy. After coming to her senses, Pan Rongrong glared at Yenxing fiercely, then lowered her eyes to hide the mockery in her eyes. Ha! Idiot! Even if you please Tang Ranran and become the chief of the secretary's office, you won't be proud for long. Sneering in her heart, Pan Rongrong followed and sat in the lower position on the right side of Tang Ranran. After Tang Ranran took her seat, all the people who were sitting or standing sat down. Soon, except for the two bodyguards standing behind Tang Ranran with their hands behind their backs. Everyone else had taken their seats. Tang Ranran glanced around and recognized all the people at the conference table in a few seconds, and analyzed them in her mind. Her three secretaries were Yenxing, Pan Rongrong and Kan Sheng. At present, Pan Rongrong was very likely to have been bought by a competitor in the business world. Or she might simply be a flatterer who loved to take advantage of others and had an empty mind. Yenxing had been with Tang Qingji for more than 10 years, and probably supported her as the young master. But we couldn't believe it completely. As for Kan Sheng, who looked blessed and always smiled like Maitreya Buddha, although he was an old man in the secretary's office, he didn't seem to be Tang Qingji confidant. If he wasn't a slacker who was just idling around, he was the spy of the second largest shareholder Chendafu. Then, the project manager Su Jun. This guy has a shrewd face. Is responsible for supervising the project progress, approving the project construction funds, and also serves as an accountant. According to the information Tang Ranran has, Su Jun is more likely to be Chendafu's spy. Tang Ranran has not had much contact with the rest of the people. In the memory of the original body, they are just the ones who can be called by name. So it is impossible to make a judgment for a while. The general person in charge of the project, Wu Dahong, is tall and strong. He looks like he has strength but no brains. He is currently responsible for arranging the planting and construction work of the employees. The director of the security department, Zhou Jian, is also tall and strong. He looks very strong. The military team is only responsible for clearing the remnants of the Zerg that appear around. The security team led by Zhou Jian belongs to the company and is responsible for protecting the safety of employees. Security personnel basically have mercenary certificates, which are equivalent to gun licenses. They are all combat-capable personnel with guns. As for how much combat power, Tang Ranran is not sure. But just looking at the incident of the sand dune bug injuring people yesterday, we know that the security team is not very strong. Huang Lu, the logistics director, is responsible for handling various chores. Huang Lu is a round-faced girl who seems to be an introverted social phobia. She sits in her seat with her head down, looking a little stiff. Guojin, the leader of the research group, looks like an old scholar. He is mainly responsible for studying the local plants on the planet, finding crops with economic value, and observing and recording the planting situation. Yue, the director of supervision and monitoring, is mainly responsible for testing the radiation value of the environment and the radiation value of items. Xiang Jianxi, the equipment supervisor, is a white and fat middle-aged man who is responsible for equipment maintenance and repair. Gu Ping'an in the medical room is a tall, thin and handsome young man. He wears a professional white coat and black frame glasses. He looks a little cold and is responsible for the regular physical examinations of employees and the treatment of common minor illnesses. After matching the people one by one and having some idea in mind, Tang Ranran, the biggest boss on the main seat, spoke first, and first got angry, showing his willful and domineering personality. "What's wrong with you? The employees are on strike. Don't you know how to solve it?" Facing Tang Ranran anger, Wu Dahong, the general manager of the project, spoke awkwardly under the fire, with a helpless expression. "Boss Tang, I'm sorry. I have tried my best to appease the employees and persuade them to continue working. But the employees' strike is considered as management failure. But he can't do anything about it. Sand dune bugs appeared in the planting area and ate 3 people. It's absolutely terrifying. Not to mention the employees. Even he was scared. Wu Dahong didn't want to go out and plant trees at the risk of being eaten. So, he especially understood the employees' mood of striking, and even raised his hand in approval. Of course, facing the boss who paid him. As a worker, Wu Dahong didn't dare to show his true thoughts. Otherwise he would definitely lose his job. They are very emotional now. This problem is difficult to solve. The sand dune worms are too scary. There were quite a few employees present at the time. Some even recorded the video. The news spread from one person to another. The employees were panicked, and no one dared to go out. Wu Dahong continued to speak hesitantly. While speaking, his eyes kept scanning Zhou Jian, silently expressing, "The responsibility is not mine. This is a safety issue." Wu Dahong's behavior of passing the buck was very obvious. "Boss Tang, you can't blame me for this." Zhou Jian, the person in charge of security, gave Wu Dahong a cold look and immediately explained for himself. "Our security department patrols every day, even if there is no working time for planting. We have arranged inspections. The daily inspection time is more than 10 hours. Every planting area is inspected 4 or 5 times a day. And the monitoring room is also watched 24 hours a day." Zhou Jian talked a lot, first speaking for himself to say that he was not lazy or derelict in his duties, and then complained with a helpless and embarrassed face. "But the planting area is so large, and our security department has less than 100 people. The number of monitoring equipment cannot achieve full coverage, let alone we can do everything. What's more, dune worms are good at digging holes underground. They hide underground, and ordinary monitoring is difficult to detect in time. It is really hard to guard against." Finally, Zhou Jian also put the blame on the military. "Our security department also encountered the Zerg for the first time. We lacked practical experience and did not find any traces of the dune worms. It is understandable. But their military has been fighting against the Zerg for so many years, and is experienced. What's more, that Lieutenant Jiang is a mecha soldier, and his combat power is not comparable to that of ordinary people. They didn't find any clues." Tang Ranran rolled her eyes in her heart speechlessly for this shirking of responsibility. Could she go to the military to ask for accountability? Tang Ranran patted the conference table impatiently and interrupted. "I asked you to tell me what to do now. I didn't ask you to shirk responsibility. Think about it carefully. What to do now? How to solve the problem of employee strikes?" Although Tang Ranran also knew that the dune bug attack incident had nothing to do with human responsibility. It was more of an inevitable disaster of natural nature. But change is not overnight. Tang Ranran, who had just arrived, was committed to maintaining her personality and got angry at her subordinates. With anger on her face, Tang Ranran was in a particularly heavy mood. Employee strikes would cause the project progress to stagnate. If the construction degree in the project schedule is not achieved within the specified time, the military has the right to out them on the grounds of lack of ability, and find new investment and construction parties again. By then, not only will the money spent in the early stage be wasted, but the 500 billion deposit will also be gone. Although Tang Ranran also wanted to pat her butt and leave, she had to continue with the huge mountain of bankruptcy on her shoulders. "I tell you, this project can only succeed and not fail. Otherwise, you all pack up and get out." After Tang Ranran roared like a gunpowder, the conference room fell silent for a while, and no one wanted to be the one who ran into the gun. The conference room was extremely quiet, and only the sound of everyone's breathing could be heard. No one spoke. Tang Ranran looked at everyone present and began to call the roll. Wu Dahong. You speak first? Wu Dahong, who was called first, touched his nose awkwardly, and spoke under Tang Ranran's sharp gaze. He had no good solution, so he could only use the all-purpose delay tactic. Our current completion rate of the first phase of the project has reached 56%. At this rate, the progress of the first phase of the project has plenty of time. So, how about we take 3 days off and let the employees relax first? During this period, the armed personnel, that is, Minister Zhou and Lieutenant Jiang, will do ideological work for the employees. Being implicated again, Zhou Jian cursed Wu Dahong in his heart, and said without Tang Ranran calling his name, "Our security department will do our best to eliminate danger and ensure the safety of the work area. I will naturally try my best to persuade the employees." Zhou Jian first expressed his attitude, then changed the subject. His face was embarrassed. But our security department has limited combat power and no combat experience. Once the dune bugs hide underground, we are helpless. In addition to the dune bugs, we don't know if there are other bug species on this planet. How can we rely on our security department to ensure absolute safety? The key is to rely on the military. Zhou Jian felt that he was in a difficult situation. Even if the bugs slipped through the net, they would be terrifying to them. He himself was unsure. If he made a boast and there was another Zerg attack, wouldn't he be the scapegoat? We should do what we can. Zhou Jian emphasized that their security department can only try its best, but cannot guarantee anything. I know your difficulties, and I didn't ask you to kill all the bugs, but you must be vigilant at all times and monitor closely. The areas where planting has been completed can be slowed down. First of all, make sure that there are no blind spots in the planting areas where employees are located. Once the traces of Zerg are found, timely warnings and timely notifications to the military are given. Tang Ranran didn't expect the security department to kill the bugs. They just needed to detect the traces of Zerg, give timely warnings, and notify the military in time. That's for sure, Mr. Tang. Don't worry. In terms of monitoring, we will definitely pay close attention 24 hours a day. As long as it's not a bug lurking under the ground, we will definitely find it in time. Zhou Jian, who hurriedly agreed and felt that he had no responsibility, breathed a sigh of relief. After a few words, Tang Ranran had a preliminary understanding of Wu Dahong and Zhou Jian. These two people were probably just doing things for money. They didn't care much about this project at all. Maybe they were hoping that the project would fail quickly, so that they could return to a safe area as soon as possible. Summary: two unreliable guys. But they can be used. After having a preliminary understanding of Wu Dahong and Zhou Jian, Tang Ranran turned to look at Su Jun, who was suspected to be the spy of the second largest shareholder, and asked, "Su Jun, do you have any suggestions?" "No. I don't participate in project decisions. I am only responsible for funding approval." Su Jun briefly and directly stated his position, and then continued to look at the nose and the heart, with a look of indifference. After receiving such an answer, Tang Ranran felt helpless and depressed. It was confirmed that Su Jun had already determined that this project would fail. Huang Lu. Tell me. Tang Ranran continued to call out names. I don't know. Huang Lu, who was called out, was like a primary school student called up by the teacher to answer questions. He twisted his fingers with an awkward expression and stammered a few words. I think Manager Wu said that the holiday is good. And then, Mr. Tang, either give the employees a salary increase, or set up a reward system? Reward system? The specific salary model of the employees is still unclear, and Tang Ranran is about to ask a few more questions. Pan Rongro, who was standing by, felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly asked, "Reward? They already have a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan. And they are still being rewarded? Did the company's money come from the wind?" Turning around and smiling at Tang Ranran, Pan Rongrong said in a way that this was purely a trivial matter. In a tone of voice, Pan Rongrong said lightly, "I think this is easy. If they quit, just fire them and replace them with a new group of employees." Replace employees? Assistant Pan said it so lightly. Yin Xing sarcastically stabbed her and asked, "Are you going to pay for the round-trip transportation?" "You?" Pan Rongrong glared at Yin Xing angrily. The transportation fee for replacing a new group of employees is indeed not small. But we can't spoil them. We have made a concession this time. Won't they be more demanding in the future? They go on strike for a small matter. and want a pay raise and better treatment. So what should we do? According to the employment contract, we are the party responsible for the casualties caused by the sand dune worms this time, Yenqing said, and then brought up the plan he had mentioned to Tang Ranran at the meeting. I suggest that we meet the death compensation proposed by the employee representatives. Do our best to rescue the 3 seriously ill people, and give a certain amount of work-related injury compensation to the mildly ill people. The compensation should be done in place to appease the employees. As for the salary issue, the salary we pay is already very high, and there is no need to increase it, as long as we handle the casualty compensation. If they continue to strike because of the salary issue, it means they have breached the contract, and they are the responsible party. In the end, it's still money to pay. The casualty compensation is not a small amount. You know, we don't have much money in the first phase. Pan Rongrong snorted. What's more, the representatives also asked us to treat the 3 serious illnesses, which are mental riots and radiation. Cure? It's just a fantasy. I didn't say I would guarantee a cure, but I would do my best. We will do our best to treat them, Yenqing corrected. As long as we show our best attitude to treat them, I believe they will not force us. Oh, do our best? That doesn't mean spending money. In my opinion, if you really want to compensate, just give those 3 people death compensation. Shut up. Before Pan Rongrong finished speaking, Tang Ranran shouted coldly, and glanced at them sharply. Those 3 employees are still alive. We can't give up on them. I don't want to hear similar words again. Understand? People are not dead yet, but they are treated as dead people. The first thing they say is death compensation. Isn't this chilling for the employees? Pan Rongrong. This guy thinks she is not close enough to bankruptcy. Pan Rongrong, who was scolded by Tang Ranran, was originally a little aggrieved, but under Tang Ranran's cold eyes, she shrank unconsciously, shrinking his neck. He moved his lips timidly. Understood. Understood. After warning Pan Rongrong and showing his attitude, Tang Ranran continued to call out names, looking at Gu Ping'an and asking, how are the injured employees? Pushing his glasses on the bridge of his nose. Gu Ping'an, who was responsible for treating the injured, had a calm face and a cold voice without emotion, stating, there are a total of 12 injured employees, 9 of whom were injured. After treatment, they are no longer in danger of life. They can recover after resting for different days according to the degree of injury. The remaining 3 people are in more serious conditions and cannot be treated in our infirmary. Employee Shi is in a mental riot. According to his latest physical examination data, the most optimistic estimate is that he only has 2 weeks left. Employee Zhou Xinghua. The latest measurement of body surface radiation. The value is 37. Without intervention treatment, the radiation will penetrate the body in 12 days at the slowest and 5 days at the fastest. It is currently impossible to determine what pathological changes will occur at that time. Employee Li Dawei. The latest measurement of body surface radiation value is 51. Without intervention treatment, the radiation will penetrate the body in 7 days at the slowest and 3 days at the fastest. Once the pathological changes and radiation sequelae occur, the difficulty of treatment will be even higher. You can only ask a therapist for treatment or special treatment items. Just now, Mr. Tang said that we can't give up. But as a doctor, I can only say that with the conditions of our clinic, I'm sorry, we can't save him. How can we save him with minimal consumption? Tell me. Although Tang Ranran didn't hold out hope, asking was just a matter of words. Zhou Xinghua and Li Dawei. If they can be sent to the military hospital now, there is a 90% chance that they can be saved. Shuri, whose mental power is rioting, can only ask a therapist to help. Or by JS medicine. JS medicine? Tang Ranran, an illiterate who heard this term for the first time, quickly searched it with his smart brain, and then exclaimed, wow! This special medicine costs billions of yuan per bottle. Not to mention that it is expensive. The key is that there is no stock available online. After Gu Ping'an finished speaking, the conference room fell into silence. Obviously, everyone knew that the treatment plan he mentioned was unrealistic. Such a huge medical bill. Rubbing his temple with a headache, Tang Ranran gave Yenqing a look. And Yenqing, who received the hint, spoke up, breaking the silence in the meeting room. Yenqing said seriously, I have contacted the military hospital, but they refused. There are many soldiers waiting in line for treatment. It is impossible for them to give us all the quotas. As for the therapist and JS medicine, it is even more unrealistic. Director Gu, is there any other way? It is within our ability and financial resources. Gu pinned on, yes. If they continue to be supplied with pure food with high purification value, the 3 people may also recover. Of course, it is only a possibility, and there is no guarantee of recovery. Yinxing asked, what is the high purification value? Gu Pinon answered in detail. For Shui, the purification value must be at least 30. For Li Dawei, the purification value must be at least 20. And for Zhou Xinghua, the purification value must be above 10. Of course, the higher the purification value, the higher the possibility of recovery. Food with a purification value of more than 10 starts at 100,000 per unit. Food with a purification value of more than 20 starts at 1 million per unit. And food with a purification value of more than 30 starts at 10 million per unit. And it is not guaranteed to be available. Tang Ranran was so upset when she heard it. Yinxing continued to ask, how long will the supply last? Uncertain. Gu Pinon thought for 2 seconds and gave an answer that was equivalent to not saying anything. 3 to 5 days at the fastest. 3 to 5 years at the slowest. Tang Ranran was not only upset, but her heart was beating. This is simply like being admitted to the ICU. Spending money to prolong life. We can only try our best. Looking at Tang Ranran, Yinxing touched his nose, made a mess, and said, do our best, and leave the rest to fate. Everyone at the scene was not stupid, and knew that this person could not be saved. Pan Ronro, who always knows how to read Tang Ranran's face, has figured out what Tang Ranran is thinking, and said in a showy way, Boss Tang, I have an idea. We can talk to those employee representatives separately, defeat them one by one, and persuade them with benefits. I don't believe they will make trouble again. If we can deal with the employee representatives and let them persuade other employees, wouldn't it be much easier? Well, does anyone else have any other ideas to add? Tang Ranran continued to collect opinions and looked at the few people who didn't speak. Boss Tang, I can't think of any other ideas. But, Equipment Supervisor Xiang Jianxi gritted his teeth and continued. Because of the attack of sand dune bugs, many planting machines have been damaged to varying degrees. It's over. I want money. Tang Ranran eyelids jumped and his heart hurt again. Xiang Jianxi, we need to purchase a batch of equipment accessories and repair the equipment. I know. You can send me the data after you have done the statistics. As expected, he asked for money. Tang Ranran said in a gloomy tone. Okay. After Xiang Jianxi finished speaking, Guojin, the leader of the research group, said, Mr. Tang, due to the damage caused by the sand dune worms, many plants in the planting area died and need to be replenished. I have made statistics and sent you the relevant data. I understand. You and Wu Dahong will make arrangements after the planting is restored. Tang Ranran took a quick look at the report sent by Guojin on the smart brain. It was very quiet for a few minutes and no one spoke. After reading the report, Tang Ranran felt that the problem was not serious. He turned to look at the transparent person who had not spoken. Kan Sheng. What do you think? Kan Sheng, who was like an old monk in meditation, originally did not intend to participate in this mess. But Tang Ranran directly called him. So he could only open his mouth and slowly said, if we want to continue this project, we must follow what Secretary Yin said. Make compensation for casualties. And appease the employees. Manager Wu's suggestion of taking a vacation can also be considered. It is necessary to ask Lieutenant Jiang to come forward to appease the panic of employees. In addition, the reward system mentioned by Shiela can also be considered. Assistant Pan's suggestion of dealing with employee representatives first is also feasible. Tang Ranran, old-fashioned. Saying a lot of nonsense is equivalent to saying nothing. We discussed some details and other matters, and held a meeting for more than an hour. After having a general understanding of the people on the scene, Tang Ranran announced the adjournment of the meeting and left Yinxing and Pan Rongrong alone. Based on the current observation, Tang Ranran felt that Yinxing was the most loyal, and he was a practical guy with good ability. So, entrust her with an important task. As for Pan Rongrong, this little spy, she must be given something to do, so that she won't cause trouble and hinder the team. After everyone else left, there were only 5 people left in the meeting room, including the 2 bodyguards. Pan Rongrong put her arm around Tang Ranran's arm with a flattering smile, and started to act like a spoiled child. Ran, don't be angry. I was wrong today. It's all my fault. Seeing that Tang Ran didn't shake her off, Pan Rong breathed a sigh of relief. Then continued angrily. You didn't see. Those employee representatives are really annoying. Their attitude is so arrogant. They also said bad things about you, saying that you are a black-hearted capitalist who eats people without leaving any bones, which really pissed me off. I'm really angry for you. How can we be blamed for the remaining Zerg on the planet? This is the military's problem. Ran, you give them such a high salary, but they don't know what's good for them and encourage employees to go on strike, which is really abominable. I also know that it's not easy to replace a group of employees, but I just want to teach them a lesson. I'm really angry to think that we still have to appease them in a nice way. Little bitch. You talk nicely. Complaining in her heart and resisting the urge to roll her eyes. Tang Ran smiled apologetically. Rong, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be mean to you. But if you said that, and the employees knew about it, it would mean that we didn't care about their lives. And that would be a big deal. I know. I was too outspoken and said the wrong thing. Pan Rong followed the lead and admitted her mistake again. Then emphasized. But I'm really angry. Ran, you are also a victim. You were exposed to radiation. It's so dangerous. You almost died. You took the leap. But not only did they not appreciate it, they even made trouble. It's really abominable. Oh, being a boss is so hard. Tang Ran sighed, then clenched his fist, raised it in front of him, and said solemnly, Rong, this is the project left by my father. He has devoted all his efforts to this project. I must complete it, and comfort my father's spirit in heaven. Let him know that under my leadership, Xinliang Group will definitely achieve greater success. Rong, you are my best friend. You must understand me. Right? Of course. Don't worry. Even if they don't understand you or agree with you, I will always support you. Ran, I believe you will make achievements and make them look at you with new eyes. Pan Rong immediately expressed her loyalty passionately. I knew. Rong, you will definitely support me. Tang Ran smiled with relief, and then said sincerely, you also know that I don't have much money on hand. The money I lent you, I just sorted out the transfer records. A total of 5.27 million. You pay me back first. As soon as Tang Ran said this, Pan Rong was stunned. Pan Rong almost suspected that her ears were wrong. And she still returned the money? Pan Rong couldn't believe it and kept repeating it involuntarily. Yes, you give me the money first. I need to use it to get through this difficult time. Although it's a sky-high price to cure those 3 people. We can't do it, but we can't do nothing and let the employees down. We still have to buy some high-purification food. Tang Ran looked serious. Making sure that Tang Ran was not joking. Pan Rong's face was stiff and hesitant. I don't have. Rong, didn't you say you would support me? I'm short of funds now. Aren't you going to support me? What's more, I didn't ask you to borrow money. It was you who borrowed my money. Hearing Pan Rong's excuses, Tang Ran frowned unhappily. The original body was a spendthrift. But Tang Ran is not. Those who took her money must return it. Let's start with this little spy. Well, I used the money to treat my grandfather. I can't get it together for a while. Pan Rong was very embarrassed and looked pitiful. You can borrow from me, but you can't borrow from others? Rong, I'm in trouble now. Shouldn't you use your interpersonal network to get the money together and pay it back to me to support me through the difficulties? Are you not even willing to support me with this? I wanted to give you an important task, but you really disappointed me. Tang Ran's eyes gradually changed from sincere trust to great disappointment. Although I don't know the brand name luxury goods here yet. Pan Rong's outfit doesn't look cheap. What do you mean by treating Grandpa? It's definitely a trick to fool the original body. Pan Rong must have money, but she just doesn't want to pay it back. No, it's not. When she heard about the important task, Pan Rong waved her hands and explained. That's not what I meant. I mean, I can't get it out today. But give me some time. 7 days. No. 3 days. I get it together within 3 days. Ran, you have to believe me. I support you. And I support you with all my strength. I knew you were my best sister. Tang Ran's face was touched. 3 days. As soon as possible. I'm still waiting for this money to buy special treatment items. I will. I will as soon as possible, Pan Rongrong promised, and then cautiously tested. What important task is it? While speaking, Pan Rongrong did not forget to look at Yanxing proudly. Although she didn't. You want Tang Ranran position as chief secretary. But you want to snatch it? You're dreaming. I still need to arrange this. You should get the money together first. After keeping the secret, Tang Ranran assigned another task. Romro, go to each department to check the expenditure of the first phase. I don't trust Su Jun. Maybe he embezzled it. Okay. Don't worry. I will check it carefully. Then go quickly. Try to send it to me before going to bed at night. As for appeasing the employees, don't worry about it. Okay. Then I leave first. You have just recovered from a serious illness. Don't work too hard. Remember to rest early. With a look of concern. Before leaving, Pan Rongrong glanced at Yanxing several times with concern. And she was a little more worried. She was too hasty, and made Tang Ranran unhappy in handling the employee strike, which gave Yanxing, the bastard, an opportunity to take advantage of her. If Yanxing took over the position of chief assistant, and she couldn't get the first-hand information, it would be bad. Pan Rongrong was very worried that the unknown important task would fall into Yanxing's hands. But Tang Ranran had already spoken. So she couldn't stay here. So she had to get up and leave the meeting room. After leaving the meeting room, Pan Rongrong walked quickly, passed through several corridors, and opened a door. Inside was a public toilet. After entering the toilet, a place without surveillance, Pan Rongrong first put on makeup in front of the mirror, then turned on the smart brain light screen, selected the angle of face slimming and beauty to take a few selfies, and after a programmed beauty, Pan Rongrong used the smart brain to send a standard 9 square status. 9 beautiful selfies. Plus a sentence. A new day. A new job. Come on. You are the best. The function of the smart brain communication is very complete. After successfully sending this circle of friends, Pan Rongrong looked at the time and calculated the time difference. At this point, it was still nighttime sleep time, and it would take 5 or 6 hours to see it. What will happen next? We will talk about it after meeting on StarNet. After sending the meeting signal without anyone noticing, Pan Rongrong stepped out of the bathroom in her high heels and hurried to check the expenses of various departments. In the meeting room, as soon as Pan Rongrong left, Tang Ranran first asked Yanxing to send her all the information of the YS-212 planet transformation project in detail. In the room where the intelligent computer received the information, Tang Ranran arranged a series of tasks for him. First, notify her bodyguards to discuss the termination of the contract. Her 6 personal bodyguards have a total monthly salary of 8 million, which is 96 million a year. Nearly 100 million. Now she is going bankrupt. So any savings are good. Anyway, the reasons for the termination are ready. Because she was attacked by sand dune bugs and was irradiated. And she almost died. Although the bugs appeared suddenly, it can be attributed to the bodyguard's negligence. She is definitely not the party in breach of contract. When Tang Ranran asked Yanxing to handle the termination of the contract, the 2 bodyguards standing behind her naturally heard it. The 2 of them stopped pretending to be stupid. The male bodyguard frowned, while the female bodyguard was obviously hot-tempered. She spoke directly, questioning in a very impolite tone. Terminate the contract? How can you terminate the contract? It's not even a year yet. If we hadn't saved you, you would have been eaten by bugs. You were frightened and your mental barrier collapsed. Can you blame us for this? Faced with the questioning, Tang Ranran frowned unhappily. Huh? So angry? It seems that the original body gave too much and became arrogant. Tang Ranran didn't need to speak. As a secretary with good eyesight, Yanxing stepped in and acted as her mouthpiece. The bodyguard's duty is to protect the employer's safety. As Mr. Tang's personal bodyguard, is it necessary to protect Mr. Tang? Isn't it natural? You saved Mr. Tang? Shouldn't you have strictly protected Mr. Tang's safety as soon as the dune bug appeared? Could it be that Mr. Tang spent a lot of money to hire you as decorations? As a bodyguard, you must protect the safety of your employer in all aspects without omission. You actually let the dune bug jump in front of Mr. Tang, scaring Mr. Tang so much that his mental barrier collapsed, and he was exposed to radiation. This is definitely your dereliction of duty. Our Mr. Tang is kind-hearted, so he didn't pursue your dereliction of duty. You know, if Mr. Tang's identity as an investor was not enough to enjoy the military's treatment quota. Humph! Yanxing's series of questions made the female bodyguard speechless. You. After a short period of speechlessness, the female bodyguard was so angry that her eyes widened, staring at Yanxing as if there was almost fire in her eyes. She can beat 3 weak men alone. In anger, the female bodyguard rolled up her sleeves and was about to use force to crush him, but was stopped by the male bodyguard beside her by grabbing her arm. The male bodyguard knew that the boss would naturally come forward to discuss the termination of the contract. And they, as younger brothers, didn't need to worry about it. As the saying goes, even if the deal fails, the friendship remains. There is no loss if the contract is terminated peacefully, except for losing a wealthy sponsor. But if they take action, their reputation in the industry will plummet in the future. The male bodyguard shook his head at the female bodyguard and said with a little warning in his eyes, "Don't be impulsive. Wait for the boss." Got it. Even though she was still angry, the female bodyguard had to give up the idea of teaching people a lesson. She took a step back with the male bodyguard, stood more than half a meter away from Tang Ranran, and returned to the silent state of a wooden man again. After glancing at the two of them, Tang Ranran did not pursue the female bodyguard's unreasonable behavior and continued to give orders to Yanxing. Tang Ranran has not read the detailed project information yet, and currently only knows a general idea. But the employee strike is an immediate problem and must be resolved as soon as possible. Tang Ranran gave Yanxing full authority to appease the employees, and the specific measures are the content of the meeting. First, take a 3-day holiday. During these 3 days, you must invite the military's Jiangzhou second lieutenant to show his face in front of the employees. Zhou Jian, the director of the security department, will naturally go and give a speech on ensuring safety and the importance of building a planet. Anyway, it is to appease the panic of the employees and give them a wave of chicken soup to mobilize their work enthusiasm. During the holiday, do a good job of compensation for casualties. Compensate the dead employees and condolences the injured employees. As for the 3 serious illnesses, the 0.05 pure nutrient solution of Xinliang is really too low in purification value. If the employees know about it, they will definitely think that the company is completely perfunctory and insincere. Tang Ranran gave Yanxing a quota of 5 million to buy pure food. Give the 3 people a good meal, and say that we are working hard to get treatment quotas from the military hospital. As for Pan Rongrong's bribery of employee representatives, it will not be implemented for the time being. Finally, because Su Jun did not approve the funds, Tang Ranran endured the pain and transferred 10 million yuan to Yanxing. After making relevant arrangements, Tang Ranran sent Yanxing out to work and returned to his room, following the left and right guards behind him. He returned to his bedroom again, relying on the navigation. Tang Ranran first looked around calmly, scanning with his eyes and mental power. After looking carefully for several minutes, Tang Ranran did not find anything similar to a hidden camera. Technology is too advanced, and peeping things may be more difficult to guard against. However, it is a military floating base after all, so there is no need to install peeping cameras in the room. Right? Although he trusts the military, Tang Ranran does not dare to be careless. After all, being cautious and careful can make the ship last for a long time. There is more than an hour before lunchtime. Tang Ranran suppressed his eagerness and planned to wait until bedtime before taking action. Sitting on the sofa, Tang Ranran began to check the details of the YS-212 planet transformation project. YS-212 is a satellite, smaller than the Moon, with a surface area of only 29.8 million square kilometers. Excluding the ocean, the land area is even smaller, only 8.2 million square kilometers. Excluding ice fields, mountains, swamps and other areas with originally harsh climatic conditions, the land area included in the transformation plan is 2 million square kilometers. The entire project is divided into several phases, and it is still the initial first phase. The goal of the first phase is to complete the transformation of an area of 100,000 square kilometers within 12 months. Because the YS-212 planet was plagued by the Zerg, the surface is particularly desolate, and the radiation value is particularly high. According to the current data, the environmental radiation value is almost above 60. It is said on the internet that the radiation value is below 20, which is a survivable environment for humans. Of course, living in a radioactive environment for a long time has the risk of radiation sickness. Anyway, the environmental radiation value is below 20, which is defined as survivable. and the radiation value of objects is below 5, which is defined as edible. The first step in planetary transformation is to reduce the environmental radiation value. How to reduce it? Plant trees. Here is the general knowledge that Tang Ranran supplemented from the star network. The plants in this interstellar world are divided into 3 categories: mutant plants, ordinary plants, and the most precious pure plants. Ordinary plants can only survive in a low radiation environment, while edible vegetables and fruits among ordinary plants have higher environmental requirements. As for pure plants, almost all of them can only survive in a natural environment with zero radiation. Compared with the latter two, mutant plants are very easy to keep alive. Most mutant plants have strong vitality, high adaptability to the environment, easy to plant, fast growth, and are suitable for improving the environment. However, everything has its pros and cons. After planting, if the growth of mutant plants is not intervened regularly, mutant plants will easily become a disaster. And where mutant plants are rampant, terrible green monsters will breed over time. Green monster, a plant that actively hunts prey and can cause harm to humans. Tang Ranran found himself deviating from the center by accident, and quickly returned to the current focus. Anyway, there are many kinds of mutant plants, and among them, there are many plants that have strong adaptability to the environment, can survive in a high radiation environment, and absorb environmental radiation. According to the experimental data provided by the military, the first phase of the project selected the Angie special knot tree, a plant that looks similar to bamboo, but is thicker and taller than bamboo. The entire first phase of the project is divided into 10 areas. Every 10,000 square kilometers is an area. In the area, one Angie special knot tree is planted for every 100 square meters, and the number of trees planted in each area is about 100 million. From memory, Tang Ranran knew that this tree planting was not a pit planting with a shovel facing the less, but a mechanized tree planting, with various large-scale machinery, which is very efficient. Employees can complete the work by controlling the planting machinery. Fortunately, there are machines. Otherwise, the sudden attack of the dune bugs would have killed more than 3 people. Oh! 4. And the unlucky original body. The project started on February 8 this year, and today is July 26. 5.5 months have passed. At present, the planting work in Districts 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5 has been basically completed, and the planting work in District 6 is underway. If there are no accidents, the first phase of the project will definitely be completed on time. But I am afraid of unexpected situations, such as bug attacks. Just like this time. If there are more bug attacks, the first phase of the project will definitely be too late, and the project will definitely fail. Lamenting for herself, Tang Ranran comforted herself that the problem was not big and should be solved under her arrangement. After having a relevant understanding of the first phase of the project, Tang Ranran paid attention to the funds again. The first phase of the project, excluding the 500 billion project deposit, has currently invested 81.767 billion yuan, and the remaining funds on the account are only 2.075 billion yuan. 2 of the major expenses were: 1 was the purchase of planting machinery at the beginning of the project, because the planting area is a high radiation environment. The planting machinery that needs to be driven by employees needs to have radiation protection to protect the driver. Anything with radiation protection is not cheap, including transportation costs. The planting machinery costs 42.6 billion. The other was the purchase and transportation cost of 600 million Anjit knot trees, which cost 28 billion. Anjit knot trees are a mutant plant with strong growth ability. They are common in the streets. They are very cheap in themselves, with the price of one tree not exceeding 5-star coins. But the shipping cost is expensive. In addition to these 2 large expenses, there are also the purchase of monitoring equipment and other equipment. The total cost is nearly 3.8 billion. The transportation cost for nearly 10,000 people to come to the YS-212 planet is 425 million. The use fee of the military floating base leased from the military is 200 million per year, which does not include energy consumption and depreciation. The monthly energy consumption and depreciation of the military floating base are nearly 78 million. It costs money to maintain constant temperature regulation in winter and cool in summer. After a region is planted, the movement of the military floating base consumes a lot of energy. The monthly fuel consumption, depreciation loss, and maintenance costs of planting machinery are nearly 498 million per month, which is still under normal circumstances. The maintenance costs caused by this insect attack are beyond the budget. The energy consumption, depreciation loss, and maintenance costs of monitoring equipment and other equipment are nearly $45 million per month. The food, clothing, housing, transportation, and wages of nearly 10,000 people are all money. The monthly salary paid to employees is nearly $317 million. The monthly living expenses of employees are nearly $84 million. And other things. It's all money. This costs money. That costs money. And Tang Ranran is more and more frightened by the monthly expenses. After reading the financial statements, Tang Ranran counted with his fingers. The growth of the Angie Special Nani tree is very fast. And it can grow branches in half a year. The branches can be transplanted and planted as new seedlings. The first phase of the project has been almost half a year. If nothing unexpected happens, the first batch of Angie Special Nani trees planted in one area should have grown branches. After the planting work in District 6 is completed, there is no need to purchase additional Angie Special Nani trees. Starting from District 7, they will directly use local materials. Although a large amount of expenses has been saved, the corresponding transportation fuel consumption will definitely increase. Tang Ranran calculated that even if there is no unexpected situation, the monthly capital consumption is nearly $1.2 billion. There are still $2 billion left on the project account. For ordinary people, $2 billion is a huge sum of money. But the monthly expenditure is nearly $1.2 billion, which can't even last for 2 months. And once an accident occurs, such as an insect attack, the weapon will sound. And the gold will be worth a lot. The armed equipment of the security department is super expensive. Planting machinery, monitoring equipment, etc. If they are destroyed, they will cost money. If the military floating base is damaged, it will be even more expensive to repair. If there are more deaths and injuries, the compensation will not be small. Tang Ranran was getting more and more heartbroken. So cold that she felt like she was in Siberia. Even if she survived the current strike crisis and didn't find a way to raise funds, she would still not be able to escape the fate of bankruptcy in 2 months. Singing the song Liang Liang, Tang Ranran checked her financial situation. Her personal account originally had nearly 50 million yuan. She just transferred 10 million yuan from Yinxing. And the current balance of the smart brain is 39.51 million yuan. It looks like a lot. But she has 434.5 billion in bank debt. The annual interest rate of the loan varies, generally between 5% and 6.5%. So she needs to pay about 25 billion in interest every year, equivalent to 2 billion per month. Tang Ranran, who only has 30 million on hand, was so scared that her face turned pale. It's all over. It's really all over. After bankruptcy, I'm afraid that I can't even keep my 10 billion worth. Right? If I can't pay it back, I won't have to eat for free. Right? Well, it shouldn't be. They are all mortgages. Just confiscated mortgages. Right? Tang Ranran, who hasn't learned about interstellar laws in detail, decided to study it carefully when she has time. Tang Ranran continued to read the information given by Yinxing. The most urgent thing is the loan next month. That is, August 15th. She needs to pay back 3.218 billion to the bank. The collateral is the inheritance from Tang Qingji, a small villa on the planet Silenlu in the 3rd galaxy. If she can't pay it back, this small villa will definitely not be kept. Repaying loans? Borrowing. Tang Ranran immediately thought of those modern capital revolving companies. There is such an operation, where the revolving company pays money to help the borrower repay the loan. After the borrower repays the loan, he borrows from the bank again. The bank reviews and approves the loan. After getting the loan, the borrower repays the money to the revolving company and gives a certain commission. I wonder if there is such an operation in the interstellar world. There should be. Right? However, this should belong to the gray industry, and it is probably not easy to find on the interstellar network. Tang Ranran decided to think of other ways first, and if it doesn't work, he will go to inquire about this kind of capital revolving company. After understanding the loan situation, Tang Ranran carefully checked the relevant laws of the interstellar era. It is terrible to be uneducated, and it is even more terrible to be ignorant of the law. If you don't understand the law, you may go in and step on the sewing machine one day. Oh! There should be no sewing machines in the technologically advanced interstellar world. After reading the relevant information for more than an hour, the intelligent brain rang, and Tang Ranran took a look and saw that it was Steward Lin. Stuart Lin is a middle-aged man over 120 years old with a square face. He had been working for Tang Qingji at home for decades when Tang Ranran was born. After Tang Qingji and his wife passed away, Stuart Lin continued to take care of Tang Ranran. Because he was worried, Stuart Lin followed her here to take care of her daily life and deal with some chores in life. Stuart Lin looked kind, and his voice was also kind. He asked, "Miss, what do you want to eat for lunch today? Do you need Shout-out to come and clean up?" Because she grew up taking care of the original body. The original body was more friendly to Stuart Lin. To maintain her personality, Tang Ranran opened her mouth and called out kindly, "Uncle Lin." Then Tang Ranran frowned slightly, put on a troubled look, and said with a helpless tone of unwillingness but having to do so, "Hey, I'm drinking nutrient solution these days. As a rich man, there are dozens of servants who take care of Tang Ranran. But there are only 3 people who followed Tang Ranran to the planet YS-212. One is the housekeeper Lin, and the other is the driver Yangli. Xiao Tao mentioned by the housekeeper is called Yang Tao, the driver's daughter. She has the job of a life assistant, which actually means she is responsible for doing laundry, cooking and cleaning for Tang Ranran, which is equivalent to a nanny, according to the information currently available. Housekeeper Lin, who watched the original body grow up, should be on her side, while the driver Yangli appears to be an honest man, and he doesn't seem to have any tricks. The life assistant Yang Tao is a little scheming, sweet-mouthed and flattering, and can get some benefits from the original body from time to time, such as some brand-name bags and brand-name clothes that the original body doesn't like. This is the surface situation. As for whether the two are someone else's spies, it remains to be observed. Nutrient solution? Miss, aren't you going to eat? Butler Lin was surprised, and then thought of something, and asked, "Miss, are you having financial difficulties?" "Well, the project funds are a bit tight at the moment." Tang Ranran nodded in acknowledgement, frowning deeper, and then explained, "Uncle Lin, give the ingredients and pure foods that have been purchased to Yin Xing. He knows. By the way, how much living expenses do you have?" Tang Ranran, who is heavily in debt, doesn't let go of a penny. "Miss, I still have 12.57 million in my public account." "Ah, so little?" Tang Ranran was surprised. According to her memory, it shouldn't be so little. She remembered that when she set out, her original body transferred nearly 50 million to the public account for living expenses to maintain her daily expenses. Although her original body's expenses were not small, she didn't spend a lot of money. At least half of it should be left. Right? Could it be that he embezzled it? Just when Tang Ranran secretly suspected that she had seen the wrong person. Butler Lin explained, "The medical bills of the military hospital were just settled this morning. A total of 13.24 million. What? So expensive?" Tang Ranran was stunned. She came in a hurry. When she opened her eyes, she was lying in the treatment cabin. The doctor outside said that the radiation value was cleared and all indicators returned to normal, and then let her out. Tang Ranran only knew that her original body died of high fever caused by radiation. She didn't expect that the treatment fee would be so expensive for something related to radiation. "Miss, your body's surface radiation value reached 45 yesterday. Fortunately, you were exposed to radiation for a short time and rescued in time. Otherwise," Butler Lin said a fair word for the military hospital with a little fear. "This medical fee is within the normal range. Radiation-related treatments have always been expensive. In ordinary hospitals, it will only be more, not less. And it may not be cured. More than 10 million yuan in medical expenses. Tang Ranran can only say that poor people can't afford it." Heartbroken again, Tang Ranran couldn't help wondering. Radiation sickness treatment is so expensive. Then those ordinary soldiers? "Miss, that's a military hospital. In a military hospital, soldiers use military merit contribution points for treatment, not money. And most soldiers injured on duty can enjoy free treatment. The treatment resources for radiation have always been very tight. The treatment quotas open to ordinary people in military hospitals are hard to come by. And the treatment fee is really not much." "Oh." Tang Ranran looked sad and asked with a look of disappointment and hope, "Uncle Lin, do you think there is any hope of sending the 2 employees who were exposed to radiation to the military hospital? More than 20 million yuan. It can be passed by gritting teeth. The key is that the military hospital will not accept them. I'm afraid it's impossible. If you are not the exclusive investor of this planet, They will not give you a place for treatment. During the current war period, the possibility of ordinary employees entering the frontline military hospital is almost zero. After all, there are so many injured soldiers sent from the battlefield planets. Butler Lin sighed and talked about the matter objectively. Oh, what can I do? Tang Ranran continued to worry. Insect attack. This is a natural disaster. We can only try our best to rescue them. If they can't survive, we can only say that they are unlucky. Butler Lin comforted them, and then said with a worried expression, very sincerely, Miss, I still have more than 90 million in savings here. You can use it first. No. No. Tang Ranran hurriedly shook her head and refused. How can I use your retirement money? I will find a way myself. Uncle Lin, there are still many servants at home. You can pay them wages and let them go. She paid the wages for the many servants who stayed in the Tang family. But they were used by a group of people in the Tang family. How could there be such a cheap good thing? This? Okay. She looked a little embarrassed, but thinking that the young lady was drinking nutrient solution. She must be really financially tight. But Butler Lin finally nodded in agreement. Also, Uncle Lin, do you have a list of my parents' valuables? Please prepare a list for me. For those things that are worth more than 1 million. With original purchase receipts or inheritance tax paid. In short, those that can clearly prove that they belong to me. Prepare a list and send it to me. The things that Tang Qingji used for mortgage loans were basically industries, and things worth more than 1 billion. The jewelry, rare stones, rare treasures, antiques and cultural relics left by the couple. If added together, they are also worth a lot. Putting them up or selling them can raise some money to solve this urgent problem. Miss, I have a detailed list of the things left by the gentleman and the lady, but many of them have been taken away. While speaking, the expression of housekeeper Lin was just indignant. As soon as the master and his wife passed away, the relatives of the master could not wait to scramble to divide the property. It was so ugly. It was also a good thing that the master and his wife had made a will early on. Although all the valuable property was left to the young lady, most of their relics were still divided. Uncle Lin, taking it away does not mean it is theirs. Tang Ranran said in a tough tone. Forget about the things that cannot be proved to be owned. If there is clear evidence to prove that it is mine, I want to take it all back. Dad has given them enough. At this point, Tang Ranran couldn't help but complain in his heart. The relatives of the unlucky cheap father Tang Qingji can only be said to have some affection, but not much. After Tang Qingji founded Xinliang, because Su Qiwang star is in the 3rd star system, Tang Qingji began to buy properties in the 3rd star system. In a few years, he bought a super mansion on the planet Sitter, which can be regarded as settling down and moving from the countryside to the big city. After naming the house Tang Family Mansion, Tang Qingji brought his parents over, and then gradually, his brothers and sisters also moved in with their families. When Tang Qingji and his wife passed away, her grandparents asked for the Tang Family Mansion and made a fuss for several days. In the end, they calmed down because of the will and because the Tang Family Mansion had been mortgaged by Tang Qingji. Knowing that most of Tang Qingji property had been mortgaged, and there was a will that was all given to his daughter, the faces of the Tang family were just wonderful. They couldn't give big money, so they could only take advantage of small things, relying on their status as elders. The Tang family took the things left by Tang Qingji and his wife under various names. The original body was in the grief period of losing his father and mother at that time, and he didn't want to argue with them. So many things were taken away. The original person didn't care. But now it's Tang Ranran. She's going bankrupt. So why should she be afraid of falling out with her elders? Miss, you? After hearing this, Steward Lin asked again with some uncertainty. Do you mean to come back? I'm short of money now. So of course, I asked them to return it. But, they are your elders after all. Butler Lin was a little worried and embarrassed. If it gets out, it will affect your reputation. They shamelessly took the little belongings of my parents. What kind of elders are they? Isn't what my father gave them enough? The shares of the group are worth billions, and my father gave them away as he said. But what happened? Who of them is really sad and upset when my father passed away? It's because they are thinking about his money. I know. I sort it out now. Hearing Tang Ranran firm words, Butler Lin didn't say much. Agreed, and went to sort out the information. After hanging up the call, Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief. Butler Lin should have no doubt about her transformation. The belongings left by Tang Qingji and his wife should be able to make up 5 billion. Even if the repayment date is reached, it should not be a big problem if it is delayed for 10 days or half a month. More than a month is enough time. Enough to make up the money. After paying off the loan first, she will apply for a loan. Then she will have billions of more funds in her hands. And the first phase of the project will be able to survive. If the first phase meets the target, she can get back 1/10. That is, 50 billion in deposit, which is enough to carry out the second phase of the project. Unlike the pure money spending in the first phase, the second phase of the project will have income from the beginning. According to relevant experimental data, after all 100,000 square kilometers of the first phase are planted with Angie special knot trees, the environmental radiation value will gradually decrease with the growth of Angie special knot trees. At the end of the first phase of the project, that is, 1 year after the Angie special knot trees grow, the environmental radiation value of the first area is expected to drop to about 40. Although the environmental radiation value of 40 is still high for humans, there are more types of mutant plants that can be planted. At that time, a batch of raw materials needed by the military can be planted, which is a stable income. In addition, the second phase will carry out mineral energy exploration. If a mine is found, it will be money. Also, with time, some mutant plants with strong adaptability on the planet YS-212 may revive. In the planting area of the Anjit knot tree, with the continuous decline of environmental radiation values, some local common plants buried deep underground may also gradually begin to sprout. As long as a crop with economic value is found, it is money. Anyway, after getting through the first phase of the project, there is no need to worry about the funds for the second phase. And there will be income. And you may even get rich. Investing in the transformation of the planet YS-212 is a high-risk and high-return project. To a large extent, it is a gamble. A big gamble. If you lose the gamble, you will go bankrupt. But if you win the gamble, it means that the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Even a Rolls-Royce. How bold the person is. How productive the land is. After a mental struggle, Tang Ranran became more determined to take a gamble. Even if he lost the gamble and went bankrupt. The worst thing would be to sell fruit, if the project is to continue. The safety issue cannot be underestimated. As a compromiser, Tang Ranran first considers her own safety. The military floating base rented from the military is made of steel and armor, which is extremely strong. Unless there is a large-scale insect attack or a high-level insect with high combat power, it is impossible to break the defense of the military floating base. On this planet YS-212, large-scale insect armies and high-combat insects do not exist. However, if the battle on the front battlefield star fails, the military retreats step by step, and the insect army comes again. Then it will be over. However, Tang Ranran inherited a small spaceship that can support short-distance interstellar voyages. Although it is in a mortgage state, she currently has the right to use it. The small spaceship is parked on the top roof of the base, and it should be no problem to escape. In general, safety can still be guaranteed. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran watched the news. She must always pay attention to the information of the front battlefield star. Regarding the war, the Empire will not block the news from ordinary people. Although there are certainly some concealments and some elements of reporting good news, but not bad news. Most of the war situation is still open and transparent. Anyway, there is a special area on the Star Network for the latest live broadcast of the Frontline Zerg battlefield. As soon as Tang Ranran entered the battlefield live broadcast area, a large pop-up advertisement popped up. Oh, it's not an advertisement, but the latest major victory news from the front. The gray sky, the sandy yellow land, and the desolate background are full of black insects, which are big insects that look like flies. Among the big flies on the screen, a series of steel Gundam-like mechas shuttled by, accompanied by a flash of the muzzle, and white flames exploded in the insect swarm. Obviously, it was the mecha army that was fighting the Zerg army. And after less than 3 seconds of group battle, the picture was frozen on a very big insect. It was a bright, majestic, shiny, and ugly bug. In Tang Ranran's eyes, the bug was like an enlarged version of the golden fly. After the golden fly occupied the center of the video, a black mecha, with a cold light all over its body, quickly harvested the bugs in the sky as if it was in an empty space, accompanied by the flashing high-tech cannon light. The black mecha entered the center and fought with the golden fly. It was an indescribable battle. Tang Ranran could only describe it this way. The flames sprayed by the golden fly boss were yellow and yellow. And the cannon light of the black mecha was white and white. Yellow and white. Flashing and flashing. So flashing that Tang Ranran's eyes were almost blinded by it. It was definitely a cut video. The flashing battle was only a few seconds long and finally ended when the golden fly's head was blown off and fell to the ground with a bang. The black mecha took the center position in the sky. And the background was a group of mechas chasing the fleeing Zerg. The picture was frozen at this moment of victory. And a row of golden subtitles floated by. Congratulations to Marshal Yan Qian for killing the tyrant King Zerg Jin Testa. Our army will defeat the Zerg Jin Da clan in the near future. Marshal Yan Qian? Tang Ranran only felt that the name sounded familiar. And after thinking for 2 seconds with his chin in hand, he remembered it. It seems that it was this Marshal Yan who led the Mecha Corps to snatch more than a dozen nearby planets from the Zerg. So there was a planet transformation project. Turning off the victory report that had been played, Tang Ranran found the Marshal Yan Qian section on the homepage. And subconsciously, she clicked in. As soon as she entered, she was immediately hit by a beautiful photo. The big picture was full of soldiers in black uniforms. It seemed to be a scene of a military parade. The man in black uniform in the center of the picture had a deep outline, sharp eyebrows, a straight posture, his hands behind his back, his chest and abdomen pulled in, and he looked solemnly at the army in front. His figure was as majestic as a mountain, like iron cast and ice carved, like a well-honed peerless sword. So handsome. Looking at the picture, Tang Ranran took a deep breath of air. It was her favorite dish. Although there were a lot of handsome guys in the world of cultivating immortals, those handsome guys were more beautiful than beautiful women. What's more, Tang Ranran was in the Dan sect. From the elders of the sect to the sweepers, they were all Dan-taking. They were beautiful, but they were all lacking in yang energy. Red lips and white faces were not her favorite dishes. Moreover, she had seen too many of them and was aesthetically fatigued. She still likes this sharp military uniform. She will look for one in the future. Suddenly thinking of the hundreds of billions of loans, Tang Ranran's heart suddenly sank. As a person with negative assets, she dares to covet men here? Bah! She doesn't deserve it. Work hard to make money. When she gets rich, sits firmly in the position of the group's boss, and achieves the achievement of a rich woman, she will support 70, 80 or 90 handsome men. Finally, after taking a look at the handsome military uniform marshal on the web page, Tang Ranran turned off the big picture and turned to read the various news in the battlefield area seriously. After browsing carefully for more than an hour, Tang Ranran gained a lot of knowledge. The Zerg in this interstellar world is a huge race, and it is also a race with wisdom. The Zerg is very powerful and numerous, tens of thousands of times more than humans. If the Zerg unite to deal with humans, humans may not be able to gain a foothold in the Atard elliptical galaxy. Fortunately, the Zerg is composed of many different swarms, most of which are independent. The entire Zerg is divided into thousands of populations, and different populations will devour each other, and the competition is fierce. It is written on the star network that according to strength, the Zerg has a hierarchy pyramid. At the top of the pyramid are the 9 Zerg swarms, who claim to be the royal family of the Zerg. Currently, the 3 Zerg populations fighting the Empire are Jindiklan, Savatek and Ifanlit. Jindiklan is a Dipteromacidae insect, which is an enlarged version of a big fly. Savatek is a segmented worm, similar to a big earthworm. Ifanlit is an amphibian insect that looks like a toad. These 3 Zerg swarms all belong to the 3rd level of the Zerg pyramid, which means they are just minions. So the overall situation is still in their empire's favor. After reading the star network, Tang Ranran felt more stable. As long as the 9 Zerg royal groups do not get involved, this is just a small-scale friction, and their empire will definitely win. So there is no need to worry. Although I was comforted a lot, I am sure that I will become stronger. Seeing that time is almost up, Tang Ranran touched his rumbling stomach, took out a nutrient solution from the space buckle, and drank it. As the nutrient solution entered his stomach, a warm feeling immediately flowed through his body. Standing up from the sofa, and then walking a few steps, Tang Ranran came to the side of the big bed. With a move of mental power, a small door opened, and Tang Ranran stepped in and arrived at the bathroom. She lives in a 1-bedroom, 1 living room, One bathroom. On one side of the big bed is a bathroom of about 10 square meters, and on the other side is a small living room of only 7 or 8 square meters. Although Tang Ranran has not been in there, she knows that the holographic cabin of her original body is placed there. Tang Ranran is quite curious about the holographic virtual world, but she is busy at the moment. When she has time, she must have fun. Entering the bathroom, Tang Ranran tilted her head and saw herself in the mirror. A small oval face, a pair of big watery eyes under the beautiful thin eyebrows, a small and upright nose, and a cherry mouth. She looked like a beautiful little white flower. In addition, she had just recovered from a serious illness and had slept less, thought more, and was always worried since Tang Ranran came. Her face was a little pale and weak, and she looked like a pitiful little white flower swaying in the wind. Tang Ranran was very satisfied with her appearance. Although her face could not be compared with the immortal posture and peerless elegance of the second-generation cultivators, the cultivators had their own beauty filters, and few of them were ugly, so they could not be compared. In the scope of ordinary humans, the original body's appearance was at least 90 points. And this young face full of collagen. Thinking about her first life, she stayed up late every day to make money, and she almost became a nun of extinction. It's good to be young. With a sigh, Tang Ranran solved her physiological problems and took a bath. She returned to the bedroom wrapped in a bath towel, changed into pajamas, adjusted the smart brain to do not disturb mode, set an automatic reply of taking a nap, and then climbed onto her soft big bed. With a thin duvet, she covered her whole body tightly, although there should be no surveillance in the room. What if? The drama of a living person cannot be explained, so it is always right to be cautious. There is a big bear doll on the bed. The original body likes to sleep with this bear doll, and now it comes in handy. After covering the bear doll under the quilt and making sure that the quilt can still maintain a human-shaped bulge after she disappears, Tang Ranran flashed into the space. As the body entered, the fresh air with the smell of grass and trees came to her face. Ah! The smell of nature! Because it was the body that entered. The smart brain on the wrist was brought in with it. After a look, it was confirmed that there was also a signal in the farm, and Tang Ranran felt relieved, so that she would not have to run out and leave the smart brain outside. Walking out of the shabby little hut that was still in its initial state, standing outside the house, looking at a large field, Tang Ranran took a deep breath. First took a deep breath, and then ran freely towards the field. There were 6 plots of land at the beginning. At a glance, 1 cabbage field and 4 radish fields all had leaves at this time. Bright green, looking very fresh. Sweetly glanced over, Tang Ranran's sight was focused on that piece of green. In field number 2, that was the green spirit grass. Stepping on the ridges that served as intervals, Tang Ranran couldn't hide her excitement and ran quickly to the end of the field of green spirit grass. As soon as she arrived, Tang Ranran squatted down and checked the green spirit grass in front of her. The green spirit grass grows like wheat seedlings, and its green color is particularly pleasing to the eye. Taking a deep breath, Tang Ranran only felt that she smelled the scent of spiritual energy. Okay, it's an illusion. Although spiritual plants can breathe in and out spiritual energy, they cannot retain spiritual energy inner space without special treatment, such as arranging formations. Tang Ranran sometimes also feels very strange. There is no spiritual energy, but spiritual plants can be planted. It is particularly incredible. Not only does it not conform to science, it also does not conform to the study of immortal cultivation. Well, since it is a golden finger, it naturally has its magic. She can't figure out the operating principle of the farm. Anyway, it can be used. In Tang Ranran common sense, this 10-year-old green spirit grass is the most basic spiritual plant. Even if ordinary people eat it by mistake, there is no danger of exploding and dying. So, take action and cultivate immortality. Squatting on the ridge of the field, Tang Ranran stretched out her evil hand towards the nearest green spirit grass. She pinched it skillfully, and the green spirit grass was pinched off by her, leaving 3 centimeters of rhizome from the ground. Green spirit grass is a spiritual plant with high survival rate and strong vitality. It can survive as long as the root is left. 10 years later, it is another mature green spirit grass. Pinching the green spirit grass about 15 centimeters long, Tang Ranran sat on the ridge of the field. Although she could swallow it all, as a mediocre person, she chose to chew a leaf first, tearing off a long leaf. Tang Ranran stuffed it into her mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it into her stomach. After the green spirit grass leaf went into her stomach, a few seconds later, a warm feeling rose from her stomach. Tang Ranran was instantly excited. This familiar feeling is spiritual power, immediately clearing away distracting thoughts. Tang Ranran closed her eyes and began to feel the weak spiritual power in her body, and tried to guide the spiritual power to circulate in her body's meridians. Unfortunately, before the spiritual power could be activated, the spiritual power generated by eating the green spiritual grass leaves disappeared without a trace. One leaf is too little. After having the experience of this one leaf, and being completely sure that there was no risk, Tang Ranran brought the remaining green spiritual grass to her mouth and started chewing. The green spirit grass has no taste. Just like ordinary weeds, it tastes a bit astringent and not very good. She is not eating grass, but power. Tang Ranran quickly chewed the whole green spirit grass into pieces and swallowed it into her stomach, then closed her eyes and started practicing again. I don't know how long it took. When Tang Ranran opened her eyes, she couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. She felt a little bit, but it was almost there. She looked at the time. Only more than half an hour had passed. Tang Ranran reached out and pinched another green spirit grass, swallowed it, and started practicing again. One by one, after eating 4 green spirit grasses, Tang Ranran successfully attracted the spiritual power, circulated it in the meridians in her body for a week, and finally sank into the dantian. Although there was only a trace of spiritual power thinner than a hair in the dantian, it marked that she had successfully gathered the spirit. This body has spiritual roots. Although it is not known what spiritual roots are and what qualifications it has in the short term, but she can practice. It's enough to practice. Without the spirit stone, and not knowing her own spirit root, Tang Ranran chose the most common basic practice suitable for everyone in the sect. As long as she can practice to the 4th level of chi refining and perform basic spells, her safety will be greatly improved. A bright future is just ahead. Looking at the green spirit grass in front of her, Tang Ranran felt that her future was bright. After 2 minutes of happy imagination, Tang Ranran looked at the time. It was 1:35 when she came in, and now it was 4:12. More than 3 hours. I slept long enough. It's time to get up. Before leaving, she ran back to the small thatched house. Tang Ranran looked at the situation of other fields on the computer. The white radish will mature in more than 2 hours, and the cabbage will take even longer. More than 6 hours. After noting the maturity time of the crops and setting the alarm, Tang Ranran flashed out of the space. When a person is in a static state, how he came in is how he will leave. After leaving the space, Tang Ranran lay back in the quilt. Tang Ranran lifted the quilt and sat up, getting out of bed and standing on the ground. Tang Ranran stretched her body while checking the accumulated messages and missed calls on the smart brain. Because of the time difference, this afternoon, the Tang family mansion on the planet Sutter in the 3rd galaxy entered the morning time when the sun rose in the east. As a family with nepotism, several people in the Tang family worked in Xinliang, and they were more or less concerned about the YS-212 planet transformation project. Yesterday, the planting area was attacked by insects, and they had already sent back the news as soon as possible. The Tang family and many shareholders and senior executives in Xinliang bombarded Tang Ranran with information, one by one, pretending to care but actually trying to find out the truth. For these inquiries, Tang Ranran put them aside and did not reply. Instead, she looked at the information from Steward Lin, Yen Xing, Pan Rongrong and others. Yen Xing reported a lot of official business and sent her some data reports, while Pan Rongrong sent her several financial reports. Steward Lin efficiently sorted out the list of valuables left by his parents. Nestling in the sofa again, Tang Ranran checked the list of valuables. Manager Lin listed in detail the source of the items, evidence of the ownership of the items, the estimated market value of the items, and who currently owns the items. The list is very long, with a large number of valuable items. The final total value is nearly 5.2 billion. 5.2 billion is definitely a rich legacy. But, look! Grandpa Tang Ming said he liked the landscape antique painting worth 40 million. So he took it away. Grandma Shen Fenghua said she wanted to match a dress worth 80 million. So she took it away. The star diamond necklace worth 66 million was borrowed by my aunt, because she said she had to attend a dinner party and didn't have any suitable jewelry. It was called borrowing, but it was actually a meat bun hitting a dog. It was gone. The Starlight Speed suspension car worth 36.5 million was borrowed by my second cousin Tang Shui from my uncle's family. It was obvious that this second cousin had no intention of returning it. The Imperial Jade Compass worth 28.8 million was taken away by my uncle Tang Shenwen, who said that my third brother had promised to give it to me before. Many items on the list were taken away by the people in the Tang family mansion for various reasons not long after Tang Qingji and his wife passed away. While looking at the list, Tang Ranran was searching her memory by chance. And she remembered a lot of scenes. Fuck. What an ugly way of eating. After roughly browsing the list, Tang Ranran decided to take the things back and focused on the people in the Tang family. Opening the Smart Brain Address book, Tang Ranran scanned it. The Smart Brain Address book is a bit like the modern WeChat, with many functions, including group chat. There are many groups in Tang Ranran Address book. Classmates group, friends group, group senior group, regarding the Tang family. There is a large family group and a small family group. The large family group has a large number of people, as many as hundreds. As the saying goes, the poor in the city no one cares about the rich in the mountains. Because Tang Qingji is a first-generation entrepreneur. All the relatives who are related to him have come to him. And there are only a few people in the group. Most of them were people Tang Ranran didn't know. And there were too many messages. So Tang Ranran quickly glanced at them and skipped them. Small family group. This is a family group headed by her grandfather Tang Ming. In addition to the two elders, there are their 5 children and their families. A total of nearly 20 people. At this moment, the group has accumulated a lot of unread messages. Almost all the Tang family members in the group at her to ask about the situation. From the text language, each one is anxious and worried. But the water content is probably a bit high. It is estimated that more people are worried that she will die and the Tang family will go bankrupt. As for waiting for her death to divide the inheritance? Impossible. I took some time to look at the basic laws of the galaxy before. The inheritance law is not the same as the modern one. In the absence of a will, the first heir to the inheritance is the spouse. The second is the children. The third is the parents. The fourth is the brothers and sisters. And the fifth is the Imperial Charity Bureau. No grandparents. No uncles. In other words, if she dies without a valid will, no one can inherit her inheritance. And all will be charged to the Imperial Charity Bureau. If Tang Ranran died, everyone would be doomed. How could the Tang family not be anxious? When she was discharged from the hospital last night, housekeeper Lin had obviously informed the Tang family that she had been discharged. But because Tang Ranran did not show up, everyone called her and sent her private messages today. While checking the information in the group, Tang Ranran recalled the situation of the Tang family in detail and made a statistics of the items. In less than half an hour, Tang Ranran had done the statistics and deepened his impression of the Tang family. The patriarchs Tang Ming and Shen Fenghua each held 2% of the shares, and the annual dividends were not small. Since moving to the Tang family mansion on Sooterstar, the two have achieved great wealth and honor with their sons and lived a pampered life. Tang Ming likes to pretend to be cultured, while Shen Fenghua, like all women, likes shopping and buying jewelry. After Tang Qingji and his wife died, Tang Ming and Shen Fenghua took advantage of the status of Tang Qingji parents. One took a lot of cultural relics and antiques. The other took a lot of jewelry. There are 16 items on the list, with a total value of 854 million. The situation of my uncle's family is that my uncle Tang Shenwu is a temporary employee in Xinliang, who is a salary-earning employee with no real ability. And my Aunt Kai Wen-min is a typical rich lady who goes shopping and does beauty treatments on weekdays. They have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Tang Shubai is a civil servant, and he is considered promising among the 3 generations. The second son Tang Shi works in Xinliang, in the R&D department, as a research specialist for developing new products. Tang Ranran doesn't know whether he has the ability or not. Anyway, there have been no new products in the past 2 or 3 decades. The third daughter Tang Qingqing is studying in a higher education institution in the capital star of the 3rd galaxy. But I heard that she bought in. Uncle Tang Shenwu should have some dignity. But Aunt Kai Wen-min is a hot-tempered and shameless person. She alone took 18 items. However, because the most expensive items were taken by Shen Fenghua, although the number of items she took was large, each item was relatively cheap, with a total value of 534 million. Including Kai Wen-min, the uncle's family stole a total of 612 million items from the original body. Aunt Tang Fei, Tang Qingji's second sister, is a typical hedonist who only knows how to spend money. When Tang Fei was young, she was a beauty lover. She fell in love with her uncle Li De, who had nothing but his face. After the two got married, they lived off their savings within a few years. After spending all the dowry, Tang Fei took her husband Li De, son Li Qing and daughter Li Tian, and the four of them returned to her parents' home and began to live off their parents. As Tang Qingji became more prosperous and moved to the planet Sitter, Tang Fei cried, made a scene, and finally succeeded in getting her younger brother Tang Qingji. Tang Fei, who holds shares, is a rich woman who does not work. Her husband Li De and son Li Qing have joined Xinliang Group successively. Both of them are high-paid but do not work. Although they eat free rice, they are better at keeping to themselves and not causing trouble. So Tang Qingji just regards it as poverty alleviation. As for their daughter Li Tian, she is still studying on the planet Sitter, in the memory of the original body. This Aunt Tang Fei is as kind as a real mother. She treats the original body very well, and her biological daughter has to stand aside when they go out shopping together. Those who don't know would think that the original body is the biological daughter. And Li Tian, the cousin, also calls her sister all the time, and her mouth is as sweet as honey. Except for parents, the original body has the best relationship with this Aunt Tang Fei cousin Li Tian. Well, the best relationship, so I get the most. Gemstone jewelry worth 47.5 million. Star diamond necklace worth 66 million. Top grade jade bracelet worth 42 million. Gemstone crown jewelry worth 32 million. High-end bags worth 8.8 million. Her good aunt and good sister coaxed a total of 28 items from the original body, with a total value of 837 million. In addition to her uncle Li De, cousin Li Qing, and her aunt's family of 4. The total number of items recorded on the list is 33, with a total value of 905 million. Tang Ranran uncle, that is, the fourth uncle Tang Qingwen, is a businessman. He runs his own business and has several companies under his name. The original body does not know the specific situation, but in the original body's memory, Tang Qingwen is a successful businessman, and his appearance is very bright and beautiful. Fourth and Zhuang Nanqin is a doctor. They also have 2 sons and 1 daughter. The eldest son Tang Xuan, that is, her third cousin, also works in Xinliang. He is an accountant in the finance department. I don't know how capable he is. The second daughter Tang Yi, who is a few years younger than Tang Ranran, is her second cousin. She has a more noble personality and has an average relationship with the original body. She is also still studying. The youngest son Tang Shuzhe is still a little kid. Tang Qingwen is eloquent and has taken a lot of things from the original body. The family has a total of 521 million. Finally, there is the family of the younger aunt Tang Chui. In the original body's memory, Tang Chui is a powerful woman with a strong and vigorous spirit. After the divorce, she joined Xinliang. Tang Chui had her own abilities, and with Tang Qingji's secret care, Tang Chui worked very well and got the position of sales director. Tang Chui had a son and a daughter, who followed her when she divorced and changed their surnames back to Tang. Her son Tang Shuwai also worked in Xinliang, in the sales department. Her daughter Tang Qianqian just graduated this year and joined Xinliang a few months ago, and was assigned to the secretary's office. Tang Chui family of 3 took the least, less than 10 items, totaling 151 million. Although she didn't take advantage, this young aunt's ambition was not small. After Tang Qingji's death, Tang Chui acted as if she was thinking about the original body in Xinliang, and her ultimate goal was to become the top manager of Xinliang. The young original body had agreed at the time, but the second largest shareholder Chen Dafu firmly disagreed. There was a 1-month or 2-month period of tug-of-war in the middle. In the end, the original body was responsible for the YS-212 planet transformation project. The Xinliang Group, the base camp, was jointly managed by Chen Dafu's son Chen Yue and Tang Chui, and they supervised each other. Of course, if there are any major decisions, Tang Ranran, the nominal boss, must be contacted by phone. In addition, some relatives, such as uncles and aunts, also came to ask for money and took away a lot of things from the original body, which were relatively cheap, worth millions or tens of millions, totaling 107 million. The total whereabouts of these items that Steward Lin knew were 3.15 billion, of which 95% had paid inheritance tax. which means that it can be clearly proved that the ownership belongs to Tang Ranran. After a simple understanding of the relevant inheritance law, Tang Ranran knew that in the interstellar era, not only cars and houses have certificates, but also valuables have certificates. All items purchased through formal channels have property certificates. And inheriting these things with property certificates requires inheritance tax. Of course, inheritance tax is worth it, as long as the property rights are under her name, even if she voluntarily gives it to others. As long as the property certificate is not changed, the thing is still hers, and it is easy to get it back. The Tang family also had to have some face. It would be too embarrassing if they went to change the property rights right after Tang Qingji died. Therefore, they only occupied the things, and did not transfer the property rights of the items. Therefore, at least 2.99 billion can be recovered from the 3.15 billion. In addition to the 3.15 billion, there are hundreds of items worth 2 billion. Steward Lin did not mark their whereabouts, which means they should be in Tang Ranran hands. However, some of them may have fallen into the hands of others. There are too many things, and it is difficult for Tang Ranran to recall them one by one. To know how much is left, she needs to go back to the Tang family mansion and check her safe to know. Anyway, the list of items totaling 5.2 billion, 95% of which have property rights certificates. As for the remaining 5%, there is no clear way, and they should have gone to Tang Qingji through a gray path. Anyway, by mortgaging or selling, according to 60% of the value of the items, 3 billion should be collected. 3 billion is enough to solve the urgent problem. After sorting out the bills, Tang Ranran started to act. She wanted to talk to them first. Although the Tang family was not very good at eating for money, as a junior, she had to be polite. So she used courtesy before force, checking the pile of missed calls on the smart brain communication. Tang Ranran saw the largest number of missed calls at a glance. In addition, when she went to bed last night, her good aunt Tang Fei, who treated her like a daughter, had left 7 missed calls and more than a dozen text messages in her smart brain. Comparing with the imperial time displayed on the smart brain, Tang Ranran knew without calculation that it should be morning at the Tang family mansion on the planet Sutter. Before lunch, Tang Fei must have woken up and might be drinking morning tea. Tang Ranran took a deep breath, adjusted her expression, and then with a mental force, the communication was dialed. The world on the other end of the communication was sunny at this time. Under the azure sky, the Steel City is extremely magnificent. Inside a building that towers into the clouds, there is a large area that is decorated very magnificently. This is the leisure area of a high-end beauty salon, which is divided into semi-independent leisure rooms by European-style translucent screens. In the lounge next to the French window, a woman with long curly hair was leaning on a large leather sofa, holding a drink in her hand, looking relaxed and comfortable. The average life expectancy of interstellar people is over 200 years old. Tang Fei, who has just turned 100, has not yet entered the aging period. She looks like a 30-year-old on Earth. Although she is not young and beautiful, she is definitely full of charm. Tang Fei, who is dressed fashionably and covered in jewels, is sitting leisurely on the sofa at this time, enjoying the sunshine, enjoying morning tea, and waiting for her appointment for the Advanced Beauty SPA. Just as she was thinking about where to eat lunch after the beauty treatment, the intelligent brain vibrated. At a glance, the originally leisurely and comfortable expression on Tang Fei's face immediately paused. When she put down the teacup, her expression had adjusted to a worried and concerned look. And then she connected the video call. Tang Fei spoke with genuine concern. Ran, you finally replied to the call. I was so scared. Are you feeling uncomfortable anywhere? Have you had a comprehensive checkup at the hospital? Butler Lin spoke on her behalf. When Tang Fei woke up this morning, she knew that Tang Ranran was fine. She was just thinking about making money from her niece, so she naturally had to show her concern and nervousness. And, whoa, the original body was very close to this Aunt Tang Fei, who was always coaxing people. If she turned her face right now, it would be too much of a change. So Tang Ranran did some superficial work first and played the family card. In Tang Fei's concerned eyes, Tang Ranran cried with a face full of grievance and fear, and was extremely miserable. Tang Fei acted like a good aunt and tried to comfort him. Ran, don't cry. Don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. It's all over. Good child. Don't be afraid. It's all over. After squeezing out a few tears and howling for a while, Tang Ranran walked down the stairs and slowly calmed down. Tang Ranran, who had recovered a little, continued to act with fear on her face. "Aunt, yesterday was really terrible. Such a big bug was scary. It's all over. Ranran, don't be afraid." Tang Fei hurriedly comforted her again, and then immediately said, "Ranran, listen to Aunt. The border is too dangerous. You are a little girl. You should come back quickly." Tang Fei really likes Tang Ranran, a niece who is stupid and rich. The stupid niece is very rich, and any money flowing out of her fingers is enough for her to spend for a long time. But this year Tang Ranran ran to a place so far away from the border. Tang Fei's life suddenly became much tighter, and her consumption shrank. Tang Fei especially missed the days when she went shopping with her niece. She treated her, and her niece paid the bill. Tang Ranran had a bit of fear on her face. She acted hesitant and tangled, and finally gritted her teeth. "Aunt, my project is what my father left behind before he died, and it must be successful. Why are you so stubborn? Kid, no matter how big the project is, it's not as important as your safety. In the heart of my third brother, you must be more important. What's more, there are so many people in the company. Why can't you just let them supervise there? As the general manager of a group, why do you need to sit in person and do it yourself? Employees get paid to help the boss solve problems." Tang Fei tried to persuade. "No, Aunt. Xin Liang is my father's hard work. I must carry it forward. For this, it is reasonable to suffer a little. You kid." The money bag was unwilling to come back. Tang Fei felt extremely regretful, but her face was still concerned, acting as a caring elder, with a helpless and caring tone. "Ranran, you have grown up and have your own ideas, and will not persuade you. But you must pay attention to safety and health over there. You know, money is external. Your safety and health are the most important." And used her connections to find someone to buy a batch of nutritious and pure food, which will be sent to you in 2 days to replenish your body. "Aunt, you are so good to me." Tang Ranran was touched on the surface, but couldn't help complaining in her heart. This Aunt Tang Fei relied on some small favors to coax the original body around. But in fact, isn't it the sheep that pays for the wool? Remember to eat it when the time comes. And don't treat yourself badly. If the effect is good, remember to tell Aunt. I will think of a way to get another batch. Tang Ranran hurriedly said. "Aunt, I know that you are the best to me in the family." "That's right. Ranran, I watched you grow up. In the heart of Aunt. You are like Tian, just like her own daughter. By the way, Ranran, is there any problem with the project?" Fearing that the planet transformation project would have problems and affect her year-end dividends, Tang Fei, who had almost laid the foundation for family affection, seemed to inquire about it unintentionally. After her brother Tang Qingji died, Tang Fei was worried from time to time whether Xin Liang would be shut down by her niece. She was always worried, knowing that Tang Fei would take the initiative to ask about the project. Tang Ranran, who was waiting for this, looked worried and sighed in a deep voice. "Ah!" Tang Fei's heart tightened. Although she didn't care about the operation of Xin Liang, she also knew that her brother Tang Qingji had almost bet all his wealth on the planet transformation project. If the project was not done well, Xin Liang might go bankrupt. Tang Fei asked anxiously, Ranran, have you encountered any difficulties? Why don't you talk to your aunt, and she will give you some advice." Tang Ranran continued to sigh with an embarrassed look, and slowly said, "Aunt, you are my closest person, so I will tell you directly if there is anything. You don't know that I didn't know until I arrived at the planet to be transformed that it costs money. Everything costs money. Yesterday, the Zerg appeared in the planting area, and we encountered a bug attack. The employees made a fuss, causing the project to stagnate. So the budget is not enough, and I need money." After a pause, Tang Ranran opened his mouth. "Aunt, you and uncle can get together and lend me 1 billion. "What?" Tang Fei was so shocked that she almost jumped up from the sofa. "How much?" "Aunt, it's only 1 billion. Tang Ranran's tone was light, as if she was talking about 10 yuan. 10? 1 billion? Tang Fei was so scared that she stuttered. "What do you mean by only 1 billion? Where did her family get 1 billion? "Yes, 1 billion. Aunt, lend me the money. When I get through the difficulties, I will definitely repay you more. I will pay you back double." Tang Ranran wrote a blank check very seriously. "Double? It sounds very tempting. But Tang Fei really has no money. And she knows that the old man and the two brothers in the family are not optimistic about the YS212 planet transformation project. And secretly scold the third brother for harming people. So, even if you have money, you can't lend it. If you lend it, it is very likely to be a waste. Ran Ed really wants to help you. But our family really doesn't have so much money. Although she knew that not lending would affect their relationship. Tang Fei still chose to refuse. And it's only 1 billion. How can you and uncle not take it out? Don't you want to lend it to me? Tang Ran looked unconvinced and suspicious. Hey, your cousin hasn't married yet. And your cousin is still studying. We have many places to spend money. We really don't have so much money. Let's do this. Tang Chui sighed and was embarrassed. Finally, she gritted her teeth and said, "And I lend you 10 million. 10 million is definitely Tang Fei limit." If she didn't want to continue to maintain the relationship and take advantage of Tang Ran, she wouldn't want to lend us 10 million. And are you kidding? What is 10 million enough for? It costs more than this to buy a piece of equipment. Tang Ran pouted, looking unhappy. And even if you don't want to lend me money, there's no need to give such a small amount of money to a beggar. Right? No. Ran. My aunt's family really doesn't have that much money. Though she looks sincere and helpless. Tang Fei was so angry that she gritted her teeth. What do you mean by giving away a beggar? That's 10 million. Since you don't want to lend it, forget it. Tang Ran was obviously angry. With a cold tone, I find a way myself. Without giving her a chance to reply, Tang Ran hung up the call. Tang Fei, who wanted to say something, stared blankly at the hung-up call. And her head was a little confused for a while. Come back to her senses. Tang Fei wanted to call back. But she suppressed the idea the next second. Forget it. She should not show her presence in front of her niece recently. Without calling back, Tang Fei opened a communication group on the smart brain screen. This is a family group. A small family formed by Tang Ming. With only Tang Ming, Shen Finghua and his wife, and 5 children. Oh! There are only 6 people in this small family group now. Tang Qingji's citizen communication account has been cancelled due to his death. Tang Fei directly sent a message in the group. Tang Fei, Ran asked me to borrow money just now. And she asked for 1 billion yuan. She said that the planet transformation project was short of funds. Will this project fail? Will we not get dividends at the end of the year? Will it affect the shares we hold? Tang Fei sent a message like this. And the other people in the group were immediately blown up. And they started chatting one after another. Tang Ming, Ran borrowed money? Something happened to her? Hasn't she been discharged from the hospital? Big brother. 5th brother. Tell me what happened. Tang Chenwen, 1 billion yuan. It's over. This project is probably not going well. Tang Chenwu, what? I'm not sure. Shen Fenghua, boss. Have you not been to work recently? I asked you to go to the production base of Su Chi Huangxing. But you didn't want to. I just asked you to go to the virtual holographic office of the group on the Star Network. But you were still lazy. Tang Chenwu, mom. The funds have been withdrawn. At present, the whole group is proceeding step by step. There is nothing to do. It doesn't matter whether you go or not. Besides, don't you have my younger sister? Tang Ming, you are useless. Your younger sister is alone. How can you fight with the Qin guy? The Qin guy is eyeing them covetously. As the elders of Ran, shouldn't you help him? And as the eldest brother, you should lead by example. Tang Fei, brother. I told you to find out more about the latest situation in the group. Don't just be lazy and enjoy yourself. Tang Chenwu, sister. How dare you say that to me? Why don't you ask your husband? Isn't he also in the group? Tang Fei, he is just a lazy person. If it weren't for me, would my 3rd brother have let him in? And can he be the same as us? Brother, we have shares. Yes, if the shares are worthless, or if the Qin family gains power, our good days will be over. Tang Chenwu, what's the point of saying so much? When my 3rd brother wanted to take over the project, why didn't you stop him? Dad? Mom? You should have persuaded him at the beginning. Tang Ming, who said we didn't persuade him? The key is that he didn't listen. Shen Fenghua, oh? Qingji has a bad temper. We both strongly opposed it at the beginning. But we couldn't stop him. Tang Chenwen, With my third brother's temper. He has always been arbitrary. Who can persuade him? Mom and Dad. I heard outside that although there are a lot of good news from the front line. What is the situation? I got a little news. Avilio. Do you know? Tang Fei. What? Tang Chenwen, sister. Read more books. Avilio is one of the top Zergs. With a Zerg king. One of the royal Zergs. I heard that the Avilio Zerg and our empire are going to fight for some reason. And the 3 Zergs that are fighting us are sent by them to test and lead the battle. Tang Fei, what? There's going to be a war? Tang Ming, 4th brother. Is the news accurate? If there is a real war, it will be a big war. Which is not the same as the current small fights. The location of YS-212 will definitely be affected. Xin Fenghua, Royal Zerg Swarm? What should we do if there is a war? The bugs are all man-eating. Tang Chengwu, 4th brother. Is the news accurate? Tang Chui, 4th brother. Don't be alarmist. Don't make rumors. Don't spread rumors. Don't believe rumors. If they are spread, it will endanger public security. Tang Chenwen, well, I just heard it. How can I know if it is accurate? Anyway, the border, especially the border close to the Zerg, is not a good place. It's best not to go there. The big bosses I know don't consider investing and developing in the border. Tang Chenwen, who is destroying public security. I'm just talking here. I didn't go out and say it. Anyway, I think this project is quite mysterious. Ran Ran has asked the second sister to borrow money. I am afraid that the funds have run out. Little sister, do you have any new news? Tang Chui, the situation on the project is indeed not good. The current progress of the project is about 56%. But due to the attack of insects, casualties occurred. Ran Ran is fine. But several employees died. And there are still people in danger. So the employees went on strike. If this problem of employees is not solved and delayed for a long time, the first phase of the project will not be accepted in time. Tang Fei, too late to accept? What will happen then? Tang Chui, that means the 500 billion deposit will be wasted. Tang Fei. Tang Ming, I didn't let the third brother mess around at the beginning. Now it's good. I'm worried all day long. Tang Chenwu, little sister. What do you think we should do? By the way, not long ago, Qing Yue secretly found me and said that he would buy the 1% of my shares for 7 billion. Tang Chui, brother. You won't sell it. Will you? Tang Chenwu, how can I? It's only 7 billion. I'm not stupid. Tang Chui, that's good. Tang Fei, little sister. Can you tell me specifically? How much is our 1% stake worth now? Tang Chui, although the new project is unclear, it's not time to sell the shares. Even if we really want to sell, 1% of the shares will cost at least 9 billion. Tang Fei, oh, I see. Tang Ming, I tell you. Xinliang is our Tang family property. Don't sell the shares without saying a word. That's the behavior of a prodigal son. If anyone dares to sell, I break his legs. Tang Chenwu, Dad. When Ran Ran gets married in the future, won't the shares belong to someone else? Tang Ming, isn't it enough to find a son-in-law? Tang Chenwu, when a girl grows up, she's afraid of her elbows turning outward. Tang Chui, brother. What do you think? You don't think Ran Ran is stupid enough to give us the shares? Right? Tang Chenwu, I'm just talking casually. Hey, third brother is really something. How can you give all the shares to your daughter? Even if you don't give us a share, at least you should give a share to my parents. Right? Tang Chenwen, third brother didn't expect that he would be so unlucky that he would encounter star pirates and die young. Tang Ming, okay. Okay. Don't talk about these nonsense. Just talk about now. Old 5. Besides the third, you are the most capable in the family. What do you think we should do now? Tang Chui, Dad. Let's not rush. Let's see the situation. As long as the first phase of the project can be completed on time. After the 50 billion deposit is returned, funding will not be a problem. There are several of my people following YS-212. I will keep an eye on them. If there is really a problem, I will arrange a way out in advance to ensure that we are least affected. Xin Fenghua, Lao Wu. You are still reliable. You have worked hard during this period. Tang Chenwen, sister. Even if the strike problem is solved, what if there are still bugs on the planet? What if the war escalates? Tang Chui, these situations are not under my control. I can only try my best to protect our interests. If the YS212 Star Transformation project fails, the mortgaged shares in Ran Ran's hands will definitely not be kept. If Chindafu comes to power, we can only contact the right buyer to cash in our shares. Tang Chenwen, if that happens, won't the price be suppressed? Tang Chui, fourth brother. Is there anyone who wants to buy your shares? Tang Chenwen, isn't it that guy Chen Yue? I'm afraid that they won't even be happy with 7 billion. Tang Fei, why didn't the father and son surname Chen contact me? Do they look down on me? Tang Ming, fourth brother. Do you want to sell your shares for 7 billion? Tang Chenwen, Dad. I don't. I'm just worried. If something goes wrong, we won't even get 7 billion. Tang Chui, fourth brother. You are a businessman. Doing business is risky. Don't you know? Tang Chenwen, if I lose a little bit on this share, I can lose all the money I've earned in my lifetime. How can I not think about it? You don't know that since the third brother took over the planet transformation project, I've been worried so much that my hair is about to fall out. Tang Chui, you talk as if who doesn't worry. Who doesn't lose hair? Tang Chenwu, Wenmin said Ranran called her and asked for money. Now Ranran called me. He must be asking for money. What should I do? In the room. After Tang Ranran ended the call with Tang Fei, she moved her mental power, and the contact person fell on her Aunt Kai Wenmin, the second person who occupied the amount of funds. The call was connected. And within 10 seconds, the video call was connected. A scene of colorful flowers blooming in spring. This background? Tang Ranran knew at a glance that it was the big garden of the Tang residence. One of the hobbies of this pampered ant is to grow flowers. Wearing a delicate long-sleeve trousers with lace edges and a big sun hat on her head, Kai Wenmin was holding a watering can in her hand and just stopped the watering action. Ranran, are you okay? How are you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? I was so worried when I heard that you were in trouble. Kai Wenmin looked at the camera with a concerned look. Aunt. I'm fine. This aunt and the aunt are not on the same path. So there is no need for Tang Ranran to play the family card. After a simple greeting, Tang Ranran went straight to the point and said clearly, Aunt, I have encountered difficulties in my project. Can you lend me 1 billion first? Kai Wenmin was stunned. Obviously a little confused. What? What? Ranran? What did you say? Tang Ranran repeated. The project is short of funds. Lend me 1 billion. This matter. After hearing it clearly, Kai Wenmin's face changed immediately. The fake smile on her face could not be maintained. She pursed her lips and said with an embarrassed look, Hey, Ranran. It's not that your aunt doesn't want to lend you money. But, you know, your uncle manages the money in our family. And I, your aunt, can't make the decision. Or, you can ask your uncle? Kai Wenmin was not stupid. She did not refuse directly, but kicked the ball. While talking, Kai Wenmin had edited a text message to Tang Chenwu in time to inform him in advance. Oh, okay. Then I find my uncle. Knowing the result, Tang Ranran calmly ended the call and then flipped through the address book again. Continue to call. This time to find my uncle Tang Chenwu. The ringing sounded for a long time, and the other side finally answered the call. As soon as the call was connected, Tang Chenwu on the other end said hurriedly, Ranran, uncle has something to do. I will call you back when I am free. After saying that, without giving Tang Ranran a chance to speak, Tang Chenwu ended the call directly. Tang Ranran, oh, this is a tip-off. Continuing to change people, Tang Ranran contacted his fourth uncle Tang Chenwu this time. And then, 5 minutes later, Tang Ranran could only say, good guy. He just disappeared without answering the phone. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran was too lazy to look for them one by one. So he simply opened the Tang family group. Project funds are in urgent need. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, please lend me some money. It's not much. Just lend me 1 billion each. Project funds are in urgent need. Grandpa, Grandma, Uncle, Aunt, please lend me some money. It's not much. Just lend me 1 billion each. Project funds are in urgent need. Grandparents, uncles, aunts, please lend me some money. It's not much. Just lend me 1 billion each. At everyone. Send a message. State the purpose directly. And say important things 3 times. Tang Qingqing, what's going on? Ran. You are actually short of money? You are the richest in the family. Tang Shubai, 1 billion. What a joke. Cousin, you are talking without any pain. Do you think we are as rich as your family? There is really no money at home. If my family had 1 billion, why would I go to work? Tangy, sister Ran, you are rich but don't know how poor you are. You talk about billions and billions. My monthly living expenses are only 50,000. Li Tian, cousin Ran. I heard that you encountered a bug. Are you okay? Tang Shuyuan, Ran. There is no point in being anxious about the lack of money for the project. Relax. Health is the most important. By the way, are bugs really that scary? Did you take photos? Li Tian, cousin Yuan. How can you be so heartless? Ran was attacked by bugs, and you still stabbed her in the back. Tang Shuyuan, I'm curious. Can't I just ask? Forget it. Just ignore what I said. Tang Ran, I'm fine. Third cousin. Seeing bugs is not a good thing. Tang Qianqian, cousin. I'm so glad you're fine. Take care of yourself and don't work too hard. None of the elders showed up. And several people of the same generation as Tang Ran started chattering in the group for a long time. Until Tang Ran was about to hit someone again. Tang Ming spoke up. It was obvious that the couple and their children had discussed in this small group before they showed up. Tang Ming, Ran. I'm glad you're fine. Your grandmother and I are having a physical examination at the hospital. And I didn't see it just now. Shin Fenghua, Ran. Take care of yourself. Your safety is the most important. Li Tian, yes. Cousin. There is no end to making money. Health is the most important. Or you should come back. And leave the projects to your subordinates. Tang Ran at Tang Ming at Shin Fenghua, Grandpa and Grandma. There is a problem with the project. And we are short of funds now. Can you lend me 2 billion for emergency? Tang Ming, Ran. It's not that we don't want to help. But we really don't have that much money. Shin Fenghua, yes. 2 billion is not a small amount. How can we have that much money? If you really need money, your grandfather and I can pool together. And it should be no problem to pool 100 million. Tang Ming, yes. We will pool 100 million. And you can use it for emergency. Since the project has encountered difficulties, our family should work together to overcome the difficulties. I asked your uncles and aunts to collect some money and try to overcome the current difficulties. Tang Chenwu, Shubai is dating the daughter of his leader. The girl wants to live in a villa alone instead of living with the elders. A villa here starts at several billion. We are still worried about the down payment. Our family really has no money. But if the project is really urgent, I will try to collect 5 million. Tang Fei, I really have no money. My family can only collect 10 million. Tang Chenwen, I can also collect 10 million. Ran, you can use it first. Tang Chui, I have 50 million. But Ran, what is the funding gap for the project? If it is more, it is useless to rely on the family to collect it. Tang Ran, oh, you have a conscience. But not much. After everyone expressed their opinions, Tang Ran said directly, Tang Ran, this amount of money is totally insufficient. The funding gap is about 3 billion. Tang Ming, 3 billion is indeed too much. How can we get it? Tang Fei, Ran. To be honest, you are making things difficult for us. Our family assets are here. Where can we get so much money? Li Qing, that's right. Let alone 1 billion. 100 million is enough for me to spend for the rest of my life. Tang Chenwen, that's right. How can we ask for billions? Niece, our money is not blown by the wind. Knowing that she couldn't borrow money, Tang Ran calmly watched the messages flashing on the screen, and then waited until it was almost fermented, and said something. Tang Ran, forget it. I also know that your family assets are not strong. Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, I will find a way myself. When Tang Ran said that he would solve it, everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But they were worried again the next second. The project won't fail due to lack of funds. Right? If the YS212 planet project fails, the impact on them will be huge. Without waiting for everyone to worry for a few seconds, Tang Ran threw a document to the group. Tang Ran directly threw the list of items he inherited from Tang Qingji and his wife. And then said, Tang Ran, my parents also left me some relics. Selling or mortgaging these things should be able to solve this crisis. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. This, this, haven't most of the things here been divided? What does this mean? Do you want them to spit it out? Tang Fei, Ran. What do you mean? Agri Red Jade. Ode Star Diamond. Haven't those things been given to me? Tang Fei, who took the most, couldn't help but jump out first. Tang Ran, and you remembered it wrongly, didn't you? When did I say I gave it to you? Didn't you say I was borrowing it to wear? I am still the owner of the property certificate. I am short of funds now, so I have to deal with the things. Tang Ran, alas, there is nothing I can do about it. Who said that the project has no money? We are all family. I think you will all support me in this difficult period. Tang Ran, Uncle Lin will be back in a few days to deal with these things. The funding gap here is quite large, and it is very urgent. Tang Ran, by the way, there are too many things left by my parents, and I am a careless person. If there is anything missing, Grandpa, Grandma, uncles, aunts, cousins, brothers and sisters, I will definitely believe you. It must be those dirty servants in the family who stole it. I can only call the police to deal with it. Tang Ran, no more talking. Dinner time is almost here. I have to go to comfort the seriously injured employees. I will leave first. After sending several messages in a row, without reading the replies, Tang Ran directly turned off the smart brain screen. Getting up from the sofa, Tang Ran stretched her muscles. In the Tang family group, because of the bombshell dropped by Tang Ran, the group did not react for a while, and it took a long time for everyone to come back to their senses. Li Tian, cousin? What do you mean? You said you gave it to me before. How can you not keep your word? Tang Qingqing, what do you mean? It means I borrowed it to play with you, and you have to return it. Are you stupid? You don't even have this little comprehension ability. Li Tian, cousin Ran. You said you gave it to me? You gave it to me. Tang Qingqing, stupid. Items with property certificates only belong to you if the property certificates are changed to your name. Otherwise, if someone says you stole it, you stole it. Li Tian, cousin Qingqing. How can you say that? Cousin Ran didn't mean that. Tang Qingqing, oh. Why are you pretending to be stupid? Tang Ming, okay. Stop arguing. Ran is in trouble now. Our family should work together to overcome the difficulties. Tang Chenwu, yes. Yes. Both of you should say less and think about how to get through the crisis first. Tang Shui, Dad and Big Brother are right. Don't worry. Ran. We all hope that the YS212 project can be completed smoothly. Tang Ming took the lead, and after several elders said a few nice words in the group became quiet. Everyone changed positions and discussed in their own small family groups. The 6-member Tang family group became lively again. Tang Fei, what does she mean? What does it mean? Is this asking us to take out our things and collect money? Tang Chenwen, congratulations. Second sister, you got it right. Tang Fei, third brother has a big family and left so much money to her. So much. It can't be spent in several lifetimes. We only got a little bit of things. And she actually had the nerve to ask for it back? Does she have any conscience? We are all her elders after all. Third brother is not only her father, but also our brother, and even our parents' son. Third brother died. So what's wrong with giving us a little bit of things? We just got a little soup. And you actually want to spit it out? Tang Chenwu, big sister. Tell me the truth. How much did you cheat Ran of? Why are you so angry? Tang Fei, big brother. What are you talking about? Didn't your wife take it? The bracelet she wore yesterday was from third brother's wife. Tang Chenwu, that bracelet is too old-fashioned. It's not suitable for a little girl like Ran to wear. Tang Fei, ha. Shen Fenghua, okay. Okay. Stop talking. Tang Fei, mom. I'm so angry. We're all family. And my third brother has such a huge fortune. But we only get a small share. My niece is not happy about it. It's so infuriating. Shen Fenghua, okay. It's not easy for Ran either. Although the fortune left by the third brother is huge, most of it has been mortgaged. And Ran is under a lot of pressure. Didn't Lao Wu say that the insects attacked and the employees went on strike? And that this situation can only be solved with money? Isn't it because they are short of money? I think if she wasn't really in urgent need of money, Ran wouldn't ask for these things back. Tang Fei, Mom. She can't squeeze us even if she is short of money. Tang Chui, second sister. It's useless no matter how loud you shout. Ran Ran's meaning is very clear. Either you take the initiative to return the things you took to raise money, or she will call the police. Her name is on the property certificate. And it's useless to say anything. Tang Fei, little sister. Aren't you angry? Tang Chui, why should I be angry? This is the most difficult period. Now we can only hope to raise this money and solve the crisis in the project. As long as the first phase is completed and the deposit returns to 10%, we will have nothing to worry about. If the first phase of the project goes smoothly, the dividends at the end of the year may be even higher. Tang Ming, Lao Wu is right. The situation is special now. So let's all raise money. If you really like it, you can buy the things yourself. Tang Chenwu, Dad. I really want to buy a wedding house for Shu Bai. Where can I get the money from? Tang Ming, if you don't have money, just spit it out. I feel that Ran is serious this time. If she really calls the police, where will we elders put our faces? Tang Ming, I tell you, whoever loses face for the Tang family and makes a fool of himself, I will break his legs. Tang Fei, Dad. What are you saying? It was obviously Ran who started the trouble. There is no reason to take back what has been given. Tang Chui, sister. Don't let me down at the critical moment. That little bit of money is just a small amount of money. Think about the shares in your hands. If the project fails, Xin Liang may go bankrupt. Tang Fei, little sister. No, it's not that serious. Right? Tang Chui, Xin Liang's bankruptcy is not the worst. The most terrifying thing is that because the third brother couldn't pay back the loan, the shares mortgaged by the third brother were taken by the bank, and then bought by the surname Chen. I tell you, Chen Dafu and his son are ambitious. If they come to power, let alone pack up and leave, we may inexplicably have a few more debts and become negative assets. Tang Chenwu, little sister. You have to keep an eye on the surname Chen. Tang Ming, old 5. Those who are capable should work harder. Don't let the surname Chen succeed. Tang Chui, I will keep a close eye on them. Tang Ming, let's just leave it at that for now. Be more conscious and take out your things. We talk about it after the current crisis is over. After a simple stretch, it was time for dinner. Tang Ran solved the problem with another nutrient solution. After dinner, Tang Ran continued to check the intelligent brain. As a secretary who takes care of everything, Yin Xing reported a lot of things to her in just one afternoon. First of all, the issue of bodyguards. Yin Xing said that he had already negotiated with Captain Du, who was the captain of her 6-member sea-level mercenary team, regarding Tang Ran accidental radiation exposure. Boss Du did not shirk responsibility, but frankly stated that it was indeed their fault. Boss Du expressed his gratitude for Tang Ran non-chasing of responsibility. For this reason, Boss Du readily accepted the termination of the contract and proposed a cooperation. As a planet snatched from the Zerg, although it is deserted, it is undeniable that it is a planet that humans have not yet explored, and the possibility of mineral deposits is extremely high. Boss Du proposed that they hope to continue to stay on the planet and explore the planet, and they will be responsible for all expenses during the exploration. Once mineral deposits or other things of economic value are discovered, Tang Ran will pay them an exploration fee based on the value of the items they discovered. Yin Xing's suggestion is that because they are currently short of manpower and equipment, they cannot carry out long-distance exploration work for the time being. As mercenaries, Boss Du and his team have rich experience in free planet exploration, and it is a good choice to cooperate with them. Of course, if the cooperation is confirmed, the relevant details need to be discussed in detail. Large-scale planetary exploration is arranged in the second phase of the project. After reading the overall project book, Tang Ran knows that planetary exploration requires professional equipment and professionals. As for their current employees, they are definitely not willing to carry out exploration work in unknown areas with high radiation. By the second phase, the exploration work will definitely be looking for someone to cooperate. Now the cooperation method proposed by Boss Du is simply a no-cost business for Tang Ran. Tang Ran has no reason to refuse. In addition to the bodyguard team, in the afternoon, Yin Xing went to talk to the employee representatives again. The attitude of the employee representatives was not so intense, and they basically accepted the company's arrangements. Then, Yin Xing went to the infirmary again and said Tang Ran the latest physical examination data of the 3 seriously injured employees. That was basically it. After reading a lot of things, Tang Ranran called Yin Xing. In less than 5 seconds, the voice communication was connected. Mr. Tang. Tang Ranran, I agree with the cooperation that Mr. Du mentioned. When you talk to them, you must make it clear that we will not pay for exploration in the early stage. We will only pay if they find valuable items. As for the specific share, you can refer to the internal group and decide. It can't be too high. Yin Xing. Okay. Mr. Tang. I understand. Hearing the background noise was a bit noisy. As if there was a sound of wind. Tang Ranran couldn't help asking. Are you outside? Mr. Tang. I'm on my way back. The pure food I ordered yesterday has arrived and I just got it. I still have 15 minutes to arrive. When I come back, I will need to borrow your private kitchen to process the ingredients. Is that okay? Here is another interstellar common sense. The space technology in this world is already very advanced. There are not only space buckles, but also artificial space transmission stations, commonly known as wormholes. In places where wormholes are opened, online shopping express delivery is basically delivered within a few hours on the same day, and remote areas are also delivered the next day. Although the YS-212 planet is barren, there is a military logistics production base here, so there are wormholes. Although the teleportation point is at the military base hundreds of kilometers away, with a hover car, the journey only takes 1 or 2 hours, and it can be achieved in less than an hour by speeding. So Yin Xing is on his way back from picking up the express. Tang Ranran, okay. Got it. Be safe. And hang up. Okay. Goodbye. Mr. Tang. After the call ended, Tang Ranran flipped through Yin Xing report again, and then saw it. Yin Xing bought 10 ingredients with a purification value of about 10, and spent a total of 952,100. She had reduced 1/5 of the 5 million pure food funds she gave. It's so expensive. Holding back the heartache, Tang Ranran took a closer look. 1 serving of blue and white rabbit meat with a purification value of 10.27. Funding, minus 100,500. 1 serving of red water spirit fruit, with a purification value of 9.87. Funding, minus 94,500. 1 serving of white snow lotus fruit, with a purification value of 9.12. Expenses, minus 90,100. 1 serving of Jua blue melon flesh, with a purification value of 8.98. Expenses, minus 85,700. In the measurement of pure food, 1 serving is 1 unit, and 1 unit is 100 g. So, this total of less than 2 kilograms of things cost 952,100. For these things, Yin Xing still compared the foods with the same purification value and picked the low-priced ones, which were sold at a low price. In this regard, Tang Ranran, who was just a humble worker in her first life, could only say, it's so expensive. After a few seconds of heartache for the money, Tang Ranran couldn't help thinking that she didn't know whether the crops on her farm had a purification value. If it did, wouldn't she be rich? Well, even if there was no purification value, her crops shouldn't have a radiation value. So the worst would be 0.0. Although ordinary food is not expensive, it is not cheap. As a fruit and vegetable wholesaler, as long as the volume is increased, she can still make a fortune. So, don't panic. Even if she goes bankrupt, she can make a comeback. Of course, how to make a bright way is a problem. Shaking her head and not thinking about it anymore, Tang Ranran decided to go and see the ingredients that Yin Xing bought with her own eyes. After searching the closet again, Tang Ranran realized that she should buy some sportswear. From a pile of skirts, she found a relatively simple style and calf-length long skirt. After changing into a skirt, before leaving the house, Tang Ranran sent a message to Yang Tao, asking her to come over to clean up, since she had never touched a car before and was too lazy to do housework. Tang Ranran decided to stay for the time being with the driver Yang Li and the naughty Yang Tao. Of course, if she found out that these 2 people were spies for others, they would still be fired. When she left the house, the bodyguards outside the door were still there, but there was only 1 instead of 2. The original female bodyguard had disappeared, leaving only the male bodyguard. Seeing Tang Ranran leaving the house, the male bodyguard followed closely. Without asking any more questions, Tang Ranran turned on the smart brain again and activated the smart navigation function. Led by the intelligent navigation, They walked through corridors and small doors for 5 minutes. And the navigation showed that they had arrived at their destination. He used his mental power to face the wall in front of him again. And the door opened. Behind the small door was a small kitchen of about 60 square meters. A man was packing things in the kitchen with his back to Tang Ranran. Hearing the noise, the man turned around. A middle-aged man with a square face. It was Butler Lin. Uncle Lin. Tang Ranran walked in and called out, "Miss, why are you here?" Butler Lin was a little surprised. On weekdays, Butler Lin and Yang Tao were responsible for cooking for Tang Ranran. At this moment, Butler Lin was preparing dinner. "What are you doing?" Tang Ranran asked. Secretary Yin said that although the purification value of the ingredients you eat is not high, you can't just eat high purification value foods. After all, that's too expensive. So he asked me to prepare some first and process them together when he arrives. Some ingredients cannot be eaten raw and need to be processed. Butler Lin explained patiently. "Oh, Uncle Lin, you are busy. Don't worry about me. I wait for Yin Xing." Tang Ranran nodded, indicating that he understood. The food that the original body ate before was all pure food. But the unit purification value was not high. Only a few points. And the highest was no more than 3. But Yin Xing was right. How could you afford to eat all the food worth 1,002 kilograms? Of course, it should be matched. Tang Ranran silently gave a thumbs up to the clever Yin Xing. Butler Lin responded and turned around to continue his own business. Tang Ranran looked around in the kitchen for a while, and memories involuntarily came to his mind. The food here can really only be described as food, which is a far cry from gourmet food. What does the original body eat on a daily basis? Fruit platter and vegetable platter. Boiled meat and fried meat. Occasionally there will be fried meat and stir-fried meat that tastes okay. As for stir-fried dishes? No. Are there no seasonings such as oil, salt, sauce and vinegar in the interstellar era? Yes. There are not only oil, salt, sauce and vinegar, but also various sauces. But almost all of them are products of technology and hard work. Although they taste good, they will destroy the purification value of the ingredients. Rich people who eat pure food will not use seasonings. Seasonings are only used when eating ordinary food with a purification value of 0 and a radiation value of less than 5. However, rich people basically don't eat ordinary food. And poor people will not eat ordinary food even more. The problem can be solved by nutrient solution. So why spend more money? So, seasonings are only something that a small number of people will choose when they can't help but have a good meal occasionally. Tang Ranran, who was very curious about seasonings, searched and searched. And then she really found a box of seasonings. Bottle after bottle. Made of glass. A bit like a female horse's sauce. Taking a spoon, Tang Ranran picked a bottle marked sour and spicy delicious. Unscrewed the lid and scooped a spoonful directly. Then put it into her mouth. Wow! It's really sour and spicy. It's quite exciting. Another spoonful. After washing a basin of purple leaves, housekeeper Lin wiped his hands. Then turned around and saw Tang Ranran, who was feasting on the food. His face suddenly changed and he shouted anxiously, "Miss, you can't eat it." "Well, what's wrong?" Tang Ranran, who was eating happily, stopped and looked at him in confusion. Seasoning sauce also belongs to the category of food. She looked carefully and only ate it when she saw it was edible. This is a sauce. It has a strong taste. You will feel uncomfortable if you eat too much. And it has slight radiation. Housekeeper Lin hurriedly said. It's only 1.34. It's okay. As a technology and hard work, sauces are unhealthy. Tang Ranran has naturally seen it clearly. But eating a little occasionally will have little impact. You just recovered. How can you eat this? Butler Lin walked over quickly, snatched the sauce from Tang Ranran's hand, and then took away the whole box of sauce very swiftly. Walking to the side, Butler Lin put the things in the cabinet and reminded again. Miss, you can't eat this secretly. Okay. I know. Knowing that Butler Lin is also doing it for her own good, Tang Ranran can only express his attitude. Well, I won't eat it now, and I will find a chance to study it later. Oh, Uncle Lin, I have just contacted my grandparents, uncles, aunts and others. Butler Lin's face changed. What did they say? They didn't say much. They must be unwilling in their hearts. Tang Ranran sighed, and then said firmly, Now I am short of funds. There is no other way. Even if they don't want to, I can only turn against them. Uncle Lin, I trouble you to go back and deal with this matter. Me? Butler Lin was stunned. Yes, Uncle Lin. I asked Pan Rongrong to do this. But I don't trust her very much. You go with her. So it will be convenient for you to supervise her. If they refuse with various reasons, report the item as lost or stolen. At that time, let Pan Rongrong take the lead and let her play the villain. I understand. Having lived for a long time, Steward Lin naturally knows what to do. But, miss, if I go back, you are here. Steward Lin hesitated, fearing that Tang Ranran could not take care of herself. Uncle Lin, I am not a child anymore. I can take care of myself. What's more, there is Xiao Tao. But, Steward Lin is still worried. I promise not to leave the base and stay in the base for 24 hours. Tang Ranran made a promise. And this was absolutely sincere. There might be bugs outside. She just gathered her spirit. How could she go out? Of course she would hide in the tortoise shell. This, Uncle Lin, I'm fine. You can rest assured. Fundraising this time is the top priority. Without this money, we may not be able to survive until next month. Uncle Lin, you must help me. I don't trust anyone else. Tang Ranran entrusted him with an important task. Miss, don't worry. I will definitely raise enough money for you. Butler Lin, who finally made the decision, nodded heavily. The two talked for a few more minutes. And the small door of the kitchen opened again. Yin Xing appeared at the door with several boxes in his arms. Butler Lin, Mr. Tang, you are here too. Seeing Tang Ranran, Yin Xing, who came back from picking up the express delivery, hurriedly smiled and greeted her. Yeah. After answering, Tang Ranran only stared at the boxes he was holding in his hands. They were white and almost the size of lunch boxes. It was hard to tell what they were made of with the naked eye. They looked like glass or plastic. And there was a hint of cold air coming out. A fresh-keeping food box for pure food. Tang Ranran, who had mastered a lot of daily knowledge, recognized it at once. This was $1 million express. She was curious. Walking to the table in the middle of the kitchen, Yin Xing carefully placed the boxes on the table. Tang Ranran, who also came to the table, stretched her neck to look. There were labels on the surface of each box. This one was red water spirit fruit. And that one was Juha blue melon flesh. Let me take a look. Tang Ranran reached out and picked up the box of Juha blue melon flesh. Blue melon? Could it be a fruit similar to watermelon? Mr. Tang! Yin Xing hurriedly stopped him. Only one portion of red water spirit fruit is needed today. The other should be put into the refrigerator without opening. Realizing that he was being too loud, Yin Xing added in a servile manner. Of course. You can eat it if you want. Forget it. I won't eat it. Tang Ranran put down the box awkwardly. This box of 100 grams of stuff costs 100,000 yuan. As a second-generation negative. Bah. She doesn't deserve it. Only the red water spirit fruit was left. And the rest were stuffed into the refrigerator by Yin Xing. Putting it in the refrigerator was not enough. Yin Xing also asked to enable the locking function. Because the food is expensive. Most of the refrigerators in this world also have the function of safes. So, they can be locked. Yin Xing was afraid that the food would be stolen. With Tang Ranran modification, the refrigerator that was originally available to anyone became a refrigerator that could only be opened with her and Yin Xing fingerprints. After locking the things, the next step is to make dinner. First, unpack the express. With great curiosity, Tang Ranran opened the fresh-keeping box and found a special food-grade anti-fall mat inside. After opening the anti-fall mat, there were a few small tomatoes. Really? This so-called red water spirit fruit looks exactly like a small tomato. Tang Ranran, this can't be a small tomato? Tang Ranran, who didn't dare to ask, secretly searched for relevant information on the smart brain. Red water spirit fruit, perennial herb, native to Yongking star in the 7th galaxy. A pure food discovered in the interstellar year 1087. The unit purification value of the fruit is between 9.50 and 10.00. Okay. An alien species that is not from Earth should not be a cherry tomato. It just looks like it. After Tang Ranran opened the box, Yin Xing took out the red water spirit fruits one by one. A total of only 11. Still careful and cautious. After rinsing, Yin Xing began to cook. 5 minutes later, the finished product came out. 2 fruit and vegetable platters, each with 5 red water spirit fruits, with a lot of purple leaves, green leaves and yellow leaves. Colorful. The colors are pretty good. As for the taste, because of the uneven distribution of 355, Tang Ranran took the extra one. But she was reluctant to eat the red water spirit fruit at that price, but decided to keep it for the experiment. So Tang Ranran nibbled a little bit of the 3 color leaves. The seaweed leaves are crispy and tasteless. The yellow leaves are a bit bitter and not very tasty. The green leaves are a bit astringent. And your tongue will definitely go numb if you eat too much. The feeling of eating grass is not very good overall. The leaves are not delicious. But this thing is not cheap. The total value of the 3 colors of leafy vegetables used has also been checked to be 30,000. The remaining 5 red water spirit fruits were not paired with leaves, but directly added with water and squeezed into juice. After the 3 dinners were cooked, Yin Xing specially found a transparent container to hold them. The next step was to visit the wounded. At this time, there were still 2 or 3 hours before going to bed, and the crops on the farm were not yet mature. If you practice, you can't practice too frequently. You have to proceed step by step. After all, there is a risk of going crazy. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran finally decided to go with Yin Xing to visit the injured employees. It is more important for her, the boss, to visit in person. After leaving the kitchen, Tang Ranran led the way, followed by a secretary and a bodyguard, and walked slowly towards the infirmary. The entire base has 5 floors, because there are military areas on the 1st and 5th floors. Basically only military personnel live there. In addition to special areas, there is also a storage area. Tang Ranran lives on the 4th floor. The 4th floor is where she and the senior executives, as well as the conference room, laboratory, and other functional rooms are located. The employees are on the 2nd and 3rd floors, and the infirmary is on the 3rd floor. The entire military floating base is not big, but not small either. Tang Ranran still drives the smart navigation and follows the navigation instructions. After walking for 5 minutes, the 3 of them arrived at the 3rd floor. Because of the strike and the holiday policy, all the employees are in the base, either sleeping in the dormitory or wandering around. The 3 people who came down from the 3rd floor met several waves of employees before arriving at the infirmary. Although they were on strike, the employees were still in a good attitude when they met the boss. After all, he was their breadwinner. Facing the voices of, "Hello, President Tang." Tang Ranran responded one by one with a very friendly smile. After walking for a quarter of an hour, the 3 of them arrived at the door of the infirmary. The infirmary looked a bit like a small rural clinic, but there were several high-end instruments supporting the scene. The entire infirmary was about 200 square meters, and several semi-enclosed wards were separated. In the entire infirmary, including the director Gu Ping'an, there were a total of 5 doctors who came to this planet with him. Standing at the door, before entering the door, just taking a look, an urgent shout came over. "Quick! Painkiller!" Looking in the direction of the voice, Tang Ranran saw a white figure running to one side in a hurry. Over there were 2 more white figures, who were beside the bed, trying hard to press the patient on the bed. "Calm down! Hold on! Ah!" With a loud roar full of pain, the person on the bed suddenly raised his head and hit a doctor with his head. Obviously, the force was very strong, and the doctor staggered and fell to the ground. The remaining doctor was obviously unable to hold down the mad patient. The patient on the bed broke free from his shackles the next second, slid off the bed, and then quickly got up, holding his head against the wall while screaming in pain. Ah! Bang bang bang. The force was so great that he was about to commit suicide by banging his head against the wall. "Stop! Stop him!" The doctor on the ground quickly got up, and the doctor, who was knocked away, also rushed over. There were also 2 people who were not patients nearby who ran over to help. The 4 of them worked together to hold the man to the ground. "Mr. Tang, that's sure It is said that when his mental power goes wild, his head buzzes like an explosion scene, and he is in excruciating pain." Yin Xing took a step forward, leaned close to Tang Ranran, explained in a low voice, and then sighed. "I didn't believe it before, but now I believe it after seeing it with my own eyes. It seems that the pain is really worse than death." Glazing at him to signal him to be quiet, Tang Ranran switched to a concerned and anxious expression. "Hurry up. Go see if there is anything I can help with. Handing the food box in his hand to the male bodyguard, Yinxing carefully said, Be careful. It's very valuable. After handing over the valuable item, Yinxing immediately ran over to help. But before he could get there, the doctor who had gone to get the medicine, that is, Gu Ping'an, had already arrived at Shuri's place and gave him an injection of something unknown. The effect was immediate. In a few seconds, the struggling Shuri calmed down, gasping for breath, and the whole person was like being fished out of the water, soaked all over. How is it? Gu Ping'an asked. Not bad. I can bear it. Shuri panted and frowned as he answered. Obviously, the pain caused by the mental turmoil was not eliminated, but reduced to a tolerable level. If you use too much painkillers, you will develop resistance. If you can bear it yourself. Gu Ping'an then instructed. Xiao Hao, help him wash and change into dry clothes. Okay. After the incident of Shuri, the people in the infirmary noticed Yinxing, and then noticed the arrival of Tang Ranran, and greeted her one by one. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Tang Ranran nodded in response, and said to the doctors, Thank you for your hard work. To the patients, she said, Keep going. You will get better soon. As far as the eye can see, there are 4 patients in the infirmary. Except for Shuri, the other 3 have different degrees of trauma and need to be hospitalized for observation for a few days. But basically there is no big problem. In addition to the patients, the 2 who helped hold Shuri just now were employees who came to visit them. Tang Ranran and Yinxing asked the 3 injured people about their health for a while, and Shuri changed her clothes and came back from the cubicle. Tang Ranran whispered to Gu Ping'an, How is it? Has the situation improved? This is obviously nonsense. Gu Ping'an did not speak, but shook his head and responded with a helpless look. Yeah. There was no miracle. Tang Ranran felt a little heavy. Before coming here, the 3 serious cases were just a pile of information to her. But after coming here, they were all living people. Mr. Tang. After taking painkillers and changing into a refreshing hospital gown, Shuri looked a little better. Of course, this improvement was in comparison with the previous madness. The bottom of his eyes were dark. His face was yellow and white, and his steps were a little weak. Shuri's mental and physical state were not very good. Facing Shuri's serious illness, Tang Ranran hurriedly looked concerned. Lie down quickly and rest more. Shuri did not move for a while, still standing in the same place, facing Tang Ranran. His heart was full of tormenting fear. He did not dare to face the reality, but he did not want to continue to muddle through the great pain brought by the mental riot. His lips opened and closed and opened again, and after a long while, he gritted his teeth, looked at her sadly, and his voice was full of desperate sadness. Mr. Tang, tell me the truth. Can I still be saved? If I can't be saved, let me go easily. As long as you properly arrange for my family, I won't blame the company. What discouraging words are you talking about? Tang Ranran scolded without thinking, then comforted her with a firm tone. Don't worry. The company will do its best to save you, and you will definitely get better. Although this is a bit conscienceless. Successful capitalists are all conscienceless. Besides, she can't just say, Yes, you can't be saved, but I will give your family a high death compensation, so you can die without worry. Perhaps because she is not a successful capitalist, but just a wage earner. Tang Ranran's tone was firm when she spoke, but she was still very weak in her heart. Alas, mental turmoil is equivalent to the late stage of cancer in modern times. She didn't even believe what she said. Opening his mouth, Shuri wanted to say something. After experiencing the pain of several mental turmoils, he no longer believed that he could get better. It's just that everyone is afraid of death. He would rather deceive himself and others to believe in Tang Ranran's spiritual comfort. We must believe in President Tang and the company. Shuri, you are an employee of the company. The company will never give up anyone who contributes to the company. Yinxing interrupted Shuri with a tactful look, patted his shoulder and encouraged him. Don't worry. It's okay. No matter how big the difficulties are, they will pass. After that, Yinxing took 2 steps to the bodyguard and took back a fruit and vegetable platter, holding the transparent container with the fruit and vegetable platter. Yinxing continued to encourage Shuri. His tone was sincere. President Tang also knows that your situation is a bit special, so he asked me to buy pure food with high purification value. Eat more of this, and you will get better soon. Of course, it is very important to maintain a good and optimistic attitude. Pure food with high purification value? Shuri stared at the colorful fruit and vegetable platter with wide eyes, and couldn't stop the astonishment in his eyes. As an ordinary person, Shuri's diet consists of 99% ordinary nutrient solution, and he only buys a bottle of pure nutrient solution occasionally. But the purification value is definitely not high, and will not exceed 0.5. For Shuri, food with high purification value is simply a legendary existence. Now that he has seen the legend, he still eats it. So it is inevitable that he is a little emotional. Yes. Eating pure food with high purification value. The chance of recovery is still very high. This is what Director Gu said. Right. Director Gu? Yanxing dragged the authoritative representative Gu Pingyan into the water. Yes. I said that high purification value food is helpful for treatment. Gu Pingyan responded. And he did not tear him down. Is this true? Gu Pingyan also said this. Shuri's eyes suddenly lit up, and the excitement on his face was beyond words. He didn't want to die if he could live. Yes. Try it. Yanxing gave him the container of food and continued to pour chicken soup. The company and Mr. Tang have not given up. You can't give up first. Remember, mentality is very important. As long as you believe in yourself, you will definitely get better. Yes, get better. Then I go eat first. After finishing this bowl of chicken soup, Shuri regained his confidence. Go ahead. Come on. I will fight the pain and never give up. Sitting back on the bed with the food in his arms, Shuri opened the lid slowly and ate it in small bites. After comforting Shuri, the patient, the next step was naturally the remaining 2 serious cases. But before Tang Ranran could ask, one of the 2 employees who came to visit the patient in the infirmary came to her side and said with a sincere and excited face, Boss Tang, you must save Li Dawei. He can't die. He has a sick mother at home who lives on medicine. His 3 children are still young and still studying. His wife divorced him because of the heavy burden. His family depends on him alone to support them. Li Dawei came here because of the high salary. Who wants this to happen? If he dies, his family will collapse. This person obviously has a good relationship with Li Dawei. He said a lot with an excited look. Li Dawei, the one with a more serious body radiation of 51. The relevant information suddenly appeared in Tang Ranran's mind. After listening to him patiently, Tang Ranran said sincerely and firmly, Don't worry. The company will not give up on anyone. We will do our best to save them. Yes. Don't worry. We have discussed with the military hospital, and they have agreed that once there is a vacant treatment quota, they will notify us in time. We will always pay attention and strive to enter the military hospital as soon as possible. As long as you enter the military hospital, you will definitely be cured. Yanxing said it very sincerely, although he knew in his heart that it was a euphemism of the military hospital, and he might have to wait forever for the treatment quota. Tang Ranran was silent after hearing this. Really? Her conscience did not allow her to fool people like this. Yanxing, this guy, is more suitable to be a black-hearted leader than her. That's great. Li Dawei's friend obviously did not realize that waiting for notification represented a refusal, but foolishly believed it, and his expression relaxed. Boss Tang. Secretary Yin. Thank you so much. Of course. I work for the company. The company works for me. Everyone treats the company as home. The company will naturally not abandon any family member. It must be said that Yanxing is very good at making polite remarks. After a brief exchange of greetings with Li Dawei's friends, Yanxing's sincere killer move made the entire infirmary know that the company spent a lot of money to buy pure food with high purification value in order to save people. I believe that soon this news will spread from 1 to 10, from 10 to 100, and everyone among the employees will know it. It must be said that Yanxing Little Abacus is loud, and it is difficult for Tang Ranran not to hear it. Then, under the leadership of Gu Pingyan, the 3 went to the isolation area. Zhou Xinghua and Li Dawei are radiation patients and need to be isolated, so the 2 are not in the infirmary, but in the isolation area ward inside the infirmary. Because Li Dawei's body's surface radiation value is high, although he has not been fully immersed to cause radiation sickness, he has fever symptoms, so he is currently in a coma. Nothing to see. Gu Pingyan assigned an assistant, who wore a protective suit and carried the red water spirit fruit juice, went in to feed him. and then monitored the relevant data. Zhou Xinghua, whose body surface radiation value was relatively low, looked in good condition. He greeted them with a smile across the glass of the ward, because he still had a conscience. Tang Ranran could not fool the seriously ill patients without any burden. So he simply said a few words of encouragement and shut up. Then it was Yanxing home court. And bowl after bowl of chicken soup for the soul was poured over for free. The work of delivering food was completed. And it was time to leave. As for whether this pure food with a purification value of about 10 is useful, that depends on the monitoring data for analysis. It is the doctor's job to monitor the patient's body. And Tang Ranran just needs to wait for the results. Before Tang Ranran and the other two left, Shuri, who had finished the fruit and vegetable platter, said that his head, which was still aching, didn't hurt at all. I don't know if it was a psychological effect or a real effect. Anyway, Shuri's mental outlook has improved a lot. After leaving the infirmary, Yanxing received a call from the security minister Zhou Jian, who said that Lieutenant Jiang Zhou had returned with a team of people. Zhou Jian asked Yanxing to go to Jiangzhou together to discuss the military giving a speech to employees. After the communication ended, Yanxing and Tang Ranran reported the situation. It was almost time to harvest the vegetables. Tang Ranran was in no mood to get involved in this matter. So she replied directly, "Go." Then, Yanxing went to meet Zhou Jian, and Tang Ranran went home. Before returning to her room, Tang Ranran turned a corner and went to the laboratory of the research department. Although it was already evening, there was still a person on duty in the laboratory. So Tang Ranran got what she wanted smoothly: radiation detector and purification value detector. After getting the things and putting them into the space buckle, Tang Ranran followed the navigation back to her room. In the room, the clothes that Tang Ranran had placed on the sofa before leaving were gone, and the whole room seemed a little brighter and tidier. Oh! The brightness was an illusion, and the tidiness was real. Obviously, during the time she was away, Yang Tao had come and did a good job of sanitation and cleaning. Having a housekeeper is so easy and convenient. After checking the two small rooms, no one was there. After confirming that Yang Tao had left, Tang Ranran slumped down on the sofa and first looked at the smart brain. There was still some time before harvesting the vegetables. She used her mental power to open the smart brain screen, and a lot of unread messages popped up. Tang Ranran began to check lazily. Most of the messages were relevant junk messages. There were also some follow-ups from the Tang family. Several people sent her messages, and the ones with the most messages were Tang Fei and Kai Wenmin. These two people took the most things, and now they have to spit them out. Of course, they are the most unwilling, so they shouted the loudest. It is obvious that they have discussed it. The many messages are nothing more than the same meaning. They like it very much, so they are willing to pay for it. It's just that the price they offered is absolutely a bargain. Not even 1/10 of it. Ha! After sneering, Tang Ranran, who had read the message, replied directly, "I handed this matter over to the secretary to handle. If you need to buy it, wait for my secretary to go back and discuss it with her." Tang Ranran was too lazy to deal with them. If there was something to do, she would do it. If there was nothing to do, bah! In addition to the Tang family, many people in Xiliang Company also sent her messages, including Chen Dafu and Chen Yuwei. The two congratulated her on her recovery and asked if there was anything she could help with on the project. Tang Ranran sneered at this. The second brother, who doesn't want to be the boss, is not a good younger brother. Chen Dafu must be thinking about the shares and wants to get promoted. For sure, Tang Ranran replied politely. Thank you. Everything goes well. After clearing all the unread messages, Tang Ranran opened the shopping website and looked at women's clothing. On this planet, the temperature outside is like a child. Very willful. It is normal to have spring, summer, autumn and winter in one day. Anyway, it is extremely unstable. So you can only choose a special constant temperature suit. And in this military floating base, it is controlled by central air conditioning. The temperature is always 25 degrees. Short-sleeve shorts are not cold, and long-sleeve long pants are not hot. It is very nice. So, Tang Ranran chose spring clothes. A few sets of thin sportswear. A few sets of capable strong women's clothes. A few sets of fresh and new styles. And a few sets of ladylike styles. Buy. Because she didn't choose big brands, but bought popular goods. These clothes that are a bit expensive for ordinary people are very cheap for Tang Ranran. In total, she bought nearly 50 sets of clothes, and some accessories, and spent less than 50,000 yuan. Compared with the 2 kilograms of 1 million. Tang Ranran just felt that it was a great deal. After buying clothes, Tang Ranran looked in the food area again, and soon found wine. He picked a few bottles, with a purification value of about 5, and placed an order. Then Tang Ranran looked at the relevant news on the smart brain. After reading for 10 minutes, the smart brain alarm rang. Oh! It's time to harvest vegetables. Tang Ranran was excited all of a sudden, raising his hand and rubbing his eyebrows. Tang Ranran leaned back and leaned on the sofa, pretending to take a nap. But in fact his consciousness had already entered the farm. Entering the farm, Tang Ranran couldn't wait to get in front of the computer. On the screen of the old desktop computer, there were 6 plots of land next to the thatched house. The plot of land planted with qingling grass showed withered plants on the computer. The cabbage in the first plot was still growing, and there were nearly 4 hours before harvest time. The white radish can be harvested. The white radishes in the 4 plots are all ripe. Tang Ranran decisively performed 4 harvest operations. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15, a total of 60 experience points. The total experience bar at the top has become experience 170. It's just a little short of upgrading. Thinking that there are still 4 hours before harvesting the cabbage, Tang Ranran directly bought 4 white radish seeds. First shoveled the ground, and then planted vegetables. Looking at her pitiful amount of gold coins, Tang Ranran decisively sold all the white radishes in the barn. And then her wallet became gold coins. 1895. This amount of money is not even 1/5 of the money to buy the land. Alas, Tang Ranran just felt that time was passing too slowly. She wanted to reach level 60 in a flash. She could only comfort herself. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Take your time. Take your time. After planting and harvesting vegetables, Tang Ranran left the farm and continued to read the news on the smart brain. She had to learn more and supplement local knowledge whenever she had time, so as not to expose her identity as an outsider. After browsing for more than an hour, Tang Ranran, who was a little sore in the waist and back, stretched and got up. After taking her pajamas, Tang Ranran went to the bathroom to take a shower, wash her face and brush her teeth, and then lay on the bed. Of course, it was still early to go to bed, and as usual, she covered herself tightly from head to toe with a quilt as at noon. Tang Ranran continued to use the big bear doll as a disguise, and then entered the farm. After entering the farm, Tang Ranran immediately walked out of the thatched house and came to the yard, and then ran towards the qingling grass with a clear goal. When she came to the edge of the qingling grass field, she squatted down, and Tang Ranran stretched out her claws again, nimbly pinched a qingling grass, and then threw it into her mouth, chewed it, and swallowed it. After eating the grass, she sat cross-legged and posed. Cultivation begins. The spiritual power in the body was mobilized, circulated in the meridians of the body for a week, and finally sank into the dantian. The spiritual power in the dantian slowly grew at a speed that could not be seen by the naked eye. After digesting the spiritual energy brought by the green spirit grass, when she opened her eyes, Tang Ranran felt that she had become stronger again, although it might be only a little bit. Cultivation is not something that can be achieved overnight, but it takes a long time. Thinking of countless disciples who died of old age in the foundation building stage in her previous life, Tang Ranran couldn't help but panic a little. The lifespan of the foundation building stage is only 200 years. And the lifespan of the interstellar people is also 200 years. If she can't form a pill, won't she die at the age of 200? She lived to 3,000 years old in her previous life. There's no point in thinking so much. Anyway, she is only 22 now. Young. Things like lifespan will be considered after 100 years. Looking at the time of the intelligent brain, Tang Ranran concluded that it takes her about 1 hour to digest a green spirit grass now. According to the timing, the cabbage will be ripe in less than an hour. It was just the beginning, and Tang Ranran didn't want to waste a single minute, so she had to wait for the time to harvest. As for what to do now, she couldn't be idle. Tang Ranran took out the fresh-keeping food box from the space buckle, which contained the red water spirit fruit she took. After searching in the space buckle for a while, Tang Ranran found a fruit knife. Squatting on the ridge of the field, Tang Ranran found a place in the area of the green spirit grass she'd pinched. and use the fruit knife as a shovel to dig a small earth pit the size of a fist. Put the red water spirit fruit into the small earth pit. Tang Ranran used her hands to push the soil on both sides back. Filled the small earth pit, and inserted a small ornament found in the space buckle next to it as a mark. After finishing, she clapped her hands, took out a bottle of drinking water from the space buckle, and followed the procedure to water the plants. Fearing that she would drown, Tang Ranran didn't dare to water too much, just a little bit, and didn't waste the remaining water, so she drank it herself. Just happened to be thirsty. According to the information, the red water spirit fruit relies more on rhizomes for reproduction, although the fruit can also grow new seedlings. The germination rate is very low, and the survival rate after germination is still very low, although the data is very bleak. Maybe she can grow it? The farm has a miracle. The red water spirit fruit is a sky-high fruit with a price of 100,000/100 grams. If it is successfully planted on a large scale, she will be rich. Sow a small seed and spread a big hope. Then, Tang Ranran continued the next task. First, take out the radiation detector from the space buckle. There are 2 radiation detectors in total. One is a bit like a forehead thermometer, which is an environmental radiation detector, and the other is like a blood collection pin. A needle will come out when you press it. This is an object radiation detector. Having asked the laboratory staff on duty about the usage method, Tang Ranran began to test. First, environmental radiation. Holding the instrument towards the air, she pressed the switch of the detector, and then waited. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, half a minute passed, 3 minutes passed, 5 minutes passed, and she didn't hear the alarm sound of the duty officer. Tang Ranran concluded that there was no radiation in the farm environment. Although this environmental radiation detector is the simplest and most basic 1.0 version, and is not so sensitive to radiation below 5, Tang Ranran believes that is a golden finger. The farm must have no radiation. Turn it off. Retract the space buckle. And Tang Ranran continues. Although she believes that the Qingling grass must have no radiation, there is no harm in testing it. Crouching on the stalk of the field, she chose a Qingling grass that was only a piece left after she pinched it. Tang Ranran held the blood collection pen in her hand, carefully stretched it over, and then gave it a needle. In order to pursue more accurate data, Tang Ranran maintained the needle for 3 seconds, and then checked the results. The light on the pen tip did not flash, which meant that the Qingling grass had no radiation. Of course, this radiation detector for the blood collection pen is also the simplest primary product 1.0 version. It is also not sensitive to radiation below 5, and there are cases where it cannot be detected. But Tang Ranran is more certain that Qingling grass cannot have radiation. Okay, the radiation detector has been tried. And the next is the purification value detector. Edibles without radiation are very likely to be pure food. The purification value detector looks similar to the blood collection pen. There is a needle when you press it. The one Tang Ranran took is still the simplest primary product 1.0 version. However, unlike the insensitive radiation value below 5, the accuracy of the purification value detector can reach 0.5. In other words, as long as the purification value exceeds 0.5, it can detect it. But this detector can only detect an approximate value and cannot detect the specific value. You can't just pierce one grass with an acupuncture needle. Tang Ranran aimed at another piece of Qingling grass and then started again. Press the switch, and the small needle will go in. In less than 2 seconds, the indicator light on the top will light up. Bright red, especially bright. Bright. Really bright. Very bright. Tang Ranran was so excited. The brighter the detection light is, the higher the purification value of the detected object is. The words of the duty staff played in Tang Ranran's mind. So bright. How high is it? Tang Ranran quickly took a photo with her smart brain. And after leaving the picture information, she put away the needle. Her Qingling grass is really a pure plant. And the purification value is not low. I'm rich. I'm rich. I'm excited. Although the Qingling grass in this acre is not enough for Tang Ranran to use, she can fully foresee how rich she will be after upgrading the farm to level 60. Just planting 100 acres of Qingling grass can make her rich. She is not afraid of the second generation of the negative generation. She has a golden finger. What else is there to be afraid of? Sure enough, the golden finger is awesome. Because of the fact that Qingling Ko is a pure food with a high purification value. Tang Ranran was in a good mood. She carefully looked at the equipment model on the purification value detector and began to look for information on the internet. Although this type of purification value detector can only measure an approximate value, there is a light brightness color comparison card on the official website. You can still have a general understanding of the purification value. Finding the color card diagram of the same equipment, Tang Ranran compared it with the color card diagram with the photos she took. This read, "Oh my god. It's incredible. It's definitely above 10. As for the specific value, due to the limitation of the equipment, the highest color on the color card diagram corresponds to a purification value of 30. That red is bright and vivid. Especially red and bright." Tang Ranran felt that the color in her photo was similar to the highest color, or even a little redder. No way. The surprise was too big, and Tang Ranran was a little unbelievable. More than 30? Is it so exaggerated? Is it because of the light? Or because it is on the farm, so it looks more popular? After staring at the color chart and photos for a long time, Tang Ranran decided to give up. Although there are more advanced testing instruments in the laboratory that can measure the specific purification value, the size of the instrument is a bit large and complicated to operate, and she can't test it in front of others. So, forget it. Don't care. Even if you don't know the specific purification value, it must be 20. Yes, the purification value of Qingling grass is more than 20. Pure food with a purification value of more than 20. After searching with the smart brain, Tang Ranran felt that the sudden wealth came too suddenly. More than 20. A million. That is to say, 100 grams can be sold for $1 million. The Qingling grass she pinched can weigh about 20 grams, which means 200,000 per plant. Her 1 acre of Qingling grass is worth 132 million, which is equal to 1.32 billion. She is carrying a treasure without knowing it. Tang Ranran was so excited. After being excited for a long time, the reality problem came. It was impossible to explain the source. Moreover, it was unknown whether it could be grown outside. If Qingling grass could not survive in the outside world, it would be difficult to fabricate the source. Okay, she thought too much. Selling vegetables or something. Wait until she reaches level 60 and can buy spiritual plant seeds. Now this little Qingling grass, she has to use it for herself. But thinking of Shi, Zhou Xinghua and Li Dowei, 3 serious patients, Tang Ranran hesitated, looking at the green grass in front of her in silence. Tang Ranran finally decided to be kind and do something good. Enter the keywords on the internet: herbs, edible, long leaves, green. After entering a few keywords, the last search, it really shows a lot of edible herbs that look similar to Qingling grass. Checking them one by one, after browsing for 10 minutes, Tang Ranran selected the target, Moorstar long green. Judging from the picture, the similarity between this Moorstar long strip green and Qingling grass is more than 95%. With the naked eye alone, it is almost difficult for unfamiliar people to distinguish them. The purification value of Moorstar long strip green is 5.13, and the price is 58,800 per unit. Although it is expensive among foods with the same purification value, it is imported food. Imported from the Federation. It is imported. The Empire does not have it. It is safer, and it is more convenient for her to implement a substitution. Having made up her mind, Tang Ranran directly placed an order and bought 10 copies of Moorstar long strip green, spending 588,000. It is not expensive. If the 3 people can be cured by Qingling grass, then this amount of money is completely a drizzle. After buying things, seeing that there was less than 3 minutes left, Tang Ranran raised his legs and walked back to the thatched house. Back to the thatched house. Walked to the computer at the table. Tang Ranran opened the seed mall and browsed. Level 0, grass. White radish. Carrot. Level 1, cabbage. Garlic. Level 2, rice. Wheat, because she is only level 1. And level 2 is currently in a gray and unavailable state. Tang Ranran simply calculated the benefits, and then still felt that it was more cost-effective to continue planting white radishes. The monetary benefits are similar, but white radishes have the highest experience per unit time. However, if nothing unexpected happens, there will be new tasks after upgrading. So don't buy seeds first, and look at the tasks first. Exit seed mall. Wait for a minute facing the field. And almost when the alarm clock of the smart brain rang, the cabbage planted in the first field matured at the same time. It was completely harvested when it was ripe, and Tang Ranran quickly harvested the cabbage. Experience plus 19 after completing the harvest of cabbage. As expected, there was an exclamation mark prompt for task completion in the taskbar. Tang Ranran clicked with the mouse. Congratulations! You have successfully harvested Chinese cabbage. Rewards: 200 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Can be upgraded. Tang Ranran's eyes lit up, and she quickly used the mouse to receive the reward. And then the total experience became experience, 239 in any game. It is very easy to upgrade in the novice period, and the early experience requirements are very low. The same is true for Tang Ranran farm. So she upgraded again. The farm level was upgraded again, from level 1 to level 2. And then, there was an exclamation mark in the taskbar. Congratulations! You have successfully upgraded to level 2. Rewards: 200 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. Tang Ranran happily received the reward again. Level 2. She can cultivate 2 fields. But unfortunately, she has no money in her pocket. Can't rush to Xinyu 8 or something. Can only take it step by step. As expected by Tang Ranran, there is a new task. Task: plant and harvest rice. Accept the task immediately. Opening the seed store. Tang Ranran bought a rice seed for 168 gold coins. Now that she had the seeds, she didn't waste a second. Shoveled the ground, and then immediately planted them in the field. The rice had been planted, and would be harvested in 14 hours. Tang Ranran didn't forget to turn on the alarm. She then opened the barn and sold all the Chinese cabbages she had just harvested. Tang Ranran glanced at her wallet. Gold coins, 2501. She could buy a quarter of the land. Come on! Because it wasn't time to check in yet. After making sure that everything had been done, Tang Ranran left the farm and returned to bed. She kicked the big bear out of the quilt and didn't sleep. Tang Ranran reviewed her actions today with her eyes open. After making sure that she hadn't forgotten anything, she briefly reviewed tomorrow's affairs. Tang Ranran, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Tang Ranran soon fell asleep. And in a room a few dozen meters away from her room, Pan Rongrong was lying on the bed, with a special virtual world helmet on her head. In the virtual world, Pan Rongrong, wearing layers of vests, waited for someone in boredom in the old place of a leisure area in a certain game. After waiting for more than an hour, the other party finally showed up. Tang Ranran woke up from a hazy state of consciousness, opened her eyes, and after being more awake, she immediately entered the farm with consciousness. The first thing to do when she woke up in the morning, sign in for a lottery. Tang Ranran stood in front of the computer and silently chanted, I have a big red hand. Big red hand. Big red hand. After praying 3 times, she drew a lottery. That is, she clicked sign in with the mouse. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning 500 gold coins. The hand is not black, but it is definitely not red. Alas, an ordinary day. Starting with an ordinary sign in. Because she didn't get a big red hand, Tang Ranran didn't have much energy. She looked at the current time. It was still some time before harvesting vegetables. Tang Ranran covered herself with a quilt and decided to continue sleeping. Closing her eyes, Tang Ranran soon fell into a daze. But before she fell asleep, the alarm rang. Tang Ranran, who was awakened, was a little confused. And then she shuddered. It's time to harvest. She entered the farm with her consciousness and finished the harvest in a flash. She harvested the white radish of 4 plots, then shoveled the land, bought seeds, and quickly planted 4 white radish seeds. Tang Ranran's series of operations were so fast and smooth that it was obvious that her proficiency was full. She opened the barn, sold the crops, and looked at her wallet. Gold coins, 3589. Very good. 1 step closer to buying land. She set the alarm, left the farm, and then went back to sleep. After taking a nap for almost 2 hours, Tang Ranran was completely awake this time and got up from the bed. She washed and changed her clothes, and first had a mint-flavored Xinliang Qinggan. She drank the nutrient solution and felt refreshed and full. After eating and drinking, she looked at the smart brain. As a woman, Tang Ranran first checked her express delivery. Interstellar Express Delivery. The speed is absolutely amazing. Look! The clothes, wine, and the long strips of green from the Moore Star that she ordered last night have all arrived. Tang Ranran sent a message to the driver Yangli, asking him to go to the express delivery point of the military base next door to pick up her express delivery. Yangli had obviously gotten up a long time ago, and replied in less than 5 seconds, "Okay, I go right away." After reading the express delivery and checking the messages, the intelligent brain has accumulated many messages and several missed communications, as well as reports from many subordinates. Tang Ranran curled up on the sofa and checked them one by one patiently. Steward Lin sent her a message that she needed to go back to Center Star to sell the relics. But the transportation here was not so convenient. Ordinary spaceships could not reach YS-212 planet. She had to take a military starship to leave this planet and go to the Empire, and then transfer to an ordinary transportation spaceship to return to Sutter Star. Fortunately, 2 days later, a transport starship belonging to the military was going to transport a batch of supplies back to the Empire, and it was going to the third galaxy. If you miss this favorable ship, you will not have such a good thing. Raising money is urgent. So, it is this transport starship 2 days later. After confirming the time, Tang Ranran sent a message to Yin Xing, asking him to talk to the relevant person in charge of the military. As a partner, it is not a problem to take a few people back along the way. Of course, you have to pay. Less than 5 seconds after the message was sent, Yin Xing replied, "Okay, Mr. Tang, I will do it immediately." Except for Steward Lin, all other messages were greetings and visits, and the missed communications were all unimportant people. What needed to be checked in detail were various reports from subordinates, which took Tang Ranran a lot of time. Equipment Supervisor Xiang Jian, she sent her a description of the equipment damage and a list of parts that needed to be purchased. Tang Ranran didn't understand about the equipment. She only knew that it would cost money again. Total, 157 million. Approval required. The Dune bugs should just change their names to money-losing bugs. Really? One attack. Huge losses. If there are more bugs left on the planet, Tang Ranran will go bankrupt sooner or later. What can be done? It can only be approved. In addition to Xiang Jianxi, Zhou Jian from the security department also sent a report to Tang Ranran, applying for the purchase of monitoring equipment. It was said before that security and monitoring should be strengthened, but he counted and found that the monitoring equipment was a bit insufficient, so he had to buy it. Zhou Jian's application was not as much as Xiang Jianxi, but it also required 50 million. Tang Ranran had a toothache, and it was money again. Now there is no money. So Tang Ranran used the tactic of delaying and asked him to wait a few days. Then, there is the medical director Gu Pinon. After Shi, Li Dawei, and Zhou Xinghua ate the red water spirit fruit yesterday, the medical team led by Gu Pinon has been monitoring their physical data. Tang Ranran couldn't understand professional data, but she understood the result. According to the data, Gu Pinon concluded that after eating the red water spirit fruit, Shi, whose mental power was rioting, had a 2-hour stable period. Radiation patient Li Dawei had a 5-hour stable period. And Zhou Xinghua was still in a stable period when he sent the report. And the current stable period is 10 hours. The so-called stable period means that the condition does not continue to deteriorate. In simple terms, it does not deteriorate, does not improve, and remains in the same place. After the stable period, Shi and Li Dawei's condition continued to deteriorate. But compared with the previous period, the deterioration rate was a little slower than before. Conclusion: pure food does help with treatment, but the purification value of the red water spirit fruit is not high enough, and the quantity is not enough. So it can only prolong life but not cure, and the prolongation time is limited. Gu Pinon finally said, it is recommended to buy pure food with higher purification value and increase the consumption. If the budget is insufficient, just ignore what I said. Obviously it is about money again. However, with the Qingling grass in hand, Tang Ranran is now very confident. As long as Morxing Chengyaking is in hand, she can achieve a successful cure in secret. Next, it is basically Yin Xing report. Last night, Yin Xing and Zhou Jian went to find Jiang Zhou together. With the efforts of the two, Lieutenant Jiang Zhou agreed to give a speech to the employees, popularizing the safety of the YS-212 planet and the victory news of the war planet ahead. The time is set for tomorrow morning, and the location is set in the lecture hall on the 4th floor. At that time, Jiang Zhou will also take the employees to visit the military area of this military floating base to give the employees more sense of security. In addition, there are a lot of trivial matters, and Yanxing reported them one by one. After reading it, Tang Ranran had decided that Yanxing was capable and did a lot. But the key was that he was really annoying. Was it because she gave too little power that every little thing had to be reported to her? Tang Ranran thought that she had to get rid of Pan Rongrong as soon as possible and let Yanxing be the vice president. Finally, after reading all the reports, Tang Ranran stood up to stretch her muscles, and then called Su Jun first. After the call was connected, Tang Ranran made a lot of noise. And the main idea was, approve the funds for the construction project. And she will be responsible if there are any problems. Tang Ranran was very tough. And Su Jun, as a worker, had to agree in the end. Then, Tang Ranran called Pan Rongrong. Beep, beep, beep. It rang for 2 minutes before the communication was connected. Ranran? Are you looking for me? It was a video call. So Tang Ranran could clearly see that Pan Rongrong was still lying on the bed with sleepy eyes. Obviously woken up by the communication. It was already around 10 o'clock in the morning. And Tang Ranran had gotten up late enough. She didn't expect that Pan Rongrong got up even later than her. Could it be that she was a thief at night? She saw the holographic helmet at the head of the bed with her sharp eyes. And Tang Ranran suddenly realized it. The internet-addicted boy is a night owl. Why haven't you gotten up yet? Tang Ranran looked a little unhappy, with a hint of questioning. Sorry. I slept late last night. Pan Rongrong hurriedly explained. Her mind was very flexible, and she came up with an excuse. Ranran, I was looking for acquaintances on the virtual network last night, and now I am short of funds. I am anxious. Huh? This sophistry is very high level. Tang Ranran followed the poll and asked. Then have you raised the money? I've been talking so hard that my lips are worn out. So I finally raised the money. Ranran. Wait. I transfer it to you now. After saying that, Pan Rongrong swiped at the smart computer screen. And soon, in less than a minute, Tang Ranran's personal account received a notification of the transfer of funds. Then take a look. Your friend Pan Rongrong transferred to you 5270000. Please check. Wow. She actually paid me back. So fast? She took the money quickly. Tang Ranran was now convinced that Pan Rongrong must be a spy. The money must have been given to her online. Why? Pan Rongrong has always been a big spender. She is definitely a moonlighter. So it is impossible for her to have savings. This money can only be given by others. Rongrong. Tang Ranran was very touched. I knew that no matter what happened, you would support me. I didn't expect you to collect money last night. I was in a bad tone just now. I'm really sorry. It's okay. It's okay, Pan Rongrong said indifferently. We are good sisters. It should be. By the way, Ranran, aren't these 3 days off? What are your plans? Do you want to go out and play together? YS212 planet is a desolate and highly irradiated place. There is nowhere to go. And there is nothing to play in the base. What Pan Rongrong calls playing is to go to the virtual world together. Go shopping and play games. Hey, how can I have the mood to play now? Tang Ranran sighed. Her face was full of melancholy. The employees are making trouble again? Has Yanxing not dealt with it yet? How does he do things? Ranran, I told you long ago that Yanxing is a flatterer and has no ability to do things. Pan Rongrong took the opportunity to apply eye drops. She couldn't let Yanxing squeeze her out. Otherwise she wouldn't get the first-hand information. Tang Ranran, that's not the case. Hearing this, Pan Rongrong's face flashed with disappointment. And she complained in her heart, how slow. What a backup plan. But there's still no action. The main thing is, halfway through the conversation, Tang Ranran sighed, and the topic changed, and her face became serious. Rongrong, I have a very important thing here, and I can only feel at ease if I hand it over to you. Don't worry. I will definitely do it for you. I promise to do it beautifully for you. Take a breath. Pan Rongrong became excited. Important information. It can't be. Did they discover local cash crops or minerals? And she needs to follow up secretly? If this matter is valuable, she will definitely benefit a lot. As Pan Rongrong was full of expectations, she only heard Tang Ranran continue. You also know that I am short of funds now, and I need money urgently. So I decided to sell some of my parents' relics. The things are all in the mansion on Sooterstar. I need to go back. I will leave this matter to you. Pan Rong Rong, question mark. What? Let her raise money. That's it? Just a small matter of raising money? Expectations were dashed all of a sudden. And Pan Rong Rong was so depressed. I will give you a list with the value of the items on it. The items can be mortgaged or sold. My requirements are that the mortgage loan should not be less than 60% of the item value. The annual interest rate should not be higher than 5%. And the sale should not be less than 70% of the item value. The tax should be borne by the buyer. You need to discuss and operate the other specifics. Uncle Lin will go back with you, and he will assist you. We will leave in 2 days. Please ask Yan Xing for the specific departure time. I will sort it out, and send you the list and related information in the afternoon. Don't be idle. You can take action in the virtual world in the next 2 days to find out if there are any suitable buyers. By the way, my aunt and eldest sister-in-law have the intention to buy. So you can contact them first. They are all relatives. I feel embarrassed to sell them at a high price. And I will lose money if I sell them at a low price. It is difficult for me to do it. So I will not show up. If they come to me, I will push it to you. Rong Rong, do you understand what I mean? In order to not give Pan Rong Rong time to get in the way, Tang Ranran assigned her a task. Ah, Pan Rong Rong was stunned, and said in her heart, good fellow. This is a naked way for her to offend people. But she couldn't just turn her face and say she wouldn't do it. Ranran, they are all your elders. If I hold the price, they will be unhappy. You can be more tactful. If the price is not right, just say how much so-and-so paid to buy it. Romro, I believe you. With your ability, you can handle it. Tang Ranran gave her a compliment. I'm really short of money now. There's nothing I can do. Romrong, you're the only one who can help me. I can only entrust this big task of raising money to you. You're the most capable and competent among all my secretaries. I believe you can do it. Tang Ranran put on a compliment and changed the subject. Of course. Romro, if you don't want to, I do. Ranran, don't worry. I will help you deal with it as soon as possible and raise the money. Fearing that Tang Ranran would hand this matter over to someone else and thus lose her trust, Pan Rong Rong immediately expressed her position and vowed to do it well. I feel relieved when you say that. Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief and acted as if she was trusting him very much. I knew you were the most reliable. Okay. No more words. I go sort out the information first. Romro, you can get up too. You know a lot of people. You can go and contact them first and find a buyer. I get up right away and start contacting people. Wait for my good news. Tang Ranran, yeah. After turning off the video call, Tang Ranran immediately sorted out the list. She didn't mention who had the items and needed to get them back, because the real objects were not around. Tang Ranran put as many pictures as possible and sorted out a lot of information. After more than an hour of hard work, Tang Ranran sorted out a batch of items that had no special meaning and sent them to Pan Rong Rong. While urging Pan Rong Rong to take action, Tang Ranran did not forget to ask Lin Guanjia to supervise Pan Rong Rong and find buyers and sales channels by the way. Emergency rescue is like putting out a fire. You can't rely on Pan Rong Rong alone. Lin Guanjia also has to take action. After explaining to housekeeper Lin, it was time for lunch again. Tang Ranran took out a nutrient solution as usual. Just as she opened the lid, she received a call from the driver Yangli. Yangli answered. Miss, your things have been taken back. Do you need them to be delivered to you now? Tang Ranran, bring it here. After that, Tang Ranran drank the nutrient solution after ending the call. Mint flavor again. It has to be said that if you eat too much of the same flavor, you will get sick of it. It's only been 2 days. And Tang Ranran feels that she can't stand it. It feels like she has eaten toothpaste-flavored cool water. No. I still have to buy some meat to eat when I have time. I can't live without meat. After a while, the doorbell rang. Tang Ranran opened the door and saw the father and daughter of the Yang family holding a lot of things. Because Tang Ranran bought too many clothes, Yangli couldn't take them all by himself. So he called his daughter Yang Tao over. Miss Ranran, there are so many things. Let me help you pack them. With a round face and big eyes, Yang Tao smiled brightly, revealing 2 deep dimples on her cheeks, looking sunny and innocent. Well, okay. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Ranran nodded in response. This Yang Tao, apart from her love of taking advantage of others, She couldn't find any other shortcomings for the time being. Strictly speaking, this was the first time Tang Ranran saw her, and she couldn't see any problems. Forget it. Just observe slowly. The father and daughter moved all the things in, because the packaging of food and clothing is different. Tang Ranran found the 10 portions of Morxing long strip green at once. Tang Ranran took out the express package containing the long green strips separately and put it into her space buckle, and then ordered, Xiao Tao, these are all clothes. You help me unpack and wash them, and then hang them in the cabinet. Okay, Miss Ranran. Yes. The clothes were all brought in. And Yongli, a big man, left the room after asking Tang Ranran a question. While Yang Tao started to unpack the express packages busily, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and browsed the relevant web pages on the Smart Brain Light screen. She wanted to buy meat. Buy meat. Low purification value. Especially meat with a purification value of less than 1. Is not so crazy in price. Ranging from hundreds to thousands. Cheaper ordinary meat. There are also dozens of dollars. Of course, the cheaper, the higher the radiation. The meat on the internet is all poultry and livestock that Tang Ranran has never heard of. And she doesn't know how it tastes. So she buys some that look good. And buys. Buy. Tang Ranran bought dozens of servings of raw meat. Dozens of pieces. Sounds like a lot. But everything here is sold in units, 100 grams. So the total is only a few kilograms. While Tang Ranran was shopping, Yang Tao happily opened the package. With so many things, she originally thought she could get a bargain. Yang Tao thought to herself that after buying so many, there would be a few pieces that Tang Ranran would not like and would not fit her. Then she would say something in a roundabout way that it was not good looking or not suitable for her to wear. If so, wouldn't the clothes be given to her? She thought so happily. And then, this seems to be a brand she has never heard of. Is it a big brand she doesn't know about? Another brand she hasn't seen? It's still a brand she hasn't seen. After opening dozens of express packages and secretly scanning and checking with the smart brain, Yang Tao knew the truth. What big brand she didn't know about? It was obviously a cheap brand. It was a cheap brand from the street stalls. After opening all the express packages and collecting the packaging garbage, Yang Tao frowned with her back to Tang Ranran. No way. They are all cheap goods. A rich second generation, the current group boss, actually bought this kind of cheap goods from the street stalls? This. Could it be that the company is really going to go bankrupt? Yang Tao also heard about the employees making trouble and lacking money. But she never expected that it had become so serious. Yang Tao, who didn't like these clothes at all, had given up her previous idea of getting a few pieces and turned to worry about her future. Although she was doing the work of a nanny, her job title was a life assistant, which was a good job with little work, high pay and tips. But now the company is out of money, and I'm afraid that her salary will be halved or she will be fired soon. Alas, she may have to find another job. So she should make plans early. Yang Tao's mind was twisted and turned. But her hands were not vague at all. She cleaned up, and washed clothes very quickly. Thanks to high-tech housekeeping equipment, in less than an hour, the new clothes were washed, dried, and hung in the closet. And the cleaning was also done. Miss Ranran, is there anything else? No. Thank you for your hard work. Then I leave first. Okay. As soon as Yang Tao left, Tang Ranran stopped surfing the internet, went to the bathroom to take care of her personal hygiene, and then climbed into bed, still covered with a quilt, with the big bear doll as a cover. Tang Ranran entered the farm. After entering the farm, the first thing she did was to check the computer. It was about 4 hours before the rice was ready. It was still early. Tang Ranran left the thatched house and walked to the edge of the green spirit grass field again. Tang Ranran first came to the small pit of the red water spirit fruit marked with a small ornament. After a careful look, there was no sign of germination. A little disappointed, I could only comfort myself. Don't worry. Germination is not a matter of 1 day or 1 night. It will take at least 3 or 4 days. Right? Don't worry. Wait patiently. After seeing the small red water spirit fruit seeds that were highly expected, Tang Ranran began his daily routine. Eat grass and practice. After going through a process, Tang Ranran felt that he had become a little stronger. Continue. Eat grass. Practice? It was another process. Tang Ranran felt a little bit strenuous. Probably because the interval was too short. For her current strength, it was a bit difficult to take Qingling grass continuously. No more grass. Need to consolidate. After adjusting her breath for a while, she felt that her body had returned to its peak state. Tang Ranran called it a day and started the next task. Take out her big package from the space buckle. Tang Ranran opened the outermost metal package. Inside was a layer of anti-fall partition. Open the anti-fall partition. There are neatly arranged fresh food boxes. Counted. A total of 10. Take out a fresh food box. Open it. There is another layer of anti-fall mat. After opening the mat, Tang Ranran saw several long green strips of more star. Pinch a long green strip with a thumb and index finger. Tang Ranran pinched it, stretched out her arm, and approached the Qingling grass in the field. After a close comparison, Tang Ranran could only say that they were not similar, but exactly the same. She couldn't tell them apart. How could others tell them apart? You definitely can't tell them apart with your naked eyes, unless you use a machine. Oh! The taste is different. The long strips of green onion have a slightly crispy texture. It doesn't matter. If they are overcooked, you won't be able to taste the texture. With a bleeding heart, Tang Ranran reluctantly stretched out her evil hand and pinched 2 green spirit grasses, replacing the 2 long green spirit grasses in a box. Afraid that she couldn't tell them apart, Tang Ranran used her fingernails to make a small mark on the leaves of the 2 green spirit grasses. As for the 2 replaced long green spirit grasses from more star, they couldn't be wasted. Tang Ranran put them into the empty fresh-keeping food box that originally contained the red water spirit fruit. Although it was a purification value of 5, it was also pure food and couldn't be wasted. After completing the replacement, she inspected her army of green spirit grasses by the field. When the time was almost right, Tang Ranran walked back to the thatched house and squatted in front of the computer. After squatting for a few minutes, the alarm clock of the intelligent brain rang, and at the same time, the rice on the computer screen was ripe. Hurry up and harvest, and then get rice and experience plus 19. In the taskbar above, the exclamation mark of task completion appeared again. Click the mouse. Congratulations! You have successfully harvested rice. Rewards: 300 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Tang Ranran received them directly. Then, the experience exceeded 300 points, and she was upgraded again. And with the upgrade, rewards came. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 3. Rewards: 300 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Tang Ranran received them without wasting a second. In addition to the rewards, the 3rd level crops were also unlocked, changing from gray to a colorful purchasable state. Only 1 corn was added to the crop that can be planted at level 3. The price of corn seeds purchased is 175 gold coins, and the selling price is 391 gold coins. It takes 14 hours to mature, and the experience gained from planting for 1 season is still 19. The economic value is higher than that of white radish, but the experience value is still lower than that of white radish. But she is not in a hurry for experience now, but for money, so she can consider planting corn. At the same time, a new task appeared in the task bar. Task: plant and harvest corn. As for the task, Tang Ranran certainly did not miss it. Open seed mall, buy, and get corn seeds, then shovel the ground, and then plant. After planting the corn, Tang Ranran sold all the rice she had just harvested. After a series of operations were completed, experience: 308. Gold coins: 43.92. 1 step closer to buying land. Calculated the harvest time of corn. Set the alarm clock, and made sure there was nothing missing. Tang Ranran left the space, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. After watching the intelligent brain in the room for a while, it was about an hour before dinner. Tang Ranran got up, went to the toilet, and left the room. When he went out, there was another bodyguard at the door. Not the female bodyguard, nor the male bodyguard from yesterday, but another male bodyguard, with a square face and a burly figure, who looked very capable. Boss Du was still discussing the cooperation with Yan Xing in detail. Before the deal was done, Boss Du still arranged for someone to accompany him to protect Tang Ranran's safety. After taking a look, Tang Ranran retracted her gaze. Although there was already a way to raise funds, Tang Ranran still had a little expectation, hoping that Boss Du and his team could find such a mine as soon as they took action. Still turning on the navigation, Tang Ranran followed the navigation to the kitchen. It was not yet time to cook, and the kitchen was quiet and empty, with no one. After sending a message to Yin Xing and saying hello, she would prepare dinner. Tang Ranran started to cook. The so-called cooking is actually boiling grass. Morxing is long and green, and can be eaten raw, with meat, or cooked. There are many ways to eat it, and you can eat it in any way. The food instructions said that cooking does not affect its purification value. The kitchen utensils here are almost the same as the induction cooker. Put it in the designated position. Turn on the switch, and you can start cooking. Find the soup pot. Add water. Turn on the fire. Take out the box of tampered more star long green grass. Take out the 2 green spirit grass with small marks, and throw it in to cook. Although she has personally tested it, and found that green spirit grass will not kill people. What if eating too much leads to excessive spiritual power and explosion? So for safety reasons, 3 people share 2. As a cautious conservative, Tang Ranran finally threw a real more star long green grass in. When the real is fake, the fake is real. The real is fake, and the fake is real. In addition, it has been boiled and turned into a pot of grass juice. There is definitely no difference in drinking. After the water boiled, it was turned on a low temperature too. Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, sat aside and turned on the internet mode again. After browsing the internet for about half an hour, the kitchen door opened. It was Yin Xing who came, fearing that Tang Ranran would ruin the ingredients. Yin Xing thought about it and was still worried, and finally couldn't help but come over. Mr. Tang, what are you doing? Yin Xing eyelids jumped when he saw the cooking pot. For pure food, only in a pure natural state can the original flavor retain the highest purification value. This cooking, Mr. Tang, is really unreliable. This is the long green strips of more star that I just bought, Tang Ranran explained, and then said nonsense. This is imported from the Federation. It has a miraculous effect on mental riots and radiation control. Yin Xing eyelids jumped even more. If it really has a miraculous effect, can the Federation export it to them? Only a fool would believe it. Of course, Yin Xing didn't dare to call Tang Ranran a fool, so he could only say embarrassedly, Mr. Tang, thank you for your trouble. While talking, Yin Xing checked the information and saw that the purification value was more than 5 points. He was a little relieved. After all, it was pure food, so the effect should be a little bit. Since you are here, I will leave it to you. Cook it for another half an hour. It will be almost done, and the 3 of you can share it. Okay, Mr. Tang, you can go ahead and get busy. Yin Xing quickly agreed. After another look, the 3 grasses in the soup pot were almost cooked, and Tang Ranran left with peace of mind. Yin Xing, who was left alone in the kitchen, watched Tang Ranran go out, walked to the pot, stared at the pot and thought for a few seconds, then walked to the refrigerator. Fingerprint unlocking. Yin Xing took out 3 new Liankingen from his own company. Although he bought 10 portions of ingredients, the budget was so limited. 3 people, 3 meals a day. Even if a lot of other low purification value foods were used, each meal only consumed 1 portion. The consumption rate was very fast, and it could only last for 3 days. So, save as much as you can. Drink soup with a purification value of more than 5. And eat nutrient solution as the staple food. Half an hour later, after cleaning up the kitchen, Yin Xing took the grass juice soup and nutrient solution to the infirmary, leaving the kitchen and returning to her room. It was almost time for dinner, and Tang Ranran drank the nutrient solution as usual. Ah, she wanted to eat meat. See where her little meatballs were? Well, they were on their way and would arrive tonight. Having nothing to do, Tang Ranran went online again. Not long after browsing, the alarm rang again. Time to harvest vegetables. After taking a nap, Tang Ranran entered the farm and harvested quickly. For plots of white radish. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15. Experience plus 15 after cultivating the land. She sold the white radishes and bought seeds. This time, Tang Ranran planted corn. She set the alarm again. Before leaving, Tang Ranran glanced at her experience bar and wallet. Experience, 368. Gold coins, 4,780. After leaving the farm, Tang Ranran continued to surf the internet. Although technology is very advanced, the body is still fragile. So after staring at the light screen of the intelligent computer for more than 2 hours, Tang Ranran's eyes were a little sore and blurry. Rest. Do a set of eye exercises. After massaging herself and making her eyes feel more comfortable, Tang Ranran took her pajamas and went to the bathroom to wash. Go to bed early and get up early for good health. There is no vegetables to harvest tonight, so she refuses to stay up late to protect her skin. Wash up and go to bed. Early in the morning, Tang Ranran was awakened by the alarm clock. After a start, Tang Ranran's first reaction after waking up was to harvest vegetables. Consciously entering the farm, Tang Ranran picked up the mouse and harvest. The corn in the first field was successfully harvested. The task is completed, and it's time for rewards again. Congratulations! You have successfully harvested corn. Rewards, 400 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. After receiving the reward, I upgraded again. Receive the reward again. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 4. Get rewards, 400 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Get rewards. And then there is another task to get. Task, plant and harvest lettuce. From level 3 to level 4. For new crops are unlocked at once. Namely, lettuce, potatoes, rapeseed, pak choi. All vegetables. So far, Tang Ranran has not even got a fruit. Lettuce. The price of purchase seeds is 195 gold coins. The selling price is 504 gold coins. It takes 19 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 25. Potatoes. The price of purchase seeds is 188 gold coins. The selling price is 432 gold coins. It takes 15 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 20. Rapeseed. The price of purchase seeds is 194 gold coins. The selling price is 552 gold coins. It takes 14 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 19. The price of the seeds of Chinese cabbage is 195 gold coins. And the selling price is 378 gold coins. It takes 11 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 15. After adding, subtracting, multiplying and dividing, of course, I would choose rapeseed. The gold coin efficiency is much higher. This is definitely an economic crop that promotes the growth of gold coins. When this crop of corn is ripe, Tang Ranran will start planting rapeseed. And now, complete the task first. The harvested corn was sold, and the seeds were bought. Tang Ranran planted the lettuce required for the task. Next, it is another daily sign. Big red, big red, big red. Recite it 3 times silently. And then draw. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning 5,000 gold coins. Happy. Not a big happy little happy. Although it is not a big red. This hand can be said to be a little lucky. Tang Ranran quickly looked at the wallet. Gold, 10776 finally passed W. Finally can buy land. I was a little excited. Tang Ranran operated Open Up Wasteland. And with gold minus 10,000. Her small piece of land increased from 6 to 7. No more words. Plant vegetables. Rapeseed immediately arranged. Then I took a look. Experience, 368. Gold, 582. Okay. Pour again. If the settings do not change, it will cost 20,000 to open up the next piece of land. That is, the second piece of land. It is still a long way to reach 20,000. Hey, take your time. The alarm has been turned on. After making sure there is nothing missing, Tang Ranran left the farm, opened her eyes, and stayed in bed for a while before getting up. Wash and wash. It was time for breakfast again. Tang Ranran, who remembered Ruru, quickly checked the express delivery. Good. It has arrived. Send a message and let Yanli pick up the express delivery. Tang Ranran, who didn't want to drink the nutrient solution, went out and went to the kitchen. She didn't want to think about food for the time being. But in addition to Xinliang Qingdan, There were several other flavors of nutrient solution in the refrigerator, so she could try a different flavor. Arriving at the kitchen and entering the door, Tang Ranran saw a figure moving. It was Yang Tao. Yang Tao was supposed to be in front of the refrigerator. She probably didn't expect someone to come in at this time. She was frightened and stepped back repeatedly because she felt guilty. She moved too fast and almost fell. Xiao Tao. Did I scare you? Sorry. Tang Ranran apologized casually. But she was thinking. Is he digging the refrigerator? No. No. I accidentally slipped. Yang Tao shook her head after coming back to her senses from the panic. Her heart, which had been beating wildly because of being caught, gradually calmed down. With a slightly unnatural smile, Yang Tao asked, Miss Ranran, are you here to eat? What do you want to eat? I make it. I just don't know why the refrigerator is locked. Yin Xing bought some expensive ingredients. He was afraid of problems, so he locked the refrigerator. Tang Ranran explained. A little suspicious. Yang Tao didn't want to steal the ingredients just now. Right? Oh. She didn't need to steal. She could eat a little while cooking, and she wouldn't notice it at all. No need to cook. I've been drinking nutrient solution recently, and there's only Qingdan in my space buckle. I find some other flavors. Oh. So that's the case. Then I clean the kitchen. With a little thought, Yang Tao didn't leave, but stayed in the kitchen. She didn't leave, and Tang Ranran didn't care about her. She unlocked the door with her fingerprint and opened the refrigerator. As soon as the refrigerator was opened, Yang Tao quickly adjusted the angle and glanced over quietly. She heard that the company bought pure food with high purification value for the injured employees. Although she could eat some of Tang Ranran food on weekdays, the purification value of those things was not high. She had never tasted anything with a high purification value. Yang Tao couldn't help but salivate when she stole a peek at the extra fresh-keeping food boxes in the refrigerator. But when she saw Tang Ranran took a nutrient solution, she was very tactful and said nothing. The boss was so poor that he had to drink nutrient solution, so there was definitely no share for her. Oh, I don't know if the company will go bankrupt? She was so worried. She had no idea that Yang Tao was more worried than her. Tang Ranran, who had Qingling grass and was not worried about bankruptcy, found a nutrient solution with the scent of Zephyr camellia in the refrigerator. It looked like purple jelly. Although I didn't know what it tasted like. It should be similar to scented tea. Right? It's you. Take it out. Unscrew the lid. And smell it. It's quite fragrant. Take a sip. I can't tell what it tastes like. It's light. Like grapes without much sweetness. After drinking the nutrient solution, Tang Ranran didn't leave in a hurry, but started a conversation with Yang Tao. Xiao Tao. Where do you usually put the seasonings? Here. Yang Tao walked to the cabinet, opened a cabinet, pointed them out to Tang Ranran one by one, and explained in detail. Here are oil, salt, sugar, etc., all of which are fine products without radiation. They can be used when processing raw meat ingredients. And these are soy sauces, which can be used for seasoning. But because some ordinary ingredients are used in the raw materials, there is a little radiation value. But it is all below 1. It will not affect health if you use a little bit appropriately. And these are seasoning sauces. They all taste good, but they all have radiation values. So you can't use too much. Tang Ranran responded and looked carefully. The seasonings here are still very rich, but people pursue the original flavor without affecting the purification value. So the cooking methods have degenerated. Of course, it also has something to do with the hardships when I first arrived. Humans landed on the Atard elliptical galaxy and fought with other creatures for the right to survive in the territory. During the war, the cooking technology was probably lost. Having had a lot of online experience, Tang Ranran can be sure that the high-end restaurants here only have a few dishes. Simple and monotonous. After introducing the ingredients, Yang Tao saw that Tang Ranran was listening carefully and thought she was going to cook by herself. So she cleverly started to introduce various cooking equipment. Soup pots, frying pans, pressure cookers, stew pots. How to turn on low temperature, medium temperature, high temperature, blah blah. Just when Tang Ranran was listening with great interest, Yang Tao, who had almost finished the introduction, remembered something belatedly. So he looked at the time on the smart brain and exclaimed, "Oh, it's already this time. What's wrong, Miss Ranran? It's time." What time? Tang Ranran, who didn't react for a while, was a little confused. It's the safety lecture time. Yang Tao's expression was a little anxious. The kitchen has been cleaned. If there is nothing to do, can I go to the lecture? Oh, go. Tang Ranran remembered that it was a safety lecture for employees. Yin Xing asked her yesterday. At that time, she casually said that she would not go because she was thinking about harvesting vegetables. She didn't remember it. Halfway through her words, Tang Ranran changed her words. I go with you to take a look. There was nothing to do in the morning, so she could go and take a look. The military areas on the 1st and 5th floors are usually locked. They can't enter without permission. This time they can go and take a look. Moreover, it seems that they can see the Gundam up close. Then let's go, Yang Tao said impatiently. Tang Ranran didn't understand her eagerness. It was just a lecture. Why did it seem like going to a concert? The lecture hall on the 4th floor is very large and is a place for conferences. Because there were so many people. In addition to the rows of seats, the corridors and the empty areas at the back were all equipped with simple benches. Tang Ranran and Yang Tao didn't come early, and there were already quite a few people sitting in the lecture hall, with more than half of the seats full. As the top boss, Tang Ranran of course sat in the front row. Tang Ranran walked straight to the first row in the front, which had more than 20 seats. Yin Xing, Zhou Jian, Wu Dahong and other key personnel were already there. Boss Tang, you're here. Yin Xing stood up and greeted Tang Ranran after seeing her with his sharp eyes. Boss Tang. Boss Tang. Others also greeted her. Well, sit down. Wu Dahong was on Yin Xing left, and there were a few empty seats on his right. Those were the seats in the middle of a row, which were obviously reserved for her. Tang Ranran walked over and sat next to Yin Xing. Yang Tao, who had followed her all the way, sat on the other side of Tang Ranran with a thick face, pretending not to notice the strange looks from others. Maybe it was too early, and they were still sleeping. And Pan Rongrong was not there. Otherwise they would definitely fight. Seeing that Tang Ranran didn't say anything, the others also withdrew their gazes, and didn't say much. Ignoring this small detail of Yang Tao's seat, Tang Ranran asked Yin Xing about the conditions of the 3 critically ill patients. Because she was annoyed, Tang Ranran pushed most of the work to Yin Xing. And Gu Ping'an's report was also said directly to Yin Xing. Now that I have time, of course I would care about him. Director Gu said there is progress. When Yin Xing mentioned this, his face was full of joy. Boss Tang, I'm sorry. I was a little busy this morning and forgot to report to you. Director Gu said that after drinking the long green soup you bought yesterday evening, the physical data of the 3 of them actually showed signs of improvement. This is definitely a major breakthrough. Although Yin Xing felt that it was a chain reaction caused by insisting on eating high purification value foods. If the credit is attributed to the leader, once the leader is happy, he may give him a promotion and a raise. Subordinates, who don't flatter their leaders, can only sit on the bench. It should be related to insisting on eating high purification value foods. Tang Ranran didn't dare to take the credit, and hurriedly said vaguely, anyway, no matter what, it's a good thing if it gets better. Keep eating. And keep the ingredients you bought before. If the funds are insufficient, tell me. The long green soup can't be left out. I will cook it myself for them to drink once a day. Boss Tang, you cook for them yourself. It's really hard. It's a blessing for our employees to have a boss like you who cares about employees. Yin Xing immediately flattered again, thinking about how to exaggerate the fact that Boss Tang personally cooked for seriously ill employees without leaving any trace. It's just a small matter. Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed. She didn't really want to cook soup. The main thing was that Kingling KO was something that she was worried about after it passed through other people's hands. This is not a small matter. You are so busy, but you are always thinking about the illness of your employees. You are so considerate of your subordinates. We employees are really lucky to meet a boss like you. Tang Ranran, no wonder everyone likes flatterers. Who doesn't like to hear good words? After being praised by Yin Xing, she felt that her whole image became tall and majestic. While talking about business and flattering, employees came one after another. The temporary benches were full, and many people were standing. Just then, a team of soldiers in military uniforms came in and sat on the empty seats on the far right of the first row, near the wall. Boss Tang, do you want to go up and give a speech to encourage the employees? Yin Xing didn't arrange for Tang Ranran to come yesterday because she couldn't come. Now that she's here, it's natural to arrange for a leader to give a speech or something like that. I won't go up. You can make your own arrangements. Tang Ranran waved her hand and refused. She just came to join in the fun. Mainly to see Gundam. Okay. I go up. As an all-around secretary. Yanxing guest starred as the host. Going on stage and standing beside the rostrum. Yanxing began his speech. Good morning, everyone. I'm glad that everyone is here. Almost everyone is here. So let's get started. I know that everyone is very scared because of the sudden attack of the dune bugs a few days ago. To be honest, I am also scared and worried. I have the same concerns as everyone else. But I want to say one thing here. Our stable life today is exchanged for the blood and tears of our ancestors. Before the Christian era, our ancestors fought extremely fierce battles with alien races in order to survive in this Atard galaxy. The war lasted for thousands of years. Countless blood and tears. Countless heroic souls. So that we can survive here. We are very lucky to be born in a stable and peaceful era. Although we did not experience that dark and cruel period of survival war, we must never forget the bloody glory of our ancestors and keep it in mind. The iron-blooded warriors of our empire. They inherited the consciousness of their ancestors and laid a piece of land for the empire. Now, the land under our feet is the land that countless heroes have exchanged for with their blood. It is victory. A badge. An honor. A symbol of the empire's strength. And what we are most proud of. We are just ordinary people. But ordinary people are also indispensable to the empire. And we can also shine for the empire. The warriors have conquered the territory. And what we ordinary people have to do is to transform this territory into a place suitable for our human survival. What we are doing now is not just a job, but a war. This is our battlefield. It is our battle with the Zerg and the harsh environment. This is a war to expand the empire's territory. As a member of the audience below, Tang Ranran can only say, good guy. It's a waste of talent not to engage in pyramid selling. Even she was excited when she heard it. Not to mention the men on the scene. One by one, they were really excited like chicken blood. After thunderous applause, Yanxing morale-boosting chicken soup finally ended. Yanxing, next. Please invite Lieutenant Jiang Zhou to come up and say a few words. A man stood up from the military row of seats and walked up to the podium with a resounding step. Because he was sitting in the first row. Tang Ranran saw Jiang Zhou clearly as soon as he went up. Wearing a military cap, military uniform, military pants, and military boots, Jiang Zhou had an upright posture and should be over 185 centimeters tall. He had a sharp aura that was unique to soldiers. With sharp eyebrows and eagle eyes. And sharp features. Jiang Zhou had a serious face. Probably because of his cold personality. Jiang Zhou had a strong aura. Which was far better than Yanxing. So as soon as he went up, some of the whispers below immediately disappeared. The whole hall was silent. Hello everyone. I am Jiang Zhou, the security director of this floating base. First of all, I am sorry. I would like to express my deepest apologies for the dune bug attack that occurred 2 days ago. Sorry. Take off the military cap. Bend down. And Jiang Zhou bowed deeply to the audience. The relevant clauses of the contract stated that the military would not guarantee environmental safety 100%. The main responsibility of Jiang Zhou team was to ensure the safety of the base. If people were killed by insects in the base, it was their dereliction of duty. But outside the base, it had nothing to do with them. After all, their team had only so many people. But the planting area was so large. Although the responsibility was not his. Jiang Zhou felt very guilty that people died because of the insect attack. First, an apology, and then a formal speech. Compared with Yanxing, Jiang Zhou's speech was more inclined to safety. He listed some data and related information, which made people feel more secure. But the content seemed a bit stereotyped and boring. Moreover, he talked about some professional knowledge on the battlefield, which made Tang Ranran confused. Tang Ranran turned his head a little bored, and saw Yang Tao on the side. Yang Tao stared at the front with bright eyes, and listened attentively and seriously. Tang Ranran was stunned. No way. Isn't this professional knowledge but common sense? Tang Ranran couldn't help but whispered. Xiao. Do you understand? I don't understand. But I can see with my eyes. Yang Tao replied without blinking. Tang Ranran suddenly understood. Yang Tao came here purely to see the handsome guy. No wonder he was so active. Huh? Superficial. Twisting his neck, rubbing his wrists, and simply stretching his muscles in his seat. Tang Ranran also began to be superficial. About 10 minutes later, the speech with the theme of the safety of the planet is guaranteed ended. Jiang Zhou stepped down. And the next was the holographic projection. There were too many employees, so it was not convenient to visit on site. So they came for an immersive visit with holographic projection. Just like a live broadcast. A military soldier acted as the anchor, explaining and showing the relevant defense measures and firepower devices in this military floating base. The 360-degree all-round display makes people feel as if they are there. Although she didn't touch the Gundam up close, Tang Ranran was a little satisfied with the holographic projection. Gundam is really tall, big, handsome and cool. Unfortunately, there is only one mecha soldier here, Jiang Zhou. And there is only one mecha on the rooftop of the base, which is lonely. Although there are many other armored equipment on the rooftop. They are also very cool when viewed alone. But compared with the mecha, they are not tall enough. Looking at the big Gundam, Tang Ranran couldn't help but think divergently. Sea-level mental power is the entry level of mecha soldiers. She is now sea-level, which means she has stepped into the threshold. So, she also has the opportunity to drive a mecha. Right? However, mecha courses are courses only available in higher education institutions. If you want to learn, you have to take the postgraduate entrance examination. Tang Ranran is already clear about the education model of the empire. Going to school at the age of 6. Citizens enjoy the right to 9 years of compulsory education. And compulsory education covers all kinds of knowledge in life. After the compulsory education, the next step is a personal choice. Although child labor is illegal, there are technical colleges. Going to a technical college is equivalent to being an apprentice. Not only can you learn a craft, but you can also earn a little salary without paying tuition. Those who are not short of money will choose 3 years of primary education. Primary education is a bit like an interest class. There are many courses. You can learn whatever you are interested in. If you don't want to learn it halfway, you can change classes. Anyway, the purpose of primary education is to find a subject that you are interested in. After the 3 years of primary education, you can go to a professional technical college or continue to choose professional education. Here, completing 9 years of compulsory education plus 3 years of professional education is equivalent to university literature. Go to school at the age of 6. Stay in school for 15 years. And come out at the age of 21. The legal age of adulthood. You can go to work. And you can also apply for various higher education institutions. The original body is a university literature. Studying economics and finance. There are qualifications for higher education institutions. But I don't know if it is difficult to get started in mecha. As a C-level, she should be able to get in. Right? After the live broadcast of the military's visit ended, a group of soldiers including Jiang Zhou left the scene. And only the company's people were left in the report hall. Yan Xing, the host, went up and said a few simple words. With the military here, it's safe. Everyone can rest assured. Then Zhou Jian, the head of the security department, went up to speak. On the stage, Zhou Jian blah blah gave a long speech. We will do our best to ensure safety. During the speech, he listed all kinds of monitoring and defense equipment of the security department like a show of wealth. Tang Ranran could only say that the military's equipment is simple and practical, while the security department's is all kinds of things, flashy and impractical. It's obviously in line with the saying, poor students have more stationery. Damn. Zhou Jian. This guy. Is he deliberately pulling the leg? Finally, Zhou Jian stepped down, and it was time for the host Yan Xing to speak again. Yan Xing babbled for a few words, and then a big bowl of chicken soup came. Seeing that it was almost time for dinner, the last part was interaction. Yan Xing, do you have any questions? This was a formal remark to follow the procedure. No problem. Good. This safety discussion ended perfectly. Yan Xing originally thought so, but he didn't expect that there would be a thorn. As soon as Yan Xing finished shouting, an employee stood up immediately. I have a question. I want to know. For the victims of the insect attack, the dead and the injured, how did the company arrange them? MP in his heart, smiling on his face, Yan Xing patiently answered with good temper. The company has properly arranged the victims. For the employees who unfortunately died, In addition to the insurance money for casualties that went through the procedure, the company has subsidized $3 million. Their relatives have accepted the relevant compensation and reached an agreement. For the injured employees, high compensation for work injuries, mental compensation, nutritional compensation, etc. will be given. The injured employees have no objection to the company's compensation plan. For Yanxing answer, the person who asked the question was obviously not satisfied. You said no objection? It's those with minor injuries, right? I want to know the seriously injured. That is, the mental power riot and radiation. There seem to be 3 people. Right? Is the company going to save them? Or just treat them as dead? And wait for them to die and negotiate compensation with their relatives? This person took the yin and yang to the extreme. If they die, there is casualty insurance. The company only needs to pay $3 million. If you save them, it's a bottomless pit. If I were the leader, I would give up treatment. Such a sharp question was thrown out. It was inevitable that it affected the employees sitting there. Although everyone knew that serious illness was almost equal to no treatment, it was really too chilling not to save people. No one wanted to be abandoned and wait for death. Everyone couldn't help whispering to each other. Tang Ranran in the seat couldn't help but turn around and take a look. The man who asked the question had a crew cut, a pointed face and small eyes. He looked like a sneaky guy and didn't look like a good guy. Generally, employees don't look for trouble. This guy, with such sharp questions, must not be a simple troublemaker. Maybe he was bribed to deliberately sabotage. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Ranran secretly took note of the man. Please don't talk nonsense based on hearsay. Faced with sharp accusations and questions, Yanxing also realized that the small eyes were looking for trouble. His face sank, and he said loudly and righteously, the company will not give up any employee. Although their problems are more serious, the company will never give up on them. We are actively working to take various measures to save people. It sounds good. What measures have you taken? First of all, we have negotiated with the relevant person in charge of the military hospital. Once there are vacancies for treatment, they can be arranged for hospitalization. Secondly, we have purchased a large amount of high purification value food to help them stabilize their condition. Although Yanxing exaggerated the facts a little, he definitely did not speak nonsense. We are still waiting in line. Who knows when we can be admitted to the hospital? It's up to you to decide. High purification value food. How high is this? If you have the guts, tell me. The little eyes were aggressive. You, faced with the little-eyed man's insistence, Yanxing remained calm. But he did show a hint of hesitation. He has always advertised that it is a high purification value food. But he has never said the specific value. The purification value of 10 is quite high for ordinary people. But this man is just looking for trouble. If he says it, the other party will say, it's only 10? He will be in trouble. Humph. You can't say it. Right? Do you dare to put out the shopping list? The little eyes were relentless and pressed step by step. Yes. Since you said it is a high purification value food, then put out the shopping list. Yes. If you really bought it, then show it. You didn't buy it. Are you talking nonsense? No. You didn't really buy it? Because of Yanxing hesitation, some people in the audience started shouting. And some shouted particularly loudly. Tang Ranran suspected that those who were making trouble were bribed by others. As for the mastermind behind the scenes, there is no clear target yet. But it shouldn't be the Tang family. After all, if this project fails, it will only bring harm to the Tang family. And those people in the Tang family are not so stupid. Who could it be? With this question, Tang Ranran, who saw that Yanxing couldn't hold the scene anymore, stood up and walked slowly to the stage. Alas, at the critical moment, she is still needed, because she was in the front row and in the middle. As soon as Tang Ranran stood up, everyone noticed her. And the man with small eyes also saw it, and immediately turned his gun. Mr. Tang, Secretary Yen can't say it. Can you give a clear answer? Or did the company really give up those 3 people? Without looking at him, Tang Ranran calmly went on stage and gave Yanxing a look to calm down. Clearing his throat and turning on the speaker function of the smart brain, Tang Ranran said calmly, please be quiet. Please listen to me. Looking at the small-eyed man with deep meaning, Tang Ranran continued, first of all, I am very grateful to everyone. Thank you for coming to this planet to fight and create the future with me. I am very sorry and heartbroken for the attack of the dune bugs. I can only express my deepest condolences to the employees who died on the spot. As for the injured, rest assured that the company will never give up any employee. Even if it is radiation or mental riot, the company will do its best to treat them as much as possible. Knowing that there is no truth without pictures, it is better to say it than to put it in a nice picture. Tang Ranran, Secretary Yin. Show us the shopping list. Okay, Mr. Tang. Pretending to be calm. Yin Xing was anxious. Mr. Tang was still too young and inexperienced. This troublemaker would definitely say it was only 10. What to do? Although he slowed down his movements, it only took Yin Xing a few seconds to show the picture, and the food shopping list was projected on the big screen. 1 unit of blue and white rabbit meat. Purification value 10.27. Cost 100,500. 1 unit of red water spirit fruit. Purification value 9.87. Cost 94,500. 1 unit of white snow lotus fruit. Purification value 9.12. Cost 90,100. Yin Xing put out the shopping list one by one. For ordinary people, hundreds of thousands per unit. And food with a purification value of about 10 is already a sky-high price. After seeing the shopping list, most employees' doubts were dispelled and they calmed down. However, Shayan was obviously not going to give up. As Yin Xing expected, he said, "Didn't we say that we should do our best to save people? How much is this? The purification value is only 100,000 or more. Can it be useful? Can it cure mental riots and radiation? How is it possible? I think you are just doing superficial work, spending a few million as a symbol, and using this money to shut up our employees." Faced with such questioning, Tang Ranran was not angry, but asked with a smile, "This employee? Who are you?" "My name is Hideheo." Tang Ranran continued to ask, with a very easygoing and approachable attitude. "Hideheo, then what purification value do you think is appropriate? Don't worry. Just speak your mind boldly. We will definitely try our best within the company's capabilities. At least the purification value should be 20. Of course, it depends on the specific efficacy. The purification value of 2.0 has no effect. If you really want to save people, you should find a way to get food with a purification value of 30. Right? Life is above everything and cannot be measured by money." Hideheo looked like he was standing up for the 3 seriously injured people, in order to get rid of the disgust of being unreasonable. He finally said, "I am not unreasonable. I also know that mental riots and radiation are difficult to treat. If the company really gets food with a purification value of 30, even if there is only 1 portion, even if the person is not saved in the end, I will definitely not say a word more." Tang Ranran snorted in his heart. He can say this. If you don't know, you would think he is the brother of Shuri, Shou Xinghua, and Li Dawei. The purification value of 30 is the kind of treasure that is openly priced at 100 million and cannot be bought online. After scolding him in his heart, Tang Ranran kept smiling, nodded in agreement, and said in an appreciative tone, "Hideheo said it very well. Especially this sentence. Life is above everything else, and it cannot be measured by money. I am really very pleased with this realization." Hideheo was a little dumbfounded by the praise. This reaction is not right. Could it be that he is really going to spend a lot of money to buy a purification value of 30? No way. 3 people died and only 9 million was compensated. And more than 100 million was spent on treatment. It's a huge loss. Can't be so stupid? As Tang Ranran continued, Hideheo finally knew. In fact, the day before yesterday, our company's senior management held a meeting and discussed it in detail. Considering that everyone was frightened, we decided to move 100 million from the budget as a special fund to compensate everyone. Of course, this special fund will give priority to compensating employees who were injured in this insect attack, and the rest will be used as bonuses to reward everyone according to their daily work performance. The employees are paid a fixed salary, which is not conducive to mobilizing their enthusiasm. Tang Ranran has been thinking about the reward system mentioned by Huang Le, and now is the right time to mention it. And what Hideheo said is right. Life is above all else. The 3 seriously injured patients are in serious condition, so we should give priority to using special funds to purchase high purification value food. Of course, I also know that 100 million may be a little less. We will continue to find ways later. While speaking, Tang Ranran winked at Yin Xing, and at the same time a message silently poked over. 2 words, donation. Yinxing understood immediately and said, I deeply sympathize with the three people's experience. The company has definitely tried its best to save them. But the company is not a one-man show of President Tang. President Tang also has to explain to other shareholders. She also tried her best to fight for them. To save colleagues. We can't rely on President Tang's efforts alone. Although we are small and powerless, we are united, and there is strength in numbers. In order to save the lives of colleagues, we will do our best. Today, I will take the lead and personally donate 10,000 to this special fund. As long as everyone contributes a little, I believe they will get better. By the way, Hideheo, why don't you set an example? Asked Hideheo with a smile on his face. Yinxing was so happy that he raised his eyebrows. Hideheo was dumbfounded by this development. How did it become asking him for money? Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Hideheo continued to be stubborn. Who knows if it's true? Maybe the special fund will be gone in a few days? How do I know where the donations went? It's just a nice talk. Because it takes time to approve the funds. The foundation is still under construction. But I guarantee that the special funds will be approved in 5 days at the latest. At that time, a separate account will be established to manage the funds. Once this account is established, it will be fully transparently managed. Everyone can check the inflow and outflow of funds in the account. Everyone is welcome to supervise at any time. Tang Ranran promised seriously, and then expressed his deep gratitude. After the account is opened, everyone is welcome to show their love for our 3 seriously ill comrades. Thank you. After Tang Ranran finished speaking, many employees came back to their senses. As soon as they understood what this special fund was, their attitudes changed immediately, and they were immediately unhappy. It is not painful to be generous to others. But when it comes to their own interests, that is not okay. The employees grasped the keyword, reward. Although the injured are compensated first, the rest will be taken based on work performance. Everyone has a chance. And the more you spend on medical treatment, the less you have left. Or even nothing. The reward is gone. And you still have to donate? How can this be? Most of the friendships between employees are casual acquaintances. Now that the knife has cut themselves, of course they don't care about the life or death of others. After all, mental riots and radiation are serious diseases. Ordinary people who get this disease are sentenced to death, which is the difference between dying early and late. The employees also understand that people cannot be saved. They just can't get over it before. The company doesn't save people. The company has offered 100 million yuan. Showing its sincerity. The company has shown such a sincere attitude. Which is enough. Since it can't be saved anyway, why spend so much money? It would be better to give them a reward. Because the benefits fell on the employees. That's another situation. The rewards that would have fallen on them were used to fill the bottomless pit. The employees had different thoughts in an instant. And some greedy and bold ones had already shouted, Mr. Tang, we are willing to donate to our seriously ill colleagues. If we can cure them, we are also very happy. But what if we can't cure them? Mental riots and radiation are bottomless pits. They can't be filled. Yes, Mr. Tang. Everyone knows that mental riots and radiation are difficult to cure. If you want to blame, you can only blame their bad luck. The company has tried its best. Yes, Mr. Tang. Secretary Yin. Don't listen to Hideheo's nonsense. He is talking without any pain. If it was his own family that had a patient, I'm afraid he wouldn't be willing to pay 1 million. How can things with a purification value of 30 be so easy to buy? Hideheo is purely making things difficult for the company. He is making trouble. Yes, Hideheo is deliberately making things difficult. You are deliberately making things difficult because Mr. Tang is young. Secretary Yin bought. These things are sincere enough. Yes. 100,000 yuan for a meal. This treatment is already sky high. Food with a purification value of 30 can only be bought with connections, let alone seeing it. It is not available online. It is simply unrealistic. I think these ingredients are pretty good now. Use them if they work. Forget it if they don't. I think the company's treatment plan is very good. The company really tried its best. If it can't be cured, there is nothing we can do. Psychic disorder and radiation syndrome are originally medical problems. It is definitely not that the company does not want to save them. The employees talked a lot. Many of them glared at Hideheo. Under the glare of the crowd, Hideheo was no longer as arrogant and sharp as before, and sat down silently without saying much. After successfully reversing the situation, Tang Ranran raised her hand and signaled everyone to be safe. Everyone, be quiet. Please don't get excited. Don't worry. This special fund will be voted on before each fund is used. All employees can vote. If half of the employees are against it, it will be rejected. Don't worry. The company as a whole, and the development and construction depends on everyone. It will never be arbitrary. That's good. That's good. Yes, we have to vote. Everyone can vote? How to vote specifically? There was a lot of discussion underground. Tang Ranran, who had solved the problem, gave Yanxing a look, and Yanxing immediately took over the scene. Everyone, be quiet. First of all, we should feel fortunate and happy that we have such a wise and considerate leader like Mr. Tang. Let's thank Mr. Tang with the warmest applause. The applause was very cooperative. Claps. Claps. I know that everyone has a lot of questions about this special fund. Handing the stage over to Yanxing, Tang Ranran stepped down and left the scene first through the small door. After solving the troublemaker Hideheo, there would be absolutely no problem with the next scene. Leaving the meeting room, the alarm rang while still in the corridor. Tang Ranran, it's time to harvest. Pausing, Tang Ranran closed her eyes, and her consciousness entered the farm. The corn in the 4 fields is ripe. It only takes 5 seconds to operate like a tiger. The corn has been harvested and sold, and the 4 fields have been replaced with the most economical crop, rapeseed. Before leaving, Tang Ranran routinely glanced at her experience bar and wallet. Experience, 494. Gold coins, 1370 with a simple operation. Tang Ranran regained consciousness, and then continued to walk forward as if nothing had happened. She first went to the kitchen, unpacked the meat package that Yanli had brought back, and put it all in the refrigerator. And then she returned to her room. Back in the room, Tang Ranran first filled her stomach with a bottle of nutrient solution. And after an hour of surfing the internet, she called housekeeper Lin and Pan Rongrong to ask about the situation. Both of them said that they were actively contacting the buyer. But housekeeper Lin was really active. As for Pan Rongrong, Tang Ranran used the excuse that they were about to part and wanted to get together to trick Pan Rongrong into her room. Thinking that Tang Ranran trusted her, Pan Rongrong came happily. As soon as she came, Tang Ranran took out the wine she bought. Come on, Rongrong, let's have a drink. Without any doubt, Pan Rongrong took the cup and drank a little wine with Tang Ranran. Playing the role of fake friendship, Tang Ranran gave her a big bottle of wine. And seeing that she was a little drunk, he immediately used the soul-stealing method, simplified version, which is simply hypnosis. Although Tang Ranran's current strength is very low, it is still easy to deal with Pan Rongrong, a mortal who is drunk. After 2 attempts, Pan Rongrong was dealt with. Her eyes became dull, and then entered the stage of answering questions. After a few questions, Tang Ranran knew that he was a spy. Pan Rongrong had long been on the side of Chen Yue, son of the second largest shareholder Chen Dafu, the scheming fellow, and she was determined to become the wife of Mr. Chen. Ha ha. Chen Yue could be attracted to her? He was definitely using her. From Pan Rongrong, Tang Ranran was basically certain that Hideheo was also arranged by the Chen family father and son. As for the purpose? To create trouble, suppress her, seize the opportunity to acquire shares, and arrange their own people to important positions. Anyway, it was the second brother who wanted to usurp the throne and didn't want to be the boss was not a good younger brother. After knowing this, Tang Ranran sent Pan Rongrong back. It was past 1 o'clock, and it was time for the daily nap. Tang Ranran usually entered the farm under the guise of a nap and the cover of a big bear doll. Daily routine: eating grass. Cultivating immortals. The progress of cultivating a green spirit grass was over. In line with the principle of gradual progress, Tang Ranran decided not to continue. It was still early for harvesting vegetables. So Tang Ranran once again implemented a trick to replace the 2 green spirit grasses with some more star-long green grasses. After leaving the farm, it was almost 2:30, and it was still early. So Tang Ranran went to the study room that she had never visited before. It was still a square room, a small area of 7 or 8 square meters, with only one instrument. It was oval, like an enlarged version of a capsule, with a metal bottom and a glass hatch, which looked very high-tech and grand. Holographic cabin. With the buffer of these 2 days, Tang Ranran has mastered more than 90% of the relevant information, and has a very clear understanding of the use of the holographic cabin. With a little curiosity and a little fear of being rejected, Tang Ranran activated the holographic cabin with her mental power, and the glass hatch opened automatically, and she laid down in it. Lie down, close your eyes, and use your mental power to connect to the virtual world. Then, Tang Ranran entered a mysterious state. It was about the time when she fell asleep. Suddenly, she stepped into the air. She suddenly shuddered and opened her eyes. Tang Ranran was in a magnificent European-style building. Woo woo woo. A small ball, like a kitten and a rabbit, with a pair of light feather wings, came over. Yeah, this is the little pet that the original body kept at home in the virtual world. Tang Tang. Little cutie. Here I come. Tang Ranran, who was a little bit of a plush fan, reached out and grabbed a ball of white fur all over the body, and rubbed it against her face. Oh, there was no rejection. So, her soul was perfect. In a sense, she was Tang Ranran. And, wow, this furry feeling is so damn real. It's as real as a dream. It really deserves to be a holographic world. After hugging the little pet Tang Tang and ravaging it, Tang Ranran did not forget to buy pet food for it. Although it is a virtual pet, it still needs to eat. If you don't reserve enough food, it might die one day. In addition to pet food, virtual pets also need to have what real pets have. Otherwise they will get sick. It has to be said that it is not cheap to raise a pet in the virtual world. Tang Ranran, who knows the process, took advantage of Tong Tong's meal and opened the information and took a look. Pet Tang Tang. Hunger, 85. Health, 80. Mood, 60. Tang Ranran, no. Not only is it hungry, but my health and mood are not up to standard. I have to walk the dog and go to the pet hospital. Well, it's all money. Or, forget it? After hesitating for a long time, Tang Ranran decided to take over and continue raising it. I can't find a cat in reality, so occasionally going to the virtual world to pet a cat is also a relaxation. Having money does not necessarily mean happiness, but not having money will definitely make you unhappy. Tang Ranran once again deeply understood the meaning of this sentence. Look, a cute little pet is made of money. After staying in the virtual world for more than 2 hours, Tang Ranran did nothing but take Tang Tang to look out and go to the pet store. Time is gone, and 5,000 yuan is gone. Of course, 5,000 is a drizzle for her worth, but she is poor now. Oh, after crawling out of the holographic cabin, Tang Ranran reflected deeply and decided to control her hands and not play with cats before she had enough money. There were still nearly 2 hours before dinner time, and Tang Ranran went to the kitchen very actively. It was the familiar formula of 2 green spirit grasses plus 1 authentic long green grass plus 5 bowls of water. While boiling the soup, Tang Ranran started to sit aside and watch the smart brain again. In the modern world, the phone is always with you, and the opportunity cannot be missed. It is the same here. It's just that the mobile phone has evolved into the form of smart brain, with more functions. Just after reading the accumulated official business on the smart brain, Yan Xing, the official business maker, appeared. The dinner prepared for the patient today was blue and white rabbit meat. Raw meat cannot be eaten directly, so Yan Xing directly divided the 100 grams of meat into 3 equal portions. Each portion is only about 30 grams, which is really pitiful. There is no need for additional processing. After cutting it into 3 pieces and washing it, Yan Xing threw the meat into the grass juice soup that Tang Ranran was cooking, and then added a little salt. And it was done. For this simple and rough meat and vegetable soup, Tang Ranran can only say, dark cuisine. Anyway, she is not eating it. Tang Ranran said that she doesn't care about the taste of this dark cuisine, and grabbed Yan Xing to talk about official business. Although Tang Ranran knew that it was Chen Dafu and his son who caused the sabotage, he still deliberately ordered that He Deheo must have been bribed. You should investigate secretly to see if you can find out anything. Also investigate those who followed him to make trouble. Yan Xing nodded quickly. I understand. He also has spies among the employees. Without Tang Ranran saying anything, Yan Xing knew to investigate them. But, however, Mr. Tang, this matter may not be easy to investigate. The other party dared to bribe He Deheo to cause trouble, so it must be done in a very secretive way. The privacy of the intelligent brain is very high. It is not so easy to be a hacker. Non-professionals cannot even check a transfer record. So Tang Ranran requirements are not high. I know. It's okay if we can't find the mastermind. We can find their mistakes at work. Or make up something out of thin air. With sufficient reasons. And fire them openly. Understand? I understand. Yanxing nodded quickly. Hideo would find faults. And so would he. Even if Hideo did nothing wrong at work. He could still make mistakes. Firing is much easier than investigating. Tang Ranran continued. Also, didn't you say that most employees are willing to continue working after the holiday? But there are still a few troublemakers. Right? Yes. There are about 10 people. Either they were bribed or they are really too timid and afraid of death. There are only so few people. If there are mistakes, they will be fired. If there are no mistakes, give them two choices. Either take a severance pay and resign voluntarily, or go back to Suchi Huangxing to farm. Tang Ranran already knew that the employees who followed here to do farming were originally almost all the lowest level employees who farmed in Suchi Huangxing within the group. And the monthly salary for farming in Suchi Huangxing was only 2,000 to 3,000. Okay, Mr. Tang. Regarding that special fund, you can discuss the specific reward policy with Huang Le from the logistics department. I think she should be able to give some useful suggestions. Tang Ranran handed over the establishment of special funds and special accounts to Yanxing. She was responsible for the funds, and Yanxing was responsible for the specific matters. After explaining a lot of things, big and small, Tang Ranran, who was afraid of forgetting something, asked, "Are there any other questions?" Yanxing, "There are no other problems at present. Just funds. Mr. Tang, the loan currently in your name left by Mr. Tang is about to expire. I know that. We are already raising money. It should be no problem. Of course, it is best to make preparations for both situations. If you can contact a reliable loan repayment company, contact them." "I know. Then I will contact them first?" "Yes." After a few more words, they confirmed that there was no problem. And the two went their separate ways. Tang Ranran returned to the room. And Yanxing took the meat and vegetable soup divided into 3 portions to visit the patient. After returning to the room, Tang Ranran still filled her stomach with nutrient solution. And then surfed the internet for another hour. Then washed up, changed into pajamas, and went to bed. The big bear doll was used. And Tang Ranran flashed into the farm. The crops on the field would take at least until tomorrow. And Tang Ranran, who did not need to harvest the vegetables, walked to the Qingling grass field again. I found my own trinket mark and took a look. And it was another day without sprouts. Resisting her curiosity to dig up the pit and take a look, Tang Ranran began her second practice of the day. Eat grass and cultivate. Practice completed. Sleep. While she was half asleep, the alarm rang. Tang Ranran reflexively harvested vegetables. Her consciousness entered the space. And Tang Ranran harvested the fields that showed they were ripe. Then shoveled the ground. Neatly bought rapeseed seeds. And quickly planted. Full of fatigue. After completing this series of operations neatly, Tang Ranran continued to sleep. It felt like she had just closed her eyes for a while. And the alarm rang again. It was time to harvest vegetables again. Tang Ranran relied on instinct to complete another process of harvesting and planting vegetables. Sleepy. After planting vegetables, Tang Ranran fell asleep quickly. And it was not enough for her to wake up. While she was half asleep, the alarm rang again. 3 alarms in one night. This is so full of twists and turns. It's really enough. Tang Ranran still entered the space with consciousness, completing the process of harvesting and planting vegetables. After leaving the farm, Tang Ranran yawned and slowly opened his eyes. He first looked at the time. It was more than 4 o'clock in the morning. It was still early in the morning. Forget it. Continue to sleep. After closing his eyes, Tang Ranran went to see Zhou Gong again. This time, there was finally no alarm. And Tang Ranran finally slept until he woke up naturally. The first thing he did when he opened his eyes was to check the time. More than 8 o'clock. Not too late. After spending 5 seconds to wake up, the first thing he did when he got up was to enter the farm. The consciousness entered the farm. And he took a look in front of the computer. Except for the Qingling grassland. All other fields were planted. By the way, Tang Ranran set an alarm on the smart brain for the maturity time of the crops. After looking at the fields, Tang Ranran's next focus was the task bar. Just click the mouse. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested lettuce. Get rewards, 500 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Get rewards and keep clicking. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 5. Get rewards, 500 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Get rewards and keep clicking. Task: plant and harvest red dates. Get tasks and keep clicking. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 6. Get rewards, 600 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Get rewards and keep clicking. Task: plant and harvest leeks. Get tasks. Taskbar: the exclamation mark is finally gone. In one night, the farm level jumped from level 4 to level 6. It must be said that the first 10 levels of the novice period are really easy. Unfortunately, the wallet is not enough. Last night, Tang Ranran was too sleepy and didn't have time to collect the reward and do the task. Now the field is full, and the task can only be postponed. After clicking the taskbar, the next is the most anticipated sign every morning. The routine is 3 times. I am a big red hand. I am a big red hand. I am a big red hand. Then draw a lottery. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning 300 gold coins. Nothing special. Damn. Another white hand that is neither red nor black. Alas. No surprise and no motivation. Click barn to sell all the crops collected. Tang Ranran checks the experience bar in wallet. Experience, 664. Gold coins, 5370. The reality of not being able to afford land and having no money is really sad. Finally, Tang Ranran looked at the crops he had just unlocked. Level 5. Unlock 2 new crops. Namely, red dates and eggplant. Red dates. The price of seeds purchased is 237 gold coins. The selling price is 500 gold coins. It takes 16 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 21. Eggplant. The price of seeds purchased is 237 gold coins. The selling price is 500 gold coins. It takes 16 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 21. Level 6. Unlock 3 new crops. Namely, leek, cauliflower and tomato. Leek. The price of seeds purchased is 251 gold coins. The selling price is 546 gold coins. It takes 17 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 22. Cauliflower. The price of seeds purchased is 251 gold coins. The selling price is 728 gold coins. It takes 28 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 37. Tomato. The price of seeds purchased is 251 gold coins. The selling price is 546 gold coins. It takes 17 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 22. 5 new crops. But the economic value is not as high as the original rapeseed. So after comparison, Tang Ranran does not plan to plant. But red dates. Finally a fruit. And it is a tree. After understanding, exiting the farm, Tang Ranran lazily got up, washed up, and then drank nutrient solution. After filling his stomach, Tang Ranran returned to bed and pretended to take a nap. But in fact, he entered the farm under the cover of the quilt and the big bear doll. There was still no bud next to the small ornament mark. After a little disappointment, Tang Ranran began his daily practice. Eat grass and cultivate immortals. The process is completed. And the work is over. After pinching the 2 chiling grass for today, after completing the replacement, he left the farm. Tang Ranran officially got up this time. After reading the information on the smart brain, Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, decided to go out for a walk, and then chose the monitoring room as his target. Following the navigation, Tang Ranran took 10 minutes to arrive at the monitoring room. Mr. Tang. Mr. Tang. Monitoring is different from other places. It requires people to be on duty 24 hours a day. So there are 2 people on duty. The 2 obviously did not doze off. As soon as they heard the movement, they noticed Tang Ranran arrival. Thank you for your hard work. Tang Ranran first set a scene, and then asked, has there been any movement in the past 2 days? No suspicious signs have been found in the past 2 days. Everything is normal. Well, that's good. Nodding. Tang Ranran looked carefully. The entire monitoring room is very high-tech, with electronic light screens projected in all directions. In front of the duty desk in the middle, there is a large screen covering all the current planting areas. Click where you want to see, and the scene of that place will be immediately enlarged and clearly presented on the screen. And it can be enlarged in times. Tang Ranran pretended to take a look. Actually, there was nothing to see. Outside the planting area, it was a gravel wasteland, particularly desolate and barren. In the planting area, the Angie special knotty trees were still very sparse. In the 6th area where they were being planted, the newly planted Angie special knotty trees were only about 1 meter tall, and they were still bare. It was worrying to see whether they could survive. Tang Ranran knew that this worry was unnecessary. The survival ability of the Angie special knotty trees was particularly strong, and it had reached the point where the weeds could not be burned out, and they would grow again in the spring breeze. Look! In the 1st area where they were planted, the Angie special knotty trees have grown luxuriantly, and have grown to a height of 3 or 4 meters. They are growing so fast that some are even 5 or 6 meters tall. Click. Zoom in. Tang Ranran found that a small number of tall trees have already branched out. The money for the seedlings in the 7th area can indeed be saved. After watching in the monitoring room for half an hour, Tang Ranran left and wandered around the research laboratory. The research laboratory is divided into several parts. Tang Ranran went to the experimental data analysis room filled with instruments before, and this time he went to the experimental material room, which is simply an indoor greenhouse planting room. Although the radiation outside is high, the deeper you dig, the lower the radiation underground. Even 0, which is why many poor planets are underground cities. Guijin, the leader of the research team, led people to dig low radiation or even 0 radiation local soil containing seeds and plant roots in the planting area for cultivation, and sorted out a lot of local plant seeds or roots on the planet. There is also 0 radiation soil brought from Su Chi Huang star. The local plant seeds or roots of the YS-212 planet are planted in the soil of Su Chi Huang star. Anyway, many planting experiments are being carried out here, although a few local plants on the planet have been planted. So far, there are no plants with practical economic value. After asking the staff on duty one by one and understanding the relevant research data, Tang Ranran asked for some seeds and roots of local plants on this planet, soil brought from Su Chi Huang star, and soil dug from the ground of this planet. Tang Ranran packed a lot of experimental materials in a storage box, put them in the space buckle, and went home. At noon, it was nutrient solution again, and then he went online to check the current affairs. The smart brain was reading it enthusiastically when the doorbell rang. Tang Ranran opened the door with mental power and saw Steward Lin. Suddenly, Tang Ranran remembered that Steward Lin was leaving for Sutter Star. Standard Lin came to say goodbye. Steward Lin, who didn't know that Shinzi had been replaced, was very worried and gave a lot of instructions. Tang Ranran listened patiently and waited for him to finish. She began to talk about the importance of raising money for this trip and that Pan Rongrong was unreliable. The two talked for more than an hour, and Pan Rongrong also came. Before leaving, Pan Rongrong came to make her presence felt in order to ensure her position. Perhaps because she was worried about being squeezed out by Yin Xing. Pan Rongrong gave Tang Ranran a very good-looking customer purchase intention report. She had already contacted several buyers, and was waiting to see the real thing. Although I don't know whether it is true or not. This report alone is quite good-looking. Tang Ranran and Pan Rongrong acted out a wave of sisterly love, and entrusted her with an important task. You are the person I trust the most. I believe you can do this little thing well. It was almost time, and Tang Ranran went to the rooftop with the two of them. The rooftop of the top floor of the suspension base is like a parking lot, with many suspension flying equipment parked, among which there are more military-related flying armors. There are only 4 or 5 suspension vehicles belonging to the company, parked together in the corner area on the south side. When you get to the elevator leading to the rooftop, there are already people there, a driver, and several employees. Yin Xing has just sent a report to Tang Ranran that 6 employees have chosen to leave, 2 of whom have received tens of thousands of severance pay, and 4 have returned to Su Chi Huang Xing to work. Yin Xing efficiently arranged them on this departing flight. Tang Ranran didn't pay much attention to it after just a glance. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Steward Lin urged Tang Ranran to go back worriedly. Miss, don't go up. We can go by ourselves. Ranran, you have just recovered. Don't go outside. Go back quickly. Pan Rongrong also looked concerned. The elevator went up. The rooftop was a radiation zone. She had to open the mental barrier by herself. Although she had practiced this skill repeatedly, Tang Ranran still had some shadows in her heart. Well, you all pay attention to safety. Tang Ranran waved goodbye and watched the group enter the elevator. After seeing them off, it was almost 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Tang Ranran simply went to the kitchen and started the daily process of boiling grass juice. After boiling for about half an hour, Yanxing came. The two talked about business again. First of all, the issue of resuming work the day after tomorrow. Yanxing said that it was foolproof, and he would definitely resume work the day after tomorrow. As long as there were no more accidents such as frequent insect attacks, there would be absolutely no problem with the progress of the first phase. Then, there was the issue of Hideheo. It was confirmed that he had a problem. But what was found so far was that he had been very generous in the past 2 days, and even bought a holographic helmet. In addition, Boss Du, who left the base to hunt for treasure 2 days ago, found ore in the wilderness 400 kilometers away from here, and was looking for the source of the ore. Maybe there would be good news in a few days. Finally, the 3 patients Shi, Shou Xinghua, and Li Dawei were in good condition. According to Gu Pingan's examination, the physical condition of the 3 of them was improving. Among them, Shou Xinghua, who had the mildest symptoms, was the most obvious, and the surface radiation value dropped by 3 points. After discussing business, Tang Ranran handed the task of cooking soup to Yanxing and went back. Tang Ranran had just returned to the room when the alarm rang. Consciousness entered the farm, and then took a look. It was the rapeseed in the 7th field that was ripe. Harvest. Shovel the land. Tang Ranran bought the red date saplings required for the task, and then plant. After planting, Tang Ranran left the farm and reset the alarm. Another meal of nutrient solution. Tang Ranran cleaned up the information of the intelligent brain, then washed up and laid down on the bed early in the morning. After lying down and playing with the intelligent brain for a while, Tang Ranran covered his head with a quilt in advance and entered the farm without waiting for the alarm to ring. After waiting in front of the computer for 2 minutes, the alarm rang and the crops were ripe. After harvesting the rapeseed from the first field, Tang Ranran shoveled the ground, then bought leek seeds, and then planted. After setting the alarm time, Tang Ranran left the small thatched house. Unlike before, she did not go directly to the green grass field this time, but first went to take a look at the 6th field planted with red date trees. The 7 fields were smaller than a palm when displayed on the computer desktop. But when you go outside, the 7 acres of land are really not small. Especially the 4 fields have a piece of green rapeseed, which looks particularly fresh. As shown in the computer, the fields are arranged in rows of 6, and the 7th field is behind the first field. Fearing that she would accidentally step into the field and become a human intervention, Tang Ranran went around the background grass outside the edge of the first field. Soon, the red date field came into view. In the middle of an acre of cultivated land, there is only a red date tree that is more than 3 or 4 meters tall, which looks a little lonely. Tang Ranran, who played Farmville for the 2nd time, knows that there is only 1 tree in an acre of land. But when it matures, this single seedling will definitely grow into a towering ancient tree, big and strong. If the fruits produced by the farm are also pure food, when they mature, she will intervene manually and transplant the fruit trees to the outside world. Then it will be a golden goose. A steady stream of money. Oh, don't be happy too early. The environment in this world is not good, and I don't know if the fruit trees can survive if transplanted outside. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Ranran shook her head and stopped thinking about it. After all, she only has 7 plots of land, and the most urgent thing is to earn gold coins and open up new land. After seeing the red date tree, Tang Ranran returned to the edge of the green spirit grass field. First, she glanced at the small ornament as a mark. The red water spirit fruit that she had high hopes for was still motionless. That little fruit might have become barbecue. Ah! After a few seconds of disappointment, Tang Ranran started the 2nd part of the day, eating grass and cultivating immortality. After completing the 2nd training process today and regulating his breath for a while, Tang Ranran clearly felt that the spiritual power in his dantian had become much thicker. Very good. Keep going. Within 10 days or half a month, you could enter the first level of chi refining. After training, Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to leave, but started to do experiments. Finding a tool as a small hoe, Tang Ranran selected a section of Qingling grass roots and began to dig. Soon, he dug out the roots and mud, taking out the flower pot with Su Chi Huangxing soil from the space buckle. Tang Ranran planted the Qingling grass with its roots. Then, Tang Ranran took out an empty flower pot, dug soil from the Qingling grass field, filled the flower pot with most of it, and then planted the seeds and roots of plants on the YS-212 planet. After planting, Tang Ranran put on the label with the notes and took both flower pots back to the thatched house. The small thatched house was too simple. The only furniture was the simple table with the computer. Tang Ranran was afraid of crushing the table, so she chose to put the 2 flower pots next to the wooden door that did not block the wind. Although her small yard was quite tidy, Tang Ranran knew that she could not put anything there. The current yard was just a decorative background board. Once other items were placed, they would be gone when she left. Her small thatched house was a storage space, where real items could be placed. And time passed. The time in the small thatched house was the same as the real time in the outside world. As long as the time outside passed, the time in the small thatched house also passed. Therefore, it was feasible to plant flowers and vegetables in the thatched house with flower pots. Of course, time means that the food is not fresh. But it doesn't matter. After the house is upgraded, a storage room will appear. The storage room is a time-stopping space. Things will be the same when they are put in and taken out. It is very convenient to store vegetables and fruits. Overthinking. Work hard to earn gold coins. At around 9 o'clock in the evening, the rapeseed in the 4 plots was ripe. After harvesting the rapeseed, Tang Ranran continued to plant the next crop of rapeseed. 4 plots of land. It can be considered a bumper harvest. Each plot of land brought 19 experience points. And she was upgraded again. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 7. Rewards, 700 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. After receiving the rewards, there is another task. Task, plant and harvest peas. Tang Ranran checked the new crops unlocked at level 7. At level 7, 3 new crops were unlocked. Namely, peas, red roses and lotus roots. For peas, the price of purchase seeds is 266 gold coins. The selling price is 594 gold coins. It takes 18 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 23. For red roses, the price of purchase seeds is 266 gold coins. The selling price is 594 gold coins. It takes 18 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 23. Lotus root, the price of seeds purchased is 264 gold coins. The selling price is 884 gold coins. It takes 34 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 44. After comparison, rapeseed is still the most economically efficient, because there is no vacant land for the time being. The task will be put aside after receiving it. Sold all the crops in the barn. And before leaving the farm, Tang Ranran took a glance as usual. Experience, 740. Gold coins, 7,502. It's another day to recharge. Oh. Sleep. Sleep. After leaving the farm, Tang Ranran closed her eyes and went to sleep, because there was no need to harvest vegetables at night. Tang Ranran had a good sleep, and she woke up naturally the next day, probably because she went to bed early and slept well at night. When Tang Ranran woke up, it was just after 7 o'clock. She covered her head with a quilt and used the big bear cub as a cover. And Tang Ranran entered the farm. The first thing to do when you get up in the morning is to sign in for the lottery. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning Golden God of Wealth seed. Tang Ranran's eyes, which were still a little sleepy, immediately lit up, like a 500-watt light bulb, full of golden light. This Golden God of Wealth? Look again. Yes, you read it right. Get rich. Get rich. Golden God of Wealth. VIP special crop, as the name suggests, is the God of Wealth. Golden God of Wealth. Level 62. A special crop that VIP customers will unlock. The price of purchase seeds is 9,800 gold coins. And the total price when sold is 113,400 gold coins. 3 season crops. Mature in 34 hours in the first season. Mature in 16 hours in the second season. And the experience gained from planting 1 season is 16. In other words, after planting Golden God of Wealth, 113400 will be obtained after 66 hours. After deducting the original price of the seeds, the economic benefit per hour is 1,569.69. If you want to earn gold coins quickly, just plant a piece of Golden God of Wealth. Unfortunately, she can neither recharge nor reach level 62. It is a surprise to draw such a seed. Little Red Hand. Today is a day of surprises. Tang Ranran started her daily routine in a good mood early in the morning. Let's go for the first part of today's cultivation. About an hour later, after finishing the cultivation, Tang Ranran felt that she had become stronger and was closer to the first level of qi refining. After pinching 2 more green spirit grasses to replace the long green grass for today, Tang Ranran got up and went out of the farm. When she was washing in the bathroom, the alarm rang. When she entered the farm, the red dates planted at 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon were ripe. 1 harvest. 1 shovel. Tang Ranran couldn't wait to plant the Golden God of Wealth seeds. Ah! This golden color. She seemed to hear the sound of gold coins falling. The red dates were successfully harvested, and the previous task was completed. Tang Ranran received the reward. Congratulations! You have successfully harvested red dates. Rewards, 600 gold coins. 50 experience points. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer. 1 bag of super fertilizer. Because of the 21 experience points gained from harvesting red dates, and the 50 experience points rewarded by this task, Tang Ranran has been upgraded again. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 8. Rewards, 800 gold coins. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer. 1 bag of super fertilizer. After receiving the rewards, another task is coming. Task: plant and harvest celery. At level 8, 3 new crops are unlocked: celery, pepper and cucumber. Celery. The price of seeds purchased is 296 gold coins. The selling price is 672 gold coins. It takes 20 hours to mature, and the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 25. Pepper. The price of seeds purchased is 296 gold coins. The selling price is 672 gold coins. It takes 20 hours to mature, and the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 25. Cucumber seeds cost 280 gold coins to buy and 812 gold coins to sell. They take 28 hours to mature, and the experience gained from planting them for 1 season is 35. After taking a quick look at the new crops, Tang Ranran didn't pay much attention to them because they didn't have much economic value. The routine was to sell the crops, empty the barn, and Tang Ranran checked the current progress. Experience, 832. Gold coins, 9402. After leaving the farm, Tang Ranran continued to wash and drink the nutrient solution. Today is the last day of the 3-day holiday. The employees are still resting. After reading the news on the smart brain, Tang Ranran, who has nothing to do, decided to go to the virtual world to play. Entering the small study, Tang Ranran laid down in the holographic cabin with familiarity and then logged in. After returning to his mansion in the virtual world, the first thing he did was to serve his cat master. Oh, not a cat. The scientific name of the cute little Tang Tang is Telstar Colorful Feather Elf Rabbit. Telstar, a planet belonging to the alien race. The colorful feather elf rabbit is a rare and expensive pet introduced from the alien race, and it is a symbol of wealth and power. In reality, only a very small number of people can afford it. But on the virtual internet, the Telstar Colorful Feather Elf Rabbit has been popularized, and the price is much more affordable. Of course, this affordable means affordable to ordinary rich people. For ordinary people, even virtual ones are very expensive. I'm getting off topic. The routine is to feed Tang Tang, walk Tang Tang, and then go to the pet store to check his health and buy pet supplies. Pet Tang Tang. Hungry, 100. Health, 100. Mood, 100. After spending 10,000 yuan to fill the status of the little cutie Tang Tang, Tang Ranran, who had finished petting the pet, went to play by himself. In the virtual world, there are many ways to play. Unfortunately, having fun is based on money. On this desolate planet where no one lives. No. It's hard to even see a bird. The original body obviously passed the time in the holographic virtual world. Tang Ranran flipped through the records and found a lot of game records and consumption records. After a quick look, Tang Ranran's heart began to twitch. Tens of thousands here. Tens of thousands there. The original body's consumption in the virtual world was never less than 4 figures. It was really rich. Currently short of funds, Tang Ranran could only reluctantly hold his wallet tightly, and choose a new leisure project for himself. The original game records were all some extremely gorgeous games. Magical, fairy, ancient costume. Tang Ranran was actually quite curious about the gorgeous style. But, Mu Qian. And she was more interested in something. That is, mecha. Mecha is definitely the most popular game. No one else. With a random search, Tang Ranran found a lot of mecha games. After finding a mecha game forum and browsing there for half an hour, Tang Ranran chose the Target K Academy Mecha Department student's daily life. Netizens on the forum said that this K Academy Mecha Department student's daily life was designed and developed by the Empire's Supreme Military Academy. It is a virtual mecha tutorial for all residents of the Empire. It is the closest to the real mecha course and a game where you can really learn mecha knowledge. It is an absolutely authoritative product with guaranteed quality. Citizens who have the dream of a powerful mecha soldier in their hearts, but do not have sea-level mental power can experience the joy of a dream coming true in this game. Quickly finding this daily life of a student in the mecha department of K College, Tang Ranran quickly connected and downloaded the relevant game data. About 10 minutes later, the game was loaded and Tang Ranran entered immediately. As soon as she entered the game, her eyes went dark. And the next second, she was transferred from her virtual mansion to a place with bright stars. The background was the vast universe, which was particularly magnificent. The authenticity of the holographic world made Tang Ranran feel as if she was there. Before she could appreciate the beauty of the starry sky, a light screen popped up in front of her. Welcome to log into the game. Please create a character. A line of big words. And there are several options below. The game character can choose the gender of the game character, make it out of thin air, or scan its own data, and then make minor or major adjustments. Anyway, you can do whatever you want, with a high degree of freedom. And once this character is created, it becomes your skin in this game. That is, how you look in the eyes of others. Because it involves her own privacy, Tang Ranran chose to make up a character out of thin air. She is female, 175 centimeters tall, and has been a human for 3 lives. Her height has always been around 160 centimeters. Tang Ranran is eager to experience the feeling of having long legs. Next, long flowing hair is a must. Peach blossom eyes, small handsome nose, cherry mouth. Whatever looks good. The skin color must be white. After half an hour of tossing, Tang Ranran experienced Niwa creating a human being and created a character of a cold and beautiful queen for herself. Because it is a virtual person, Tang Ranran feels that the beauty is a bit unreal. Is it too fake? Well, forget it. Just adjust it a little bit and make it more normal. Tang Ranran silently adjusted it to make his character more down to earth. The character is finally created. As for the character name, input, Tang Jiajia. A message immediately appeared on the screen. This character name already exists. Please rename it. Well, change it. Tang Shijia? This character name already exists. Please rename it. Thinking again, Tang Ranran decided to steal a name. Tang Yu? This character name already exists. Please rename it. Tang Ranran, Tang XX has dozens of proper names in this format. Even if Tang Ranran racked his brains, he is still a cold-blooded. This character name already exists. Please rename it. There are so many people. That's the bad thing. If you don't add numbers to a name when you don't allow duplicate names, it will be difficult to pass. After being stuck on creating a character name for half an hour, Tang Ranran decided not to be serious. She wanted to be called Tang Jijia plus Yu. This time it shouldn't be. This character name already exists. Please rename it. Tang Ranran, damn! Another half an hour. Still racking his brains. Even changing the surname Tang. And changing it to a niche surname Yang Shi Weishang Yu Shui Go Kong. Still not passed. Tang Ranran was angry. And then accepted his fate. Tang Jiajia 123-455-4321. After adding this 10-digit number, it finally became character name, Tang Jiajia 12345544321. Are you sure? Sure. Sure. Tang Ranran was already out of temper at this moment. After successfully creating the character, there was another area to select before entering the game. There are many people in the interstellar world, and there are many game players. So it is not surprising that a game has thousands of game areas. There are countless game areas in front of you. According to the principle of proximity, the game area will automatically configure the player's login address. Because Tang Ranran login address is the YS212 planet, a desolate planet, the priority is to jump out of the 13th and 15th star systems that are closest to here. Red represents popularity. Orange represents a large number of people. Yellow represents that the number of players is still within a controllable range. Green represents smooth flow. And white represents a small number of people. Tang Ranran decisively chose a white game area with few people. Entering the game, everything went black. The screen turned and teleported again. When he regained his sight, Tang Ranran was at the birth point. In front of him was a magnificent gate, dozens of meters high and dozens of meters wide, as if it was the gate of a giant castle. Very imposing. Through this imposing gate, Tang Ranran saw a huge monster inside. A 4 or 5 meter high metal mecha, moving its metal thighs. The tall and mighty mecha had a behavior that was completely inconsistent with its appearance, taking one step to the left and one step to the right, swaying, as if drunk. Just when Tang Ranran was worried that this big Gundam would fall, his left leg tripped over his right leg, and he really fell. Tang Ranran, what's broken? It's the filter. Okay. The pilot in the mecha must be a rookie. And she can't let a rookie affect her love for mechas. This is probably K College. So her first step now is looking left and right. Tang Ranran finally saw a small security room next to the gate. There was a security guard in front of the security room. And there was a yellow exclamation mark on the head of the security guard. That's an NPC with a mission. Tang Ranran ran over quickly. And when she ran to the security guard, the man spoke. Little girl, are you here to sign up? Yes. Yes. Uncle, what should I do next? Tang Ranran asked tentatively. You go in and find the teacher in charge of enrollment in the registration office on the ground floor of office building number 2. As the security NPC said. Task. Go to office building number 2 and register for the mecha department. Do you accept the task? Of course accept all. Tang Ranran, who accepted the task, went in quickly. Although it was a small area, it was relatively small. There were many players in the academy. Seeing the first player, Tang Ranran was shocked. This man was so handsome. Seeing the second player, Tang Ranran was still surprised. This woman was so beautiful. Met many players along the way. Tang Ranran secretly regretted it. Damn. She was too modest. Her slightly normalized character was like a big white goose mixed into a group of swans. The players, the characters they made were all like fairies. It was as if I had returned to the world of immortal cultivation. Each of them had a beauty and whitening filter. Tang Ranran was numb to the aesthetics again. It was a mistake. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. With a little depression, Tang Ranran quit the game, exited the holographic virtual world, and climbed out of the holographic cabin. She really never expected that she would have to take an exam for playing a mecha game. Arriving at the admissions office, as a novice with an initial mental power of C level, Tang Ranran successfully signed up for the mecha department, and then received a new task from the NPC teacher to pass the basic theory test within 7 days. Basic knowledge of mecha. This is a theoretical textbook with 1,000,000 words, which covers all kinds of knowledge related to mecha, including mecha core power theory, the 7 components of mecha, how to use mental power to connect with mecha. It's simply dazzling. And within 7 days, that is, 168 hours, Tang Ranran has to take the theoretical test and get a passing score. She just wanted to play mecha, but she had to learn it. Oh my god. No wonder netizens said that this game has the highest degree of restoration of mecha. If she can graduate from this K Academy, she will have no problem taking the mecha soldier exam in reality. As a newbie, the book Basic Knowledge of Mecha is like a book of heaven to her. So, the 168 hours in these 7 days refer to the online time of the game, not including the real time. Tang Ranran has already transferred basic knowledge of mecha to the smart brain, and she can learn it when she has time. After coming out of the small study and returning to the bedroom. Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and ate first. It was still a bottle of nutrient solution. And then she found a bottle of drink for herself. After eating and drinking, seeing that it was only a few minutes before the harvest time, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and opened the newly acquired basic knowledge of mecha. The first chapter is about the origin and history of mechas. The origin of mechas can be traced back to the era of the Blue Water Star. It feels like reading a history book. In addition to text, there are also pictures and videos. Tang Ranran was fascinated by it unconsciously. Just as he was reading it, the alarm rang. It's time to harvest vegetables. Consciousness enters the farm. The rapeseed in the first field is ripe. Tang Ranran harvests the vegetables, and then plants the chives required for the task. A series of operations are completed. Before leaving, it is customary to take a look. Experience, 851. Gold, 9703. Consciousness leaves the farm. And Tang Ranran continues to read and study. And is addicted to learning. Time flies for more than 2 hours. And the alarm rang again. It's time to harvest vegetables again. Consciousness enters the farm again. And Tang Ranran starts to operate in front of the computer. The rapeseed in the 4 fields is ripe. For harvest brought 4 experience plus 19. Well, it's upgraded again. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 9. Rewards, 900 gold coins. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer. 1 bag of super fertilizer. With a level increase, new tasks are coming. Task, plant and harvest walnuts. Level 9. Unlock 2 new crops. Walnut and pumpkin walnut. The purchase price of seeds is 362 gold coins. The selling price is 692 gold coins. It takes 17 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 21. Pumpkin. The purchase price of seeds is 280 gold coins. The selling price is 750 gold coins. It takes 22 hours to mature. And the experience gained from planting for 1 season is 27. Although walnuts are not fruits, they are nuts and grow on trees. Tang Ranran finally has 2 tree families. After Tang Ranran calculation, it is still the most profitable to grow rapeseed. However, she has accumulated several planting tasks. Although the task rewards are not much, fertilizer is definitely a good thing. So she starts the task. After harvesting rapeseed, there are now 4 empty plots. And Tang Ranran began to plant. Field number 3 was planted with peas. A level 7 mission crop. Field number 4 was planted with celery. A level 8 mission crop. Field number 5 was planted with walnuts. A level 9 mission crop. The last field, field number 6, was still planted with rapeseed. In this way, due to the different maturity times, the harvest time of each plot is different. Getting up 4 or 5 times a night to harvest vegetables is really annoying. So Tang Ranran used props. It's time to play the role of fertilizer. After this period of accumulation, her props column has ordinary fertilizer *14, advanced fertilizer *15, super fertilizer *14, ordinary fertilizer shortened by 1 hour, advanced fertilizer shortened by 8 hours, and super fertilizer matured directly after spreading. The maturation time of peas is 18 hours. The maturation time of celery is 20 hours. The maturation time of walnuts is 17 hours. And the maturation time of rapeseed is 17 hours. Therefore, Tang Ranran sprinkled a bag of ordinary fertilizer on the peas and 3 bags of ordinary fertilizer on the celery. With the use of fertilizers, the harvest time of the 4 fields, number 3, number 4, number 5, and number 6, became unified again. Looking at the golden little god of wealth on the number 7 field in the second row, Tang Ranran had the urge to sprinkle a bag of super fertilizer on it. But she held back. Based on the 365-hour maturation time of the green spirit grass, she could fully foresee that the maturation time of the spiritual plant would be frighteningly long. Without knowing how to reach V, super fertilizer should be saved wherever possible and used on the tip of the knife. Before leaving, Tang Ranran took a look as usual. Experience, 927. Gold coins, 11,693. Her gold coins finally entered the 4-digit figures. But unfortunately, it would take 20,000 gold coins to open up the second field. The revolution has not yet succeeded. Comrades still need to work hard. Come on. After leaving the farm, Tang Ranran continued to study. After reading basic knowledge of mecha for more than an hour, Tang Ranran, who had been sitting on the sofa for a long time, got up and walked around the room to stretch her muscles. It was 3:15. Although it was not time to cook soup, Tang Ranran remembered that she had bought some meat. She went to the kitchen that day for her meat. As a result, she turned around and stuffed the meat into the refrigerator. And she actually forgot about it. She was afraid that the Qingling grass would pass through other people's hands and cause unnecessary trouble. So Tang Ranran kept the Morxing long strip Qing in her space buckle, because it is a special high-grade fresh-keeping food box for pure food. Even if it is placed in an ordinary space buckle, it can be kept fresh for a long time. Therefore, Tang Ranran has not opened the refrigerator for the past 2 days and has forgotten about her meat. Now that she remembered it, Tang Ranran immediately thought of braised pork belly, deep-fried crispy pork, salt and pepper pork strips. Ah! She couldn't stop drooling. After drinking the nutrient solution for several days, she really missed the meat. So, take action. After leaving the room, Tang Ranran walked quickly to the kitchen. Arriving at the kitchen and opening the refrigerator, Tang Ranran took out her own meat. The meat here included pork, beef, and mutton, but it was certain that they were not the pigs, cattle, and sheep from the Blue Water Star that Tang Ranran had eaten. Just looking at the appearance, there was a certain difference. Moreover, there were dozens of pigs alone, such as the black-skinned pigs from Hayoung Star, the short-haired pigs from Huningmo Star, and the long-legged pigs from Yundatang Star. Anyway, it was definitely something Tang Ranran had never eaten before, and she didn't know how the meat felt. She bought it based on the rankings on the internet, and bought the ones that netizens unanimously agreed were tender and delicious, and ranked high on the sales list, because they were all ordinary meats. The price was relatively cheap, so they were naturally used in ordinary fresh-keeping boxes. Even if they were placed in the refrigerator, the fresh-keeping time was limited. The product description stated that the shelf life was 1 month, and no preservatives were added. The production date was relatively recent, and there was still a shelf life of 2 weeks, so the meat quality should be okay. Tang Ranran chose a fuming Sing Sing thin-skinned water pig, which is in the top 3 on the sales list. It is said that this pig lives by the river, likes to swim, has well-developed muscles, especially the hind legs, which are particularly tender. Open the fresh-keeping box, and there are 100 grams of half-fat and half-lean meat, red and white. Tang Ranran pinched it again, and it felt good in terms of appearance and feel. Wash it and start cooking. In the previous life, although he was a working dog, thanks to the blessing of his grandmother who favored boys over girls, Tang Ranran learned the skill of cooking since he was a child, and he cooked well. After work, Tang Ranran likes to cook some delicious food to reward himself when he has time. So although he can't be called a chef, he is definitely at the level of a chef in a small restaurant. There was no white rice, and the braised pork alone was too greasy, so she had fried crispy pork. However, Tang Ranran searched the seasoning area and found oil, sugar, soy sauce, cooking wine, but they were not the recipes she was familiar with, but industrial synthetic products, all of which required technology and hard work. Moreover, there were no onions, ginger, garlic, millet peppers, or eggs. The ingredients were not complete. The conditions were limited, so she had to make do. Drain the meat, and then cut it into half-finger-long strips. After cutting, add some salt, industrial cooking wine, and industrial soy sauce, and it was marinated. After marinating this portion of meat, Tang Ranran went to the refrigerator to get 4 portions of pork, washed them one by one, cut them into strips, and marinated them. While waiting, Tang Ranran also cooked the Qingling KO soup, and then continued to search. But unfortunately, she could not find flour and starch. I searched on the food website again. Flour is available, but it is not the wheat flour that Tang Ranran is familiar with, because the audience is small. There are few varieties of flour, poor sales, and radiation, so there are many negative reviews below. Tang Ranran thought about the feasibility of grinding flour by herself with wheat from the farm. After marinating for half an hour, washing the meat, and draining it, Tang Ranran took the pot, heated the oil, and fried it. Well, the oil is not the soybean oil, corn oil, peanut oil, etc. that she is familiar with, but pure animal oil, with a lot of chemical products added. It is still technology and hard work, but the radiation is 0. because she wants to understand the taste of various meats. Tang Ranran fries them one by one, because it is not coated with flour and starch. It is a bit unsatisfactory. But as a fried food, it has a unique advantage. It smells good and tastes good, especially since Tang Ranran had been drinking nutrient solution for several days. A bite of fried meat strips was really delicious. Tang Ranran was very comfortable while eating fried meat and studying. When 5 units, or 1 pound of meat, were almost finished, Yanxing came. After talking about business and confirming that he would be able to resume work tomorrow, Tang Ranran went back first. Back to his room. Tang Ranran washed early, changed into pajamas, and lay on the bed. After covering up, Tang Ranran entered the farm. The second practice of the day begins. Eating grass and cultivating immortals is another process. End the practice and go to sleep. In the early morning, Tang Ranran was awakened by the alarm clock. And his first reaction when he was conscious was, harvest vegetables. The chives in the first field are ripe. Harvest vegetables and plant rapeseed. After regaining consciousness, Tang Ranran yawned, then kept his eyes open for a while, because he went to bed early last night. Although it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, he had slept for more than 8 hours, so he was considered to be well slept. A day's plan starts in the morning. Work hard. Tang Ranran covered himself with a quilt and entered the farm. 1 draw a day. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning 100 gold coins. Damn. I was cheating. Adjusting his mood, Tang Ranran began his first practice of the day. After completing a practice process and leaving the farm, Tang Ranran got up, washed, drank the nutrient solution, changed his clothes, and the alarm rang again. Harvest the vegetables. Compared with the chives in the number 1 field last time. This time it was a big harvest in 4 fields. Peas in field 3, celery in field 4, walnuts in field 5, and rapeseed in field 6. Although she felt sorry for the big walnut tree in field 5. She was short of gold coins. So Tang Ranran could only harvest the walnuts with regret. Harvested peas. Experience 23. Harvested celery. Experience 25. Harvested walnuts. Experience 21. Harvested rapeseed. Experience 19. The total experience exceeded 1,000. So she was upgraded again. In addition, peas, celery and walnuts were crops required to be planted in the task. So Tang Ranran had a lot of rewards to claim. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested peas. Rewards, 800 gold coins. 50 experience points. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer. And 1 bag of super fertilizer. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested celery. Rewards, 900 gold coins. 50 experience points. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested walnuts. Rewards, 1,000 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 10. Rewards, 1,000 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Tang Ranran received the 4 rewards, and then received a new task. Task: plant and harvest strawberries. Level 10. Unlock 2 new crops, strawberry and apple. Unlike the previous crops, strawberries and apples are no longer single-season crops, but double-season crops, which means they can be harvested twice. Strawberries. The price of purchase seeds is 605 gold coins, and the total selling price is 1,296 gold coins. 2-season crops. The first season matures in 22 hours, and the second season matures in 11 hours. The experience gained in 1 season is 25. Apple. The purchase price of seeds is 518 gold coins, and the total selling price is 1,104 gold coins. It is a 2-season crop, maturing in 21 hours in the first season and 9 hours in the second season. The experience gained in 1 season is 18. Level 10. Strawberry and apple. Tang Ranran did a simple calculation for these 2 newly unlocked crops. In terms of hourly economic benefits, rapeseed is slightly better, but only slightly higher than strawberry. However, strawberry's hourly experience benefits are much higher than rapeseed. Level 10 means the completion of the novice period. And the difficulty of the following upgrades has increased suddenly. In his previous life, Tang Ranran had already figured out the upgrade rules of the farm. Before level 10, level 1 gave 100 experience points. Level 2 gave 200 experience points. Level 3 gave 300 experience points. Level 10 gave 1000 experience points. And upgrading was very simple. But after level 10, the upgrade experience is the current level multiplied by current level plus 1, and then multiplied by 100. And it is still the same deduction system as gold coins. That is to say, from level 10 to level 11, 11,000 experience points need to be deducted. The difference between the accumulation system and the deduction system is not just a little bit, but a huge gap. The novice period is the lack of gold coins. And after the novice period, it is the lack of experience. Without much thought, Tang Ranran decided to plant strawberries. Once the seeds were bought, they were immediately arranged. After planting, the situation of Tang Ranran field became field number 1, rapeseed, planted around 5 o'clock this morning. Field number 2, Qilin grass. The computer shows withered crops. Field number 3, strawberries, just planted. The time is around 7 o'clock in the morning. Field number 4, strawberries. Field number 5, strawberries. Field number 6, strawberries. Field number 7, which is the first field she reclaimed by herself, is planted with the golden god of wealth obtained by signing in, which was planted at 9 o'clock yesterday morning. And there are about 12 hours before the first season matures. The situation of the field is like this. And the wallet and experience bar have increased a lot. Experience, 1,187. Gold, 15935. Tang Ranran glanced at the golden god of wealth again. And she knew that she would be able to purchase new fields soon. But the upgrade became very slow. Gold and experience. It was another day to rush to V. She consciously exited the farm, straightened her clothes, and started to work. Today was the first day of work resumption. And as the big boss, she couldn't be lazy. The sunrise time in the area where everyone was currently located was after 9 o'clock. And it was inconvenient to operate at night. So the employees' time to go out of the base to plant was 9:30. A notice was sent last night, and the senior management held a meeting at 8:30. Following the navigation, she arrived at the meeting room. Most of the people who came to the meeting had already arrived, and Tang Ranran arrived neither too early nor too late. When Tang Ranran entered the door, Yin Xing opened the first seat for her very cerebrally. After sitting and waiting for a while, everyone arrived. Since everyone is here, let's get started. Tang Ranran announced the start of the meeting. I say a few words. This time, Tang Ranran really said a few simple words. First, everyone has worked hard these days. Then keep up the good work. And finally painted a pie, saying that everyone will be rewarded when the first phase of the project is completed. Next, each department reported on their work. Yin Xing spoke first and said, everything is ready for resumption of work. Wu Dahong said very actively, today's planting work has been arranged. Zhou Jian said, he went to the monitoring room to check early this morning. And he also asked the military patrol team to confirm that there were no traces of insects around. And the planting area was absolutely safe. Xiang Jianxi, who was in charge of the equipment, said, the machinery that was damaged by insect attacks a few days ago has been repaired. He had debugged it yesterday, and there was no problem with the machinery. Guizhen from the research group said, the Anji special knot trees in the 6 planting areas are growing very well. And the seedling digging work will be carried out in a few days in Area 1. Yue, who is in charge of environmental monitoring, said, the radiation value of the surrounding environment is very stable and has not increased. In the area where the planting has been completed, the radiation value of the environment has decreased to varying degrees. This is definitely good news. Medical Director Gu Pinon said, all the employees injured in the insect attack have been discharged from the hospital. And the 3 seriously ill patients Shi, Li Dawei, and Zhou Xinghua have begun to show miraculous improvement in various test data. Maybe they can really recover. Huang Lu, who is in charge of logistics, said that the logistics are well prepared and there are no problems. All departments have no problems. Except Su Jun, who is also the part-time financial director. There is no money. Regarding the issue of no money, Tang Ranran replied calmly, I am already raising money, and I will have it in a few days. Of course, this is my personal situation, and public and private accounts must be clearly distinguished. although the YS212 Star Transformation Project is a project of Xinliang Group. This is because Xinliang's major shareholder is Tang Qingji. The funds for this project are mostly raised by Tang Qingji personally, and more shares belong to Tang Qingji personally. That is, Tang Ranran. Therefore, when it comes to funds, the issue of share distribution must be clarified. Although everything is just empty talk before the project is successful, the accounts must be kept clear. The meeting was very simple, and was over in half an hour. Finally, at 9 o'clock, an internal live broadcast was held, and all employees watched online. Based on the speech sent to her by Yen Xing, Tang Ranran gave everyone a chicken soup with passion and painted a big pie. The live broadcast ended and work began. After the meeting, Tang Ranran went to the monitoring room and looked at the situation in the planting area carefully on the large screen in the monitoring room. Many planting machines were lined up in a long queue. Leaving the base from the gate on the first floor and heading to the planting area 6. About half an hour later, the planting work in the 6th area began, and many planting machines came and went. A scene of bustling activity. After checking the surroundings of District 6 and confirming that no insects were seen, and no other large creatures were scanned by far infrared, Tang Ranran felt relieved. However, before leaving, she still told the security personnel in charge of monitoring that they must pay close attention to the surrounding situation and pay attention at all times. Without any slackness, the planting work started again, and Tang Ranran felt that she was one step away from bankruptcy. She was in a good mood. After leaving the monitoring room, she went to talk to her subordinates. It is said that listening to both sides will lead to enlightenment, while listening to only one side will lead to ignorance. She could not listen to Yen Xing alone, and she had to walk around from time to time. And some things were not convenient to say in meetings, so it was okay to ask them privately. Tang Ranran first found Wang Lu, who was in charge of logistics, and chatted with her with a casual face. Miss Huang Lu was obviously a social phobia. She only answered one question after another, and more often she said After chatting for a long time, Tang Ranran didn't gain much. The only thing she could be sure of was that there was no problem with the logistics department, and all expenses were within a reasonable range. As for whether there was any embezzlement, there was definitely no large-scale embezzlement. But as for the small amount, she didn't have the eyesight to see it. Anyway, based on her current understanding of the number of employees and prices, the expense report was quite reasonable. After leaving the logistics department, Tang Ranran went to the research group again. With a curious look, she talked to Guozhen about the local plants on the planet that had been discovered. During the chat, she asked about the situation in a vague way. Tang Ranran went around every department, and naturally went to the infirmary. And then she was shocked. Gu Pingan was not there, and there were 2 doctors on duty in the infirmary, with the image of a good leader who cares about patients. Tang Ranran asked the 2 doctors about the conditions of Shi, Li Dawei and Zhou Xinghua. Talking about these 3 patients, the 2 doctors were so excited that they couldn't believe that a medical miracle had occurred. As they talked, Tang Ranran gradually felt guilty. Zhou Xinghua's body surface radiation value was low, only 37, and he improved after eating pure food, which was within the normal range. But Shi and Li Dawei, that really can't be explained by medical common sense. According to medical common sense, food with a purification value of only 10 can only alleviate the deterioration at most. But improvement? It's really too hard to believe. The 2 doctors inadvertently revealed that Gu Pingan had been very busy these past 2 days, busy studying the pure foods on Yen Xing purchase list. One doctor said that Gu Pingan also bought the raw material of the herbal soup that Tang Ranran had been making. Morxing Long Tiao Qing. Tang Ranran was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat in this constant temperature of 25 degrees. Will he be discovered? After leaving the infirmary, Tang Ranran took a few deep breaths and quickly calmed down. Who can prove that Morxing Long Tiao Qing is not Morxing Long Tiao Qing? Yes, it is Long Tiao Qing. Gu Pingan will definitely not be able to research anything. If he suspects Long Tiao Qing, she will pretend to be confused and give him an original Long Tiao Qing. Anyway, Gu Pingan has no evidence. So what if he suspects? There is no truth without pictures, and he is just talking nonsense without evidence. As long as she is careful enough not to leave the Qingling grass, there will be no problem. After wandering around the departments, it was already past 3 o'clock when she returned to the room. Seeing that there was still some time before dinner, Tang Ranran entered the small study and laid down in the holographic cabin. She had memorized a lot of theoretical knowledge in the book, but many contents were useless to learn by herself, and she needed a teacher. So, after playing with the pet for 10 minutes, Tang Ranran logged into the game and chose a course. Well, taking classes in the game. Tang Ranran had to admire the creator of this game. The teaching authenticity was really high. It was like providing free mecha education to citizens who had money to access the holographic virtual network. After staying in the game for more than an hour, taking 2 courses, and mastering some knowledge that she didn't understand before, Tang Ranran logged off. Because time was a bit tight, Tang Ranran hurried to the kitchen. And it was another portion of grass juice soup for today. After resuming work smoothly, Yinxing ran to the site and left the base to the planting area. He was obviously not so concerned about the 3 patients. Yinxing handed the pure food treatment meal to his assistant. Tang Ranran didn't take it seriously at first. But now, she's thinking too much. And she has to be cautious. Saving people is a good thing. But she must not get herself involved. So, even if the assistant came to help, Tang Ranran still cooked the grass juice herself, and threw in other ingredients with a purity value of about 10, and cooked them all in one pot. After cooking, Tang Ranran followed the assistant, who was delivering the meal, and went to the infirmary again. When Tang Ranran first came to the infirmary, Li Dawei, who had a high radiation value, was still in a coma. Now he has woken up and looks good. After giving the 3 people a bowl of chicken soup and saying some encouraging words, and seeing them drink up the grass juice soup without leaving a drop, Tang Ranran left. From today on, she will be more careful and make sure to see people finish eating to ensure that there is no risk. Back in the room, Tang Ranran read basic knowledge of mecha for a while, then washed up and went to bed early in the morning. After lying on the bed and browsing the web for a while, the alarm rang. Hurry up and harvest the vegetables. Tang Ranran consciously entered the farm and harvested the vegetables neatly. The first batch of Golden God of Wealth is ripe. After harvesting the things, Tang Ranran immediately sold them. There are 3 seasons of Golden God of Wealth. After 3 harvests, the crops can be sold for a total of 113,400 yuan. Now that she has only harvested 1 crop, it is naturally only 1/3. Although it is not much, it is also 37,800 gold coins. Selling 1 crop of Golden God of Wealth is more than the land she has worked hard to plant for so long. So, I want to go V. There will be bread. There will be a house. And there will be Xinyue 8. After silently comforting herself, Tang Ranran looked at the wallet on the computer screen. Gold coins, 53735. She can finally open up new land again. Open up wasteland. Gold coins minus 20,000. Tang Ranran finally reclaimed the second field. And there was another field on the second row of fields. Another reclaiming land. Gold coins minus 30,000. Tang Ranran reclaimed the third field. And there was another field on the second row of fields. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran directly planted strawberries on the new field. So currently, her field situation is: the first row is the 6 fields that come with the game. Field number 1, planted with rapeseed. Field number 2, planted with qingling grass. Field number 3, planted with strawberries. Field number 4, planted with strawberries. Field number 5, planted with strawberries. Field number 6, planted with strawberries. The second row is the 3 fields she reclaimed with gold coins. Field number 7, planted with the Golden God of Wealth. Field number 8, planted with strawberries. Field number 9, planted with strawberries. Because the planting time is different. 9 fields have 4 different harvest times, which is a bit annoying. After all, waking up 4 times a night to harvest vegetables is too tiring. Tang Ranran is thinking that after harvesting 1 crop, she will adjust the time, because it is difficult to upgrade from level 10 to level 11. There will be no planting tasks for a long time, so it is necessary to unify them. Oh, no hurry. She could open a field after collecting the Golden God of Wealth, although her wallet was deflated, with only 2,525 left. This did not affect Tang Ranran's good mood. Come on. Fight to become a landlord's wife. Tang Ranran's consciousness withdrew and her body entered, and she began her second practice of the day. After completing the practice, she left the farm and went to sleep. Not long after she slept, the alarm rang. Tang Ranran endured her sleepiness and went to the farm to harvest vegetables. The rapeseed in field number 1 was ripe. After harvesting the vegetables, Tang Ranran looked at the strawberries in field number 3. The strawberries would ripen in the first season in nearly 7 hours, and the next season would take 11 hours. A total of about 18 hours. So, in order to unify the harvesting time, Tang Ranran planted peas in field number 1, which took 18 hours. Call it a day. Go to sleep. Growing vegetables is definitely a laborious job. Look, I was sleeping soundly when the alarm rang. What can I do? I can only rely on my strong willpower to wake up and harvest the vegetables. As soon as the alarm rang, it was time to harvest the vegetables. Before he even opened his eyes, Tang Ranran entered the farm and started harvesting vegetables. The strawberries in field number 3, field number 4, field number 5, and field number 6 were ripe. Harvest, harvest, harvest. There are 2 seasons for strawberries. This is the first season, so there is no need to plant them. After harvesting the vegetables, Tang Ranran left the farm and continued to catch up on his sleep. This time he had a good sleep. When Tang Ranran opened his eyes again, it was already past 8 a.m. After waking up, Tang Ranran would stay in bed as usual. The first thing he did every morning was draw a lottery. Successful sign-in. Congratulations on winning 500 gold coins. Hey, today is another ordinary day. After drawing the lottery, Tang Ranran went to collect the reward. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested strawberries. Rewards: 1,100 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. For a long time in the future, she probably won't have any task rewards to claim. After finishing the work and exiting, Tang Ranran covered her head with a quilt, entered the farm, and practiced for the first time today. After completing the practice, she plucked 2 more green spirit grasses to complete the replacement. And then Tang Ranran got up. After getting up, washing, changing clothes, and drinking nutrient solution to fill her stomach, Tang Ranran sat on the sofa and started working. It was 9:30 in the morning, and the employees had just started working, so it was not too late for her. Tang Ranran first checked a series of information on the smart brain, because work resumed yesterday. The supervisors of various departments reported the news. There were no accidents, and the resumption of work was very smooth, which was good news. Perhaps because there was a reward hanging in front. The employees' attitude towards work was very positive. However, Yanxing said that many employees privately asked him about the special reward funds. He had opened the special account a long time ago, but there was no money. He was afraid that if this matter was delayed for a long time, it would affect the enthusiasm of the employees. Money! 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 Tang Ranran couldn't help but feel a little sad. If possible, she really wanted to sell a bunch of Qingling grass. It's a pity that she couldn't explain the source. It's really sad to have a mountain of treasure, but not be able to wash it away. After being sad for a while, Tang Ranran transferred 20 million from her personal account to this special account and sent a message to Yanxing, indicating that the funds would be transferred to this part first. After transferring the money, Tang Ranran's personal balance on the smart brain was about 23 million. Although it was a bit distressing, she thought that this money was used to mobilize the enthusiasm of employees. If the employees were motivated, the project would progress faster, and it might be completed ahead of schedule. Once the acceptance was completed, 50 billion would be returned. So, it was worth it. In addition to these, Tang Ranran also received a message from Butler Lin. Butler Lin sent her a long message, which said that they had returned to the planet Sutter and would soon be able to return to the Tang family mansion. On the way back, he had reached a cooperation intention with a large auction through his connections and sent some items to the auction. Pan Rongro, who was afraid of being ignored, also showed her presence and sent her several messages, saying that she had arrived at Sutter Star and was contacting buyers. The next day, she would go with Butler Lin to take pictures of the items and then sell them at a high price as soon as possible. Tang Ranran prayed secretly that the money could be raised smoothly. In addition to these, because it was the end of the month, Tang Ranran also received a lot of reports from Xinliang. Although Xinliang's current managers were his younger sister Tang Chui and the second largest shareholder's son Qin Yue. As the nominal largest shareholder, all departments sent Tang Ranran a copy of the monthly report. Reading reports and the like really hurts the eyes and the brain. Tang Ranran simply scanned it and thought it was no big deal. So he passed by. In addition to a lot of reports, Tang Ranran also received a notice that Xinliang was going to hold a monthly summary meeting. And all senior executives, unless there were special circumstances, had to attend. Those who are in the local area need to be present in person, while those who are out of town can attend via video. Because of the time difference, the monthly meeting will be held at 1 o'clock tonight for Tang Ranran. It is a bit tiring to stay up late at night. After recalling, Tang Ranran remembered that after her original body arrived on this planet, she only attended the first Xinliang monthly meeting, and at other times, Pan Rongro, her special assistant, attended on her behalf. After thinking for 3 seconds, Tang Ranran decided to attend in person. This was the first time. She had to go and see it in person. If there was no substantial content, Yin Xing would go in the future. After finishing the work, it was almost noon. After lunch, Tang Ranran took a nutrient solution and went out. First, she went to the monitoring room, and then walked around the departments to inspect the work. After returning to the room, Tang Ranran went to lie in the holographic cabin again. The routine is to pet the pet first, then log into the game and study. After taking 2 classes in the game and exiting the game, Tang Ranran browsed the web for half an hour in the holographic world, then left and exited the holographic cabin. Moving to the sofa, Tang Ranran continued to surf the internet. After browsing the internet for less than half an hour, the alarm rang. Harvest vegetables. This time, it is a bumper harvest. The peas in field number 1 are ripe. The second season of strawberries in fields number 3, 4, 5, and 6 is also ripe. Harvest, harvest, harvest. After harvesting vegetables and selling crops, Tang Ranran planted strawberries in the 5 fields number 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6. After finishing the work, he left the farm. Seeing that it was already past 4 o'clock, Tang Ranran went out to the kitchen to cook grass juice, in addition to the 2 chiling grass. This time Tang Ranran threw 4 or 5 long strips of green grass in, and also took out a vegetable pure food with a purification value of about 10 from the refrigerator. After reading the instructions for use and confirming that it can be cooked, he threw it in to cook. A pot of grass and vegetables was cooked. While the soup was cooking, Tang Ranran took a few portions of meat he bought, chopped it, and then made a fried meatball. After the meatballs were finished and the vegetable soup was almost ready, the assistant came. Although the assistant brought food, Tang Ranran, who was worried, still followed. When they arrived at the infirmary, Tang Ranran encouraged the 3 seriously ill patients with a wave of spiritual chicken soup as usual. Seeing that the 3 drank every drop, he left. As soon as he returned to the room, the alarm rang again. Harvest vegetables. The strawberries in field number 8 and field number 9 were ripe. Harvest, harvest. Because it was the first season, there was no need to plant. Exit the farm. The meatballs were small and not enough to fill him up. So Tang Ranran drank another nutrient solution, and then opened basic knowledge of mecha to study for nearly an hour. After washing and brushing his teeth, Tang Ranran lay down on the bed early in the morning, entered the farm with consciousness, and looked at the time. It was around 11 o'clock in the evening before the harvest. Thinking that he had to attend a meeting at 1 o'clock in the morning, Tang Ranran temporarily stopped cultivating immortals and went to sleep. He was sleeping soundly when the alarm rang. Harvest vegetables. The second season's golden god of wealth is ripe. Once the vegetables are harvested and sold, Tang Ranran wallet will be full. Gold coins. For 68651 reclamation. Gold coins minus 40,000. Tang Ranran reclaimed the 4th new land, which is the number 10 field. Patting his face to make himself more awake, Tang Ranran calculated the time. There are still 26 hours left for the 5 fields of strawberries, which is a bit long. So he will plant rapeseed first. Gold, 6,865. Experience, 1412 at this time. Tang Ranran owned 10 plots of land. 10 acres of land is quite large. Very relieved. Switching to the farm mode, Tang Ranran first did a set of boxing in the yard to drive away sleepiness. After the whole person was refreshed, he practiced the second part of the cultivation of immortals today. The spiritual power circulated around the body and merged into the dantian. After completing the practice, Tang Ranran opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of turbid air. Looking at the time, it was 12:16. There was still some time before the meeting. Tang Ranran inspected the land he had built in the farm. In fact, There was nothing to see. Most of the fields were planted with strawberries. On the fields, there were plastic film greenhouses. Through the white plastic, rows of strawberries could be vaguely seen. Tang Ran. I am a little greedy and want to eat. But she has to hold back. Now is still the money-making period. So she has to be frugal and simple. When she has bought 10 plots of land and entered the period of lack of experience, she can satisfy her appetite and plant some crops. Tang Ran looked away from the strawberry greenhouse and looked at the Qingling grassland again. As usual, she looked at her small ornament as a symbol. Then, Tang Ran's original careless attitude turned into surprise. What is this? Rubbing her eyes in disbelief. And then taking a closer look, Tang Ran was surprised to confirm that she was not dazzled. Next to the small ornament, a green sprout emerged. Although it was only a tiny one, it was indeed a green sprout. The farm field, even if it was made real by her artificial intervention, would not grow weeds unless she sprinkled a handful of seeds. She didn't spread the seeds of Planet YS212 into the fields. She only planted red water spirit fruit. So, is this a small bud of red water spirit fruit? Did it really survive? Although it is only a bud now, it will soon become a large area of red water spirit fruit. Humming a tune happily, Tang Ran checked the information of red water spirit fruit again. Red water spirit fruit, a perennial herb, native to Yunqing star in the 7th galaxy. A pure food discovered in the interstellar year 1087. The unit purification value of the fruit is between 9.50 and 10.00. Every spring, when the temperature is around 20 degrees, germinates, then grows, blooms, and bears fruit. After about 70 to 80 days, the fruit enters the maturity period. In more than 2 months and less than March, it can bear fruit. Without waiting for Tang Ran to get excited for a few seconds, she saw at the end of the information, the patent ownership belongs to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau of Yunqing star in the 7th galaxy. Tang Ran, huh? Patent ownership? What does that mean? If you have any questions, go to StarNet. Then I checked. Wow. I found a relatively unpopular, but very important piece of knowledge for Tang Ran. The crops in this world are patented in order to encourage people to explore, discover, and research new pure foods. Any pure food with a purification value greater than 0 can apply for patent protection. The explanation on the internet is very professional and complicated. Tang Ran understood the whole article and understood that it means, if she found a new species and confirmed that it is pure food, she can send a sample to the Pure Food Certification Center. As long as the certification center confirms that it is a new species, she can apply for patent protection. After having a patent, it is the exclusive right to plant and sell. If others want to plant and sell this species, they need to apply to her. After obtaining relevant rights and interests, they can carry out related production and sales activities, which is equivalent to other people being distributors. Of course, after applying for a patent, according to the economic value of the species, a patent tax needs to be paid every year. If you cannot afford this patent tax, you can sell the patent to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau or the Animal Husbandry Bureau, or to other corporate groups. The patent right of the red water spirit fruit belongs to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau of Yunqing star in the 7th galaxy. This means that anyone who engages in the cultivation or sale of red water spirit fruit and other profitable activities must report to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau of Yunqing star in the 7th galaxy and pay taxes according to the amount of profits. As for the specific amount of this tax, it is necessary to discuss it with the relevant departments in detail. In other words, even if Tang Ran planted a large area of red water spirit fruit, if she wanted to sell it, she had to deal with the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau of Yunqing star in the 7th galaxy first. After learning this knowledge, Tang Ran had a headache. The Agriculture and Forestry Bureau is a government department. They almost accept everyone, as long as the company can successfully plant red water spirit fruit. It can basically get the right to operate, if it is a patent owned by a private person or group. I am afraid that others will not be allowed to get involved. It seems that it is not so easy to sell fruits and vegetables. However, her green spirit grass should not be available here. Right? Should she be able to apply for a patent? Well, whether it can be raised in the outside world is different, and it is useless to think too much. Without thinking too much, Tang Ran turned to look up the group's information. And soon, Tang Ran found it. Xinliang Group's Xinliang Qinggan is an exclusive formula with a patented formula. which means that no one else can produce this Xinliang Qinggan. As for the raw materials of Xinliang Qinggan, the main raw material is the pure plant found by the unlucky cheap father Tang Qingji on Suchi Wangsing, which is called Suchi Wangsing Xiaolianko, a grass that looks a bit like a four-leaf clover. At the beginning, Tang Qingji also had a patent, but a few years later, he found that Xiaolianko could not survive in other areas except the area where it was found, let alone other planets. Anyway, after confirming that only the area of less than 10,000 acres on Suchi Wangsing could survive Xiaolianko, the patent was sold at a low price to the Agriculture and Forestry Bureau, to which Suchi Wangsing belongs. Because Xiaolianko has regional limitations, it doesn't matter whether there is a patent or not. Because of the patent issue, Tang Ranran spent a little more time on the internet. By the time she had a basic understanding, it was almost 1 o'clock. Quickly leaving the farm, Tang Ranran got up from the bed, walked quickly to the small study, and laid down in the holographic cabin. After entering the holographic virtual world, Tang Ranran connected to the virtual address of Xiliang's meeting, and with a teleportation, Tang Ranran entered the conference hall. The conference hall is equipped with the most advanced holographic projection recording equipment, so it is magical that the real participants and the holographic participants ignore the space and location and are in the same conference room. From Tang Ranran perspective, there is no sense of disobedience, as if everyone is right in front of her. From the perspective of the real participants, Tang Ranran has a faint light and shadow effect on her body, and it can be seen at a glance that it is a holographic virtual projection. Tang Ranran came late, and the conference hall that can accommodate hundreds of people is now mostly full. Tang Ranran walked straight to the front row, and people kept greeting her along the way. Walking to the first row, Tang Ranran saw the little Aunt Tang Chui in her memory, wearing a black professional female suit and short hair. Tang Chui looked very capable and neat. Steward Lin had returned to the Tang family mansion and started to deal with the relics that Tang Qingji and his wife left for Tang Ranran. Because of his tough attitude, Tang Chui was a little angry at Tang Ranran's lack of affection. So even when she met him, her expression was indifferent. She just nodded and said hello. Ranran? I'm here. Yeah. Tang Ranran was not the kind of person who would flatter someone who didn't like her. After responding, he sat down in his seat by himself. He didn't mean to say anything more, and was very cold. After Tang Ranran and Tang Chui greeted each other, the other person spoke in a very friendly tone. Ranran, long time no see. I heard that the insects attacked the planting area last time, and I was very worried. Now I see that you are okay. It's great. Yeah. Long time no see. Tang Ranran replied politely, and looked at the other person calmly. The voice was cheerful, and the smile was also bright. There was a feeling of sunshine blowing on the face. This handsome guy with a handsome face and a sunny boy was Chen Yue. Tang Ranran quickly retrieved the relevant information in his mind. It was this guy who hooked up with Pan Rongrong. Although Chen Dafu was the second largest shareholder in Xiliang, he was definitely a rich man. His total assets even exceeded Tang Qingji. It was said that Chen Dafu had 3 sons, and Chen Yue was the youngest and ranked 3rd. Regarding the shares of Xiliang, Chen Dafu seemed to intend to pass them to his youngest son Chen Yue. So it was Chen Yue who had always been winning people's hearts and fighting for power in the group. Don't be fooled by this guy's sunny and cheerful appearance. He is actually a calculating and scheming boy. When Tang Qingji was alive, he told his original body not to have too much contact with Chen Yue, saying that this guy was scheming and looked deceptive. Tang Ranran kept this in mind and didn't want to pay attention to him at all. But Chen Yue didn't show any sense. Of course, it was more likely that he was thick-skinned and continued in a familiar manner. Ranran, is the work in the planting area going well? Not bad. Because they were talking about business. Tang Ranran couldn't help but reply. Really? That's great. According to the progress of the project, the first phase will be completed by the end of this year. Right? Yes. After the first phase is completed, part of the deposit will be returned. The funds for the subsequent projects will not be so tight, and you can relax. Well, I hope it can be completed smoothly. Tang Ranran was a little embarrassed and could only perfunctorily. So, before they could say a few words, Tang Chui on the other side spoke up. Ranran, Mr. Chen, the time is up. Shall we start? Okay. Tang Ranran, who didn't want to continue the awkward conversation with Chen Yue, nodded quickly. Then let's start. Chen Yue felt a little regretful. but nodded. Tang Shui stood up and went on stage. And her opening words were the same as always. I just say a few words. Well, she said a lot of simple things. After Tang Shui finished speaking, it was the reports of various departments. The main content of the entire conference was nothing more than how much nutrient solution the production base of Su Chi Huangxing produced this month, how much nutrient solution they sold, and how many new agents they opened up. The main product of Xinliang Group is the Xinliang Qinggan nutrient solution. In addition, there are more than a dozen ordinary nutrient solutions, all of which are cheap products with low radiation values. After the report summarized the work of the previous month and arranged various production tasks for next month. The meeting was very lengthy, and Tang Ranran grasped the key point. In July, the total gross profit of Xinliang Group was 2.76 billion. It was the same as the previous few months, but compared with the same period last year, it was down by 33 points. Then the reason was summarized. It was dragged down by the YS212 planet transformation project. Tang Ranran, It was a bit awkward for some reason. The meeting was held late at night. The whole meeting was long-winded, and the YS212 planet transformation project was criticized in the end. Tang Ranran was not in a good mood, and it could be said that she was depressed. Forget it. Let Yanxing come to the monthly meeting for her in the future. At the end of the meeting, Qin Yue next to her obviously wanted to chat with her for a few more words. Ranran. Tang Ranran pretended not to hear it, and with an exit button, she exited in a flash, performing a disappearance on the spot. Chen Yue, who was still standing there with his mouth open, was stunned. Anger flashed in his eyes uncontrollably. But the next second he touched his head with a smile and said in a silly way, "Why are you in such a hurry?" "Huh?" Tang Shui sneered, turned around and left without saying anything. "This abacus is ringing." Tut. After the show, Tang Ranran left the holographic cabin and lay back on the bed. She wanted to catch up on her sleep. She didn't sleep for long before the alarm rang. After Tang Ranran woke up, she was too lazy to open her eyelids. She entered the farm and harvested the vegetables. The strawberries in field number 9 and field number 10 are ripe. Harvest. Experience plus 20. Experience plus 20. Tang Ranran sold the crops. Gold coins plus 1296 because it is the second season. After the crops are harvested, the fields will be abandoned. Tang Ranran looked at the time of the strawberries in field number 3. It will take 21 hours to complete the harvest of 2 seasons. Shovel the ground. Then I bought 2 celery seeds. Gold coins minus 296. Gold coins minus 296. Then plant. There is number 21-hour crop. So I will just have to make do with 20 hours of celery. I went to a meeting in the evening. I was so sleepy that I didn't have the energy to care about other things. I left the farm only after I finished planting and continued to sleep. This time, without the interruption of the alarm clock. Tang Ranran finally slept until he woke up naturally. A new day starts with signing in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 200 experience points. I can only say that today is another ordinary day. Covering himself with a quilt, Tang Ranran switched to his body and entered the farm. Running to the green spirit grass field, Tang Ranran began his first practice of the day. Eating grass, cultivating immortals. After completing the practice, Tang Ranran looked at the small sprout of the red water spirit fruit. It was still a small green dot like a sesame seed, but it seemed taller. After looking closely for a while, Tang Ranran felt that it really grew taller. About 1 millimeter taller. Although the change is small, it is a good sign. After the red water spirit fruit is successfully produced, even if she can't sell it, she can eat it herself. Fruit freedom. Come on. After leaving the farm, getting up, and eating nutrient solution breakfast, Tang Ranran usually starts to handle official business every day. It is now past 10 o'clock. It took less than an hour for Tang Ranran to deal with all the information accumulated on the smart brain. The planting work is going smoothly. There is nothing to do here. The problem is the Tang family mansion in Sutter. After housekeeper Lin went back, he dismissed the servants. Several people in the Tang family made a fuss. And finally only a few servants were left. As for the servants' wages, the 4 brothers and sisters paid together. And Pan Rongrong also knew that many items were in the hands of the Tang family, and they complained to her about their misery and the difficulty of getting them back. Tang Ranran responded with a few words of sisterly love, saying, "I trust you the most. You can do it." Don't let me down, she added. If it doesn't work, I let Yanxing take your place? Tang Ranran had already figured out that although Pan Rongrong was a spy, this spy would never allow himself to be replaced by Yanxing in order to get first-hand intelligence. So, I let Yanxing take your place was a powerful sentence that could serve as a great spur. In addition to various private messages, the group chats on Tang Ranran's smart brain also accumulated a lot of information. It was obvious that someone had spread the word for her. In the big and small groups of the Tang family, several guys accused her of being unkind and cold-blooded, rubbing her eyes and scratching her ears. Tang Ranran thought they were talking nonsense. Family affection? She was going bankrupt. What the hell was family affection? Tang Ranran knew very well that if she went bankrupt, and once the YS-212 planet project was successful, she would take over the sovereignty of this planet. And then all the relatives would stick to her. So, the most important thing is to have money. Nothing else matters. Oh! In this interstellar and non-peaceful era full of crisis, it is not enough to have money, but also to have strength. Alas, thinking of strength, she missed the little pill she had in the world of cultivation. A little pill on the left, a little pill on the right. The foundation was built so fast. The conditions are difficult. Comrades still need to struggle. Come on. At noon, after having a meal, Tang Ranran went out to inspect the work again. As usual, she went to the monitoring room first, and then went to all departments except the infirmary. In the afternoon, she studied basic knowledge of mecha in the room. After studying for a while, the alarm rang. The strawberries on the 1st, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th fields are ripe for the first season. Harvest them all, and then sell them. Gold coins plus 3240. Then continue studying. After studying for a while, the alarm rang again. In the 7th field, the last season of the Golden God of Wealth is ripe. Harvest then sell them. Gold coins plus 37800. Tang Ranran took a quick look. Experience 1,768. Gold coins 41,744 at level 10. She can cultivate 10 fields. But unfortunately her wallet is not enough. It takes 50,000 to cultivate the 5th new field. But it is not enough even after selling the Golden God of Wealth. Looking at the wallet and sighing, Tang Ranran could only continue to grow vegetables. Golden God of Wealth is already in its 3rd season. So after the harvest, barbecue was left, and field number 7 was empty again. Tang Ranran calculated the time, and in order to keep in line with the time of the main team, she chose white radish that matured in 10 hours. After growing vegetables, it was time to call it a day. Continue to study. At 4 o'clock, Tang Ranran went to the kitchen on time. It was time to cook grass soup for the patients again. Tang Ranran usually found a leafy vegetable from the refrigerator for cover, and then 2 green spirit grasses and 4 authentic long green strips, all cooked in one pot. While cooking the soup, she fried a small meatball for herself to satisfy her craving. While eating the fragrant meatballs, the alarm rang. When I entered the farm, I saw that the rapeseed in field number 10 was ripe. Harvest. Experience plus 19. Sell the crops. Gold coins plus 552. The strawberry army will be harvested at 1 a.m., which is nearly 8 hours from now. So Tang Ranran planted a level 0 forage grass. After work, he left the farm and continued to eat meatballs. Not long after, the assistant in charge of delivering meals came, and Tang Ranran went to the infirmary with him again. The usual practice is spiritual chicken soup and real grass juice soup. After watching people drink it, Tang Ranran was about to leave, but was stopped by Gu Pinon. Mr. Tang, do you still have that Moorstar long strip green? Gu Pinon opened his mouth like a thunderbolt. Tang Ranran subconsciously felt guilty for a moment, but his face was completely the opposite. He calmly took out a box of original unopened ones from the space buckle. Yes. Do you want it? Yes. Thank you. Gu Pinon was not polite and took it directly. Gu Pingan didn't have such a big imagination. He didn't expect Tang Ranran to cheat. He just thought that Tang Ranran bought a batch of Moorstar long strip green catalyzed by plant therapists, or that Moorstar long strip green had mutated, or that other ingredients had a currently unknown reaction, which had a therapeutic effect that was more than 10 times higher than the original. Of course, the above are all guesses, and he is still experimenting. No thanks. I bought it for 58,800 yuan a box. Remember to transfer the money to me. Gu Pingan, He thought it was a gift. It seems he was too naive. After giving Gu Ping'an the authentic more-star-long strip green, Tang Ranran waved and left the infirmary briskly, seeing that there was nothing else to do. After returning to her room and closing the door, Tang Ranran exhaled a long breath and quickly patted her little mouth. Oh my! I'm so scared! Although I don't know what Gu Ping'an knows. He has doubts about Chongqing. For sure. I feel so dangerous. The risk of exposure is huge. What should I do? Tang Ranran quickly took out Gu Ping'an's report and took a closer look. After leaving the task of paying attention to the patient's condition to Yanxing, Tang Ranran didn't look at Gu Ping'an's report much. But now, he took it out and took a closer look. Zhou Xinghua's body surface radiation value has dropped from the initial 37 to 15. Li Douai's body surface radiation value has dropped less, from 51 to 38. If the body surface radiation is below 20, there is a high probability that it will not develop into radiation sickness. Of course, it is only a high probability of safety. Only when the body surface radiation drops below 5. It is 99.99% that there will be no deep lesions, and it is safe to save life. Therefore, to ensure that there is no risk, you have to continue taking medicine for a few days. As for Shirti mental riot, Gu Ping'an's report said that although he had not had any mental riots in the past 3 days, he was suspected to have turned into a mental disorder state. But he still needed to be observed for a while. In medicine, patients with mental riots have not had any mental riots for 7 consecutive days. And although their heads hurt when using mental power, they are within the tolerable range. That is a mental disorder state. Mental disorder can be cured through rest and certain drug intervention. It seems that the medicine cannot be stopped. Tang Ranran was a little bald. Damn. It was not easy for her to save people. Forget it. Let's go to the west and save people to the end. As for the rest, it's the same sentence. If there is no evidence, it has nothing to do with me. After washing, sleeping, and rolling around on the bed for a while, Tang Ranran covered her head and entered the farm to practice for the second time today. After finishing the practice, she went to sleep. Then the alarm rang in a daze. In a daze, she entered the farm. After staring at the computer, Tang Ranran became energetic. What a great harvest! The strawberries in fields 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6 are all ripe. All harvested. There was no planting. Tang Ranran left the farm, yawned, then cheered up and opened the smart brain to browse. Soon, the alarm rang again. Because of Tang Ranran's deliberate adjustment, the crops in the fields have matured one after another. In field 7, the white radish is ripe. In fields 8 and 9, the celery is ripe. In field 10, the grass is ripe. Harvest, harvest, harvest. Sell, sell, sell. Finally, except for the real field number 2, which was planted with green spirit grass. The 9 fields number 1, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10 were all harvested and became empty land. Planted strawberries. After planting the vegetables, Tang Ranran was very satisfied looking at the unified fields full of strawberries. Finally, the great cause of unification was completed, and harvesting vegetables would be much easier in the future. No more being woken up by the alarm 3 or 4 times a night. It was done, and he took a look. Experience, 1952. Gold coins. For 1652 Tang Ranran left the farm and went to sleep. After waking up naturally, the first thing he did was to sign in. Signed in successfully. Congratulations on winning an alchemy furnace. Tang Ranran, who was still sleepy, was immediately startled and woke up. What is this? Hurry up and get it. And then Tang Ranran saw an alchemy furnace on the ground of the thatched house. She rubbed her eyes and took a closer look. The square shape, the green color, and the familiar small scratches. Isn't this her beloved little furnace? This is her favorite alchemy furnace. The Qingmu Ding. During the qi refining and foundation building stages. Although she fell in love with someone else after she advanced to the golden core stage. It must be said that this Qingmu Ding had been favored for decades. Why did her Qingmu Ding appear when signing in? Holding her chin, Tang Ranran racked her brains to recall that there is no time in the world of cultivating immortals. And 3,000 years is really too long. When she found a new love, this Qingmu Ding seemed to have been thrown away by her and left in the house on the farm. So, when she was struck to death by the damn thunderbolt, the things left in the house might return to her hands in the form of signing in? What good things were in her house at the time? I don't remember the other things very clearly, but there were quite a few pills anyway. Her house was not the thatched hut it is now. At that time, it had long been upgraded to a top-level castle with a lot of space. She put some old items that were eliminated in the farmhouse as a souvenir. In addition, every time she refined pills, Tang Ranran would put the first batch of successful ones in the farmhouse as a souvenir. As an old antique in the sect, she has refined countless pills in 3,000 years, although less than 1/10,000th of them are placed in the farmhouse. It is definitely an extremely rich wealth for her now, although she has not even reached the first level of qi refining and is still far from refining pills. Tang Ranran is full of hope because of this Qingmu Ding. She feels that her life is brighter and brighter by hundreds of watts. Today is a surprise and happy day. Come on. After dusting off the green wooden tripod, Tang Ranran picked up the small tripod and placed it in the corner by the wall. She happily went to the edge of the green spirit grass to practice. After leaving the farm, the morning routine was to handle official business. After dealing with the accumulated information on the intelligent brain, there was still time, so Tang Ranran studied for a while, then had lunch, and then went to inspect various departments. Back in the room, Tang Ranran lay in the holographic cabin, still petting the pet first, and then taking the pet for a walk. Then she played games again. After 2 classes, Tang Ranran, who was itching for Mecca, decided to take the exam. Then, I didn't know how to answer this question, and I didn't know how to answer that question. Most of the time, I couldn't answer it. The exam was over, and the results popped up in the next second. 142 points. It's quite high if you just look at the score. But in fact, the total score is 500. Without a doubt, she failed. Tang Ranran, oh, it seems that she expected too much of herself. Study hard. Exit the holographic world. Exit the holographic cabin. And it's time to cook grass juice again. Tang Ranran was still cooking in the kitchen, and then went to the infirmary with the assistant. She would be more suspicious if she was righteous and guilty. Gu Ping'an was not in the infirmary because there were only 3 patients left, and there was only 1 doctor on duty in the infirmary. Seeing the 3 people finish their food, Tang Ranran did not rush to leave, but chatted with the doctor. In Yenxing report this morning, it was mentioned that Gu Ping'an had taken a few days of annual leave. Tang Ranran suspected that he was going to concentrate on studying Chongqiaoqing, and she was a little uneasy in her heart. After chatting for a few words, Tang Ranran knew that there was a patient with a certain disease in the military hospital. Coincidentally, Gu Ping'an was an expert in this field, so he went to the military hospital for a joint consultation, which could be as short as 1 or 2 days, or as long as 7 or 8 days, and the return date was uncertain. Gu Ping'an actually went to the military hospital. Tang Ranran's little uneasiness immediately turned into secret joy. It was great. Gu Ping'an's attention was diverted. If he stayed in the military hospital for 7 or 8 days, the 3 of them would be well when he came back. This was simply God's help to her. After leaving the infirmary, Tang Ranran's little cloud of trouble had long since dissipated. She was relaxed and happy, as if she was in a sunny mood. After returning to the room, Tang Ranran entered the holographic cabin again. This time she didn't study, but played. She went to the shopping street closest to her landing point, and Tang Ranran started shopping happily. After a while, Tang Ranran received a message from Lin Guanjia, asking her if she had time now. Obviously, she had something to do. Tang Ranran spent some money and played Hearthstone. The next second, she was in her own small mansion. After returning to the virtual mansion, Tang Ranran called. The video call was quickly connected. Uncle Lin, is there something wrong? Guanjia Lin, yes. Miss, I have contacted the Dejinfu auction house. Tomorrow morning, there will be 37 items for auction. If everything goes well, at least more than 1 billion funds can be raised. At that time, you will need Miss to cooperate in changing the property rights certificate of the items. Well, I know. You can contact me in advance, and I will arrange a good time. Tang Ranran responded that property rights can also be changed on the virtual internet. She just needs to ensure that she can log into the holographic virtual world. And then, Butler Lin hesitated. Uncle Lin, just say whatever you want to say. The Tang family is scolding you. saying you have no conscience. And as for Madame Tang Fei, she only returned some of the items, and she doesn't admit that there are others with her. Then call the police. But Madame Tang Fei is your aunt after all. If it gets out, it will not be good for you and the company. And it was Madame Tang Chui who introduced you to the Dejinfu auction house this time. Did your aunt help? Yes. Madame Tang Chui said she can help you make contacts and try to sell it at a high price. She also hopes that the project can be completed smoothly. I see. Tang Ranran estimated that there was some family affection, but more of it was probably interests. After all, only if the project succeeded would Tang Chui benefit. Tang Ranran frowned and fell into deep thought. If she really called the police, it would be embarrassing. If things got too awkward, what would happen if the Tang family got in the way? Housekeeper Lin, Miss, I think we can start with your distant relatives. Some of your cousins have taken things and are unwilling to return them. I understand. Uncle Lin, let's do as you say. Tang Ranran understood immediately. Killing a chicken to scare the monkeys. Killing a distant relative will make others think twice. After hanging up the call, Tang Ranran played in the virtual world for a while, then logged off and left the holographic cabin. After washing up and lying on the bed, Tang Ranran entered the farm and began the second practice of the day. After practicing, Tang Ranran looked at the red water spirit fruit seedlings again. The little buds were growing taller day by day, and now they were 5 millimeters tall. They were really growing vigorously. Very good. It seems that she will be able to eat the sky-high prized fruit worth 500,000 yuan per kilogram in 3 months. Back to the small thatched house. Tang Ranran looked at the 2 experimental flower pots she placed at the door. The flower pots with green spirit grass. The green spirit grass that was half the length of a finger looked a little limp, and seemed to be a little yellow. It was not known whether it was lack of water or lack of spiritual energy. Tang Ranran estimated that it was most likely related to the soil. On the green spirit grass field, the green spirit grass roots that she pinched were green and green. And you could see a vibrant scene with the naked eye. The state of the two is too different. Tang Ranran vaguely guessed the result. Suqi Huangxing. That is, the ordinary soil in the outside world is not suitable for Qingling grass. Of course, it is still a little early to draw a conclusion now. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided to rescue this poor grass that she used as a guinea pig. So, she held this flower pot and moved the Qingling grass planted in the soil of Suqi Huangxing to the Qingling grass field and placed it in this field. As for the seeds and grass roots of the other planet YS212 planted in the soil in the farm field, a few green buds have emerged. They are very small. Tang Ranran can't see anything. She needs to wait patiently for them to grow up and then analyze them. After a brief understanding of her 2 flower pot experiments, Tang Ranran left the farm, lay on the bed, turned on the screen projection with a smart brain, and then browsed the web and watched small videos. When playing with mobile phones, time always flies fast. Whoosh! I only felt that I had just watched for a while. And the alarm rang. It's harvest time. Tang Ranran entered the farm consciously and operated in front of the computer, because the time of the fields was unified. This time, except for the number 2 Qingling grass field, the strawberries in the other 9 fields were all ripe. Harvest. 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 After harvesting, Tang Ranran sold the crops directly. Gold coins plus 5832 the wallet and experience bar are as follows. Experience, 2,132. Gold coins, 47,484 not enough money. Can't buy land. Sleep. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on your winning. 300 gold coins early in the morning. After waking up, Tang Ranran could only say that today was another ordinary day. No Easter eggs were opened, and Tang Ranran carried out the first part of the day's practice in a mediocre mood. After getting up and drinking, it was customary to handle official business. The planting work went smoothly, and no annoying insects appeared. Zhou Jian's report also said that no traces of insects were found within 100 kilometers around. Tang Ranran, I hope all the zergs on this planet have died. Yin Xing report is full of routines. After reading it, Tang Ranran can only say that the reward policy is really indispensable, because a special reward account has been set up. A model worker evaluation will be conducted at the end of this August, and 100 model workers will be selected. The first prize is 100,000 yuan. The 2 second prizes are 50,000 yuan. The 3 third prizes are 30,000 yuan. and the remaining outstanding employees will receive a bonus of 10,000 yuan. Although the bonus is not much. Who would complain about too much money? So, roll up. As a boss, Tang Ranran certainly hopes that his employees will roll up more and more. Very good. Great. If nothing unexpected happens, the project is expected to be completed ahead of schedule. Most of it is good news. Except, June, no money. It's the beginning of the month. And it's time to pay wages. There are only 2 billion in the project account. Once the wages are paid, plus logistics purchases, almost 300 million will disappear. After reading June's financial statements, Tang Ranran little anxiety came up again. Really? All you know is asking for money. Tang Ranran calculated that the Dejinfu auction should start this afternoon. Right? It is estimated that a sum of money will be in place tonight. I hope the fundraising goes smoothly. After reading the various reports of his subordinates for a while, the alarm rang. Tang Ranran suddenly became energetic and rushed into the farm to collect and sell. Gold coins plus 5832. The total amount of gold coins exceeded 50,000 at once. Gold coins, 53616. Open up wasteland. Gold coins minus 50,000 with one operation. Another field appeared. Tang Ranran opened up the fifth field, which is field number 11. I feel that I am one step closer to becoming a big landlord. Hurry up. Plant, vegetables? Wallet, gold coins 3,616. 10 fields to plant. This money is not enough to buy strawberry seeds. What to do? No choice but to buy some rapeseed seeds at a price of 194 gold coins. Rapeseed is planted. And the current situation is, experience, 2313. Gold coins, 1676. Leaving the farm, Tang Ranran continued to work. In the afternoon, after drinking the nutrient solution, Tang Ranran was too lazy to go out, so she studied directly in her room. Then at about 3 p.m., she received a message from housekeeper Lin that the Dejinfu auction had opened. Although the real main venue of the Dejinfu auction is on Sutter Star, there will be a simultaneous live broadcast on the Star Network and the holographic virtual network. You can also participate in the auction even if you are not on site. Tang Ranran, who had nothing to do, entered the holographic cabin and went to see the excitement. Unlike the last monthly meeting of Xinliang, the auction, the real venue, and the holographic virtual venue are separated. Tang Ranran didn't know how many people were in the venue. She only knew that this virtual venue was extremely crowded. Because she came late, she couldn't buy a box ticket, so she only got a hall seat ticket. The auction stage was very realistic. The auction items were clear. And in the holographic virtual venue, you can freely zoom and watch the auction items up close. The theme of this auction was jewelry. And the auction items were almost all jewelry. Shiny, colorful, and all good. Tang Ranran, who had no money in her pocket, could only enjoy the sight. After staying at the auction for more than an hour, it was almost 4 o'clock, and Tang Ranran went offline and went to the kitchen to cook soup. After cooking, Tang Ranran went to the infirmary with the assistant as usual, and she was relieved after seeing the 3 people drink it. After chatting with the doctor on duty for a few words, Tang Ranran knew that the patient in the military hospital was a bit tricky, and Gu Ping'an would not be able to come back for a while. That's great. After returning to the room, Tang Ranran entered the holographic cabin again and continued to watch the auction. At about 7 o'clock, Steward Lin called her and said that the relevant property rights certificate would be changed in an hour. Then, Tang Ranran received a list of sold items. Of the 37 items sent over, 32 were auctioned off and 5 failed to be sold. After deducting the auction share and related handling fees, she could get 985 million, which was slightly higher than expected. The organizer must have some connections to hold an auction, so the procedures for changing the property rights of the items were handled very quickly. After a real name authentication, it took half an hour for Tang Ranran to complete the change of the property rights of the relevant items in the holographic virtual office of Dejinfu. Then the money was transferred to her account. As for the rest of delivering the items to the buyer, that was the job of Dejinfu auction, and Tang Ranran didn't need to worry about it at all. Today is August 3rd. The latest loan that needs to be repaid this month is about 3.218 billion yuan. The repayment date is August 15th. It will definitely not be a big problem if it is delayed for 10 days or half a month. After getting the money, Tang Ranran and butler Lin chatted for a while in the virtual lounge of the auction. As for Pan Rongrong, As Tang Ranran expected, the little spy was not reliable. Although Pan Rongrong also found several buyers, the price was completely at Tang Ranran bottom line, the lowest price. With the auction as a channel, Tang Ranran was naturally unwilling to deal with it at a low price. After all, she felt sorry for the loss-making business. What surprised Tang Ranran was that her aunt Tang Chui was very active in helping to find several channels. In addition to the Dejinfu auction, Butler Lin was talking to several other auction houses, and was also in contact with several banks. There was no problem in getting 3.2 billion before the 15th. After separating from Butler Lin, Tang Ranran went offline, took a shower and went to bed. Before going to bed, it is customary to practice at night. After practicing, I left the farm and slept. I slept until the early morning. When the alarm rang, this crop of rapeseed is ripe. Tang Ranran harvested. After selling the crops for gold coins, Tang Ranran planted all strawberries. After a series of operations, she continued to sleep. The next morning, she slept until she woke up naturally, sighed and successfully. Congratulations on receiving 500 gold coins. Alas, it was another dull day without any surprises. In the morning, it was customary to handle official business, study for 2 hours in the afternoon, and then go to the kitchen to cook grass soup. Then, in name only, I visited the patients. But in fact, I supervised them to finish drinking the grass soup. Although Gu Ping'an was not there, the physical examination reports of the 3 people were sent to Tang Ranran's smart brain every day without fail. And the latest situation this morning was that Zhou Xinghua's body surface radiation value had dropped to 3. And Li Daoi's body surface radiation value had dropped to 18. As for Shi Yi, although he still cannot use his mental power, and will have a tingling head once he uses it, it is basically certain that he has passed the dangerous mental power riot stage, and has recovered to the mental power disorder stage. Mental power disorder state. As long as you don't use mental power, and rest for a period of time, you can basically recover. Although they are still in the ward, these 3 people are almost like normal people. Especially Zhou Xinghua, who is absolutely full of energy. Tang Ranran remembered that Gu Ping'an said that Zhou Xinghua, whose body surface radiation is 37, can theoretically be treated with food with a purification value of 10. He only has 18 now. If he eats food with a purification value of 10 for a few more days, it should be no problem. As for Shi Yi and Li Dawei, there is no problem at all. Conclusion, her Kingling Kaotang special medicine can be stopped. That is to say, the rescue mission ended perfectly. Even if someone suspected her, there was no evidence. Yin Xing was in charge of the nutritious meals. Tang Ranran sent him a message, saying that she had finished eating the Morxing Longtiaoqing, and asked him to adjust the nutritious meals according to the situation. After saving people from the hands of death, Tang Ranran's steps were so relaxed. She was really great. In the next few days, the planning work went very smoothly, and no traces of insects were found. And Tang Ranran life was just a regular routine, cultivating immortals once in the morning and once in the evening. After getting up, I work in the morning. After lunch, I go out to inspect various departments when I am in a good mood. If I am lazy, I stay in the room, either playing or studying. At 1 a.m. on August 5th, the first season of strawberries matured. At 12 noon on August 5th, the second season of strawberries matured. At 10 a.m. on August 6th, the first season of strawberries matured. At 9 p.m. on August 6th, the second season of strawberries matured. After 22 hours, the first season of strawberries. Then 11 hours, the second season of strawberries. Then 22 hours again, the first season of strawberries. Then 11 hours, the second season of strawberries. The strawberries matured one after another. Time flies, and it is the repayment date of August 15th. During these dozens of days, under the contact of Tang Chui, Steward Lin took 2 more auctions, and sold more than 100 items in total. After the property ownership certificate of the items was changed on the holographic virtual network, Tang Ranran received 2.174 billion. In addition to the auction, there are more than 100 items, which have been mortgaged in more than a dozen banks, and a total of 1.025 billion loans have been obtained. So, as of now, the balance in Tang Ranran personal account of the intelligent brain is as high as 4.207 billion. A balance in the 10 digits. Unfortunately, 3.218 billion has to be repaid today. Although the YS-212 planet is located in a remote border area, it has internet access, as long as the star network covers the area. Work is not restricted by geographical location. This means that repayment operations can also be carried out on the holographic virtual network. Just like Tang Ranran went to the bank to apply for a loan, she only needed to log into the holographic virtual world and find the office address of the bank in the holographic virtual world. Then, she could teleport to the virtual office. She only needed to complete a citizen real name authentication. All the business that could be handled in reality could be handled in the holographic virtual world. Tang Ranran spent the teleportation fee and went to the bank where Tang Qingji had applied for a loan. She simply transferred the money and signed, and the repayment was completed. The bank business manager asked her enthusiastically if she needed to apply for a loan. After replying, "I think about it," Tang Ranran added the contact number of the credit manager. As for whether to continue the loan, she really needed to think carefully. Back to her virtual mansion, Tang Ranran was stroking her pet elf rabbit while surfing the internet. This loan was a mortgage loan, and the collateral was a villa on Sulin Green Star. Tang Ranran looked up the relevant information of the third galaxy. Sulin Green Star in detail. Sulin Green Star, a satellite of Sutter Star, is relatively small, only 1% of the size of Sutter Planet. However, compared with the technologically urbanized planet Sutter, Sulin Green Planet seems to be lush with trees and beautiful scenery. If Sutter is a big city, then Sulin Green Planet is a small village. Although Sulin Green Planet is not developed, small villages also have their own advantages, such as the environment is particularly good. Sulin Green Planet is a planet with extremely high naturalness, with almost no industry on the planet. Although it is not a tourist attraction planet, some wealthy people will go to Sulin Green Planet to enjoy the natural life of a small village. So the housing price. Tang Ranran found several real estate related websites and made a value assessment of the villa currently under his name. After comparing many value assessment tables, Tang Ranran concluded that the value of this villa is about 5.135 billion. If it is sold urgently, it will definitely be sold at 4.5 billion. If it is not urgent, it will be listed at 5.5 billion. And there may be a big fool who will buy it for a villa worth nearly 5 billion. If you take out a loan, the credit manager will give between 3.2 billion and 3.5 billion. Tang Ranran thought, if she took out a loan, if something unexpected happened and she went bankrupt, the villa would be taken back by the bank at 60% of the price, and she would lose a lot. It was just a villa for a few days of vacation, and it didn't have any special meaning. Tang Ranran thought about it and decided to sell it. Although selling the house was a bit of a waste, Tang Ranran felt uneasy with so much loan. She was an honest person. If Tang Qingji borrowed 500 billion in one go, she would be scared to death. Alas, she was not cut out to be a boss. It was confirmed that the house was to be sold, and this matter was still handed over to Stuart Lin to handle. 5.8 billion was listed, giving the buyer room to bargain. If it could be sold, it would be the best. If it couldn't be sold, the price would be reduced. Tang Ranran reviewed the loans under his name again. Tang Qingji obviously knew that there would be a shortage of funds in the near future, so most of the loans were long-term for 2, 3, or even 5 years. Only a small part, about 50 billion, was a 1-year term. After this loan, the next repayment date is November 18th. The total repayment amount is 19.214 billion, and the collateral is 3% of Shiliang's shares. A full 19.2 billion. Tang Ranran estimated that she could not pay it back. So in Tang Qingji's original plan, on November 18th, the acceptance had been successfully completed and the 50 billion deposit had been recovered. Right? After thinking about it, Tang Ranran had to give a big admiration to his cheap father Tang Qingji after not expecting any valuable items under his name. As expected of a self-made man, this heartbeat is simply on the verge of bankruptcy. There are still more than 3 months left. Tang Ranran threw this huge loan aside, and the boat will naturally straighten out when it reaches the bridgehead, and maybe it can really be completed ahead of schedule. Thinking of the completion, Tang Ranran, who was very rich on hand, transferred 80 million to this special account for special rewards. Well, the promised 100 million reward has all arrived. With such a motivation hanging in front, maybe it can really be completed before November 18th. Strike. Repay the loan. Tang Ranran has overcome 2 difficulties, and is 2 steps away from bankruptcy. This is a good thing. Go offline and sleep. After completing the practice, Tang Ranran fell asleep, and then was woken up by the alarm. The strawberries are all ripe. Harvest. Harvest. Sell. Because it is the first season, there is no need to buy seeds. Continue to sleep. The next morning, the first thing after waking up is to draw a lottery. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on winning 50,000 gold coins. Good things come in pairs. And good luck comes in pairs. After dozens of days of mediocrity. On the day after paying off the loan, Tang Ranran finally made a big hit. 50,000. A lot of money. It was like a gun coming. Tang Ranran was suddenly full of energy, full of strength and sweetness. After planting strawberries for several days, plus this windfall, Tang Ranran wallet and experience bar became experience 6,120. Gold 115406. This money is finally enough for her to open up the 6th new land. Tang Ranran immediately opened up Wasteland. Gold minus 60,000. Okay. She has one more piece of land and owns the 12th field. Gold 55406. It will take 70,000 to open up the 7th new land. And it is only a little bit away from this 70,000. Tang Ranran estimates that this money will be enough in 7 or 8 days. It is now past 7 o'clock. And the strawberries in the field will be in the 2nd season. And will mature around 11 o'clock this afternoon. The interval is only about 4 hours. So there is nothing to plant. After thinking about it, Tang Ranran decided to leave it empty first. And then plant all the strawberries after harvesting them. Next, practice. She ate the green spirit grass again and cultivated immortality. But this time, as the spiritual power flowed into the dantian, the originally static spiritual power seemed to come alive and began to rotate in the dantian like a spiral. As the spiritual power circulated, a warm feeling flowed from the dantian to the whole body. Suddenly, the whole body felt relaxed and the mind was extremely clear. This is the first level of qi refining. 3 consecutive hits of good luck. She finally broke through. From gathering spirits to the first level of qi refining. Although it is only a small step, it is a big step on the road to success. Tang Ranran knew that there was a small number of outer disciples who, even if they successfully gathered spirits, never entered the first level of qi refining in their lifetime, and were rejected from the threshold of cultivating immortality. Entering the first level of qi refining is a true cultivator. Today is a really good day. Although the first level of qi refining still cannot cast spells, it can use spiritual power to refine itself. Under the refinement of spiritual power, impurities can be eliminated, and the body's agility, strength, defense, all aspects will be improved. Although the physique of their Dan sect cannot be compared with those physical cultivators, it is definitely an iron wall compared to ordinary people. When her cultivation level is improved, it is definitely not a dream to pinch mechas with her hands. Of course, relying on an acre of green spiritual grass, Tang Ranran estimated that she would not be able to be awesome. It would be good enough if she could cultivate to the 7th or 8th level of qi refining. She still had to work hard to upgrade and strive to reach level 60 as soon as possible, so that she could plant spiritual plants all over the ground. Because of the breakthrough in strength, Tang Ranran was not in a hurry to leave the space, but used her own spiritual power to temper her body. Circulating spiritual power, tempering muscles and bones. After a while, before the progress of physical tempering reached 1%, the little spiritual power in Tang Ranran's body was used up. It's still the rookie period. Take it slow. Take it slow. Eat grass. Replenish spiritual power. Because of the improvement of strength, Tang Ranran can now eat 2 green spiritual grasses in one breath without discomfort. Replenish spiritual power. Recharge yourself. See that it is almost noon. Tang Ranran exits the farm and gets up. Wash. Eat. And start to handle official business today. After a while, it's 12 o'clock. And it's time to harvest vegetables. Harvest. 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 Harvest all the strawberries. Then plant a new crop of strawberries. Experience 6,302. Gold 55231. Although the experience bar and Wally grows slowly, she now has 11 fields of strawberries. Every 33 hours, it produces 440 experience and 7,601 gold coins. And the growth rate is still good. Exit the farm. Tang Ranran continues to handle official business and handles all the information accumulated on the intelligent brain. After studying for a while, Tang Ranran enters the holographic cabin. And it's time to study in the game again. Planting vegetables, practicing, tempering the body, working, studying, playing. Tang Ranran life was very fulfilling. 3 days later, Tang Ranran gold coins exceeded 70,000, reaching 71,433. Because there was only a small amount of 1,433, Tang Ranran held back. Not having money to buy seeds would affect her speed of making money. So she waited a little longer. After planting another crop of strawberries and completing the first harvest in 22 hours, Tang Ranran spent 70,000 to reclaim the 7th new land and own the 13th field. Experience: 7,402. Gold coins: 2406. There was no need to buy seeds. So even though there were only 4 digits left, it was enough. The next crop of strawberries would take 11 hours. And Tang Ranran did not waste it. She planted the 13th field with cabbage that matured in 11 hours. Before the end of August, there was a small surprise. Zhou Jian from the security department said that he found traces of bugs. Then through the surveillance, Tang Ranran saw a high-end mecha rush to the scene as soon as possible, with a laser blade, slashing and slashing. And then, there were only a lot of bug debris left on the scene. Tang Ranran, who has not touched the mecha in the game, is envious, afraid that there would be fish that slipped through the net. And if there was another employee death or injury accident, Tang Ranran would be bald. So after an emergency meeting, everyone unanimously agreed to stop work for 2 days, which would be a holiday at the end of the month, because of the concern that there are undiscovered insects hidden underground. The planting work was suspended and a 2-day holiday was given. Of course, this holiday was only for employees who needed to leave the base to plant. And other departments remained the same, especially the security department. Tang Ranran entrusted Zhou Jian with an important task. Because of the traces of insects, the entire security department entered the first level alert and various inspections. On the day when the employees were on holiday, Tang Ranran held a brief high-level meeting and conducted an August summary. This August, everything went smoothly, and the planting work progressed rapidly. The planting work in District 6 was completed in the middle of the month, and the planting work in District 7 has been carried out to 30%. There are 10 planting areas in the entire first phase, and the latest time for the project acceptance given by the military is the end of February next year. There are still 6 months, which is very sufficient time. Of course, if there is no major accident. There was a small sandstorm a few days ago. Fortunately, it was not big, and only a few dozen newly planted saplings were blown. If the wind was stronger, I am afraid it would be a complete disaster. Anyway, for now, the situation is very good, and everything is moving in a good direction. At the meeting, everyone's reports were good news. Except Su Jun, no money. Tang Ranran, oh, at the end of the month, we have to pay salaries, make purchases, and buy some equipment, and the estimated expenditure is about 400 million. The project account currently has 1.7 billion, and after this reduction, it becomes 1.3 billion. Tang Ranran calculated that if the first phase can be completed in December, the money is still enough. But it is a bit tight. Although there are several potential customers, the price is not so attractive. So the villa of Sulan Green Star has not been sold yet, and Tang Ranran still has 900 million in his hand. There is definitely no problem with funds. In addition, Xinliang, the rear base, is currently in conservative operation and has no other major projects. There will be no large expenditures in the near future. The working capital should be around 5 billion. There will be no problem moving a little. So there is no worry about funds. The August summary meeting ended successfully. After the meeting, everyone else left, and Yanxing stayed alone to report some official business to Tang Ranran. First, it was about Hideheo. After much investigation, Yanxing still couldn't find out who Hideheo was spying for. Anyway, he must have received a sum of money and made a mistake for him out of nothing. He has been dismissed. In addition to Hideheo, Yanxing also found several restless and lagging employees, and they were all found to have faults and dismissed. Then it was about Du Laoda's team. After more than a month of investigation, Du Laoda's team found a mineral source in a valley somewhere. Unfortunately, it was a hematite, commonly known as cheap mine. Mining hematite is laborious and the profit is low. If they go to mine at this stage, It is a bit of a loss. Of course, Tang Ranran would not do such a hard and unprofitable job. But it was a mine after all, and the information fee had to be paid, because it was a cheap ore. It was at most 1 million. Tang Ranran asked Yan Xing to pay according to the contract and the actual situation. Then, there were some trivial matters. Tang Ranran just had a simple understanding. She was still very relieved that Yan Xing was doing things. The second day after the holiday was the end-of-month meeting for all employees. This time, there was an additional evaluation of outstanding employees. Tang Ranran showed up, and the work of presiding over the meeting was done by Yan Xing, a master of atmosphere. The whole meeting was so hot and exciting. There were bowls of chicken soup and pancakes. It was almost like a pyramid scheme brainwashing meeting. Very good. The employees are full of energy. This is the staff meeting. And Xin Liang also held a month-end summary meeting. After reading the report sent by various departments of Xin Liang, Tang Ranran already knew that Xin Liang's total gross profit in August was 2.82 billion. So it didn't matter if she didn't go at this time. Tang Ranran threw this task to Yan Xing and asked him to attend the meeting for her. It's late at night. Isn't it sweet to sleep? The next day, early in the morning, Tang Ranran put all the cultivation on hold and called Zhou Jian when she woke up in the morning. Zhou Jian said that the planting work could be carried out as planned. They monitored the whole process for 48 hours in the past 2 days and found no trace of insects. Moreover, he confirmed with Yang Zhou an hour ago that no trace of insects was found. Even so, Tang Ranran was still a little uneasy. Probably because once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope for 10 years. So, this day passed peacefully. Next, for 3 consecutive days, it was calm and there were no insects. Tang Ranran was completely relieved. The little storm of finding insects was completely over, and Tang Ranran entered the holographic world again with a relaxed mood. After more than a month of hard work, she finally finished the thick book Basic Knowledge of Mecha. So, go to the exam, enter the game, find the examiner, and take the test. This time, Tang Ranran scored 395 points. 300 points is a pass. She is considered to have passed the pass line steadily. She finally completed the entrance examination. Well, now she is a freshman in the Mecha department of K College. Tang Ranran quickly chose a Mecha practical class. And then, she finally touched the Mecha. Well, it was limited to a few touches. And it was in the virtual holographic world. Although the touch of the virtual mecha is the same as the real one. It is fake. It was as difficult for her to touch a fake mecha as Tang Xing's journey to the west. If she wanted to touch the real one. Oh, there's a mecha on the rooftop of the base. Jiangzhou. In fact, she can touch it secretly. But there are surveillance cameras there. And it feels a bit embarrassing. And if the owner of the mecha saw it, it would be quite embarrassing. Forget it. Anyway, the experience of this virtual game is very real. This mecha is a 1-to-1 real restoration. There is no difference from the real thing. Touch it more. In the 1-hour practical class, Tang Ranran, a rookie who just entered the academy, was touching the mecha all the time. After class, Tang Ranran suddenly had an idea. How about buying one? As a mental foresee, she has reached the hard requirements for driving a mecha. When she passes the game and graduates from K Academy, her mecha level should be at an average level. Right? I should be able to play with the mecha in reality. Right? It is obvious that Tang Ranran has a lot of money recently. So she is a little bit arrogant. So after exiting the game, she went to the mecha area. Then, there is a basin of cold water. You can't buy a mecha just because you want to. You have to get a certificate first. Mecha individual certificate. How to get a mecha individual certificate? Either join the army and join the mecha individual unit. If you can join the mecha unit, this certificate is enough. Or you can go to a higher education institution, a mecha department, and you will get a mecha individual certificate after graduation. The last one, free mercenaries, C-level and above free mercenaries, can go to the mecha individual certification hall to take the mecha individual certificate. And with the certificate, you can only buy mechas. Many planets have bans on mechas, which means that except for the military, individuals are not allowed to drive mechas in the banned area. Even if there are special circumstances, you must apply to the relevant departments in advance. After learning about the relevant situation, Tang Ranran was a little depressed. Buying a mecha was a long way off. Hey, Petting cats? Oh! Petting rabbits. Now only petting cute elf rabbits can heal her injured little heart. Lying on the sofa and petting rabbit fur, Tang Ranran casually browsed the web. And then, the alarm rang. Tang Ranran was excited all of a sudden. Tang Ranran had tried it before. When she was in the holographic virtual world, she could not enter the farm, so she had to log off first. After logging off, Tang Ranran rushed to lie in the holographic cabin and entered the farm with her consciousness. A big harvest of strawberries. And after this wave of harvest, experience 11,722 gold coins. 8223 for her farm level is still level 10. After half a month, Tang Ranran finally had money and could open new land again. Opening up wasteland. Gold coins minus 80,000 thus. After a series of operations, Tang Ranran opened up the 8th piece of new land. She now owns 14 fields, 13 of which can be used for planting. The strawberries on the 12th field still have 1 season left and do not need to be planted. Tang Ranran planted a small cabbage that matures in 11 hours on the newly opened field 14. The field was cleaned up, and the experience was enough. So Tang Ranran manually upgraded again. Experience minus 11,000. The level of the farm was upgraded from level 10 to level 11. After more than a month, it was finally upgraded. The taskbar above moved again, and an exclamation mark appeared. Tang Ranran clicked. Congratulations! You have successfully reached level 11. Rewards: 1,100 gold coins, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. Receive the reward. And then again. Task: plant and harvest soybeans. Tang Ranran received the task. Level 11. Unlock 2 new crops: soybean and watermelon. Soybean. The price of seeds purchased is 708 gold coins. The total selling price is 1,566 gold coins. 2 seasons of crops. The first season matures in 28 hours. The second season matures in 13 hours. And the experience gained in 1 season is 23. Watermelon. The price of seeds purchased is 708 gold coins. The total selling price is 1,566 gold coins. 2 seasons of crops. The first season matures in 28 hours. The second season matures in 13 hours. And the experience gained in 1 season is 23. After a simple calculation, Tang Ranran decided to continue planting strawberries. After this wave of land purchases and upgrades, her experience bar and wallet were deflated. Experience: 722. Gold: 3239. She currently has 14 plots of land, minus the second shingling grass field. There are 13 plots of land under planting and harvesting. Every 33 hours, 520 experience points and 8,983 gold coins are generated. According to this progress, the next upgrade will take at least 1 month. And the next field will cost 90,000, which will take about half a month. Level 60. It feels so far away. After a few seconds of melancholy, Tang Ranran cheered up and practiced. Time passed in a flash, and a few days passed. That afternoon, Tang Ranran received a call from Lin Guanjia. There was a client at the real estate agency who was willing to accept the price of 5.666 billion, and it was paid in 1 lump sum, and the other party would bear the agency fee and related handling fees. Lin Guanjia said that this was the biggest sucker in recent times. If you missed this, you may not find it. 5.666 billion. After learning this price, Tang Ranran nodded without hesitation. This price was really very beautiful. I don't know where the agency went to fool people with a lot of money. If the transaction is successful, you must give the agency a big red envelope. Tang Ranran nodded, and Lin Guanjia went to deal with the follow-up. The real estate agent was obviously very concerned about this huge transaction. He was very active in fear that the business would fail. He completed all the procedures that could be run in the past 2 days. Tang Ranran logged into the holographic virtual network and followed the real estate virtual office address forwarded by Lin Guanjia to the relevant office on the virtual network. Real name authentication. Did a series of procedures. And finally, the transaction was completed. Very efficiently. The real estate certificate was changed on the spot. And within a minute, Tang Ranran received a huge sum of 5.666 billion. As of now, Tang Ranran's smart brain balance is 6.575 billion. A 10-digit, 6-digit huge sum. The daily interest alone is very considerable. Oh, compared with the loan interest on her, it's a drizzle. Alas, it's negative profit every day. The pressure is so great. When Tang Ranran thought about the repayment dates of the 10 billion loans coming one after another in 2 years, she was very bald. After selling the house, Tang Ranran gave Pan Rongrong, who wanted to come back, an order to stay on the Suling Green planet and asked Butler Lin to stay in the Tang family mansion on Sutter planet. Then, Tang Ranran returned to the virtual mansion to play with rabbits and think about a side business. The Redwater Spirit Fruit planet in the number 2 green spirit grass field is growing well, but it is useless. After all, there is only one plant. One will give birth to 2. 2 will give birth to 4. If you want it to grow into a large area, it will take at least 3 to 5 years. Right? As for her Qingling grass, the experiment proved that it could not survive if it was replaced with Su Chi Huang Star. That is, non-farm soil. Yes, the piece of Qingling grass she used for the experiment was not rescued, and it was barbecue. The preliminary conclusion is, Qingling grass cannot survive in the outside world. As for the other flower pot, the local crops of the YS-212 planet using farm soil grew very well. Like weeds, growing very vigorously. It's just a pity that they are all ordinary crops. And no purification value has been detected. No economic value has been found for the time being. And some even have a small amount of toxicity and radioactivity. Qingling grass can't grow. Local crops have no economic value. So, what about her strawberries? I don't know if her strawberries are pure food? How about measuring them? Thinking like this, Tang Ranran became more and more greedy, and her hands became more and more itchy. She really hasn't eaten strawberries for a long time. It's better to act than to be moved. It's just one crop of strawberries. It won't make much difference. 20 experience and 648 gold coins. She doesn't care about that much. Yes, she doesn't care. When the alarm rang again, it was time for the strawberries to ripen. And Tang Ranran took action. The strawberries of the second season can be harvested. Tang Ranran quickly made a series of operations and harvested all the strawberries on the fields except field number 1. What should be sold was sold. What should be planted was planted. And after replacing a new crop of strawberries, Tang Ranran checked the current situation of the farm. Level 11. Experience, 2,484. Gold, 14,945. Number of fields owned, 14. Of which 6 were initial fields, and 8 were fields that she spent money to cultivate. Switching to the body entering the farm, Tang Ranran quickly rushed out of the small thatched house and ran to field number 1. Stepping into field number 1 and entering the strawberry greenhouse, Tang Ranran immediately squatted down to pick the nearest strawberries according to the principle of proximity. The farm's products must be top quality. The bright red strawberries are mouth-watering. Picking the first one, of course, put it in his mouth. Then he took a bite. His mouth was full of juice, but his language level was limited. Tang Ranran could only describe it as delicious. The long-lost freedom of strawberries is really too happy. Eat. After eating dozens of them in a row, Tang Ranran stopped eating and started to get down to business. Finding the simple primary goods purification value detector from the space buckle, Tang Ranran first poked the small needle into the strawberry stem. No response? After waiting for a minute, Tang Ranran was a little disappointed. The indicator light on the top still did not light up, so the purification value could not be detected. Research shows that the element that determines the purification value is generally found in the edible parts of plants. So Tang Ranran continued without giving up. Changing the needle, Tang Ranran poked the bright red strawberry this time. This time, there was almost no need to wait. The next second, the indicator light came on. Tang Ranran's eyes lit up. It was really pure food. Not only spiritual plants like Kingling Ko, but also ordinary fruits. So it's really developed. The golden finger is awesome. After waiting for a minute, when the light source on the top of the detector stabilized, Tang Ranran turned on the smart computer screen and took out the colorimetric card that had been saved before. The test result of strawberry was red, which was far different from the exaggerated red of Qingling grass before. It was at most a light red. Tang Ranran estimated that the purification value would not be high. Comparing with the official colorimetric card, Tang Ranran came to a conclusion of more than 1 and less than 5. For the specific value, a more precise detector is needed. Conservatively estimated, If the purification value is 1, the price per unit is about 10,000. For a sweet fruit type like strawberry, the basic price will be a little higher, and it is possible to sell it for 15,000 per unit. If it is processed into nutrient solution, the profit will be even higher. 100 grams is equal to 15,000. This acre of greenhouse strawberries. Hurry up and pick them. Because of the special nature of the farm, every strawberry plant is full of fruits, with a large bunch of bright red hanging, and there is no green fruit at all. They are absolutely all ripe. Picking all the way. Soon, all 100 fresh food boxes prepared by Tang Ranran were filled, and she only picked a corner. What to do? Although it can't be sold now. It's pure food. It's expensive. After thinking about it, looking at the large strawberry field, Tang Ranran gritted her teeth and upgraded the house. The total level of the farm is 11. So her small thatched house can be upgraded a long time ago. But because of lack of money, Tang Ranran has never taken care of it. And now, she needs a storage room equivalent to a super refrigerator. Exit the farm, and then enter again. Stuck with a bug, Tang Ranran returned to the small thatched house. Stepped to the computer in 2 steps, and then manually upgraded. The house changed from level 0 to level 1. Level 1. Still a small thatched house, but with an extra window. It doesn't look so shabby, as if it will fall down with a blow. The shabby little thatched house has become a well-repaired little thatched house. And the entire house space is twice as large. Of course, the most important thing is that there is a storage room, because it is still a thatched house. The storage room is a cellar, and the space is only 1 cubic meter. Pulling open the cellar door on the floor familiarly, seeing the empty 1 cubic meter space, Tang Ranran immediately ran to the strawberry greenhouse in field number 1. This time, Tang Ranran was not so meticulous and did it in a big way. For strawberries, she just picked them up and pulled them out. Just like pulling radishes. A whole plant full of bright red strawberries was pulled out. The farm products are really a lot of fruits. So much that they can be called a miracle in the planting industry. Each strawberry plant weighs 2 or 3 pounds. After filling a large storage box, Tang Ranran got stuck with a bug, exited, and entered again. And she returned to the thatched house. A large box of strawberries, all thrown into the cellar. The cellar storage room is a very magical space, where time and space are still, and the things thrown in can be kept in their original state to the greatest extent. Unlike other areas of the farm, Tang Ranran can control, sort and take out anything that enters the storage room with her consciousness. In the farm, if Tang Ranran wants to take something, she needs someone to come in and hold it in her hand, or put the thing into the space buckle before taking it out. Tang Ranran can take the things in the storage room directly. Of course, she can't store it. She has to do it herself to store things in the storage room. Even so, it is much more convenient to open the storage room function. Like a hard-working little bee, Tang Ranran is busy putting strawberries in the storage room. After dozens of trips back and forth, the 1 cubic storage room is full. The space is too small and not enough. But house upgrades require money. From level 1 to level 2, it takes 20,000 gold coins. For a level 2 house, the storage room will be expanded to 5 cubic meters. After a while of being depressed because the storage room was not big enough, Tang Ranran decided to transplant the strawberries, looking at the large patch of bright red strawberries. Plot number 1 and plot number 2 are adjacent. Plot number 2 is Qingling grass. There are 10 Qingling grasses per square meter, and each Qingling grass is just a tiny bit. In terms of planting density, it is very sparse. So, move some of them over. Considering the possibility of transplantation, Tang Ranran went to the research group a few days ago and got a simple small machine that can plant and dig at the same time. It's a bit like a simple version of an excavator. It can be controlled manually or by mental power. Tang Ranran of course chooses the easier mental power control. When mental power is used, the small machine is connected, and then the work begins. The small excavator digs out a strawberry with 1 shovel, including the seedling, fruit, and root soil. The whole plant and soil are dug out together. Tang Ranran dragged a simple towable basket and followed behind to pick up strawberry plants. 1 basket can hold about 50 plants. When the basket is full, Tang Ranran drags the things out of the greenhouse and to the next field. Fearing that the precious Qingling grass would be crushed, Tang Ranran did not dare to use machinery, but chose manual planting. That is, She planted by herself, cramming 5 or 6 strawberries into one square. Planting, planting, planting. After planting a basket of 50 strawberries, Tang Ranran was a little out of breath. Continue. Go back to the greenhouse to dig seedlings. Another basket. Tang Ranran went back to continue planting. And after planting, she was even more out of breath. Continue. After planting about 500 strawberries, she was so tired that her waist could not straighten up. And Tang Ranran decided to give up. Primitive farming is really too tiring. And she still has to rely on machinery. She couldn't do it anymore. So it was just like that. It was not worth it to tire herself out for strawberries worth more than 600 gold coins. After stopping the planting work, in the spirit of diligence and thrift, Tang Ranran controlled the small machine to dig nearly 100 strawberry seedlings, brought them back to the thatched house, and threw them on the ground of the thatched house. Strawberries are not easy to be crushed. So this is about it. And any more will go bad. After working for so long, Tang Ranran had a rough idea in her mind. The entire greenhouse had at least 4,000 to 5,000 kilograms of strawberries. 700 to 800 kilograms were collected in the storage room. Nearly 1,000 kilograms were transplanted. And another 200 to 300 kilograms were placed in the house. Even if she ate more than 10 kilograms during this period, she had only collected less than half of the strawberries in the greenhouse. Alas, the farm is too productive. And there are too many strawberries, which is also a worry. What can I do? I can only clear them out with pain. Holding the mouse, she performed a shovel operation on field number 1. Her manual intervention was cleared by the system, and the field returned to a state of open space for planting. The progress of field number 1 has been left behind by a large margin by other fields. Tang Ranran did not rush to adjust the time, but chose to plant soybeans. Let's finish the planting task first. After planting the vegetables and making sure there was nothing missing, and eating dozens of strawberries, Tang Ranran left the farm. She was exhausted after a busy day. Rest. After having nearly 2,000 kilograms of strawberries and eating strawberry snacks for a day, Tang Ranran got tired of them. Really, no matter how delicious something is, if you keep eating it, you will definitely get tired of it. After eating only a few dozen kilograms, Tang Ranran felt a little nauseous when she saw the strawberries. However, after eating so little, there were still a lot of strawberries in the thatched house. If she didn't eat them, it would be a waste. She couldn't eat them all by herself. But she took them out to treat others? Not to mention others. Even housekeeper Lin couldn't do it. She couldn't explain the source of the strawberries. As a mediocre person, she had to always remember, it's better to be safe than sorry. What to do then? Processing? After finding an appliance similar to an oven and a set of vacuum plastic sealing equipment in the kitchen, Tang Ranran directly put the 2 devices into her space buckle, returned to her room, and lay on the bed to enter the farm. Then she carried out the processing work on the farm, drying the strawberries, drying them, and then vacuum sealing them. The fresh strawberries in the thatched house soon became bags of vacuum-dried strawberry snacks. In the busy fruit processing, a day passed quickly. Practice. Sleep. I slept until late at night. And the alarm rang again. The first batch of soybeans matured. After harvesting the vegetables, the task was immediately completed. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested soybeans. Rewards: 1,200 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, 1 bag of super fertilizer. Soybeans are a 2-season crop, and there is a second season, so there is no need to plant. After harvesting the vegetables, Tang Ranran continued to sleep. The next day, sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 500 gold coins. Alas, an ordinary day. The first wave of daily practice. After the practice, I got up, and after a breakfast of a few strawberries with nutrient solution, it was customary to handle official business. This project is nothing more than planting trees. Planting trees, it is pure labor without difficulty. So there are no technical problems, all of which are some daily trivial matters. Today's reports are still the same as usual, except for one thing. There is one item in Yenxing report. According to monitoring, there may be a sandstorm in the next 2 days. What can we do? We can only pray that the sandstorm is small, because of the desertification of the surface. Sandstorms here are still quite frequent. There will be a wave every now and then, but it will not be too strong. And the root system of the antique knot tree is very developed. After planting for 10 days and a half months, it can be firmly rooted in the soil. Unless there is a very strong wind, it will not be easily blown away. Although Tang Ranran is a little worried about the sandstorm, it is not much. After processing the information on the intelligent brain, Tang Ranran went out and went to the planting laboratory. He took 10 flower pots filled with different soils and took a handful of seeds as cover. Back to the room, Tang Ranran entered the farm and carried out a wave of planting work before continuing his strawberry processing business. There were still many strawberry seedlings that had been harvested in the thatched house. Tang Ranran selected 10 plants that looked energetic and growing well, but not wilted and had sufficient water, and planted them in 10 flower pots. 5 flower pots were used for experiments with different soils. There were 5 other flower pots where Tang Ranran conducted radiation value experiments. Environmental radiation was definitely a research focus in the planting experiment, so there were small props to regulate radiation in the experiment, and Tang Ranran took advantage of them. The radiation stones in the special radiation-proof box looked a bit like metal marbles. This radiation stone can produce different values of environmental radiation in a small area, about half a cubic meter, with the highest value not exceeding 20. So it basically has no effect on the human body. The 5 flower pots for different soil experiments were placed on the left side of the thatched house, while the 5 flower pots for radiation experiments were placed on the right side of the thatched house. The flower pots were separated by at least 1 meter to ensure that they would not affect each other. After the positions were arranged, Tang Ranran used special tools to carefully take 5 pieces of radiation stones and place them in 5 flower pots, artificially creating 5 planting environments with environmental radiation values of 1, 3, 8, 15, and 20. After classifying and labeling each flower pot with relevant data, Tang Ranran clapped his hands and finished the work. Next, continue processing strawberries. After 2 days apiece, the evil wind came. Early in the morning, just after 7 o'clock, Tang Ranran was awakened by Yanxing emergency call. As soon as the communication was connected, Yanxing shouted like he was on fire. "Mr. Tang, it's bad. A strong sandstorm." After shouting anxiously, Yanxing directly connected to the surveillance and gave Tang Ranran a live broadcast. "I saw. Outside, the yellow sand was rolling. The sky was dark, just like the end of the world." Seeing this scene, Tang Ranran eyelids twitched, and then she replied weakly, "Yeah, I saw it. Alas, natural disasters and man-made disasters. Man-made disasters can be prevented, but there is no way to prevent natural disasters." "Oh, there is a way. In the interstellar era, there are protective shields with various functions. Of course, there are also protective shields against wind and sand, not to mention covering the entire planting area. The price of a protective shield that only protects a planting area is also very high, which is not something Tang Ranran can imagine." "How much is the loss of a sandstorm of this magnitude?" Tang Ranran asked directly. "That's not certain yet," Yanxing said uncertainly. "But the rooting ability of the anjit knot tree is very strong. There should be no losses in the other planting areas. But the 7th area is a bit uncertain." In addition, Zhou Jian said that the wind was too strong, and more than a dozen surveillance aircraft responsible for detection have been blown away. "What are you monitoring in this weather?" just asked the military directly. Tang Ranran blurted out that the difference between civilian equipment and military equipment is not just a little bit, but a gap. Oh. Yanxing nodded repeatedly, and then asked, "It will be difficult to carry out planting work before the sandstorm ends. Stop work today and see what happens tomorrow. Are there any other questions?" "No for now. That's it." The wind was howling outside, but the military floating base was not affected at all. Even the lights did not flicker. It was completely stable. In this regard, Tang Ranran could only say, the military's products must be fine. Nestling in the room, Tang Ranran still went about his daily routine. After 3 days, the strawberries she threw in the thatched house finally turned into vacuum-dried strawberries. In this state, there is no problem with the 1-year warranty period. However, Tang Ranran also tested the dried strawberries. Although they are still pure food, the color value seems to be a little lighter. During the drying process, the purification value decreases. It is not known whether the purification value will gradually decrease over time in the vacuum bag. This can only be verified by time. Let the strong wind blow. The strong wind blows. And keeps blowing. With a heavy heart. This line of lyrics of the song kept repeating in Tang Ranran's mind. She thought that the sandstorm was just a little windy. But she didn't expect that she was too optimistic. This sandstorm is different from the previous sandstorms. It is actually a persistent player. At noon on the day when Yanxing reported, the sandstorm officially appeared. And then blew and blew, blowing for a full 7 days. During these 7 days, Tang Ranran's heart was chilled. The overall environment is bad news. But there is a good news. That is, she has upgraded again. On the 3rd day of the strong wind, Tang Ranran successfully broke through and successfully entered the 2nd level of Qi refining from the 1st level of Qi refining. I have improved in strength. But my level is still low at this time. In addition to the faster training speed, there are only 2 benefits of a better body. I have been tempering my body with spiritual power. Although the effect is not great at the low level now, it is also a little effective. At this moment, Tang Ranran still looked like a delicate little white flower. But she was already strong inside. At the 2nd level of Qi refining, her spiritual power was stronger, and the quenching effect was better. Facing the natural disaster of sandstorm, Tang Ranran was helpless, and it was useless to be anxious. So she might as well calm down and practice. In this way, until the afternoon of September 17th, Yanxing reported the latest news to Tang Ranran. According to the first-hand information they got from the military, the wind force was continuously decreasing, indicating that the sandstorm was about to leave their area. If nothing unexpected happened, they would definitely be able to resume work the day after tomorrow. It was finally going to stop. And Tang Ranran breathed a sigh of relief, continuously paying attention to the situation. The wind and sand were obviously much smaller on the 2nd day, but it was still not suitable for outdoor work. So this day was still a holiday. Tang Ranran held a high-level meeting to report on the recent situation. And the most important thing was to summarize the losses caused by this sandstorm. Wu Dahong, the project manager, was the first to speak. He talked a lot. And the summary was, because of the sandstorm, the progress of the project was obviously delayed. Tang Ranran was concerned about, can it be completed before November 18th? Wu Dahong wiped the non-existent sweat and told the truth with some trepidation. Even if nothing unexpected happens, the time is a bit tight and cannot be guaranteed. Moreover, the planting work in District 7 was originally in the final stage. Because of this sandstorm, many plants may be destroyed, and I am afraid that replanting work will be required. After receiving such a reply, Tang Ranran sighed deeply in her heart. Sure enough, plans cannot keep up with changes. It seems that she has to make multiple preparations for the loan in November. Zhou Jian then filled in for Tang Ranran and talked a lot. The central idea was, because of the sandstorm, many surveillance cameras were destroyed, and funds needed to be approved for purchase. Tang Ranran, count the losses as soon as possible, and then arrange for the resumption of work. Tang Ranran made a summary. After the discussion on the main content of the sandstorm, there were some daily reports. Guizhi reported some research results, which can be summarized in 4 words. Nothing found. Wang Le reported the purchase of the logistics team. There have been no large expenditures recently. Gu Ping'an, who was not very active in speaking, also spoke. During the shutdown period, the employees stayed in the dormitory, and there was nothing to do. So Yanxing arranged for the medical team to come for a physical examination of the employees. Gu Ping'an, the employees are in good physical condition and stable mentally, including Shi, Li Dawei and Zhou Xinghua, who have recovered very well. At the end, Gu Ping'an asked casually, Mr. Tang, do you want to have a physical examination? The topic suddenly turned to himself. Tang Ranran was stunned, then nodded. Okay. After the meeting, Tang Ranran struck while the iron was hot and went directly to the infirmary. After practicing for so long, it's time to use the instrument to check it. Because it's a daily physical examination. It's very simple. Just draw blood and test mental strength. In about 10 minutes, all the data came out. As a layman, Tang Ranran didn't quite understand the various indicators, but she understood the expression. Gu Ping'an stared at the data on the screen with a deep face and a blank expression. Tang Ranran's heart skipped a beat. She was not afraid of the doctor smiling, but she was afraid of the doctor having no expression. No way. She wouldn't have any problem. Right? Cultivating immortals is theology, and it is impossible to detect clues with scientific instruments. Could it be that the end of science is theology, and the technology here has advanced to see through theology? But the physical examination in the infirmary is the most basic. If abnormalities can be found here, it means that she can't even enter the hospital in the future. With a little bit of trepidation, Tang Ranran asked directly in a worried tone. Is there any problem? He responded with a long tone. And Gu Ping'an's eyes were still fixed on the curve chart that looked like a group of continuous mountains. Just tell me. Tang Ranran was anxious. She couldn't understand the peak curve, but she knew it was the result of the mental power test. Is there something wrong with her mental power? That shouldn't be the case. Doesn't the internet say that a buzzing and stabbing pain in the head is a state of mental power disorder? When she used her mental power, her head didn't hurt at all. Just when Tang Ranran was sweating with anxiety, Gu Ping'an spoke slowly, with a hint of uncertainty. Mr. Tang, your mental power seems to have improved. Ah? Tang Ranran was stunned, and her heart was immediately relieved. Her original anxiety and worry turned into joy. But, seems? Fearing that it was a mistake, and Tang Ranran was happy for nothing. Gu Ping'an looked at it for a long time until he was sure, and then spoke. However, although the possibility of his mistake was small, it was not ruled out. So he used the word seems. Yes, but you also know that the equipment in the infirmary is a basic detection equipment, which can only detect the high level of mental power. However, according to the peak state of mental power, in my experience, your mental power is improving and has reached the level of C+. I suggest you go to the military hospital for a more detailed mental power level assessment. Oh, I see. Tang Ranran nodded hurriedly. In addition to the high levels of F, E, D, C, mental power also has plus and minus. Plus means it is rising, and minus means it is weakening. For example, C+, C-. C+ means that mental power is rising on the basis of C level, which is generally more common in people aged 21 to 30, while C- means that mental power is weakening on the basis of C level, which is generally more common in people over 120 years old. Tang Ranran was delighted to learn that her spiritual power was improving. And then she thought of something and asked, what about my physical condition? Is it okay? No. The last radiation did not leave any sequelae. Your body is very healthy now. Of course, if you are worried, you can go to the military hospital for a more detailed health check. Okay. Coming out of the infirmary, Tang Ranran was a little anxious. But the sandstorm had only weakened and had not passed yet, so it was not suitable to travel. So take it easy. The sandstorm was completely over, and planting work resumed. The other planting areas were almost unaffected, but Area 7 was affected. The shorter the planting time of the Angie special saplings in Area 7 was, the less solid they were. More than 80% of the saplings planted a week before the sandstorm were blown away by the strong wind. The planting progress, which had reached more than 95%, suddenly dropped to about 60%. There was no choice but to replant. The planting work was carried out in an orderly manner again. Tang Ranran made an appointment for a mental power assessment at the military hospital next door. The one for that day was gone. Only 2 days later, at 2 p.m. on September 20th, sign in successfully. Congratulations on your winning a formation plate. Huh? Early in the morning, Tang Ranran burst into a big red hand. After quickly receiving it, Tang Ranran stared at the thing in his hand carefully. The formation plate, made by the formation master, is one of the popular magic tools in the world of cultivation. For cultivators who are not good at formation, it is a must-have item for home travel, murder and robbery. Tang Ranran's formation skills were not high, but she had some basic knowledge. After a careful look, she was sure that this was a soul-locking array disc, or the kind with a storage and charging function. After racking her brains to recall, Tang Ranran finally remembered some memories from 1,000 years ago, when she was growing spiritual plants on the farm. She also studied the issue of spiritual energy. And then, there was a soul-locking array disc. Although there was no spiritual energy on the farm as a whole, as long as the soul-locking array was used to lock the area where spiritual plants grew, spiritual energy would slowly appear in this area. Relying on the soul-locking array disc, Tang Ranran successfully created spiritual energy on the farm. But compared with the outside, the gap was not ordinary. especially after her cultivation became higher and higher. The spiritual energy produced by the spiritual plants was not enough for her to absorb in one breath. So she gave up later. The spiritual energy outside is so dense. Why bother to go far away? It is useless in the world of immortal cultivation. But now, it is very useful. Although I am still a rookie at the second level of chi refining, I can still activate a basic array. Tang Ranran left the thatched house with the array, and quickly came to the edge of the green spirit grass field. This is the most basic soul locking array. And the largest coverage area is the size of 5 fields. Because there is only one spiritual plant field. And this coverage area is enough. Stepping into the green spirit grass field. In order to prevent stepping on flowers and plants, Tang Ranran moved carefully. Moved to the middle of the field. And then input spiritual power into the array. As soon as the spiritual power was input, a faint white fluorescence overflowed from the array. And then the circular fluorescence covered the surroundings, and continued to expand until the second field was completely covered by the fluorescence. And Tang Ranran stopped. Okay. It's done. Crouching down and placing the array plate on the ground, Tang Ranran moved carefully again, and left the green spiritual grass field. Spiritual plants breathe in spiritual energy. Just like photosynthesis produces oxygen. Where spiritual plants flourish, the spiritual energy is denser. It is still early to buy spiritual plants at level 60. And Tang Ranran will not miss a single bit of spiritual energy. After finishing the work, it is the daily practice. After practicing and tempering the body with spiritual power, Tang Ranran calls it a day, leaves the farm, and gets up. Breakfast is still nutrient solution with strawberries. This day is another normal day without any accidents. The next day, after practicing and handling official business in the early morning, Tang Ranran went out to the monitoring room. She is going out today, so she must check the weather. It is quite sunny outside, but there is no wind. There is nothing abnormal on the route from here to the military base next door. If there is no accident, there will be no car accident. Calling her driver Yang Li, Tang Ranran sets off. As an experienced driver, Yang Li's driving skills were obviously very high. He drove very smoothly all the way, almost without any bumps. It was very smooth. After an hour, the two entered the military base, and soon arrived at the designated parking spot in the military hospital. Still relying on the navigation of the intelligent brain, Tang Ranran successfully arrived at the hospital's mental power measurement area. Scan the intelligent brain. Report. Probably because the war was relatively stable. There were no casualties on our side. There were not many people in the physical examination area of the military hospital in the rear. After waiting for half an hour, it was Tang Ranran's turn. The mental power identification was very simple. Use mental power on the instrument. In less than a minute, the detection and identification was over. The next step was to wait for the report. 10 minutes later, the identification report came out. Tang Ranran couldn't understand the images, but there was a complete conclusion in the end. After identification, your mental power state is very stable, and your mental power level is C+. Seeing this result, Tang Ranran was really surprised. It was 1+ higher than Gu Pingdan's prediction. For C+ under 30 years old, there is a success rate of more than 50% to advance to B level. The younger, the higher the promotion rate. For C level players under 30, the success rate is over 80% to advance to B level. For someone like her who is only 21 years old, she can definitely advance to B level. And who knows? She might be at B level in a few days. Tang Ranran made some analysis. When she first arrived and left the military hospital, she had a detailed physical data report, in which the mental strength was C, not increased. So, in about 2 months, her mental power has risen from C to C+, which is definitely a genius level. Tang Ranran estimated that her original body did not have this talent. It must be because of cultivation. The most likely reason is that she was tempering her body. In this tempering process, not only the body was cleansed, but also the mental power talent was improved. Mental power. S-level natural disaster strongman. Tang Ranran couldn't help but tilted her head. Even if her cultivation was stuck because of the spiritual energy problem. But her mental power was promoted to S. She could still walk sideways. Oh! Promoted to B level. She has defeated 95% of the Empire's population and entered the elite VIP class. Keep it up. Because of the improvement of mental power, Tang Ranran's good mood lasted for 2 days. And then it got better. September 23rd. The waves of strawberries in recent days brought waves of experience and gold coins to Tang Ranran. And then on this day, the number of gold coins exceeded 90,000, opening up wasteland. Gold coins minus 90,000. Tang Ranran has opened up another new piece of land. He currently has a total of 15 fields, of which 14 are planted fields. After planting another wave of strawberries, Tang Ranran checked the current situation. Experience, 6,782. Gold coins, 4123. The output of the 14 fields is 22 hours in the first season and 11 hours in the second season. That is, every 33 hours, minus the cost of buying seeds. The output is 9,674 gold coins and 560 experience. In about half a month, Tang Ranran can save enough 100,000 to buy the 10th new piece of land. As for upgrading, it will also take about half a month. There are more and more fields and the level is getting higher and higher. This is a good phenomenon. Come on. Time flies. A week has passed. And it is the end of September. At the end of the month, it is customary to hold various meetings. Xiliang is making steady progress, with a monthly gross profit of about 2.5 billion. So far, the working capital in Xiliang's account has accumulated to nearly 10 billion. Although this is the group's money, 52% of the group's shares are still in her name, which means that Tang Ranran can get 5.2 billion. There is still October, and according to the gross profit margin of 2.5 billion, Tang Ranran estimates that it will become about 6 billion at most, plus the 6.5 billion in her hands, a total of 12.5 billion. The dividends plus the cash on hand are still not enough to pay the 19.2 billion loan in November. Tang Ranran, bald head, finding a gray way can probably achieve the goal of robbing Peter to pay Paul, but it's uncertain. With so many loans on her shoulders, Tang Ranran always feels heavy. Alas, she doesn't have the vision of a boss. What to do? Tang Ranran feels that she needs to speed up the progress of growing strawberries. After nearly 20 days, Tang Ranran's strawberry experiment has almost produced results. The number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, and number 5 flower pots are filled with different soils from 4 regions of Suqi Huangxing. Although the strawberries planted in these 5 flower pots are not as energetic as those in the farm greenhouse and the Qingling grass field, their overall condition can be said to be good, with no signs of wilting and dying. The strawberry plant in the number 3 flower pot even has new flower buds growing. From this, we can draw a preliminary conclusion that strawberries can survive and bear fruit on Suqi Huangxing. Of course, we need to consider temperature, humidity, and radiation issues. Greenhouse technology is not difficult, and there is no need to worry about it. The key consideration is the radiation issue. The simulated environmental radiation of the number 6, number 7, number 8, number 9, and number 10 flower pots are 1, 3, 8, 15, and 20 respectively. Among them, the strawberry plants in the number 10 flower pot with an environmental radiation of 20, and the number 9 flower pot with an environmental radiation of 15 have already become barbecue, and cannot die anymore. In the flower pot number 8, with an environmental radiation of 8, the strawberry plants are still surviving firmly, but they are obviously wilting due to lack of water, and the leaves are also showing signs of yellowing. They are probably in the late stage of severe illness, and it is only a matter of time before they die. In the flower pot number 7, with an environmental radiation of 3, and the flower pot number 6, with an environmental radiation of 1, the strawberry plants are still quite energetic, and there is no sign of dying for the time being. From this, we can draw a preliminary conclusion that strawberries can only survive in an environmental radiation of 5 or below. As for whether environmental radiation will affect the flowering and fruiting of strawberries, it is not known yet. Then, there is another most important issue, the purification value issue. It is said on the star network that most pure plants can only survive in an environment with 0 radiation, but a very small part can survive in a low radiation environment. But they can only survive. Radiation will make their purification value return to 0, or even produce radiation, affecting their edibility. In other words, even if strawberries can survive in a low radiation environment, the strawberries they produce are likely to become ordinary fruits, or even lower level radiation containing fruits. In short, it is best to plant them in a 0 radiation area. 0 radiation area. Even if the golden finger special effect on the strawberry disappears and becomes an ordinary fruit, it is an ordinary fruit with zero radiation. A delicious fruit like strawberry should be sold at dozens of star coins per unit. What's more, it can be processed into candied haws, made into strawberry juice, dried strawberries, strawberry-flavored nutrient solution, strawberry-scented shower gel, soap, perfume, and other peripheral products. Tang Ranran has not found any fruit exactly like strawberries in the fruit area, so strawberries will definitely create economic value once they are released. After drawing a preliminary conclusion from her 10 experimental flower pots, the next issue is site selection. Planting. It must be planted on her own land. So, she has to take a good look at Su Chi Huangxing. Lying in the holographic cabin, Tang Ranran logged into the virtual holographic world, and then came to the office of Xinliang Group in the holographic virtual world. After swiping an identity and entering her own domineering office, Tang Ranran first checked the three-dimensional full picture of Su Chi Huangxing. Su Chi Huang Star, as a former waste mining planet, has exhausted its mining resources. The entire planet is full of pits and pits. Some of the deep mining pits have been covered by vegetation, while some are barren due to the special soil quality. Although the overall environment of the planet is not very good, there are still a few zero radiation areas. Tang Ranran counted carefully and found that there were a total of 27 zero radiation areas marked on the three-dimensional map of the planet. In addition to the area where the small cool grass grows, there are 12 areas that have been developed into plantations, where several common economic crops are planted. These crops are the raw materials for making cheap ordinary nutrient solution. The profit of ordinary nutrient solution is not high, but it is better than nothing, because there are only so many sales channels. The sales volume of cheap ordinary nutrient solution is there, and planting too many ordinary economic crops will waste manpower and material resources, and will also damage the terrain and cause radiation pollution. Therefore, the remaining 14 zero radiation areas are still in an unused natural state. Tang Ranran's focus of observation is these 14 zero radiation areas. These 14 places include forest areas, mountainous areas, grasslands. The climate, temperature, and humidity are different. After comparing the landforms and data, because he wanted to produce wild strawberries, Tang Ranran fully considered the temperature, light, moisture, soil, and other issues, and finally selected 3 places. After having a preliminary goal, Tang Ranran connected to Su Chi Huangxing large planting base, and then took the control authority of an unmanned reconnaissance aircraft with his highest authority as president. With the authority in hand, Tang Ranran remotely controlled and issued orders. Because the distance was a bit far, it took more than an hour for the unmanned reconnaissance aircraft to fly to one of the target areas. After field investigation and various shooting, Tang Ranran collected a wave of more detailed field data. After working for several hours, the actual situation of the 3 target areas was obtained. After another round of selection, Tang Ranran finally chose a piece of shrub forest. Shrub forests are full of small trees, which are highly concealed, making it convenient for her to create something out of nothing and sneak into Chinsong. After making a simple plan, Tang Ranran began to act. At this stage, it doesn't matter whether she is on the YS-212 planet or not. Anyway, wherever there is a signal, you can work remotely. A high-level meeting was held to arrange the planting work in October. As long as there are no accidents, there will be no big problems. If there are accidents, as for the so-called accidents, Tang Ranran has no ability to prevent them, and can only make up for it afterwards. So, it doesn't matter whether she is there or not. As for Tang Ranran's proposal to go back to the 3rd galaxy for a month's vacation, she is the boss, and she has the final say. Even if others have opinions, they dare not say them. So, at the end of the meeting, after a few words of explanation and a big pie, Tang Ranran's vacation back to the 3rd galaxy became a foregone conclusion. When the boss goes out, the itinerary is naturally arranged by the secretary. Yin Sheng efficiently provided Tang Ranran with 2 options. The first option was to take the military material transport ship to the Baoyang star of the 15th galaxy on October 6th, a few days later, and then take the intra-galaxy flight of the day to the transportation transfer center star of the 15th galaxy. If you are lucky, you can catch the spacecraft to the 3rd galaxy that day. If you go late, you will catch the next flight. The second option is to drive a small spaceship by yourself. According to the principle of proximity, Go directly to the Transportation Transfer Center star of the 13th galaxy. And then take the spaceship to the 3rd galaxy. On the rooftop of the base, there is a small spaceship that Tang Ranran inherited from Tang Qingji. Tang Ranran is still very curious about spaceships, so she has already carefully looked at it through the monitoring system. It is oval, a bit like a whale, and the size of 2 heavy trucks. Through the model of the spaceship, Tang Ranran also specially checked its detailed information. The price is between 42 billion and 51 billion, and it supports short-distance interstellar voyages. What is short distance? It is best not to leave the galaxy. This small spaceship originally came here from the 3rd galaxy, and it took 2 months to arrive. If the small spaceship breaks down halfway, it will really be dead. Not to mention that this is the border. If you are unlucky, you may encounter the powerful starry sky insects. As a cautious person, Tang Ranran chose to take the military's Tailwind starship. Today is the 1st, which means 5 days. Tang Ranran can still wait. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 500 gold coins. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 100 experience. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 300 gold coins. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 1,000 gold coins. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting golden Pichio seeds. After 4 ordinary days, on the morning of the 6th, Tang Ranran rarely exploded a little red hand. Golden Pichio. Like the golden god of wealth drawn before. VIP special crops. Also very profitable crops. Golden Pichio. Level 48. Special crops unlocked by VIP customers. The price of seeds purchased is 9,500 gold coins. And the total price, when sold, is 111,200 gold coins. 3 season crops. Mature in 34 hours in the 1st season. Mature in 16 hours in the 2nd season. And the experience gained from planting 1 season is 16. In other words, after 3 seasons mature, she can harvest 110,000. Nothing more to say. Wait until the strawberries are ripe. And arrange it. After practicing and having breakfast, Tang Ranran held a video conference with Yin Xing, Wu Dahong, Zhou Jian, Huang Lu and others. After a few brief instructions, Tang Ranran went out. Soon, Tang Ranran arrived at the elevator leading to the rooftop. Yin Xing, Yang Li, Yang Tao, and 2 other male employees were gathered in front of the elevator. Tang Ranran left, so Yin Xing naturally had to stay and take command. He was here to see them off. And Yang Li, the driver, was going to take them to the military transport ship. Yang Tao accompanied Tang Ranran back, and the other 2 were selected by Zhou Jian from the security department to be Tang Ranran bodyguards. After all, it was not safe for 2 women to travel alone. All the people arrived and set off. After everyone entered the elevator went up, and then arrived with a ding. Before pressing the start button, Yin Xing did not forget to remind Mr. Tang, don't forget the mental barrier. Yes. Tang Ranran responded and opened the mental barrier. She remembered the lesson of the original body. Although this is a basic skill, she has been practicing hard these days. Is the mental barrier open? Okay. Open. Open. Yin Xing, then I opened the door. As the elevator door opened, the dazzling sunlight instantly shot in, and Tang Ranran suddenly felt a scorching heat coming at her. Walking out of the elevator, it was like walking from an air-conditioned room to the outdoors in the hot summer. I didn't feel any radiation, but it was really hot. It is said that there are more advanced mental barriers that can control the temperature to a constant temperature of 25 degrees. Unfortunately, this is a high-level mental skill, and she doesn't know it, because Yang Li moved the car over in advance. So after getting out of the elevator and being exposed to the outside world for less than 2 minutes, the group got on the car. It was a large car similar to a Nani car. Tang Ranran sat alone at the back. The large space was very comfortable. Old Yang, drive steadily and have a good trip. Yin Xing was outside the car, waving goodbye. Mr. Tang, are we leaving now? Let's go, Tang Ranran said to Yang Li, and then waved to Yin Xing outside the window. You go back. The car set off. It hovered, took off, and slowly accelerated, as stable as taking a high-speed train. The transport starship they took was not in the military base next door, but in the next. Even though the speed reached about 300, it took more than 3 hours. After entering the base, Tang Ranran used the intelligent brain to apply and go through the relevant procedures. Soon, the intelligent brain sent back the relevant instructions. Following the instructions, the hovercraft drove for a few more minutes, and Tang Ranran saw the big starship below, with sharp lines and sharp edges. The starship is big, very big, very big. It can only be described as magnificent and shocking. Following the instructions, the car was parked on the deck of the starship. Yanli drove back, while Tang Ranran and the other four followed a soldier brother on the scene and took the elevator to enter the starship. Then they walked through the maze like 7 turns and 8 turns, passed through a series of metal corridors, and finally stopped in front of a small room. The room of about 5 square meters is similar to the sleeper berth of a train, with 2 layers of single beds on the left and right. After sharing a small map and marking the location of the toilet and the emergency medical area, the soldier brother finally explained that the starship was an important place and could not walk around, and then left. After all, it was a sleeper berth, and the conditions were not bad. Tang Ranran knew that she would stay there for most of the day, so she had no complaints. After Tang Ranran chose a lower berth, the other 3 chose their own positions, and then some rested and some played with the smart computer. It was the first time for a young lady to ride in a sedan chair in the starry sky, and it was still very novel for Tang Ranran. Unfortunately, in the closed environment, Tang Ranran could not see the vast stars and the brilliant universe at all. It was obviously because of the advanced technology, or it could be because the military starship was of good quality. There was no sense of weightlessness, pushback, emergency brakes, etc. It was very calm, as if I had stayed in an ordinary dormitory for more than 10 hours. And then a notice popped up on the smart computer. We will arrive at Baelyang Star in 1 hour. Please be prepared to leave 5 minutes in advance. The soldier brother who led the way came. After many twists and turns, Tang Ranran and the other 4 followed the soldier brother back to the starship deck cabin, and the starship was already anchored on the ground. Leaving the deck cabin and stepping onto the starry sky dock, they took a 100-meter high elevator and entered the Galaxy Air Station. Tang Ranran immediately checked the flights to the Transportation Hub Star. Each galaxy in the Empire has a Transportation Hub Star, which is equivalent to a bus station for the outside world. The Transportation Hub Star has the most flights to other galaxies. The flights from various planets in the galaxy to the Transportation Hub Star are still very dense, with at least 1 flight a day, and some even have dozens of flights a day. Baelyang Star is obviously more desolate, with low population mobility, so there is only 1 flight a day. I missed it today, so I have to get up early tomorrow. Staying in a hotel, in an unfamiliar environment, could not stop Tang Ranran from practicing daily. Long before, Tang Ranran had picked dozens of green spirit grass, stored them in a fresh food box, and then placed them in the storage room. So, pretending to take out the fresh food box from the space buckle, Tang Ranran took out a green spirit grass from the fresh food box, ate it, and then practiced. The next day, the group successfully bought the spaceship ticket. After circling around in the Galaxy Air Station, there was finally a 100-meter high elevator, and Tang Ranran and his group finally boarded the spaceship. The civilian spaceship, in appearance, is an enlarged version of her small spaceship, with rounded lines, like a pufferfish, and it doesn't look aggressive, and it doesn't have the mighty and domineering aura of a starship. Because she bought a VIP high-end spaceship ticket, Tang Ranran was in a VIP room with a window this time. With the official takeoff of the spaceship, it soon broke through the atmosphere and entered the vast starry sky. The stars were shining, and the universe was indeed beautiful. But Tang Ranran felt a little bit worried. Tang Qingji and his wife were killed by space pirates while riding on a spaceship. She has a shadow in her heart. I hope she is not so unlucky. Fortunately, it was a smooth journey. 3 hours later, Tang Ranran and his party arrived at the transportation hub of the 15th galaxy. And unfortunately, they missed the flight to the 3rd galaxy. The 15th galaxy is close to the border, and the overall economy is backward compared to the average economic level of the Empire. Therefore, the flights from the entire 15 galaxies to the outer galaxies are not so frequent. The next flight to the 3rd galaxy is 3 days later. What to do? I can only find a hotel to stay in. After buying the tickets for the next flight in advance, Tang Ranran and the other 4 checked in at a hotel near the Starry Sky station. After settling down, Yang Tao sent a message to Tang Ranran, inviting her to go out for a walk. But Tang Ranran refused. This planet is a bit desolate. There is nothing to visit. It is better to stay in the hotel to practice. The 3 days of staying at home officially began. Tang Ranran stayed at home until the crops were ripe. Her golden pichio is ripe again. 66 hours. 3 seasons of golden pichio. Harvested. The next is the harvest season. After selling a crop, 3 seasons of golden pichio provided a full 110,000 gold coins. And Tang Ranran's wallet suddenly swelled up like a balloon. Good. Buy land. Open up wasteland. Gold coins minus 100,000. The 10th new land was successfully reclaimed. And Tang Ranran owned 16 plots of land. After opening up the new land, Tang Ranran glanced at the experience bar. And it happened that she could upgrade again. Experience. 13388 upgrade when the experience reaches the standard. Tang Ranran decisively upgraded manually. Experience minus 13,200. The level of the farm changed from level 11 to level 12. And the task bar that had been quiet for a long time was active again. Congratulations. You have successfully reached level 12. Rewards. 1,200 gold coins. 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer. 1 bag of advanced fertilizer. 1 bag of super fertilizer. Task. Plant and harvest bamboo shoots. Receive. Receive. Because the new field was opened, Tang Ranran immediately arranged for bamboo shoots. Level 12. Unlock 2 new crops, bamboo shoots and bananas. For bamboo shoots, the price of purchase seeds is 700 gold coins. And the total selling price is 1,560 gold coins. It is a 2-season crop. It matures in 25 hours in the first season and 10 hours in the second season. The experience gained in 1 season is 20. For bananas, the price of purchase seeds is 800 gold coins. And the total selling price is 1,568 gold coins. It is a 2-season crop. It matures in 31 hours in the first season and 14 hours in the second season. The experience gained in 1 season is 25. After reading the relevant information of the 2 new crops, Tang Ranran calculated that the hourly economic benefits of bamboo shoots and strawberries are almost the same. And the experience benefits are also similar. The bright red strawberries are cuter. So Tang Ranran chose to continue planting strawberries. However, in order to unify the time, Tang Ranran also planted bamboo shoots on the empty land where she had just harvested the golden pichio. Currently, the farm level is 12. Experience, 188. Gold coins, 91978 in the 16 fields. Field number 1, strawberries. Field number 2, Qingling grass. Fields number 3 to number 14, strawberries. Fields number 15 and number 16, bamboo shoots. After harvesting the bamboo shoots in the 2 fields and planting strawberries, the gold coin income will be around 10,365 in 33 hours. And the experience income will be 600. In less than 3 days, she can buy land again. It just takes a long time to upgrade. Nearly 36 days. Because she was in an unfamiliar hotel, Tang Ranran entered the farm with consciousness throughout the whole process and completed a series of operations. Then she continued to stay at home. Soon, 3 days of happy fat home time passed. Tang Ranran logged into the spaceship 2 hours in advance and was still in the VIP room. The room was quite luxurious, but the spaceship ticket was a bit expensive. Nearly 200,000 star coins. For safety, Tang Ranran reluctantly booked 3 rooms. She lived alone. Yang Tao lived next to her on the left, and the 2 bodyguards shared a room next to her on the right. If anything happened, there would be someone to take care of her. But it was just a psychological comfort. Just to give her courage. Spaceships generally wouldn't have any accidents. Once an accident happened, it would either be a mechanical failure that caused the spaceship to be destroyed and people to die, or a man-made disaster, such as space pirates killing, setting fire and robbing. Neither of these 2 situations was something she could handle. If she was really unlucky, she would probably die. The 15-star system to the 3rd star system was quite far, and the civilian spaceship was slow. The entire journey took 49 hours. Tang Ranran, who was in a shadow, was still a little worried. Butler Lin and Pan Rongrong were lucky that time. They took a favorable starship directly to the 3rd star system. Tang Ranran was unlucky now. Not to mention that she didn't take a favorable starship. She also missed flights one after another. The journey is long this time. Don't run into stars. Bah. Unlucky. She said nothing, with Tang Ranran feeling a little nervous. The spaceship set off. Tang Ranran continued to stay at home. On the first day after boarding the spaceship, the weather was calm and there were no waves. If there was anything special, it was that her bamboo shoots were ripe for the first season. Congratulations. You have successfully harvested bamboo shoots. Rewards: 1,300 gold coins, 50 experience points, 1 bag of ordinary fertilizer, 1 bag of advanced fertilizer, and 1 bag of super fertilizer. Tang Ranran no longer cares about the gold coins and experience points rewarded by the mission. Only the props are a little useful. As a non-VIP, she can only rely on this mission to get fertilizer. Alas, it's another day to rush to V. The days continued, and the second day on the spaceship was still calm. As the voyage was more than halfway through, Tang Ranran's little nervousness gradually disappeared. After the spaceship entered the third galaxy, Tang Ranran was not afraid at all. The third star system is an economically developed star system with good public security. Once you enter the star system, the probability of encountering star pirates is basically equal to 0. Without any surprises, it was very smooth and peaceful all the way. Tang Ranran arrived at the transportation hub star of the third star system. After getting off the spaceship, between Sutter and Suchi Wang Star, Tang Ranran decisively chose to go to Suchi Wang Star. After checking the flight, Tang Ranran was depressed to find that she still had to go to Sutter first. As a leased planet, Suchi Wang Star currently belongs to the private area of Xinliang Group. Because the total population on the planet is less than 50,000. It is equivalent to a private company in a remote mountain valley. So there is no direct spacecraft. Sutter is a planet, and Suchi Wang Star is Sutter's satellite. So she has to go back to Sutter Star first, and then take a special spacecraft. A special flight jointly provided by their Xinliang Group and Sutter Interstellar Shipping Company. Similar to a chartered car service. And only this special car can reach Suchi Wang Star. Oh! Trouble. Sutter is a planet with a large population and a developed economy, ranking among the top 10 in the entire third galaxy. So there are many flights from the transportation hub star to Sutter Star. And Tang Ranran bought a spacecraft ticket for the day. A group of 4 people sat and waited in the passenger hall. Tang Ranran was swiping the smart brain to pass the time. And then the communication rang. It was an unfamiliar communication number. For strangers, Tang Ranran chose to hang up directly. Then, the number called again persistently. Twice in a row. It should not be an advertisement. Tang Ranran chose the voice communication mode this time and answered. It was obvious that the other party had turned on the video. So as soon as the call was connected, the video screen popped up. And the video was a man in a suit and tie, full of business elite temperament. Hello. Is this Tang Ranran from Xinliang Group? Mr. Tang? Because Tang Ranran turned on the voice. The man who could not see the person asked first. Yes. I am Tang Ranran. Who are you? After recalling the man's elite face for 2 seconds, Tang Ranran made sure that there was no such person in his memory. And asked, let me introduce myself. My humble name is Taoshan. And I am the special assistant to the CEO of Jingmoxing Hengxing Investment Company, Ltd. Well, what's the matter? Jingmoxing, a planet in the second galaxy, and Hengxing. Sounds familiar. As if there is a large cross-galaxy group called Hengxing Group, although their name is Xinliang Group. Compared with Hengxing Group, their group is like Yinghua and Haoyang. There is no comparison at all. Tang Ranran wondered. Why would such a big group come to her? Could it be that they have taken a fancy to their small group and want to acquire it? Taoshan, it's like this. My boss has taken a fancy to Xinliang. So we want to buy the shares in your hands. And hope that Mr. Tang will name a price. Tang Ranran, he actually guessed it right. It's really an acquisition. 20 billion per share. How much you take? I will sell it. Tang Ranran made a lion's mouth without any hesitation. Hearing 20 billion, Taoshan was stunned. And then pulled the corner of his mouth. Mr. Tang is joking. No need to beat around the bush. Taoshan came straight to the point. We are buying sincerely. 6 billion per share. Hope Mr. Tang can give up. Are you kidding? Tang Ranran was speechless and couldn't help complaining. Since you want to acquire it, you must have investigated the situation of our Xinliang. All the shares have been mortgaged by my father. And the value of the bank mortgage exceeds 6 billion per share. You are now buying from me at 6 billion per share? Although I am young, I am not stupid, Taoshan said with a confident look and a sure tone. Mr. Tang, I have a document here. Please take a look first. As he spoke, a document was sent over. Being careful, Tang Ranran used the smart brain to scan it carefully and confirmed that there was no virus before accepting it. The file was relatively small and was transmitted in 3 seconds. Looking at Taoshan's calm attitude in the video, Tang Ranran had a bad feeling that this document might be bad news. Clicking it, Tang Ranran took a look. Is it a quality inspection report issued by a testing agency? Reading it carefully, Tang Ranran's heart soon sank to the bottom. Test report for Xinliang Group's Xinliang Qingdan XLQG 7572 batch of products. After testing, the purification value of this nutrient solution product is 0.0385. Conclusion: the purification value of this nutrient solution product does not reach 0.05 in the product description, and there are serious quality problems. After reading it and seeing it clearly, Tang Ranran's heart was cold. It's over. There are also many technologies and hard work in this world. The supervision of additives is not very strict. But there are two data that are of utmost importance. One is the radiation value. The radiation value of food objects must not exceed the value on the food packaging. Once the food regulatory authorities find that the radiation value exceeds the standard, the company will definitely go bankrupt. The other is the purification value. The purification value of food must reach the value on the food packaging. Once the food regulatory authorities find that the purification value does not meet the standard, the company will also go bankrupt. Of course, individual deviations are allowed. For example, in the sampling process of Xinliang Qingdan, a 1% error is allowed. But the error value must be within 0.01. That is to say, among 100 Xinliang Qingdan, one unqualified one is allowed to appear, with a purification value of less than 0.05, but above 0.04, and 0.0385. It's over. If this is the sampling result of the Regulatory Bureau, then Xinliang will go bankrupt. Tang Ranran carefully looked at the company with the outgoing test certificate, Headwang Single Food Safety Testing Company, Ltd. The Heshi planet is the planet of the 9th galaxy. Conspiracy theories came up immediately. It is Hengsheng who wants to deal with Xinliang. The audience of Xinliang Qingdan is the general white-collar class. The kind of ordinary people with a little extra money. After they buy the nutrient solution, it is impossible for them to go for testing. After all, it costs money to do the test. Not to mention that the purification value is accurate to 4 decimal places. Such an accurate test costs at least 50,000. Therefore, this is definitely the work of Hengsheng. But, if it is based on this test report alone, although it will cause heavy losses to the group, it is not an official quality inspection after all. So it can still be saved and will not go bankrupt. But seeing Taoshan's calm appearance, Tang Ranran knew that it could not be as simple as just this test report. I am afraid there is an insider, and they probably have a lot of unqualified products in their hands. This is a threat. If she does not sell her shares, as long as they send the unqualified products to the Quality Inspection Bureau, Xinliang will definitely go bankrupt. The bankruptcy crisis came again. And Tang Ranran was so angry that she felt her blood pressure was high. Mr. Tang, we can give you 3 days to consider, Taoshan said with a smile of conspiracy, and ended the call. Miss Ranran? What's wrong? Seeing that Tang Ranran looked bad, Yang Tao, who had listened to a few words beside her, asked. It's okay. After taking a deep breath, Tang Ranran waved her hand, then walked a few steps outside, forwarded the quality inspection report to Tang Chui, and immediately called her again. In less than 5 seconds, the communication was connected. And, it's urgent. I send you the file. After reading it, you must check it for me immediately, from production to sales, to determine whether there is a problem with this batch. If there is a problem, immediately arrange for a recall. Recall as many as possible. And hurry up. Also, check all the products that have been shipped recently to see if there are any quality problems. This, after reading the file in silence, Tang Chui exclaimed. Her face changed drastically, and she gritted her teeth and said angrily, I know. I check it immediately. After receiving the inspection documents from Tang Ranran, Tang Chui's mood was like a storm, full of haze. Tang Chui immediately checked the quality inspection reports of all recent batches. And the first batch to bear the brunt was naturally the XLQG 7572 batch. However, after checking so much, Tang Chui found that there was no. As a food production company, quality is absolutely checked at every level. Xinliang Qingdan has a total of 100 production lines, each of which has a quality inspector. Each batch of products must be inspected at a rate of 1000:1. Only after reaching a 100% qualified rate can this batch of products be put into storage and enter the sales link. However, there was no quality inspection report for the XLQG 7572 batch. Tang Chui, who was at the Suqi Huangqing-based production base, immediately called the production line leader and quality inspector of this batch over. What's going on? Where is the inspection report for this batch? Tang Chui was furious, slammed the desk heavily, and roared at the two. Tang. Mr. Tang. This batch was in charge of team leader Song before I took office. The production line leader immediately passed the buck, saying it had nothing to do with him. Mr. Tang. I don't know either. I was in charge of production line number 36 before, and was transferred to production line number 35 half a month ago. This batch of products was before I was transferred there. The quality inspector also shook his head. It had nothing to do with him. It was the predecessor's fault. He shouldn't take it. Tang Chui eyelids jumped, realizing that something was wrong. Immediately, a call was made to the Human Resources Department. After Tang Chui asked carefully, she found out that the team leader Song Bin and the quality inspector Du Tong of production line number 35 of the XLQG 7572 batch had resigned half a month ago. Run away. This is not accidental. It's definitely a conspiracy. Tang Chui's legs softened, and she fell back and sat in her leather boss chair. In the constant temperature room of 25 degrees, the whole person was sweating. Finished. It was the competitor who messed with him. The purification value is not up to standard, which is absolutely fatal. This is really finished. Go check it for me. Check the sampling video of the XLQG 7572 batch of products, and check the original data on the testing machine. You two hurry up. Yes. The two went out immediately. It took a few seconds to adjust her mood, and Tang Chui contacted various departments in a hurry. Half an hour later, Tang Chui basically confirmed that the other batches had quality inspections, and there were no problems, while the XLQG 7572 batch had sampling videos. But the original test data on the machine was deleted. Comparing the video, the person who deleted the data was the quality inspector Du Tong. Tang Chui can now be 99% sure that it was not accidental, but that all the products in this batch were tampered with. The 10,000 Xinliang Qingdan in this batch were all sold to Hegwixing Daming Affordable Nutrient Liquid Trading Company, Limited in the 9th Galaxy. Tang Chui contacted the person in charge of the other party, who said that this batch of nutrient solution had been sold out. As for who the buyer was, it was not convenient to disclose due to privacy regulations. Sold out. Tang Chui was shocked to get such a reply. If it was a physical supermarket market, it would not be sold out so quickly. So it is very likely that the mastermind bought all of them. Before she could ask more questions, a call came in from Chen Dafu. Tang Chui's heart skipped a beat. She said a few more words, but she couldn't find out any news. She could only end the call with the person in charge of the trading company, and then connected to Chen Dafu's call. Tang Chui. As soon as the call was connected, Chen Dafu's roar like a volcanic eruption came. How do you do things? At the beginning, you swore that you were capable and could manage the group well. For your brother's sake, I agreed to let you sit in the production base in the rear. Look now. Look, the purification value is not up to standard. You? Do you think the group is not bankrupt? You are a pig teammate. I am so angry. Chen Dafu was furious, and the whole person was possessed by the roaring emperor. Mr. Chen, please calm down. Tang Chui realized that Chen Dafu might have also received the quality inspection report. Calm down. How can I calm down? The group is going bankrupt. How can I calm down? Do you know that if the purification value does not meet the standard, once it is exposed, we will face bankruptcy? Tang Chui wanted to explain, but for a moment she didn't know how to start. After all, the quality inspection director was her elder brother, Tang Chenwu, also receiving Taoxian communication. He got a purchase price of 6 billion per share. Chen Dafu was in a mood to eat people. He cursed again and vented a lot of his anger. Sure enough, Women are all long-haired and short-sighted, and they are more likely to cause trouble than to accomplish things. Finally, Chen Dafu ended the communication after not forgetting to attack her gender. After being scolded, Tang Shui was so angry that she gritted her teeth and cursed, "Old bastard," and then called the communication to find Tang Shenwu. The phone rang for a full minute before the call was connected. "Brother," Tang Shui, who was full of anger, spoke in an unusually sharp voice. "I'm here. I'm here. Why are you shouting so loudly? You scared me." Tang Shenwu muttered with complaint. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Where is the quality inspection report for the batch XLQG 7572? Tang Shui asked. "Ah. What?" Tang Shenwu was a little confused and couldn't remember it for a while. As the quality inspection director, how could you not know? How could you? How could you? Are you trying to piss me off to death? Staring at Tang Shenwu, who looked confused on the video call, Tang Shui was so angry that sparks were about to burst from her eyes. Think about it carefully. Why is there no quality inspection report for the 00087572 batch of Xinliang Qinggan? Such a serious mistake. And you didn't even know about it. Ah. This. Tang Shui's face was really too ugly. Tang Shenwu swallowed his saliva and thought about it carefully. Then he remembered and answered. I remember that Xiaotong contacted me before and said that she accidentally lost a set of quality inspection data. I don't think it's a big deal. It's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. Tang Shui yelled angrily. Tang Shenwu shrank his neck, feeling a little guilty. If the test data was lost by an ordinary quality inspector, it would be a big mistake. But Du Tong had a special relationship with him. They slept together. So when Du Tong came to him crying, he waved his hand and said that it was lost. Of course, Tang Shenwu did not ignore everything. He defended himself. Although the data was lost, I asked. Xiaotong said that the quality inspection pass rate was 100%. And I also asked Song Bin, the production team leader of this batch. And he also said that he had seen the original data and there was no problem. Have you had a brain eaten by bugs? What do they say? Little sister, is there something wrong? Tang Shenwu's heart became uneasy. Something big has happened. Thanks to you. Xinliang is going to go bankrupt. What? Tang Shenwu screamed in shock and asked in disbelief. No. No way. Song Bin and Du Tong have resigned. You can see for yourself, Tang Shui said unhappily, and sent the quality inspection documents while speaking. This. After seeing the quality inspection report, Tang Shenwu widened his eyes, as if he was struck by lightning, and was stunned for several seconds. When he spoke again, his voice was trembling because of fear. What? What should I do? Little sister, what should I do? How should I know? Realizing the seriousness of the matter, Tang Shenwu had a bad idea in his mind. Why don't we sell the shares to Chen Dafu quickly before the truth is revealed? Heh! Tang Shui sneered. Do you think Chen Dafu is a fool? He knew it a long time ago. Ah! Tang Shenwu hurriedly said. What should we do? Then, let's contact our fourth brother quickly. He knows a lot of people. Let him contact people quickly, and we will sell the shares. Tang Shui, I'm afraid it's too late. After venting her anger at Tang Shenwu, Tang Shui didn't care to say anything more to him. She hung up the phone and started to contact Tang Ranran. At this time, Tang Ranran was still waiting in the hall, looking up information on the smart brain. After the call was connected, Tang Shui hurriedly asked, Ranran, who gave you this quality inspection report? Did the other party say anything? Do you know their purpose? After basically understanding the cause and effect, Tang Shui had a guess in her mind at this moment. Someone was setting up a trap, and they were stupid enough to fall for it. And the ultimate goal of this behind-the-scenes mastermind should not be to bring them down, but to make a profit by holding this handle. If it can be done to avoid disaster, then it can only be done this way. This document was given by a secretary named Tao Shen from Jingmoxing Hingxing Investment Company Limited. He said he was the special assistant to the executive. Looking at Tang Shui's face, Tang Ranran knew that something was wrong, and said in a heavy tone, Hengxing Investment wants to acquire our Xinliang shares. For more than half an hour, Tang Ranran was looking up the relevant information of Hengxing Investment on the smart brain. She was not wrong. Hengxing Investment is a company under Hengxing Group. It has a little meaning of starting a new business. But in general, it is still Hengxing Group. Hengxin Group is a long-established enterprise and an absolute behemoth. Jingmoxing Hengxin Investment was established by Hengxin Group 22 years ago. Although it was established a short time ago, Hengxin Investment has achieved brilliant results in just a few decades. The projects or enterprises acquired or invested by Hengxin Investment are all Kunping spreading their wings and rising with the wind, soaring up to 9,000 miles. In just 20 years, the total assets of Hengxin Investment have increased from hundreds of billions to trillions, writing a legendary myth in the investment industry. The speed of its property appreciation is rare in the entire financial world. Being favored by Hengxin Investment, Tang Ranran didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hengxin Investment? Tang Chui was shocked and couldn't believe it. They want to acquire Xinliang? Tang Chui knew more about Hengxin Group than Tang Ranran, so there was no need to check the smart brain. And the relevant information had already appeared in her mind. Like Tang Ranran, Tang Chui was also in a complicated mood at the moment. Being favored by Hengxin Investment means that their Xinliang has unlimited potential and a prosperous future. But this future may have nothing to do with their Tang family. Tang Ranran nodded with a heavy expression. Yes. What price did they give? Tang Chui asked helplessly. The other party's meaning was very clear. Either sell the shares to them now, or wait for bankruptcy. 6 billion per share. Tang Ranran told the truth. How much? 6 billion. Although she guessed that the price would not be too high. 6 billion was too low. Tang Chui could not help but curse angrily. This is too much. It is not so cheap even if it is a loss. And what happened to that batch of nutrient solution? How could the purification value not meet the standard? Knowing that it was a death sentence, Tang Ranran still couldn't help but struggle. After understanding the cause and effect, maybe she could successfully rescue it? Hey. Tang Chui sighed and told about Songbin and Du Tong being bribed and Tang Qingwu's dereliction of duty. Finally, she said, that batch of nutrient solution was bought by someone. And it should be Hengxin. Now they have all the handles in their hands. And we are very passive. Is there any room for redemption? Tang Ranran's tone was dim. And she almost gave up hope. This situation doesn't exist. Tang Chui shook her head helplessly. Hengxin had set up a trap. And they had already fallen into it. No matter how the process went. Even if they collected evidence that Songbin and Du Tong had been bribed to sabotage, it would be useless. The result was that their products failed to meet the purification value requirements. Now they were at the mercy of others. They either sold their shares at a loss or went bankrupt. Tang Ranran was silent, sighing in her heart. Alas, I didn't expect that she would not be able to escape bankruptcy in the end. Oh, wrong. It was not as serious as bankruptcy. It was selling shares at a loss. After sighing and being silent for a few seconds, Tang Chui spoke again and asked, Ranran, where are you now? I have returned to the third galaxy. I am now waiting for a spacecraft on the hub star. I can return to Sutter in 3 hours. Originally, I changed my mind and wanted to go home. But after a while, Tang Ranran thought that she still had to go to Suchi Huang Star. After I arrived at Sutter, I went directly to Suchi Huangxing. Okay. I'm at the base camp of the planting base. And I've made contact. Ranran, don't worry too much. It's not the worst yet. Tang Chui said something comforting. Hengxin Investment's goal is to acquire our Xinliang. It's not good for them to fight to the death. And there's still room for negotiation. Give me the contact information of the person from Hengxin Investment. And I talked to Secretary Tao first. Yeah. Tang Ranran said Tao Shen number. She knew very well that the so-called negotiation was just to slightly increase the share purchase price. Being acquired was a foregone conclusion. When the time comes, things will work out. Things have already come to this. The worst-case scenario is bankruptcy. And it may or may not be bankruptcy. It's just a loss. Tang Ranran enlightened herself a few times and accepted this reality. She should still care about her farm. Tang Ranran entered the farm with consciousness and took a look at her own fields. She still has the golden finger. So she doesn't care about losses. Yes. It doesn't matter. Looking at her own kingdom, Tang Ranran's slightly depressed mood soon became cheerful again. As a woman with a golden finger, she shouldn't have any worries. Yes. Throw away the worries and be a carefree and happy child. The storm still needs to ferment. The lake is still calm. Tang Ranran successfully boarded the spaceship and then arrived at the planet Sutter smoothly. After waiting at the Sutter Star Station for less than half an hour, Tang Ranran and her group boarded the spaceship bound for Suchi Huang Star. The special spaceship looked similar to her small spaceship. Although small, it had all the necessary functions. The speed of the small spaceship was not slower than that of the large spaceship. About 5 hours later, the small spaceship arrived at Suchi Huang Star. There were 4 nutrient solution production bases on Suchi Huang Star. The largest production base was near the Xiaolianko area, very close to the spaceship parking area, less than 5 kilometers away. After getting off the spaceship, Tang Ranran took out her own hovercraft from the special space buckle. A bodyguard drove it, and she and Yang Tao sat in the back seat. Within 5 minutes of getting on the car, they arrived at the production base of the headquarters. After swiping the license plate to enter the production base and parking in the office building area, Tang Ranran stepped out of the car and the intelligent brain started beeping. Emergency shareholders meeting? Chen Dafu, the second largest shareholder, initiated a shareholders meeting. Tang Ranran walked towards the administrative area of the office building and joined the meeting in video mode. As soon as he entered, the smart screen was divided into several small screens, each of which was a person, including Tang Chui, Tang Chenwu, Chen Dafu, Shen Wei, a small shareholder, and Tao Shen. How did this guy get in? Tang Ranran felt uneasy. And those who come with bad intentions will not come. Sure enough, after dozens of large and small shareholders all entered the online conference room, Chen Dafu took the lead and introduced himself to everyone. Chen Dafu, this is Tao Shen, the special assistant to the chairman of Jingmoxing Hingxing Investment Company, Ltd. Tao Shen was elegant and greeted everyone with a smile. Hello, everyone. I am Tao Shen, representing Jingmoxing Hingxing Investment Company, Ltd. Isn't this a shareholders meeting? Tang Fei, who was not very smart, muttered in confusion. Yes, shareholders meeting. Chen Dafu dropped a bombshell. I have reached an agreement with Secretary Tao that 20% of the 25% shares in my name will be sold to Hingxing Investment. The relevant procedures are currently being processed. So Secretary Tao is also a shareholder. What? Chen Dafu, you sold your shares? 20%? So many? So suddenly? Secretary Tao, are you still collecting shares? How much per share? The small shareholders who did not know the truth started talking at once. And the video conference suddenly became a mess. Chen Dafu, everyone. Be quiet. Be quiet. After the discussion basically quieted down, Tao Shen spoke again. We, Hengxing Investment, want to get the absolute controlling rights of Xinliang. Our predetermined goal is 80% of the shares, which means that we have to acquire at least 60% of the shares. And the acquisition price is 6 billion per share. As soon as these words came out, the conference room was instantly as quiet as a chicken. Except for Tang Ranran and a few people who knew the inside story. The rest of the people were all shocked. Are you kidding? We only require that the total shares reach 80%. And there is no limit on the resale personnel. You can discuss the specific resale shares on your own. I have something else to do, so I leave first. Simply speaking, Tao Shen left the conference room. Because of the heavenly book, the conference room remained silent for dozens of seconds. Tang Chenwen broke the silence first with a sarcastic sneer. 6 billion per share? Huh. What a big tone. It's almost funny. Tang Fei, little sister, how much did you say the shares were worth last time? If I remember correctly, it was 9 billion per share. Right? The head of the family, Tang Ming, affirmed. The market value per share is at least 9 billion. This Tao guy is just dreaming. Tang Chenwen, that's right. Hengxin wants to acquire us for only 6 billion. What are you thinking? Chen Dafu, huh? It was worth 9 billion before. But now? Hee hee. Tang Fei, Mr. Chen. What do you mean? Tang Chenwen, that's right. Chen Dafu. What do you mean by that? Depreciation? Ranran. Could it be that something happened on the YS-212 planet? Tang Ranran. It's all good on the YS-212 planet. Everything is going well. Shen Wei, Brother Chen. You sold 20%. What's the price? Isn't it 6 billion per share? Chen Dafu, yes. 6 billion per share. The transfer of shares must be notified to all shareholders. And the price cannot be concealed. Chen Dafu said this bargain price with a heartache. 6 billion. It's simply a bargain price. He didn't want it. But the batch of nutrient solution with unqualified purification value is in Hingxing hands. If the other party wants to kill them, they only need a consumer complaint. If he doesn't sell it now, he is afraid that he won't be able to sell it in the future. Tang Chenwen, Chen Dafu. Are you stupid? Selling at a loss? Chen Dafu said with an ugly face. It's not selling at a loss. It's vomiting blood. You can see it for yourself. Chen Dafu threw the quality inspection report with unqualified purification value into the meeting room. Everyone received the document. And when they saw it, the meeting immediately exploded again. Unqualified purification value? Purification value 0.0385. How could this be? Xinliang Qinggans. The purification value in the product description is 0.05. But in fact it is around 0.055. How can it be 0.0385? This purification value has exceeded the allowable deviation value. Once this test report is exposed, our reputation and credibility will be ruined. Wait, have you checked the authenticity of this report? Is it fake? Yes. Is it a scam? What is going on? After the heated debate eased a little, Chen Dafu spoke again. I don't want to believe it's true. But Secretary Tao gave me a box of nutrient solution from batch 00087572. I have had it tested. There are 12 bottles in a box. And all of them failed. They are all below 0.05. And even 3 of them are not even 0.04. Hiss. A group of people gasped. Tang Ming asked angrily. How could such a serious accident happen? What happened? It's your son's fault. Chen Dafu sneered. What Tang Chui could find out. Chen Yue, who was also in charge, naturally found out. And then Chen Dafu knew the whole story. In a few words, Chen Dafu told the story of Songbin and Du Tong, and also revealed that Tang Chengwu and Du Tong had an affair. You are slandering me. Du Tong and I are ordinary superiors and subordinates. We are innocent. Tang Chengwu immediately denied it. He admitted the mistakes at work, but he couldn't admit that he had an affair with his subordinate. Otherwise his family would be in turmoil. Keep your innocence in the world. You evil creature. Tang Ming was furious. His eyes bulged out. And his expression was like he was going to beat Tang Chenwu, the evil son, to death through the internet cable. Come back here. Now. Right now. If I don't beat you to death today, you won't be called Tang. Dad, I have something to do. So I won't be back recently. Knowing that he had caused a big mess, Tang Chengwu dared not return to the Tang family mansion. He had already bought a spaceship ticket to the next planet and was ready to go out to avoid the limelight. Brother, you are going to kill us. Tang Fei was so angry that she was about to cry. 9 billion became 6 billion, which was a reduction of 3 billion. A full 3 billion. Little sister, brother is unreliable. How can you be so confused? I was negligent. Tang Chui didn't argue. She simply admitted her mistake. And it was indeed her fault that her employees were bribed. How can you blame Lao Wu? Isn't Mr. Chen Sun also in the management group? Mother Shen Fenghua couldn't help but speak for her daughter, and at the same time threw the blame for poor management onto Chen Yue. Mrs. Tang is really good at shirking responsibility. Chen Dafu sneered, with sarcasm. My Yue is not responsible for product quality control. Tang Fei chimed in. The employees have been bribed. Doesn't he have any responsibility? Chen Dafu, humph. Making up a story. Seeing the quarrel in the conference room, Shen Wei acted as a peacemaker and said, It's useless to say so much now. Let's discuss what to do. What else can we do? Secretary Tao's meaning is very clear. Either sell another 60% of the shares to Hingxing, or we go bankrupt. Although he was very unwilling. It was already like this, and he could only make amends. Still hoping to make a profit from the 5% shares in his hands. Chen Dafu had already stood on the main selling side, and said in a threatening voice, I don't think you want to go bankrupt. Right? Tang Fei reacted belatedly. Ah. It's Hingxing that bribed Songbin and Du Tong. Right? The obvious fact is that naturally no one paid attention to her. Tang Chenwu continued to try to pass the buck. They Hingxing used this method. We can't defend against it. Ha! Chen Dafu sneered, and was too lazy to pay attention to these two idiots. Tang Chenwen, 6 billion is too little. Can we talk to them again? At least 8 billion. Right? Tang Ming said firmly. Even if it's 8 billion, we won't sell it. Xinliang is our Tang family property. Chen Dafu, if you don't sell it, you go bankrupt. Besides, old man, you are not the one who makes the decision in the Tang family. Niece Ranran, you have to think clearly. If Hingxing exposes this batch of unqualified nutrient solution, Xi Liang will be finished. And your YS212 star project will also be finished. By then, it will be hundreds of billions of debts. Tang Ranran, who was named, expressed his attitude with an embarrassed tone. Now Hingxing has our handle, and the shares cannot be kept. But this acquisition, the price is indeed too low. Not even enough to pay back the bank loan. Tang Chui followed up and agreed. If our Xi Liang goes bankrupt, they will acquire a company with no credibility, which is not good for them. And Hingxing has already bought 20% of the shares. As shareholders, if Xi Liang goes bankrupt, won't their money go down the drain? So I think there is still some room for negotiation. Chen Dafu poured cold water on him. Tang Chui, you think too simply. There is still room for negotiation. The attitude of the man surnamed Tao is as firm as a stone. He said 6 billion, which is not even a star coin. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Secretary Tao's attitude is very clear. What he means is, we Hingxing want to acquire you. It is your blessing. Don't be shameless. I advise you not to take yourself too seriously, and not know how to raise your head. If you jump too much and annoy others, you might get killed. Tang Ming said angrily. You are boosting others' ambitions, and destroying your own prestige. I won't sell it. What can they do? Tang Fei muttered. If we go bankrupt, won't they waste 120 billion? Qin Dafu, they are Hingxing investment. Not to mention their own strength. Their biological father is Hingxing Group. Don't say you don't know Hingxing Group. It is the company of the Xie family. An old family in the first galaxy. Does the Xie family know about it? The Xie family existed when the empire was established in the first year of the Star Era. Do they care about a mere 120 billion? Tang Fei, huh? You are so arrogant. Why don't they use money to kill me? If they have the guts to give me 10 billion, I'd beg him to buy it. Qin Dafu choked and said coldly, I can't talk to you. I won't talk to you. Tang Chui, tell me, what should we do? Tang Chui was helpless. Secretary Tao and Ran said before that they would give her 3 days to think about it. They shouldn't make any moves in the next 2 days. I talked to him again. If we can't reach an agreement, then we can only accept this price. This matter is ultimately the negligence of Director Tang Chenwu. Manager Tang Chui and Manager Chen Yue are also responsible for improper management. I think you have an obligation to bear this loss. Chen Mian, a small shareholder with less than 1% of the shares, spoke up. I second the motion. This loss should not be borne by us. I won't sell the shares in my hands. Me too. I won't sell. Yes. Why should we share the losses caused by you? With Chen Mian as a leader, many small shareholders with less than 1% of the shares spoke up one after another. And they were determined not to sell their shares. Although the shares are small. The small shareholders are not stupid. Being acquired by Hingxing is a foregone conclusion. And when Xi Liang's major shareholder becomes Hingxing Investment, it will be a great thing. Who is not familiar with the legend of Hingxing Investment? Controlled by Hingxing Investment, Xi Liang will take off on the spot. When the time comes, these small shareholders will enjoy the good life. And the annual dividends will definitely increase several times. So, for them, it is not a bad thing, but a good thing. Of course, the premise is that Xi Liang does not go bankrupt and keeps the shares in their hands. While the small shareholders protested to protect their own interests, Tang Ranran did not express any opinions, and walked into the office area without paying attention, and finally came to the chairman's office on the top floor that originally belonged to Tang Qingji. You guys go to the dormitory area to rest first. After sending Yang Tao and 2 guards away, Tang Ranran used the smart brain to open the office door. The 200 square meter office of the major shareholder is very luxurious. After running all the way, I was a little tired. Slumping down in the boss's leather chair in the office area, Tang Ranran switched the equipment and turned on a large projection screen. At this time, in the video conference, the protest of the small shareholders was coming to an end. It was obvious that they had reached a consensus in private. The small shareholders were united and said 2 words in unity. No sale. And then left the meeting one by one. The small shareholders ran away in a flash. Qin Dafu was so angry that he gritted his teeth. And then he pointed the spearhead at the other 2. Shin Wei, Yu Liang, What do you two say? Yu Liang spoke first. His expression was tangled and somewhat embarrassed. I don't want to sell either. Qin Mian and his group are making trouble. And you don't understand? You have 3% in your hands. Even if you keep all of it. When Hengxing people come to power, do you think you can get away with it? Qin Dafu reminded coldly. I also had to persuade Secretary Tao to agree to let me keep 5% of the shares. This, Xin Wei. You say. I listened to you. As a technician, Yu Liang couldn't make up his mind. Then, since Secretary Tao said 80%, Yu Liang and I will each give up 80% of our shares. After weighing the pros and cons, Xin Wei made a decision. Qin Mian knew what those small shareholders, who held less than 1% of the shares, were up to. But Qin Dafu was right. If he didn't sell now, he would be held accountable later. It would be better to be tactful and cooperate actively to leave a good impression on the future boss. Moreover, the shares were given to him by the boss Tang Qingji. So it was free. For him, it would just make less money. Xin Wei was not greedy. Okay. I listened to you. Although a little regretful, Yu Liang still agreed with Xin Wei's decision. Okay. Qin Dafu nodded with satisfaction. And then continued. Then the total is. Xin Wei holds 5%. Which means 4% is transferred. And Yu Liang holds 3%. Which means 2.4% is transferred. 26.4%. The remaining 53.6%. This part is transferred by your Tang family. Chen Dafu made the final decision. As for how you divide it specifically, you can discuss it behind closed doors. We are all in the same boat. No one wants to sink. Right? Tang Chui, okay. We will discuss it ourselves. After the shareholders' meeting, Tang Chui opened a new meeting group. Tang Ming roared like a volcano in the group, scolding Tang Chen-Wu. Tang Chen-Wu. You evil creature. Why did I give birth to such a useless thing like you? You have ruined all the property of our old Tang family. Come back dead. I will break your dog legs today. Tang Chen-Wu dared not say a word after being scolded, and could only pretend to be dumb. After scolding for a long time, it was obvious that his saliva had dried up. So Tang Ming stopped to find some water to drink. While Tang Ming was cursing, Tang Fei, who had already checked the relevant information of Hengxing Investment, had a little idea. Hengxing Investment is definitely a Midas touch, and wherever it points, it will make money. Tang Fei was determined to keep the 1% of the shares under her name. So, brother, you have to take responsibility for the trouble you caused. 53.6%. Ran only has 52%. You're 1%. All counted. Sister, don't wait like this. Although he missed the trap, Tang Chen-Wu didn't want to lose money. Tang Ran, who was too lazy to talk, rolled her eyes in her heart. Does this mean that her 52% is all paid? Tang Chen-Wen seconded. I agree with my sister. Big brother, your 1% is all included. Tang Chen-Wu was very unhappy. Why? Tang Fei, just because you neglected your duties and had an affair with that woman called Tong. Tang Chen-Wu, I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Tang Fei, humph. Look at your guilty expression. I know there is something fishy. Do you believe I will tell my sister-in-law? Tang Chen-Wu hurriedly said. No. I really didn't. Big sister, don't gossip and disturb my family. Tang Chen-Wen, big brother. Even if you really have nothing to do with that woman, you are the quality inspection director. This is an indisputable fact. Right? You have to be responsible for your dereliction of duty. You. Tang Chen-Wu was angry, but he couldn't defend himself. Ah. Shin Fenghua sighed and said. Ah. You are indeed responsible for this matter. Xiufei and An's demands are not excessive. Mom, it's only 6 billion. Tang Chen-Wu was unwilling to accept it. He also wanted to get on the big ship of Hengxing Investment and drink a mouthful of soup. How dare you say that? If it weren't for you, would there be only 6 billion? After drinking half a cup of tea and moistening his throat, Tang Ming was full of energy again. You can still get 6 billion. You should be satisfied. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something else. But Tang Chen-Wu finally gave up. His parents had spoken, and it was a foregone conclusion. He could only admit it. I know. I will sell all my 1%. Tang Chen-Wu accepted the reality sadly, and then reiterated it again. But I want to declare that Du Tong and I really have nothing to do with each other. We are innocent. This matter must not be admitted. Tang Fei rolled her eyes and said perfunctorily, I know. I know. Tang Shenwen, don't worry. Brother. I know you are innocent. Tang Fei continued. There is still 0.6%. Little sister. You have also failed in your duty. You will pay this 0.6%. Tang Ran, although she didn't say much. Do we really not need to ask her opinion? Unable to help herself. Tang Ran said. According to 80%. I only need to sell 41.6%. Right? Even if it is rounded off. It is 42%. Ran. Didn't you hear what Shindafu said? If you keep 10% for yourself, the people of Hengxing will definitely deal with you when they come to power. How can ordinary people like us fight against them? Listen to your aunt and sell everything. Tang Fei had reasons and persuaded with a sincere attitude. Aunt, you are not afraid of them dealing with you even though you haven't transferred any shares. Why should I be afraid? Tang Ran said to her. How can I be the same as you? I am only 1%. Just a little bit. Why do they want to punish me? Tang Fei immediately refuted. Then lowered her voice and said gloomily, I heard that wealthy families are very dark. And some even hire assassins. Ran, if you don't agree, maybe they will send assassins. Old second. What nonsense are you talking about? Tang Ming scolded. Tang Chui was speechless. Second sister. Have you watched too many TV dramas? Rule of Law Society. Tang Fei had a reason. TV comes from reality. Who is behind Hengxing investment? It's the Xia family. The clan? The privileged class. You guys are too naive. Well, Tang Ran sweated silently. It must be said that class privileges do exist. But why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? She is such a small figure. Hengxing won't send assassins. Right? In fact, Tang Ran didn't plan to keep so many shares. But it's not natural to ask her to give them all. Tang Shenwen chimed in. Ran, second sister is right. You have too many shares in your hands. Which is a disaster. Tang Chui couldn't stand the behavior of Tang Fei and Tang Shenwen. And said, Okay. Second sister. Fourth brother. Don't scare Ran. I will sell all the 2% in my hands. And parents, you should also give up a little. And leave some shares for Ran to enjoy dividends. After Tang Chui finished speaking, Tang Ming remained silent for a long time. As a couple, Shen Fenghua was very clear about Tang Ming's silent attitude. So she could only stand up and speak out. Xiao Chui, you know the current situation. The house has been mortgaged by your third brother. It may be sealed by the court one day. And you will be homeless. Your father and I are old. And we are counting on these shares in our hands for retirement. Tang Ming still did not speak. The couple's attitude was very clear. They would not sell. Tang Fei hurriedly said, Little sister, if you give up all your 2%, then Ran can still keep 1.4%. Even if it is a dividend. It is enough to spend. Tang Shenwen immediately agreed. Yes. We only have 1%. 1.4% is a lot. One by one. Tang Ran was speechless, and was too lazy to argue with him. Oh! Forget it. I will definitely not be able to cope with it after Hengxing people take over. I will sell all 52% of the shares under my name. But they only give 6 billion. Which is not enough for me to redeem the shares. What should I do with this part of the price difference? As soon as Tang Ran said this, the group immediately became quiet. 10 seconds later, seeing that the others were obviously unwilling to pay, Tang Chui could only stand up and said, Then I keep 1%. And I sell 1%. Ran, you can use my 6 billion for turnover. And count it as my investment in the YS212 Star project. Tang Ran, 6 billion may not be enough. Next month's 3% stake will cost 19.2 billion. Tang Chui, brother. You still have 6 billion. Tang Shenwu, who was named, jumped up immediately. He had already lost a lot of money by selling shares. And he was arranged by others before he got the money? How could that be? Tang Shenwu had a very good reason. And it was perfect. No need to draft. No. My family needs to buy a house. Shu Bai is getting married. And we have found a house. But we are short of money. You know, Shu Bai's girlfriend is the daughter of his department leader. When they get married, Shu Bai will have a bright future. This is not a house. But Shu Bai's career. Tang Chui, it's just a cash flow. I'm not going to pay you back. Tang Shenwu firmly refused. No. I don't know how to explain the sale of shares to Wen-min. If I don't get the money, she will make a big fuss with me. Little sister, you don't want to see my big brother and his wife and children separated. Right? Tang Chingwu refused to give in. Tang Fei and Tang Chingwen insisted that they had no money, while Tang Ming and Shen Fenghua remained silent. None of them were useful. So Tang Chui could only take on the matter again. Okay. I don't count on you. I talked to Secretary Tao again. If they want to acquire shares, they should agree to advance the money first. If it doesn't work, I sell the remaining 1%. It can be regarded as a solution. They don't have to sacrifice their interests anymore. The few people who have protected their own interests are relieved. And then, they care about other small details. Tang Fei. Old 5. If you sell all your shares, will your position change after Hengqing takes over? Tang Chui said helplessly. There is an old saying that a new emperor appoints new ministers. After Hengqing takes over, I will be excluded even if I stay in Xinliang. It is better to be sensible and resign on my own initiative. Tang Fei was surprised. Ah, you want to leave? Then, what about my Ade and Shaoqing? The worst case scenario is that they will be kicked out. Tang Chui said calmly. She knew exactly what kind of people her brother-in-law Li De and nephew Li Qing were. If they were not relatives, she would not tolerate such employees, who only took money, but did not do anything. Ah! What should we do? Tang Fei was anxious. Although their salaries were just a drop in the bucket compared to their shares. As men, how could they not make money? And without a high-end job, how could his son Li Qing find a good partner? Tang Chingwu thought more than Tang Fei, and was more anxious. Little sister, I think you should keep some shares and stay in the group. What if no one is watching and our shares are diluted? It's useless for me to stay. Tang Chui was helpless and stated the pros and cons. You have also seen Secretary Tao's methods. If the new boss is kinder, they eat meat, and they can give us a sip of soup. But if, they will concentrate power sooner or later, and small shareholders will be kicked out sooner or later. And by then, there may not even be 6 billion left. Shen Fenghua exclaimed. No way. Hengqing is a big family. They shouldn't be so calculative. Right? Tang Chingwen comforted himself. That's right. Little sister. They won't leave us a sip of soup. Right? Tang Chui. I don't know. I'm just telling you the worst case scenario. Several people were still talking in the video conference. Tang Ranran was too lazy to participate. Running all the way. A little tired. So take a rest first. Tang Ranran sent a private message to Tang Chui, who was in the same office building, saying that she would sleep for a while and didn't need to come to her, and she would discuss it tomorrow. Tang Chui replied quickly. Tang Chui, okay. You have a good rest. The chairman's office not only has an office area, but also a home rest area, bedroom, living room, kitchen, etc. Everything is available. The cleaning staff would clean every now and then. So Tang Ranran could just lie down like she was staying in a hotel, harvesting vegetables, practicing, tempering. Tang Ranran reviewed everything and went to sleep after making sure there were no mistakes. 6 hours later, the alarm rang. After Tang Ranran was woken up, her first reaction was to harvest vegetables. She subconsciously entered the farm and saw the unripe crops on the computer. Tang Ranran was completely awake. This time she was not harvesting vegetables, but doing something bad. After covering her head with a quilt, Tang Ranran entered the farm and went straight to her Qingling grass field. Under the blessing of the soul-locking formation, the area of the Qingling grass field has already had a faint spiritual energy. Of course, it is very, very thin. Although the spiritual energy is only a little thin, it is also effective. Look! The strawberries living in the Qingling grass field are growing more and more juicy. Some time ago, Tang Ranran studied a topic on the relationship between ordinary crops on the farm and spiritual power and purification value. She has come to several preliminary conclusions. One of them, watering with spiritual power can improve the purification value of strawberries. At the second level of qi refining, I can't use magic, but it's still possible to water ordinary plants, like strawberries, with a little spiritual power to help them grow. After picking 10 strawberry plants that are growing vigorously and hanging dozens of strawberries, Tang Ranran marked them and began to water them with spiritual power. After a wave of spiritual power watering, She directly pulled a piece of green spiritual grass to replenish spiritual power, and then continued to water. 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 After 5 waves of repeated watering, Tang Ranran took out the simple purification value detection device and pierced it into a strawberry. Soon, the indicator light on the top of the device lit up. After waiting for 2 minutes, when the light stabilized, Tang Ranran looked at the red with satisfaction. Very red. Very good. Without comparing with the color card, she knew that after being watered with spiritual power, the purification value was much higher than the original unearthed strawberries. Tang Ranran took out the color card of the equipment she had saved and compared it. She estimated that this color was definitely more than 10. About 15. The purification value is about 15, which is not attractive enough. So continue. Tang Ranran continued to water. Water. And water. After another 5 waves of spiritual power, Tang Ranran measured again. And sure enough, the red color became deeper. Comparing with the color chart, Tang Ranran estimated that the red had reached more than 20. Continue. Another measurement. This time, the red color was bright and vivid. Especially red. Especially bright. Almost the same as the test red color of Qingling grass. Tang Ranran felt that this color was redder than the highest purification value of 30 on the color chart. That's it. Dig out the 10 marked strawberries with roots and soil. Tang Ranran returned to the thatched house and threw them into the basement. Finished. Call it a day. After leaving the farm, getting up, changing into sportswear, and drinking another nutrient solution, Tang Ranran left the office, went out, walked up the stairs, and soon reached the roof of the building. At this time, the outside world was dawning, and the morning light was just beginning to appear. Now it was sunrise time. Although it is not a dark and windy night, you can still dig a trap to deceive people. The surname town knows how to play tricks. She knows how to dig a trap. 6 billion? To send away beggars. Although she has a golden finger farm, she is not a big fool. A mere 6 billion. Dreaming? Look, I will dig a trap and kill you. Blowing the cool breeze, Tang Ranran took out her hover car from the space buckle and sat in the driver's seat. Opening the navigation, she chose the zero radiation shrub forest she selected a few days ago as the destination. Go! Driving the hover car is very simple. That is, you need to operate it manually when it is launched, and then it will be intelligent and automatic. Half an hour later, Tang Ranran arrived at the shrub forest area she liked. Finding an open area to park, Tang Ranran got off the car, looked around, and selected a cluster of lush bushes more than 10 meters ahead, intervening in the monitoring channel with the boss privilege, confirming that there is no aerial monitoring observing this area. That is, she is not in the monitoring screen. Tang Ranran began to act. Tang Ranran selected a few blind spots and dug pits to plant strawberries. 10 strawberries were planted scattered around the bushes. After planting, Tang Ranran used spiritual power to water the plants in a small area. Under the nourishment of spiritual power, the newly planted strawberries stretched their rhizomes, and the roots went deep into the soil. On the soil she turned over. A little bit of green sprouts emerged, and soon grew into a bunch of small weeds. Okay. The camouflage is perfect. There is no trace of artificial planting at all. It is absolutely wild and wild. As if the strawberries were originally grown here. After removing her own footprints and other traces, and memorizing the geographical coordinates, Tang Ranran returned to the hovercraft and started it. She had to show her face a few times under the surveillance, and then direct and act in a play. I accidentally discovered a new species with a high purification value. However, Tang Ranran was a little worried. As a planet that has been almost completely mined, the food chain of Su Chi Huang Star is very simple. There are almost no wild animals that threaten humans. Even small creatures like rabbits and mice are very rare. But insects are everywhere. Could it be that the strawberries were eaten by insects as soon as she left? Just 1 or 2 hours. It shouldn't be possible. If the strawberries are unfortunately eaten by small creatures like insects, then it can only be considered her bad luck, and she will have to start all over again. Driving a hover car, Tang Ranran wandered aimlessly in the air. About half an hour later, the intelligent computer rang. Tang Ranran had successfully revealed the license plate number on the surveillance screen. So Tang Chui received the news early in the morning. Fearing that she would be upset, Tang Chui called to show her concern. As soon as the video call was connected, Tang Chui asked, Ran, You went out? Tang Ranran easily made up excuses. Well, I was outside watching the sunrise. Are you alone? When will you be back? Tang Chui, who did not see anyone else in the video, frowned, with a hint of worry in her tone. Yes, I was alone. After watching the sunrise, I walked around. I'm afraid I won't have the chance to do it again in the future. Tang Ranran acted out the literary style with a faint sadness as she looked out the window. Su Chi Huangxing was originally leased by Tang Qingji. When Tang Qingji founded Xiliang, he invested in it with the right to use Su Chi Huangxing. Therefore, the right to use Su Chi Huangxing now belongs to Xiliang Group. After the sale of shares, Tang Ranran had no reason to stay in Su Chi Huangxing. Sadness is contagious. And Tang Chui was infected. She was silent for a few seconds. And when she spoke again, her voice was full of emotion. I know. But I'm not sure if you're alone. So I arranged 2 people to follow you. Okay. Tang Ranran did not refuse. Let Yang Tao and the other 2 who came back with me yesterday come over. Okay. Tang Chui nodded and comforted him. Don't be too sad. Maybe there will be a turnaround. I'm fine. Aunt. Don't worry. After ending the call, the sadness on her face disappeared instantly. Tang Ranran rubbed her face and found a nearby open space to land, pretending to watch the sunrise. But in fact it was a practice without wasting time. About half an hour later, Yang Tao and 2 bodyguards drove a company's commercial large suspension car over. After putting a suspension car into the space buckle, Tang Ranran switched to a large commercial vehicle, and then directed the driver to wander around aimlessly. Finally, he landed near the coordinates. Just take a walk. Just treat it as an outing. Pretending to take a walk, Tang Ranran slowly approached the bushes at the coordinates. 2 bodyguards, one on the left and one on the right, do their duty to protect. Compared with the stereotyped bodyguards, Yang Tao seemed to have no discipline. Maybe she was bored in the base of the YS-212 planet. Now she was in the suburbs. Although there was no scenery, it was still green, fresh air, and full of natural flavor. Yang Tao pulled a grass here and a leaf there, just like a primary school student on an outing, jumping around. Closer, closer. Seeing that Yang Tao, who was walking in the front, was about to reach the cluster of bushes where she planted strawberries, Tang Ranran unconsciously became nervous. If Yang Tao was blind and didn't notice it, she would have to do it herself. How to perform a fresh and natural discovery of strawberries. She had to think about it. Just when Tang Ranran was thinking about the scene, suddenly, ah! A high-pitched scream that pierced the sky. And Yang Tao was so scared that she fell to the ground, and then rolled back. The left and right guards took out their weapons in unison, and were on guard as if they were facing a great enemy. Help! Under the strong desire to survive, Yang Tao quickly climbed up, and then whooshed behind the bodyguard like a rabbit, pointing in the direction of the bushes and shouting in panic. It's a snake! There's a snake! Snake? The left bodyguard's eyes twitched, and he was a little speechless. The right bodyguard exhaled, relaxed in a standard way, and gave Yang Tao a look of accusation. Yang Tao, who understood the expressions of the 2, retorted unconvincedly, It's not an ordinary snake. It's so big. Such a big snake. Yang Tao exaggeratedly waved his arms and gestured a big circle. How is it possible? It's so big. It must be a strange beast. Yes. It's so big. Where is it hiding? The 2 bodyguards obviously didn't believe it. And Tang Ranran was also suspicious. If it was really such a big python, the 4 of them wouldn't be enough to fill their teeth. Oh! I mean the length. So long. Probably. My legs are so thick. Oh my god. I'm scared to death. Yang Tao patted his chest a little bit after surviving a disaster. Really? I didn't lie to you. It's a very thick big snake. Go and have a look. Tang Ranran ordered. The 2 bodyguards looked at each other, holding a gun in one hand and a long stick in the other, and slowly stepped forward with both weapons. Where? There? Over there. It's hidden in the bushes. Yang Tao pointed in the direction. You guys get closer. It will definitely stand up. Don't mention it. Just as Yang Tao finished speaking, a head popped out from the bushes, hissing, threatening the 2 bodyguards. Yang Tao immediately pointed at it and shouted, Look! A big snake! This time, all 4 of them saw it clearly. It's exaggerated to say it's as thick as a thigh. At most, it's as thick as a forearm. It's a round-headed snake. And it's probably non-venomous. Seeing the snake clearly, Tang Ranran was a little surprised. Was this snake guarding the cluster of shrubs where she planted strawberries? This scene had a bit of the flavor of the world of immortal cultivation. Around the best spiritual plants, there must be strong beasts guarding. So, pure plants with high purification values will also attract wild beasts. Before Tang Ranran thought for a few more seconds, a burst of random gunfire. The unlucky snake was shot to death by the left and right guards. Tang Ranran eyelids jumped. Don't shoot her precious strawberries, Tang Ranran ordered. Go and see if it's dead? Be careful. There may be more. The bodyguards on both sides held their weapons and approached carefully. Tang Ranran originally expected the bodyguard to find the strawberry. But Yang Tao's eyes were sharper. Hey, what is that? That? Yes. There. Open it up for me to see. Catching a hint of red, Yang Tao directed the left bodyguard. The left bodyguard then used a long stick to open the branches and leaves under the bushes. And the red color of the strawberry was suddenly revealed. Ah! What is this? What a beautiful little fruit! Yang Tao exclaimed. The right bodyguard had already found the body of the snake and confirmed that there was only one snake here. After eliminating the danger, he reported, Mr. Tang, it's safe now. Hearing this, Yang Tao immediately ran over and pulled up the bushes by herself. And then shouted as if she had discovered a new world. Miss Ranran, come and see. There are small fruits as beautiful as rubies. Seeing that her hand had already reached out to the strawberry, Tang Ranran hurriedly stopped her. Don't move. Ah? Let me test it first. What if it's poisonous? Yes. The brighter the color, the more toxic it is. The left bodyguard agreed. No way. Yang Tao immediately took his hand back. Tang Ranran showed his acting skills and began to act seriously. First, he took out his simple radiation detector and performed one. And then concluded, there is no radiation. Could it be pure food? Yang Tao exclaimed, his eyes shining, staring at the strawberry. I tested again. Tang Ranran continued to perform. Took out her purification value detector. And then a measurement. A bright red light. Ah! Ah! Oh my god! Wow! For exclamations rang out one after another. As we all know, most pure foods are edible. And the redder the test result of the detector, the higher the purification value. Except for Tang Ranran, who was acting. Yang Tao and the bodyguard duo were absolutely expressing their true feelings. Shock, ecstasy, and witnessing a miraculous and incredible thing. Yang Tao, ah, it's so red. How much must it be? Left bodyguard, it can't be 25? Right bodyguard, oh my god. The purification value is 25. At least 5 million per unit. Yang Tao, I need to take a few more photos. This may be the most expensive pure food I can see in my life. Don't move. Protect it. Look around and see if there is any more. Full of ecstasy, Tang Ranran's face became serious and immediately ordered. Yes. The three of them also knew that the matter was of great importance. So they immediately took action. Tang Ranran immediately called Tang Chui. As soon as the call was connected, she shouted anxiously, Auntie, we found a plant here. You hurry up and bring people and equipment here. The purification value is suspected to be above 20. What? Above 20? Tang Chui was so shocked that her voice rose several decibels. Yes, definitely above 20. With a voice full of ecstasy, Tang Ranran said her current location and hurriedly urged. Come quickly. Hurry up and bring people and equipment here. Okay. I be there right away. After receiving Tang Ranran's current location, Tang Chui immediately took action and called the sleeping inspectors with a few desperate calls. About 10 minutes later, a bus-type suspension vehicle carrying people and equipment drove out of the production base and drove at full speed towards the direction where Tang Ranran was. Here, Yang Tao and the bodyguard duo efficiently turned over the bushes within 100 meters around. The result was disappointing. It was only under this bush. While the three were searching, Tang Ranran had already counted the strawberries. The strawberries were not accidentally injured by the fire, but they were obviously eaten by the snake. About a quarter less. If it was a few days later, they might have been eaten by the snake. It was necessary to rob. No wonder there was little pure food. Miss Ranran? That? I was the first to find this fruit. Right? Is there a reward? Yang Tao, who had not found strawberries elsewhere, came back again, smiling and asking for credit for himself. Well, Xiao, you have made a great contribution this time. And there will definitely be a bonus. Tang Ranran nodded, giving a reassurance, and at the same time did not forget to bring the left and right guards. You will also get a bonus. Everyone who sees it will get a share. I will tell my aunt later, and ask her to give you a bonus based on the actual situation of the new plants. Wow! Great! Thank you, Miss Ranran. Thank you, Mr. Tang. After waiting for more than 20 minutes at the scene, a bus appeared in the sky, like an arrow, and it was in front of us in a flash. After landing and parking, Tang Chui came running over. Auntie. Here. This is it. Tang Ranran didn't waste any words and went straight to the point, pointing at the strawberry to show her. General Manager Tang Chui. I was the first to discover this. Yang Tao did not forget to jump out and take credit. Good. Good. Very good. Tang Chui excitedly said 3 goods in a row, and then ordered, Chief Engineer Song. Hurry up. We need accurate purification value data. Be careful. Reduce the test materials to the minimum. And don't waste them. Understood. Chief Engineer Song put on white gloves very carefully. Half knelt on one knee in front of a strawberry. Carefully picked one. And looked like he had found a treasure. A full set of precise testers were also pulled in, using the bus as a laboratory. Chief Engineer Song led several testers to start testing. While waiting for the results, Tang Chui was not idle. On the one hand, she arranged people to protect the strawberry site and surrounded the cluster of bushes. On the other hand, she arranged people to conduct a carpet search of several kilometers around this coordinate. About half an hour later, the accurate test results came out. The unit purification value is 32.75. 32.75. Everyone was so shocked by this test result that their eyes almost popped out. Food with a purification value of more than 30 is expensive. Not to mention that it is rare. You may not be able to buy it even if you have money. If artificial cultivation can be achieved, even if it cannot be artificially cultivated, as long as the number can be slightly increased after artificial intervention, it will be a fortune. Ran. That's great. That's great. Tang Chui was so excited that she could hardly control herself. Well, but Tang Ranran pulled Tang Chui aside and whispered, Auntie, this is a major discovery. Use this as a bargaining chip to negotiate with Tao Shen. The price per share is at least 12 billion. Hearing this, Tang Cui's happy expression paused, and her words were a little disapproving. Well, you still want to sell shares? With this new pure plant, even if the purification value of Xinliang Qingdan is exposed to be unqualified, it will not have much impact. Once the news of the pure plant with a purification value of 32.75 is released, others will rush to inject capital into them, and they don't have to worry about funds at all. Auntie, don't be happy too early. The higher the purification value, the harder it is to grow. Our little Lianchao is still in a semi-free-range state. Tang Ranran reminded. Pure plants cannot be grown just because you want to, let alone strawberries watered with spiritual power. Tang Ranran, who dug the pit, knew clearly that these 32.75 strawberries would not survive long, let alone reproduce. In her research project, on the relationship between ordinary crops on farms and spiritual power and purification value. The second conclusion of the study is, strawberries watered with spiritual power need to be watered with spiritual power regularly, or planted in an environment with spiritual energy. Otherwise they will gradually die. So, she went to great lengths to do this. And she couldn't let it fail in her hands. Tang Ranran pulled Tang Chui to talk in private. And her attitude was very firm. She still had to sell her shares. But the price could not be too low. Even if it could not reach 12 billion. It had to be at least 11 billion. 11 billion was the bottom line. If Tao Shen disagreed, then forget it. Tang Ranran had already thought of a countermeasure. If the negotiation failed, she would continue to grow strawberries, with the gimmick of pure plants with a purification value of 32.75. It could attract a large number of wealthy people to invest. After the initial economic crisis, it could also make a comeback by planting ordinary strawberries on a large scale. After a few words, Tang Cui's fanatical joy cooled down a lot, and she began to weigh the pros and cons. The new crop had just been discovered, and the related research could not be completed in a short time. The risks were huge. Of course, if it succeeded in the end, the benefits would also be huge. After thinking in silence for a while, Tang Chui suddenly smiled and raised her hand to knock her head. Why did she think so much? She couldn't make the decision. Looking at Tang Ranran, Tang Chui confirmed with her very cautiously. The bottom price is 11 billion per share. Have you decided? Yes. Tang Ranran nodded affirmatively. If Hengxing Investment agrees, I will sell all my shares. And if they disagree, then I won't sell a single share. Let's spread the news to attract investment. Let's take a gamble and seek wealth and honor in danger. Okay. I understand. Auntie. Then I will contact Taoshan now. I will throw a price of 12 billion. You can talk to him about the specific situation. I understand. Tang Chui was not stupid either. She nodded in understanding. Yeah. In response, Tang Ranran directly pulled out Taoshan's contact number and sent a message. Tang Ranran, 12 billion per share. My 52% shares can be transferred to you. As soon as the message was sent, Taoshan replied in seconds. Just 2 words. Taoshan, hee. Everything is in hee. It is obvious that this is to laugh at Tang Ranran's wild imagination. Secretary Tao has woken up. Little ant. It's your turn. Okay. Without any nonsense. Tang Chui said nothing and directly sent a report on the purification value of strawberry to Taoshan communication number. In less than a minute. Just the time to read the report. Taoshan called. And it was a video call. After the call was connected, Tang Chui smiled and had a victorious attitude of sitting firmly on the Diaoyu Islands. Secretary Tao. I want to see this pure plant. Taoshan got straight to the point. And his tone even had a hint of urgency. As for pure food with a purification value of more than 30, Taoshan wanted to pretend to be calm and not be controlled. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Okay. Tang Chui adjusted the camera and gave the lens to Strawberry. Tang Chui, who had already occupied the upper hand in the negotiation, was not in a hurry, allowing Taoshan to see it clearly through the screen for a long time. Taoshan looked at it for more than 10 minutes, as if he was trying to see a flower. Then he asked, So, the price of 12 billion includes this pure plant with high purification value? Yes. This is our new discovery. And it has not yet been patented. If we can reach an agreement with Hengxing Investment, which you represent, we are willing to give it up. If you don't accept this price, then we can only research and develop it ourselves. Taoshan was silent for 2 seconds, and then said, I am on Sooterstar, requesting to enter Suchi Wang Star. I need to see the real thing and confirm the authenticity of the data. Okay. But for our safety and privacy, we can't bring too many people. I will give you 10 entry quotas. 10 is too few. I need to bring relevant professionals. At least 20 quotas. Tang Chui did not agree immediately, showing embarrassment, as if considering. Okay. Secretary Tao. Bring people over. Tang Ranran interrupted, and it was highly unlikely that he would rob openly. Thank you, Mr. Tang. My team and I are expected to arrive within 2 hours. I will send you the number of our spacecraft later. After you enter the atmosphere, just send an entry application directly to the ground parking lot. Okay. After the communication ended, Taoshan immediately contacted the relevant personnel and rushed to Suchi Huangxing at the fastest speed without delay. At the scene of the bush forest, temporary residences have been set up one by one. More and more people are on the scene, and a carpet search has also been launched. Unfortunately, nothing was found. Holding the idea of luck, Tang Chui did not give up and expanded the search range, as if she was determined to find the second strawberry. In the midst of the busyness, she received the spacecraft entry application sent by the parking lot. Release. Allow parking. About an hour later, several hovercrafts appeared in the sky and soon arrived at the scene. 3 commercial vehicles and a large car that looks like a motorhome. Taoshan lineup is very powerful. After landing and parking in an open area, Taoshan walked out of the leading commercial vehicle, looked around, and locked onto the location of the strawberry bushes that were surrounded by traffic. Dozens of people followed in from the 3 commercial vehicles. The white RV made a clacking sound, and with the opening of several doors, after a simple transformation, the laboratory took shape. Several researchers in white clothes came out. Taoshan led the team and walked quickly, but was then stopped outside the encirclement of the Xinliang security group, and could only stretch his neck to look inside. Secretary Tao. Tang Chui walked out of the encirclement and greeted him. Tao Shen nodded at Tang Chui. Manager Tang Chui. Can I take someone in to inspect the real thing? No problem. But there are too many of you. Tang Chui raised a hand. Only 5 can come in. Professor Sun. Professor Yao. Professor Zhao. Professor Ji. Tao Shen called out. Come in with me. Tang Ranran, who was in the security encirclement, couldn't help but glance sideways and looked at the 4 people led by Tao Shen. They are all professors. This team is quite strong. They won't find any flaws. Right? I don't think so. Tang Chui led the group to the edge of the bushes. When they were half a meter away, she stretched out her hand to stop them. Please be careful and don't destroy their production environment. Don't worry. We will pay attention. As if they had entered an archaeological site. Several people carefully inspected the strawberries, taking photos and videos, and not sparing the soil and bushes. After an hour of observation, the 4 professors reported their observation results to Tao Shen. Professor number 1 nodded to Tao Shen. It should be natural growth. No traces of transplantation were found. Professor number 2, based on the appearance, it is preliminarily determined to be a new species. Of course, accurate genetic data is needed to compare the gene library. Professor number 3, it should be a herbaceous plant of the Rosaceae family. There are 4 feasible propagation methods. Creeping stem propagation, new stem division propagation, tissue culture propagation and seed propagation. Whether the specific propagation method can be successful requires research and experiments. Professor number 4, no special features have been found in the living environment for the time being. It is preliminarily determined that the living environment requirements are not high. Detailed soil structure, environmental climate, and other data combined with research and experiments are required. After Tao Shen and the 4 professors had a preliminary discussion, Tao Shen asked Tang Ranran, Mr. Tang, we hope to pick some samples for testing. Is that okay? Don't damage the main rhizome. 3 leaves. 3 fruits. No more. Tang Ranran agreed straightforwardly. Tao Shen, okay. These are enough. After getting permission, the 4 professors took action. The usual practice was to have a discussion first, then reach a consensus. Finally, 2 of the professors started to work, wearing white gloves and carefully picking a leaf from each of the 3 strawberries with tools. The other 2 professors were also cautious, as if they were treating a treasure from the world, and picked a strawberry from each of the other 3 strawberries. The foursome was overjoyed to get the samples, and returned to the RV laboratory to start testing. Half an hour later, Tao Shen saw 3 purification value test reports and basic genetic data. Tao Shen was somewhat skeptical about the test report provided by Tang Chui, but the sample picking and testing of the test report issued by his team were all carried out under his nose. So there was no way it could be fake. This is really a brand new species with a purification value of more than 30. If it can be cultivated artificially, its future value is immeasurable. With a surging heart, Tao Shen suppressed his excitement, spent a few seconds to calm down, and then walked away from the crowd, standing in a corner far away from the crowd, looking around, making sure that no one could hear him. Tao Shen dialed a communication number on the smart brain. The ringing sound. There was no response from the other end of the communication for a while. Checking the time. Although he guessed that the boss was sleeping because of the time difference, Tao Shen still kept dialing. This matter was too important. He couldn't make the decision, and had to ask the leader. About a minute later, the communication was connected. The other party was on voice only, and Tao Shen couldn't see anyone. Boss Shi, I'm sorry to bother you at this time. Tao Shen lowered his voice, and apologized for waking him up. He hummed in response. The person on the other end of the line was obviously still half asleep and half awake, and his tone was still lazy. There was a problem with the acquisition of Xinliang Group you ordered. Xinliang Senior Management discovered a new pure plant on Suqi Huangxing. Its purification value exceeded 30, and reached 32.75. I am now at the site where the pure plant was discovered. Our team has conducted preliminary tests. This is the relevant information. Please receive it. Tao Shen reported everything clearly. There was silence. Only the progress bar of the data transmission was rapidly increasing. After a few minutes of silence, a response came from the other end of the line. Take it at all costs. There was no laziness before. The man's voice was mellow and low, full of the majesty of a superior. and his words were full of toughness and determination. Okay, Mr. Shi. I understand. After the call ended, Taoshin got the boss's attitude to buy it. So he walked towards the encirclement again, facing the gazes of Tang Ranran and others, and once again approached the strawberry, and then consciously stopped half a meter away. Tang Chui asked with a formal smile. Secretary Tao, the test results are out. Right? We are already sincere. I don't know what you mean. We Hingxing are very interested in this new species. But we must buy it. But 12 billion is impossible. And the bargaining process must be there. After all, how can you buy things without bargaining? The boss is rich and has no shortage of money. But as a worker, you have to save money for the boss. After all, the more money you save, the more bonus you will get. So, Taoshin was embarrassed. 12 billion per share. This price is too high. We can't accept it. The next step is the live version of bargaining in the vegetable market. Tang Ranran, 12 billion. Taoshin, impossible. Too expensive. Tang Chui, Ranran. How about we give up a little? 11.98 billion? Taoshin, it's still too expensive. Tang Ranran, 12 billion. That's 12 billion. Taoshin, it's expensive. I won't buy it. Tang Chui, we can discuss it. Let's all give up a step. 11.88 billion? Tang Ranran insisted on 12 billion. Taoshin kept saying it was expensive. Tang Chui was trying to smooth things over. And the final result was 11.6 billion per share, with a condition that the strawberries they found would be theirs. Tang Ranran had no objection to this. After reaching a preliminary agreement, the legal lawyers of both sides met to discuss the relevant details. During the meeting between the legal lawyers, Xiliang's shareholder group exploded again, and the most excited one was Qin Dafu. Qin Dafu had a bad feeling when he got the news about Strawberry. Sure enough, when he got the news that all 52% of Tang Ranran shares were transferred at a price of 11.6 billion per share, he beat his chest and stamped his feet in anger, almost bursting a blood vessel. Although the formalities have not been completed, Qin Dafu's 20% has already signed a share transfer agreement. Taoshin is not stupid enough to make up the difference for him. It's too late for him to regret. 112 billion lost in vain. Qin Dafu was so angry that he vomited blood. In the end, he could only hope that the remaining 5% of the shares would be led by Hengxing Investment to achieve a comeback. Tang Ranran raised the acquisition price by relying on the strawberry trap. Although the price almost doubled, Taoshin didn't think it was too much. 4 shares. The more the better. 11.6 billion per share. This is definitely higher than the market price. In addition to Tang Ranran and Qin Dafu, the shareholders discussed it heatedly. In the end, among the small shareholders with 6% of the total shares, some chose to hold the thigh, while others chose to cash out. Cash out faction, 2.45%. Shen Wei sold 2%. Yu Liang sold 1%. And the Tang family also discussed this in full swing. Now the shares represent not only money, but also pure food with a purification value of more than 30. It is well known that pure food has the effect of prolonging life. So, eating a little fruit with a purification value of more than May 30th help you live a few more years. After Hengxing takes over, if artificial cultivation can be achieved to expand production, maybe they, the shareholders, can get fruits every year. Tang Ming and Shen Fenghua, who are already old, are particularly determined to retain their shares. Having carefully checked the previous investment cases of Hengxing Investment, Tang Chengwen is particularly confident in Hengxing Investment. He is determined to hold the thigh and insist on retaining shares. Tang Fei and Tang Chengwu are the fence-sitters who want to cash out and are greedy for strawberries. In the end, the minority obeys the majority, and the two get on the boat of Tang Ming, Shen Fenghua and Tang Chengwen, the 3 people who retain shares. After careful consideration, Tang Chui chose to follow Tang Ranran, the main seller, and sold all the 2% shares in her hands. As the saying goes, the boss says one thing and the employees run around. Tang Ranran and Taoshin agreed on the price of 11.6 billion. And then the subordinates of both sides started running around. The legal affairs of both sides met and discussed various things, fearing that the other side would exploit loopholes. The financial affairs of both sides were also counted and audited. Before Hengxing Investment took over Xiliang made the last wave of dividends, which was roughly equivalent to a farewell dinner. The original shareholders each received a sum of money according to the share ratio. Tang Ranran received 5.018 billion, which is definitely not a small amount. The most complicated part of the acquisition process was the division of Xinliang Group and the YS212 Planet Transformation Project. As for the YS212 Planet Transformation Project, most of it was Tang Qingji personal investment with mortgage loans. And Xiliang's public account expenditure was not much. The legal affairs and financial affairs worked together to count and conduct relevant divisions. During the division process, Tang Chui invested 10 billion funds and went through Tang Ranran channel to invest in the YS212 Planet Transformation Project. Tao Shen, who was obviously not interested in the YS212 project, had no objection to this. Finally, according to the relevant investment in funds, in the YS212 Planet Transformation Project, Tang Construction Development Company Limited of Sooterstar holds 87.42% of the shares, and Xiliang Group holds 12.58% of the shares. Tang Construction Development Company Limited of Sooterstar, well, a newly launched company. The big boss Tang Ranran holds 98.12% of the shares. The small boss Tang Chui holds 1.88% of the shares. And there are a number of employees, but the specific personnel are not yet clear. Then, regarding the employee issue, the heads of both parties discussed again and finally reached an agreement. Employees currently working on the YS212 planet are given the right to choose freely. Employees can choose to join Tang Construction and stay on the YS212 planet to work, but that means leaving Xinliang. Employees can also choose to return to Xinliang after the completion of the first phase of the YS212 project. That is, within 4 months at the latest, employees can return to Su Chi Huang Star. The transportation expenses and other expenses incurred during the return of employees will be borne by Xinliang. After all the big and small, all the rules and regulations were discussed and counted. The next step was to go through the formalities. The transfer procedures for the shares held by Tang Chui were relatively simple, and the relevant procedures were completed quickly. Then 20.416 billion was received. Well, 12 points of tax was deducted. Tang Ranran, who forgot that he had to pay taxes, was very upset. It should be 12 billion. Not even a star coin is cheap. Loss. Loss. Tang Chui took out 10 billion to invest, and lent 10 billion to Tang Ranran for turnover. Tang Ranran, who had nearly 30 billion in working capital, began to go through the early repayment procedures, redeem a share from the bank, and sell it to Hengxing Investment. After getting the money, continue to redeem the early repayment of the loan. As the largest shareholder and legal person of Xinliang, Tang Ranran needs to go through a lot of procedures. The business that can be handled in the official virtual office of the holographic world of Xinhuang is all handled on the holographic virtual network. If it must be handled on the spot, there is no way. Only a small part of the work needed to be done on site. But it was this small part that made Tang Ranran run a lot. Not only on Sooterstar, but also on the capital star of the third galaxy. She had to go back and forth by spaceship, and it took her a whole week to run around. Finally, on October 21st, the money and goods were paid, and Tao Shen, on behalf of Hengxing Investment, officially took over Xinliang Group and changed its name to Suchi Huangxing Hengxing Nutrient Liquid Food Production Company, Ltd., Suchi Huangxing Xinliang Food Company Limited disappeared and became a thing of the past. In this regard, all the Tang family members, including Tang Chui, especially the head of the family Tang Ming, were filled with mixed feelings, grief, and sadness. Tang Ranran was not sad at all. Isn't the ancestral business meant to be lost? After completing the final handover, Tang Ranran set off to leave the planet. There were 4 people when she came, and there were still 4 people when she left. But the 3 people who were traveling with her had changed. Tang Chui and her 2 children, Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian, left with her. Tang Chui, who sold her shares, simply resigned, and Tang Shuhuai and Tang Qianqian naturally left with her. As for Yang Tao and the bodyguard duo before, Tang Chui rewarded Yang Tao according to her merits, and gave Yang Tao a bonus of 1 million yuan, and the 2 bodyguards also received 800,000 yuan each. The 3 people who received large bonuses chose to hold the thigh of Hengxing without hesitation between Tang Construction and Hengxing Investment. Not only the 3 of them. Yin Xing has said Tang Ranran a statistical form of employee intentions. Nearly 70% of the frontline employees chose Tang Construction. But only 30% of the management stayed. Tang Ranran, those who abandoned me. Yesterday's day cannot be kept. Oh. Headache. Fortunately, her right-hand man Yinxing chose to follow her. Otherwise Tang Ranran would have been annoyed by now. They took the hovercraft to the parking lot and boarded the spaceship. When the spaceship left the parking lot, Tang Ranran saw a huge monster approaching in the sky through the viewing window. That sharp and angular appearance is a starship. Does Yinxing Investment have a military background? Or did the 30 purification value strawberries she made attract the military? Well, it has nothing to do with her anyway. The starship landed towards the parking lot, and the spaceship took off from the parking lot. And soon they went in opposite directions. As the spaceship entered the high-altitude clouds and disappeared below, Tang Ranran wondered if she should run away as soon as possible. After all, those 10 strawberries would not survive for more than a month. Don't feel guilty. It has nothing to do with her. It's because they can't grow it. Yes, you have to be shameless and look for reasons from others. So, they don't have the ability. Besides, Yinxing was the first to do it. They did it on the first day. And she only did it on the 15th. Anti-tooth for tooth. Self-defense. Thinking of this, Tang Ranran immediately felt at ease. Ignoring Strawberry, Tang Ranran calculated the accounts. Tang Chui's 10 billion investment had been flushed into the project's public account, and another 10 billion had been returned to her. Then, the balance on her smart brain was nearly 211.2 billion. Although she didn't even squeeze into the tens of millions in her previous life. Now it was obviously too much money. Tang Ranran had no feeling for this string of numbers. Not to mention that she still had loans. Shared loans were the bulk of her loans. In addition, there were others. Tang Ranran took out the loan list and took a look. And intelligent statistics. The result came out. She still has 109.5 billion in loans, including 38.2 billion for the Tang family mansion and 18.7 billion for the small spaceship. Apart from these two large amounts, the rest are some real estate and small private businesses, such as hotels, tea houses, supermarkets, restaurants, etc. Or, repay the loan in advance? But there is a penalty for early repayment, which is a bit uneconomical. Or buy a mecha? Yes. Find a way to get a mecha. Successful sign-in. Congratulations on receiving a formation plate. The first day back at the Tang family mansion was a good day. Look, I was so lucky and won the prize. After making sure the door was locked and covering myself with the quilt, Tang Ranran switched to the farm mode. I took out the newly acquired formation plate and took a look at it. This is a concealment formation plate. This formation plate is used to save lives when spending the night in the wild or encountering danger. As the name suggests, once the formation plate is turned on, it will achieve an invisible effect. Of course, if the gap between the enemy and us is huge, it will still be seen through, and the concealment formation plate will not work. Inputting spiritual power and activating the formation plate, Tang Ranran carefully felt it. And then it became clear. This should be the formation plate she obtained when she was in the rookie stage of chi refining. The specific source is no longer remembered. Anyway, the formation plate is not of high grade. It is just an ordinary product, which is about the level that is effective within the strength of the chi refining stage. If used in front of the foundation establishment stage, it will be seen through in seconds. After reading countless materials on the Star Network, Tang Ranran has a comprehensive and detailed understanding of mental power, in addition to a few basic skills. Above sea level, the higher the mental power, the more mental power skills can be developed. Among them, mental power also has invisibility skills. Of course, this invisibility is only for the same level and lower level. If you encounter a higher mental power, you will be out of luck. So, what level of mental power is equivalent to the foundation building period? There is no reference object, and it is impossible to draw a conclusion. It's so annoying. Oh! Bald head. Forget it. Don't think about it. Anyway, there may not be a chance to use it. Throwing the array plate into the basement and arranging it next to the Qingmuding, Tang Ranran checked the situation of the farm before practicing. In the past few days, I was very busy with the procedures, and my practice was delayed. But in the midst of the busy schedule, Tang Ranran still harvested and planted vegetables on time. After all, planting vegetables is a top priority and must not be delayed. Currently, The experience is 7,288. And there is still a long way to go before upgrading. But the gold coins have reached the amount. After a gold coins minus 110,000 reclamation of new land, the gold coins have accumulated to more than 90,000 again. Experience 7,288. Gold coins 90628. The farm level is still level 12. And the farm has reclaimed 11 pieces of land. A total of 17 pieces of land. Except for the number 2 field planted with shingling grass. The other lands are all cash crops. Strawberries. 33 hours. The gold coin income is about 11,056. And the experience income is 640. According to this gold coin accumulation speed, Tang Ranran will be able to reclaim the 12th piece of land in about 4 days. However, if you upgrade from level 12 to level 13, you need 15,600 experience, which will take at least 20 days. Upgrading is difficult. And level 60 is far away. You need to work harder, take the fresh food box, and go to Qingling grassland to pick dozens of trees. She ate one by the way, and then left the farm and sat on the bed to practice. With a cautious attitude, since leaving the YS-212 planet, Tang Ranran has moved her practice to the outside world. And each time her body enters the farm, it will not exceed 10 minutes. After all, even if she is discovered while practicing, people will just think she is a little strange. But it is not easy to explain if she disappears on the spot. After the practice, Tang Ranran began to deal with a lot of information accumulated on the intelligent brain. The official business sent to her by Yin Xing was so dense that it was frightening. Because of the acquisition of Hengxing and the division of the project, Yin Xing was busy like a dog. There were a lot of things to do. And there were a lot of things to report every day. Tang Ranran had a headache. No wonder the wise rulers in ancient times died early. They worked so hard. No wonder there are so many incompetent rulers. Everyone doesn't want to work. They just want to spend money and enjoy themselves. Tang Ranran could only take a break from her busy schedule and try to be a hands-off boss. For the time being, there are no affairs involving large expenditures, nor major events involving the survival of the project. So all of them are replied with a read, which means you can do it yourself, using the fastest time to handle official business. It was almost time for breakfast. Tang Ranran had just drunk the nutrient solution when her grandmother Shen Fenghua called her. She was calling her to have breakfast in their main courtyard. No good news. She won't go to the Hongmen feast. Tang Ranran refused directly, with ready-made reasons. And the empty nutrient solution tube was still in her hand. I just ate. Then, Grandma, I'm busy. There are too many things in the company waiting for me to deal with. Tang Ranran ended the call neatly. The Tang family mansion is very large and covers a vast area. Because Tang Ranran refused to pay wages, each courtyard is now in a state of hiring people. In Tang Ranran yard, besides a loyal housekeeper Lin, there is also a nanny Aunt Yao. Xiao Tao joined Hengxing with the job of her life assistant with the intention of catching a rich husband. As an old father, Yang Li would naturally go wherever his daughter is. Yang Li has already applied to join Hengxing. So Tang Ranran nanny and driver were gone. There were few people, but it was quiet. Tang Ranran decided to practice well these days. As a result, when she was busy checking the remaining relics, Tang Ming and Shen Fenghua came. The two played the family card. And their words meant, Ranran, you have enough cash now. It's time to redeem the house. Tang Ranran finally sent them away with perfunctory words. And Kai Wenmin and her daughter Li Tian's and Tang Fei came one after another, just a few minutes apart. Kai Wenmin, who arrived first, played the family card to keep in touch, and asked about the resale of shares in various ways. It was obvious that Tang Chengwu did not explain it clearly to her. Tang Ranran perfunctorily gave a wave of perfunctory words. Kai Wenmin, who hadn't found out any news, began to play the victim. With 3 children in the family, the expenses are too high. With 2 sons, the pressure is even greater. Your uncle doesn't agree to sell the shares. The family has no money. Your cousin's house has not been settled yet. The girl's family is not satisfied. Your cousin's girlfriend's father has a very high position. He is the director. If he had the support of his father-in-law, now he is just short of a house before getting married. Tang Ranran, let her buy a house for my cousin. You are dreaming. Although this aunt is shameless. She remembers the good virtue of respecting the elderly and loving the young. Tang Ranran didn't say get out with a sweet mouth. but a silent attitude of I will watch your performance quietly. Finally, Kai Wenmin's play was interrupted by the arrival of Tang Fei and her daughter. Ran Ran, you rarely come back, and we'll take you out to play. Cousin! Cousin! Li Tian is so sweet. The mother and daughter enthusiastically encouraged her to go shopping. Obviously with the idea of I spend money, and you pay for it. I'm busy with official business. With this excuse, the three people were finally sent away. Tang Ranran was quiet for less than an hour. And her fourth uncle Tang Chenwen came again. Tang Chenwen, Ran. My friend has a project. I have already investigated it. The prospects are very broad. Are you interested? Do you want to go and have a look together? Tang Ran. One by one, they are all thinking about her money.